Over 250 duelists made the trek to Las Vegas this weekend to battle it out for the title belt to become the newest Ultimate Duelist. Now, we have cut it to only 64 players. However, we are still in the Swiss portion of the tournament. We have 4 rounds of Swiss before we'll cut to a top 16, and it's super exciting. This round, we have UDS Los Angeles champion Ryan Murakami playing against Kevin Thrasher. Thrasher is on a Zodiac deck with a couple of tech cards like DD Crow, but nothing too crazy. On Murakami's end, he's playing a 60-card Zodiac Infernoid deck with a much larger Zodiac engine than we normally see, and a few interesting trap card choices like Lost Wind and Breakthrough Skill, taking advantage of cards like that Grasslook Screener.
Yeah, both of these duelists are currently 7-2, but since there are 4 more rounds of Swiss, they're going to need a couple more wins if they want to make the cut.
Yeah, this is very different than a standard YCS because we have an extended Swiss portion, so some records are going to look a little wonky towards the end, but it's going to be a good time. So
Murakami is the first duelist we've seen in a while using Breakthrough Skill.
Yeah, but he also has 2 copies of Lost Wind in his deck, so I think that's a nod that Lost Wind might be better, but just in case, he's playing against maybe some artifact decks or something like that, the single copy of Breakthrough Skill, it's just like if you hit 2 Lost Winds versus hitting 1 Lost Wind, 1 Breakthrough Skill, you might get better value. You have more versatility, so I think that might be why, but it's still an interesting choice nonetheless. But it looks like our players are just about ready at the table. We're going to start the day, so let's get to it. It's time to duel.
Murakami starts it off with Fire Formation Tenki.
Yeah, Murakami's deck has a full 3 copies of Fire Formation Tenki, 3 copies of Zodiac Barrage, 3 copies of Zodiac Ratpier, 3 copies of Zodiac Whiptail, and 1 Zodiac Thoroughblade. So that's a much larger dedication to the Zodiac engine than we normally see in Infernoid. He also only plays 1 copy of Left Arm Offering. That's sort of similar to what Billy Brake had success with back at YCS Seattle in his 60-card Infernoid deck. Not necessarily relying as heavily on that Grasslook Screener as some of these other 60-card strategies may be.
Yep. So Murakami uses summons Ratpier, upgrades it into Borbo, upgrades to Tiger Mortar, upgrades to Broadbull, detaches and exceeds material, to special summon another Ratpier, and then uses Broadbull's effect to add a Whiptail to his hand.
Yeah, the one interesting thing is even with that large of a Zodiac engine, Murakami is not playing Zodiac combo. So, especially when you're playing 3 copies of Fire Formation Tenki, so you're normal summoning Ratpier often, I think you would want Zodiac combo, but you can even send to the graveyard with things like that Grasslook Screener. It's another card that's not bad to hit, so I don't know about that, but otherwise, I really like his version of the 60-card Zodiac Infernoid deck.
So he upgrades into Dryden to special summon another Ratpier from his deck with its effect.
Yep, got a trip in his hand there with 3 copies of Zodiac Whiptail after the search. Gonna try to draw into a powerful spell card, hopefully. Something like Void Vanishment or that Grasslook Screener to really get things going. He also has a solid amount of traps. He has 3 copies of Dimensional Barrier, so if he can draw a trap card or a Maxi or something, that would be great as well. But
yeah, his hand isn't phenomenal.
No.
He has 3 Whiptails and an Unku and a Peculia, so it's all monsters. It looks like he drew Lost Wind off of the Daigusto Emerald's effect, so that might help a little bit.
Yeah. The unfortunate part about playing the Infernoid deck is the Infernoid monsters are usually the worst cards to draw.
Right.
You really want to just see your spell cards and get your Infernoids into the graveyard rather than draw them.
I think Thrasher's hand might be actually a little worse than Murakami's. He has 2 Ratpiers, 2 Whiptails, Forbidding Chalice, and Solemn Strike. So he summons the Ratpier, but unlike Murakami, he does use Zodiac combo in his deck, so he does get a little more value out of it by sending that combo to the graveyard.
Yeah, his hand will probably be able to break Murakami's board, though, and that's what matters, because he can Forbidden Chalice the Trident, and then the Whiptails won't be able to add any effects onto the Trident because its effect's negated, so he can guarantee clear that. And even though he has to use a Ratpier from his hand when he combos off, he'll still be able to combo off and set a trap card.
That's true.
Yeah.
Will Lost Wind have any effect?
It might, depending on how he sequences, but typically it doesn't. Here, it will actually be huge because he chose to play around maxi as much as possible, but that sort of feeds into Lost Wind, because now the only Zodiac he has left to special summon with is Trident, and that could have gotten Lost Winded. I would have actually liked to see a Lost Wind on the Broad Bull, because it would have denied him a search and a special summon,
right?
And then he stuck going to Trident and only special summoning once.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised we didn't see that there, but
it also makes it so you can Lost Wind Broad Bull, and then he has to overlay Trident on top, which gets you back your Lost Wind.
Although Lost Wind on Trident's not bad, since the effect is permanently negated.
You're right, but you would also have the Lost Wind set again, so not the worst either. But you could be right that holding it off for Trident.
Right. So now he doesn't have to worry about Trident disrupting his field on his own turn.
Right.
And obviously he can only summon one Trident that way. So
yeah, there's also no way for. Oh well, depending on what he negated here, Thrasher could respond by chaining the Trident's other effect. Like if Thrasher went to special summon a Rapier and he responds with Lost Wind, he can still respond with Trident's own effect to destroy, like, Daigusto Emerald, for example.
Interesting. So he destroys Murakami's Trident. He could have destroyed his own Trident, right, to summon the Rapier?
He could have, or he could have just, destroyed the Daigusto Emerald response or something.
So Thrasher passes his turn, Murakami draws, and then Thrasher uses Whiptail. Is that correct?
Yeah, he used Whiptail and equipped it to Trident and tried to activate the effect of Trident, but the effect's permanently negated, so it doesn't really do anything there. All he did was equip it and then waste the Whiptail, basically.
So a misstep there is going to cost him a Whiptail from his hand. Murakami draws Void Vanishment.
That is a good one. That means he can just progress his field and do whatever, and then towards the end of it, slap down Void Vanishment, discard one of those Infernoids he probably doesn't want, search Void Feast.
Yeah.
And it's probably a done deal after that, actually. Void Vanishment is probably... Well, you could give an argument for Void Feast in terms of, like, the Void Suite card is the most powerful, but because Void Vanishment searches for Void Feast and gives you the fuel for Void Feast, it's probably your best spell. Next to that, Grass looks greener, obviously.
Thrasher's putting that Whiptail to use by sending it back to his deck with Zodiac combo, so he gets to draw a card.
Yep. Thrasher can't help but shake his head a little bit there and realizes that he might have made a few mistakes on the way.
He draws a Barrage off of the combo's effect.
So he's going to special summon Patruelia by banishing Inferno Onunku from his hand.
Okay. Patrulia destroys spell and trap cards.
Yes, so he'll be able to force out that Solemn Strike.
I presume Thrasher will activate it here.
Yeah, he can also just wait until the activation, right?
Right,
yeah.
On the effect.
Yeah.
Right.
There's no reason to just leave him with an 1800 body when you could pay 1500 to get rid of it. That's the only difference here. Do you want a monster with 1800 tag, or do you want one with 1500 life points? Tough question.
Exactly.
Yeah, see, this is definitely going to end up in Murakami's favor. Between Void Vanishment and Speedroid Terratop, it's going to be really hard to come back.
Yep. So he normal summons into the field. Now he can get to Kettenborg, and we'll see him special summon to Kettenborg.
Yep.
He combines Terratop with Kettenborg, and out comes MX Saber Invoker.
Yeah.
Invoker's effect activates.
Might be getting Thoroughblade here or Whiptail, depending. Probably Thoroughblade, actually. Discard one of those Whiptails, draw a new card, and Tiger Mortar combo because he has the Rapier in the graveyard.
Now this is really strong for Murakami. That Void Vanishment is really just a bonus.
He would rather have the Whiptails in his hand. His hand's pretty good, so that makes sense. That, maybe I just don't need to draw a card because I could draw Infernoid Jet, and then my Void Feast gets so much worse.
Can he win this turn, actually, is the question.
He might be able to. Both monsters have 0 attack.
And you get Pierce over the Rapier, so it's not even absorbing any damage.
That is true. He has how many Whiptails in his hand? 2?
2, yeah. I think
he's got it for sure.
Yeah, he definitely wins his turn. Plus now he can make...
he has 2 or 3 Whiptails.
Oh.
Yeah, no, if he has 3, it's...
3 on screen.
Yeah, don't even need to do the math. But even with 2, it's for sure. Because Gaga Samurai is hitting for 38. Then you have the 18-16, so that's 34. So that's 72 just with those, and then any amount of piercing from the Dryden's game. He could do it with one Whiptail.
Yeah, it's way overkill.
Oh, he doesn't even need the Whiptail, actually. It's just game on board because he has the Throw Blade under his monster.
Yep, so that's 16 over the Rat Pierre in defense position. Oh, 17 because of Tanky.
Yeah, it's game.
34, 38. I think it's 9,000 total, right? That's
it won't matter because
weird,
he has a bunch of Whiptails in his hand, but maybe he didn't realize that his Broad Bull had piercing.
Or he just doesn't care because he wins anyway.
Yeah. Well, then you're showing your opponent how many Whiptails you play, but yeah, I mean, basically it.
Oh, probably.
Same thing.
Yeah. Thrasher even points out that the monster had piercing. So
it's irrelevant, but
ultimately
could have dealt more damage.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you find a way to lethal your opponent, you usually just, I know this will work, so I'm going to do this, and you don't think about it much more than that. Yeah.
He probably figured, let me see if I can win this turn. Most likely it would involve Samurai. If I summon
and
Samurai,
he knows he has
here's
3
how I
Whiptails.
win.
So as he's like, all I have to do is make sure my monster attacks directly. He's going to attack for 1 billion because of Thorough Blade plus 3 Whiptails. And then Samurai, I'm sure, will clear up the rest.
Right.
Yeah. So looking at side decks, on Thrasher's end, there's Anti-Spell Fragments, Starlight Roads. We might see Starlight Road come in because he will be going first, maybe fearing cards like Dark Hole or Onunku, Raigeki, things like that.
I think that's definitely reasonable.
Yeah, same thing. Because of Onunku and Deviati, you might want Starlight Road. His Denko Saga, that's not coming in here, but his Artifact Lancia and Imperial Iron Wall.
Those
having a turn
will.
of setting like Starlight Road plus Imperial Iron Wall, and then they try to Twin Twister you, a blowout every time because you not only get to 2 for 1 their Twin Twister, you get a Stardust Dragon, and then your Stardust Dragon can continue protecting your Imperial Iron Wall.
Yeah, so I think it's safe to say Starlight Road and Imperial Iron Wall will both come in.
Yeah, that could be the reason that we saw the Inferno Duelist from yesterday playing Premace, the shuffle
The
effect.
set card.
Yeah.
Shuffle the
Well,
set-
actually, no, it doesn't matter because you're going to snap off the Iron Wall regardless. I was going to say maybe it's a way to get around stuff like Starlight Road or anything that would prevent destruction on Imperial Iron Wall, but if it has to be set, that doesn't work. Looking at Murakami's end, let's see, Vanish Fiend, he might bring that in going first. Probably not going second. He has a Kaiju engine. It looks like a small one. He might bring that in going second. Probably going to bring in Twin Twisters because he's afraid of Iron Wall. Same thing with Mystical Space Typhoon. Other than that, I think the rest of his cards are more so for going first. He assigns a few trap cards, so we'll likely just see him bring in some Kaijus and some spell and trap card removal. Yeah, one thing to note, we don't see Mystical Space Typhoon very often, but the decks we do see it in are decks that are weak to Imperial Iron Wall. Because normally we'll just see Cosmic Cyclone over it because it just does a little more most of the time, but because Cosmic Cyclone can't banish Imperial Iron Wall, you usually want Mystical Space Typhoon as your additional spell and trap card removal.
Yeah, that's an interesting interaction.
Yeah.
Actually, so that is a tremendous drawback when you're running Infernoids, and Imperial Iron Wall is pretty much the
you just
worst
don't want to
card you
include
can be up
Cosmic
against.
Cyclone in your deck. There's just no reason to.
Yeah.
Also, like you're one of the better Twin Twister decks because you want to discard your Infernoid. So
That's right.
yeah, it's usually not like you don't really pay the cost the same way other decks do.
Right, because cards in the graveyard are sometimes as valuable as cards in your hand.
Exactly, like a Fairy Tale Snow in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Fairy Tale Snow in the hand, same thing.
Yeah, especially any of the high-level Infernoids, which can be special summoned from either place.
Yeah. Yeah, other than that, in terms of what they'll be siding out, probably the same thing where we might see Murakami maybe take out some of his trap cards that aren't the best going second. I feel like we've been talking about this trend a lot this weekend where it's all about shifting your deck's gears to going first or going second, whether you want to be the reactive turn 1 or the turn 2 that's trying to break your opponent's setup. And that's sort of dictated the format. Like I think now especially going first is more important than we've seen in a long time. Just because of the Lunalight combo and how big of a deficit you end up if your opponent's able to pull off the full combo, draw that many cards, and set things like Dimensional Barrier.
Right. Now, Thrasher is using Zodiacs, but it doesn't look like he's playing the Lunalight Black Sheep Fusion Substitute combo.
No, he is not.
So he made it to a 7-2 record without it. I guess he decided that using those 2 cards in his deck that he would really not want to draw naturally.
Yeah, I mean, it's worse going
wasn't worth the
second, right?
risk.
So that could be the reason that, like, you want to build your deck to win going second because it's already so good going first. And in that way, you don't want those 2 cards. However, I think the fact that they're searchable and you get to see them every single game you go off, I think you'd still want them. But let's check out these hands really quick.
Pretty good hand
Thrasher's
for
hand,
Thrasher.
yeah, it's strong. However, Dimensional Barrier, another strong is against Infernoids, right?
Right.
And it looks like that Murakami opened with Void Imagination. So if he has a way, does he have a way to answer the Dryden, or is it just, oh, he has Slumber into Void Imagination. That's going to be crazy.
Yeah, Murakami's hand is very strong.
Yeah. He won't just slam down Void Imagination. He could try to actually, what he could do is like Void Vanishment to bait a Dryden activation, or either choose Void Vanishment or Void Imagination to bait a Dryden activation.
Why not just Kaiju Slumber?
Because if he does that, he can't Void Imagination. Because Void Imagination needs him to have the X-Deck monsters. So he basically has a few choices. He can either Slumber into Vanishment, right? Or he can play Vanishment if he... It depends how much he values Void Imagination's activation, right? Because he can Vanishment first, and then discard an Infernoid. He destroys it, not the biggest deal. And then he plays Void Imagination, but then he gets blown out by the Dimensional Barrier. So the best sequence is probably Slumber into Void Vanishment, and then hold on to that Imagination maybe for later if things go wrong. It also depends, like, how many back row Thrasher's going to end up setting. He gets one draw here with Daigusto Emerald, so let's see if he picks up another trap card, like if he picks up something like Imperial Iron Wall or Artifact Lancia, perhaps.
That would be big. Draws Twin Twisters.
That's actually not the worst. You definitely want a Twin Twisters, a Void Vanishment. So you trade evenly because they have to discard a card, but usually what they're discarding is Infernoid, so...
Thrasher sets both Dimensional Barriers as well as the Twin Twisters, and then passes his turn with 2 Whiptails in hand.
Yep. Seems to be some confusion as to what happened.
Do I have both in my hand? I guess so.
I'm not sure what the confusion is about.
Oh, yeah.
And then you just, and it was when you dropped your deck, is when you were searching for it. So I can confirm that the card he had searched with the Broad Bull got shuffled back into the deck when he dropped it.
Okay, they're just repairing something really quick. Basically, the deck was dropped, and the card he had searched with the Broad Bull got mixed back into the deck because he ended up at a card deficit at the end of his turn, supposedly.
Because of that, I am going to have to give you a procedural error warning, okay? Have you received a procedural error warning before?
Not for that.
Okay. All right, continue.
Is that my main?
Okay.
Yeah, so it makes sense because if you count the Tenki in 2 Dimensional Barriers and the 2 Whiptails in his hand, that's a 5-card opener. Tenki produces all the monsters, and it produces 1 more search because of the Broad Bull, so that'll go to 6. And then Daigusto Emerald produces 1 draw, which will put him to 7 cards.
Yeah.
So that was a correct way to repair.
Okay, so they fixed
Yeah,
it.
and they fixed it immediately, too, before any other actions happened. So
Yeah.
it was a good catch.
Very good.
Yeah.
So Murakami activates Interrupted Kaiju Slumber to clear the field, and now summons a Kaiju to each field.
Yep. He's going to give his opponent Humongous, and he will take Godarla.
Failure to add card. It's a warning.
I would normally think that the Moth would have a bad Spider matchup, but
One
not
would
the case in
imagine.
the land of the Kaiju. He's going to special summon Patrolalia.
Banish Harmodique to do it. Then he destroys 1 Dimensional Barrier. Thrasher chains it, naming Xyz monsters.
Yeah.
But that won't have any impact on this turn. Oh, actually, he had a Rapier in hand.
Rapier. That's a big
could
impact,
have had
yeah.
an impact. Yeah.
Well, now he's just going to hold a Rapier, or he might... He could consider discarding it for Void Vanishment because it turns all of his other Zodiacs into Rapiers, but I assume he'd still just rather have another card down. Well, actually, he banished the Infernoid from his hand, right? So now his hand is just Void Vanishment, Void Imagination, and the Rapier, probably. So he could still just discard the Rapier, but I think you'd rather hold on to it so you could possibly push the next turn. Maybe now you just discard Void Banishment.
Battle.
We're just going to go to battle. Godarla's going to take down Kumongous.
300.
And Pacharelli is going to get in. Main phase 2.
Yeah.
So Void Banishment. Activates effect. Discard Void Imagination. This is definitely going to get Twin Twistered.
Peculia can't attack because it used its effect.
All the voids look the same.
Oh.
So,
All right. I thought he motioned with his hand, but you were correct.
yeah.
Is that the case for all lower level Infernoids, that they can't attack the same turn they use their effects? Such as like Harmadic and...
I know that's the case for Harmadique and Peculia. Decatron can attack.
Okay.
So, not all of them.
I feel like Decatron is a special case, though.
Yeah.
He's not really a...
And no, and Anktra can also attack.
Oh, that's interesting. I was hoping for some amount of cohesion, but
Yeah.
maybe are Antra and Petrulia both level 4?
Battle phase.
They are.
Okay, so maybe it's just the level 4 ones.
18.
Peculia and Harmadique.
Yeah, you said those are the two that can.
Actually, no,
Harmadics is 3.
Harmadique's actually a 3.
So
I
never
forgot
mind.
the Infernoids actually range in levels, I think, from 1 through 10, right?
Yeah, with the fusion being the level 10.
Actually, Tiara's 11.
Ooh.
I was thinking, I think a Nunku is 10, right?
I would assume so. I would assume either Ononku or Deviati. And then 8 is probably...
Yeah, Anunku's 10.
Yeah, special summon Speed Roteratob and activate its effect. Fine. Take it on board. Things are looking rough for Murakami here. That Rap here is still going to just get stunned the next turn because of Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah. MX Saber Invoker. A lot of Invokers this weekend. Not so much Invoked.
Yeah. Well, it helps when it comes from the extra deck, right?
Yeah. The Invoked monsters come from the extra deck.
Yeah, but you usually have to get an invoked card to get there.
Borbo. Tiger Mortar.
Gonna activate Tiger Moore, Steel Rap here. Or switch, more so switch out the Borbo for Rap here. Then gonna detach the Thoroughblade to use the effect that Rap here has granted Tiger Mortar. Special summon an additional Rap here. Then next he's probably putting Broadbull on top of this, yep. Broadbull over Tiger Mortar, detach Tiger Mortar to special summon the third Rap here. And then he's probably gonna detach that last Rap here so he gets a search. But we'll see.
Very normal, right? Yes. Normal summon Thoroughblade.
He could actually... Oh, no, he's going to Zodiac combo, so then he can search the Whiptail with Broadbull.
Yeah, assuming Murakami survives this turn, which I think he will because he's at 8,000. I'm pretty sure he loses unless he draws that Grasslook Screener.
Yeah.
He needs to draw a card that's effectively 20 cards.
Yep. Drew another copy of Fire Formation Tenki, but we won't be able to use it this turn. Adds that Whiptail he shuffled back. Oh, Rhapsody and Berserk.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
A lot of players don't use Rhapsody and Berserk.
No, it's actually not very popular. It's still a powerful effect, though, obviously. Anytime your opponent's playing with graveyard effects.
Yeah. Banishes cards by giving up Xyz materials.
It's not
Yep.
very effects, right?
I'm pretty sure he had game, didn't he?
If
If he...
he only has one Whiptail in hand, right?
Well, he has 2, doesn't he? It is the only one? No, he has 2. if he makes Gaga Samurai and stacks a Dryden, right, uses Dryden to destroy the Godarla,
So let's see.
and then puts both of the Whiptails on it, right? So it'll be 26 total because of the 2 Tenkis. So that's 26.
Oh, you're right.
And then 38 from Gaga Samurai.
You're right.
Is 54 or 64, right? And then it's 16 exactly from Invoker.
You're right. The Tenkis actually put it over the top.
Yeah, no, Tenkis give him exact.
Yeah.
It is actually is
No, Invoker is also a Beast Warrior.
Oh, you're right.
So,
Then it's
so
over.
It's 18.
Yep. Is he a Beast Warrior or a Warrior?
Actually, you're right. I think he's a Warrior.
Yeah.
My mistake.
Yeah, no, the X Sabers are a little. They're all over the place.
They are.
I'm pretty sure isn't.
I'm going to double check.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. I think it is a Warrior. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
Warrior. So you're right. It would have been exactly 8,000.
Yeah.
Thanks to Tenkis.
Yeah, I mean, it probably won't matter, but you do give him a turn to draw that Grasslook screener.
Yeah, he ended up drawing only a Terror Top.
Yeah,
and
which
we know that's irrelevant because
of the dimensional
barrier is
Yeah.
face down on Thrasher's field. So as soon as he makes an Xyz monster, I think he'll realize he's defeated.
Attention duelists participating in UES qualifier number 1.
Well, if he gets to make an Exceed monster, he's actually probably not defeated. Because if he lets him progress further, you just stack Totem Bird, and then so suddenly you cut off whatever trap card that is, and then you normal summon your Rapier.
You're right. So if he goes for Totem Bird here, actually, he can turn it around. Well, actually, he can't really, though, because Trident's
Dryden's with
take it
Whiptails,
down,
yeah.
because Whiptail
Oh,
is
yeah,
still
he
in his
knows
hand.
there's a Whiptail in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now here comes Rapier. Now we're going to see Dimensional Barrier end it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's rough.
So Murakami passes his turn. He decides not to concede, to stay in the duel. But
Yeah, I mean, they
We
finished
know it's
game 1 so
over.
fast, this game's
Yeah.
going so fast. If you get to see any extra cards, it's worthwhile.
yeah,
Murakami just asked how much time is left to even see if this is the plan he should have.
I mean, if he thinks he might survive one more turn, he certainly should not concede, because if he gets that Grasslook screener, it's a whole new game.
That is true.
Since Thrasher really failed to do any damage on his last turn,
Yeah.
Murakami's still looking pretty strong in life points, so he could survive. He doesn't know what Thrasher has in hand.
That is true. Chooses to stack Broad Bull and then Tiger Mortar. Going to detach the Trident to get, looks like Thoroughblade back. He can use that Tenki now
He
if he wants to.
could,
Attention duelists.
and he hasn't summoned yet, right?
Yeah, but if his normal summon should be on Whiptail. If he's trying to do maximum damage, then normal
Yeah.
summoning Whiptail's the best. But if he's trying to banish the opposing monster, then it's probably better to equip the Whiptail like that.
I guess he has no more Whiptails in his deck to get with Tenki.
Perhaps.
Otherwise, he could have gotten the best of both worlds. He
Yeah.
could have summoned a Tenki, summoned a Whiptail.
Yeah, and equipped and just hit first. Standby face, anti-spell fragrance. That is going to cut off any top deck
Yeah,
Murakami could have.
I guess he didn't have to worry about that Grasslook screener.
Yeah. Now we're going to game 3, so duels will adjust their side decks, or adjust their main decks more so once again.
Yep. And they will certainly be cognizant of the fact that they are now switching who goes first.
Yeah. Fortnite is actually very powerful going first because of Void Feast. Anytime you get to resolve a Void Feast, you put your opponent so far behind. And if you open Rapier plus Void Feast, nothing but money.
Yeah. First turn, that Grasslook screener is extremely strong, too, especially
Yeah.
if you're throwing a snow or something into the graveyard.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. Yeah, we saw a lot of the Lightsworn strategy yesterday, the 60-card that Grass looks like strategy. It can use Fairy Tale Snow very well because it uses Fairy Tale Snow in a variety of ways, right? As an attacker, as a defender, and as a material, as a way of disruption. While in the Infernoid version of the deck, you don't get to use it as a material as often because you're not really making rank 4s. What you do get to take advantage of is the fact that you contribute it off with your Infernoids and get multiple uses out of the same snow in the same turn. So if you have a larger Infernoid that contribute during your own turn, during your battle phase, you contribute it off and resummon it to deal more damage. Or during your opponent's turn, you contribute it off, banish one of their cards from their graveyard, and bring it back to disrupt them twice. So this is one of the more powerful Fairy Tale Snow strategies. This one and the Lightsworn deck,
Yeah.
I think, are the two strongest by far. I was actually talking to Jerome yesterday. The reason that Fairy Tale Snow banishes 7 cards. Do you know why he banishes 7 cards?
I do not, but I'm hoping it's some nice fairy tale story.
Yeah, well, Fairy Tale Snow, based off Snow White. 7 dwarves, 7 cards. There you go.
Ah.
Crazy. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Do you think if you're a Thrasher, you keep Anti-Spell Fragrance in your deck going second?
Going second.
And Imperial Iron Wall. Do you keep all these powerful continuous spells in your deck, or continuous traps more so?
I would definitely keep Imperial Iron Wall because if the opponent doesn't have an incredible
Iron Wall is great.
As long as your opponent doesn't have an incredible first turn, and even if they do,
yeah, as long as you seize back the board, Imperial Iron Wall is a way to
lock them out. Anti-Spell Fragrance, on the other hand, that I'm not so sure if I keep in.
I feel like a lot of the times we get into those situations where we're talking about mid-game all the time. Well, if he draws that grass looks greener, he probably has this. But that cuts it off. We also haven't seen Thrasher's main deck DD Crows at all, which would have been great in this matchup.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm sure he's keeping them in, so maybe we'll see it in the third duel.
Yeah. Are there any other interesting extra deck choices? It's cool to see Rhapsody and Berserk. Thrasher definitely prepared for the graveyard-based strategies. Saw, Paleozoics won YCS Atlanta. Even though it doesn't seem like it's the most graveyard-based it is, being able to, Rhapsody them when you're open or DD Crow a key card, pretty important.
I think Rhapsody is a good choice for this weekend because of the fact that Paleozoic Frogs are a relevant deck, and Infernoid seems to be picking up some steam.
Yeah.
The
slots in the extra deck are getting smaller and smaller, though. We saw how there was a lot of variety the first weekend, but because I feel like one reason he might have room for this is because he doesn't include Norden, for example. He doesn't need it for the fusion substitute combo, so that's one less card. But he also does have the Stardust Dragon in his extra deck, so he basically has 2 flex slots. I think that's typically because you want to play your 8 Zodiac Xyz monsters, your 2 Daigusto Emeralds. You need Totem Bird and MX Saber Invoker. You want Gaga Samurai, so that gives you 2 slots to sort of play within your Zodiac deck. One of those is normally taken out by Elder Entity Norden, so you really get 1 slot. And a lot of times we'll just see a 3rd copy of one of the Zodiac Exceeds, like a 3rd Trident or a 3rd Broad Bull, whichever the player prefers. Or, we'll see a Techie rank 4 Exceeds. We won't see the Utopia Lightning package anymore because it takes 2 slots, but Rhapsody and Berserk could be just one of those that are very powerful choice when you expect a lot of graveyard strategies. It's also fine in the Zodiac mirror, I think, that like mid-game, if you can banish the 1 Rapier they have in their graveyard that they were relying on, not the worst, because then even if they get a Rapier from their deck, they can't special summon 2 more. I'm also just waiting to see a Rhapsody equip itself to a Gaga Samurai, because that sounds like the coolest thing you can do.
Extra attack points, attacking twice?
Yeah.
The coolest thing is the Cat Shark.
Oh, yeah. Cat Shark Daigusto Phoenix?
Yeah.
Or Cat Shark, you're talking Cat Shark Gaga Samurai.
Either, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You could do either.
Yeah. It's hard for a strategy me making rank 2s and rank 4s, so that's why I feel like you see the Phoenix Cat Shark more often. But yeah, very similar.
We saw that on stream recently, though, right? The Cat Shark.
I believe
Samurai.
at YCS Atlanta, most likely, or YCS Seattle, one of the 2. All right, looking at his hand, Thrasher has Artifact Lancia, Speedroid Terratop, 2 copies of Forbidden Chalice, and Zodiac Barrage. So a pretty good hand going second. On Murakami's end, it looks like he has Whiptail, Maxi, Decatron, and 1-for-1 with that Tenki he started the turn with. So his hand is also pretty good. The Maxi is definitely going to be a game changer here. Special summon that Rap here and probably make Daigusto Emerald and shuffle these back. I wonder at what point would Murakami rather summon Bujinte Kagutsuchi over Daigusto Emerald?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah. I feel like with if you had played combo in your deck, then you could just summon Kagutsuchi almost every time.
Even so, I feel like sometimes sending 5 cards from the top of your deck to your graveyard is far more valuable than drawing 1.
Yeah, well, I think it's more so recycling the Zodiacs that's the important part, right?
That's probably true. And also, in this particular instance, he has no trap cards in his hand.
Yeah, so he's trying to draw a stopper.
To draw 1, yeah. You're not going to draw 1 with Kagutsuchi.
Right.
At best, you might send a Snow to the graveyard. And
or like a large Infernoid and some other Infernoids to special summon disrupt your opponent, right?
That's true, too.
Yeah. But yeah, you'd have to basically get lucky. He drew Tiki Tomborg, but that's not going to be long for this world, is he?
No.
Discards it for 1/1. Feed it to the Infernoid Menace.
Goes right into Decatron. Decatron's effect activates. He gets to send Anunku to the graveyard.
So that's going to negate spell and traps, right?
Yeah, so now he gets to imitate its effect.
Yeah, interesting thing about Anunku and Deviati, they negate the opposite of what they destroy, and that's the easiest way to remember it. Anunku destroys monsters, negates spell and traps. Deviati negates spell and traps, or destroys spell and traps and negates monsters.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you're looking for any way for any of these cards to matter, stop looking. Or it makes sense for some not matter.
Yeah. The good news is there's only 11 of them.
Yes, only 11.
It's one of each level.
Yep, you can't even count them on both hands. So, one interesting thing to note is even though Artifact Lancia could prevent the activation of an Anunku or Deviati, Artifact Lancia can't be activated during Thrasher's own turn, so that will only come up if he's trying to do so during Murakami's. Oh, Andy drew Maxi a little too late.
Thrasher combines, well, he's contemplating combining Terratot with Tekenenborg. He's vulnerable to Trident. Well, he appears vulnerable to Trident, but he actually has Forbidden Chalice to negate it.
Yeah.
So,
but the Chalice will be stopped by the Decatron copy of Nunku, but he has a second
then
copy
he has
of
a
Chalice.
second Chalice, yeah. But that's a lot of cards he'd be using.
Yeah, he could also go and just, well, when he activates Trident and the Forbidden Chalice is targeting Trident, he could just Nunku and tribute away the Trident to make it so it just gets completely dodged by Forbidden Chalice. So
that's
so it's like a double way to, yeah, see, that seems like it could be an error right there, just snap trimming off Decatron, but we'll see.
See, our Chalice tries to negate Trident. Murakami tributes his Decatron, whose name is actually Anunku, to negate it. And now Thrasher is considering using another Chalice to negate Trident again. But like you said, had he tributed the Trident instead, he would have actually just gotten it off the field.
Yeah.
So it couldn't be stopped.
Is it a Decatron who's actually a Nunku, or is it an Nunku that's actually a Decatron?
I think it copies the name, if that's your question.
No, more so which one is it actually? But does not matter too much.
Well, its name is Anunku, I think, right?
Yeah, I was just making a joke, but it's okay.
I got it, but it's a very technical question.
Yeah. Oh, Maxi.
I guess it's an Anunku who used to be a Decatron.
Who used to be. Okay.
Yeah.
I like that phrasing much more than is actually.
So this Invoker isn't the end of the world for Murakami, who has Maxi.
Yeah, thankfully, this Maxi is going to stifle Thrasher quite a bit.
Now Thrasher just doesn't know what to take. He's probably going to get Thoroughblade, right?
He could. What's in his hand? Well, he doesn't have a Zodiac card to discard unless he's trying to discard Barrage, so he might just get Rapier so that if he draws a Zodiac, he can just Tiger Mortar into it. But
yeah.
Like, I just don't think you want to discard Zodiac Barrage. You could. I don't think it's the worst, but I think just getting Rapier to the graveyard isn't really a bad deal either.
Yeah. He agrees with you. He's probably not going to put monsters on top of the Rapier, because then Murakami would draw more cards. Well, proves me wrong.
Yep,
It was right into Borbo, straight into Tiger Mortar, so that's 2 more cards for Murakami. Do you agree with that play?
I mean, it looks like he's just going for it. Does he have an OTK with...
I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe I'm just not seeing it.
I don't know. That Dryden does have 900 attack, right? Or no, it is 500.
What Dryden? Murakami's Dryden has 100
I don't know
attack.
if I use this as special or this as special. I just detach just to search. I don't know. I don't know if I use this as special or.
So you went into Borbo, and then you went into Tiger Mortar.
Borbo. And Tiger. I think I detached this to special this. Maybe this. Detach to special.
All right, they're just clarifying the
You
sequence.
guys maintain the game state.
So he goes with Broad Bull, special summons another Rap here. Then uses Broad Bull's effect to grab a Whiptail from his deck. There.
I mean, he can barrage for a Whiptail, right? That's 2,400 damage. The Whiptail in his hand is another 2,400, so that's 36. The Gaga Samurai is 3,800.
Has he summoned this turn?
Yeah, draws.
No.
So I think he actually can win this turn.
Yeah. Murakami draws Fairytale Snow, quickly reads it to see if he can activate it from his hand. Spoiler alert, you can't. It's only in the graveyard.
So let's see, if he makes a Samurai and a Grident, the Grident will clear the Emerald. Samurai's 38 plus Invoker's 16. It's 54.
I mean, it should be it. If he can barrage for a Whiptail and normal summon Whiptail, that's definitely it, right?
Yeah, because that's already 78 plus the 1,200 from when he attaches it to Grident. So you're right. Clearly go. Oh, you're right though. The Grident does have 400 attack plus the 100 from the Tenki. So the Chalice boost and the Tenki boost.
Yeah, but it shouldn't matter still.
You're right. It doesn't.
Yeah, like you don't see barrage for Whiptail too often, but when you do it, someone's usually dead.
He goes for Emerald.
Interesting. Second time he's passing up OTKing Murakami. I guess he could just be trying to play around Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit or something, but I feel like after giving your opponent that many cards, it's rough. Maybe it's still game with this line.
How is that possible? How is he going to make another rank 4?
Well, I mean, are you sure that the double Whiptail just isn't enough on its own? Like, it's 24. Like each one represents 2,400, right? So that's 4,800, and then another
That's
16 is 64, and then 18 is
82, but then he needs to get over the 500 Grident.
Yeah, which doesn't happen.
So that's
so
only
it's
7,700 damage.
Yeah.
Barrage is for Whiptail. He gets to use Barrage.
Did he draw another Whiptail off
material.
Daigusto Emerald? No, right?
Oh, let's see.
No.
No, he just has one Whiptail in hand.
All right. The judge is trying to get every card in Murakami's hand down. Murakami jokingly jests, "Do you want to hold my hand?" It's a little big. Yeah, now Thrasher chooses to take out the life pad and do some math.
It's a little bit late for that.
Yep.
I can't see Murakami's hand right now, but I'm willing to bet at least one card in it will destroy Thrasher's field.
Yeah, I think...
Actually, he has an Ananku in the graveyard, so that card will do it.
Instantly. Yeah, this is going to be a hard one for sure. I think Thrasher now realizes that he's shy on damage because of the decision he made. Yep, that is the face. That he realizes making Daigusto Emerald was not it. Not the business. But this is what it takes to become the ultimate duelist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every play counts.
Yep. Best thing you can do from this point is try to find either a way to OTK your opponent that you maybe didn't see before, or put yourself in the best position to keep going on. Regardless, he's probably losing this game, but he just shouldn't let this tilt him for the rest of the rounds.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's looking, but he's not finding.
Is that 600?
It's at 500, not 6.
Oh, 500?
Yeah.
Fuck, I should have made Samurai.
Okay, all good.
I haven't normal summoned.
No, you did Terra Top. Everything is done off Invoker, and then Barrage.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's somehow able to, like, Lancia Murakami at the beginning of his turn. And then just not have enough, like, hope Murakami just doesn't have enough action to, like, make anything happen.
2012.
There's the normal summon.
He's going to push as much damage as he can because why not? He's committed.
Yep, so that's 1,100 right there. 18. So 29 so far. 12 will put it to 41. Another 12 will put it to 53.
What was that leave yet?
I should be after this, all this should be at 300.
Yeah, Murakami already did the math. I know this is not a game, and that's why I'm smiling. But
oh, I thought he was just smiling because he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cards in his hand.
Yeah, but yeah, see, Thrasher still has Strike and Maxi, so I don't know. He needs a way to clear the field and maybe get Snow into the graveyard.
The good news for Thrasher is now that he let Murakami draw so many cards, that grass look screener is not quite as powerful.
You're right. Instead, all the cards are in his hand.
Yes.
I think I'm pretty sure it's this.
At this point, I think the judge might just need to give up on recording all these cards, and we'll just see what action hits the table.
So he doesn't have a clean board wipe in his hand, but he has the Anunku in his graveyard that he could easily summon.
Well, no, he can't because he's under Lancia.
Oh, he used the Lancia.
Yeah, so
okay,
Thrasher might still just steal
so
this.
Yeah, it's possible.
The sequence you have to go with has to be somehow you need to bait Trident, and then your turn needs to end with Void Evanishment. Did he draw his Jet? No, but he drew 2 Decatrons.
Yeah, it's possible Murakami still loses.
I'm going to max it.
No fight.
So Thrasher used Maxi immediately, realizing he needs to survive a turn to win.
Yeah.
Might as well get as many cards as he can now to try to deal 300 points of damage on his next turn.
Normal summon very Cell Snow. I assume activating its effect.
Yeah, I would assume he hits Trident to get its effect out of the way for the turn.
Thrasher checking to make sure that Snow can activate when it's normal summoned.
Spoiler, it can.
I'm a fan of the spoilers. Not so much for fairy tales, but if there's any time I give a spoiler.
No, I guess I'll book it.
Like if he attacks him, you can't answer that.
I'm sorry?
Does this affect? You can't answer that?
I'm not, no, we're not allowed to
You
answer
need to
questions
book
about
it. So if I kill this, you won't be able to.
So they're talking about whether or not the Whiptail works
Because of
to give
artifact
Trident's
Lancia?
effect due to Lancia's effect preventing the banishing.
Entry is $12. You get 3 packs for entry. If you're interested, registration does close in 5 minutes.
That's time. That probably means Murakami is not coming out of this.
Well,
What is that Snow just needs to do everything and more right now, and it probably can because of how many cards Murakami has. Because he's going to discard half of his hand to his graveyard. So
yeah, we'll see.
you'll be able to dimensional barrier your Xyz as well, and you'll have Void Vanishment.
Yeah.
Has the Trident activated yet? Actually,
It hasn't, which is why I'm surprised he's not just bringing Snow back, unless he doesn't have 7 cards.
well, no, Lancia still.
Oh, you're right. He can't even
Yeah.
bring Snow back. All right, that Lancia is huge. I forgot. It doesn't just stop the Infernoids.
No, it does not.
So that's that explains why Thrasher used Solemn Strike. to stop the snow. He wants to keep his Trident on the field, especially since the Whiptails are no longer allowing the Trident to banish cards from the field because Lance is preventing that. And Lance is affecting everything this turn.
Yeah.
Does Murakami have fewer cards in his deck than Thrasher? Is that why he's not using that Grasslook Screener? Or is it just sort of a useless card because you can't banish anything anyway?
I think you'd still want to use it in case you hit another snow or just hit any cards. You know what I mean? Like, any number of cards in your graveyard means additional snow activations.
Later.
Yes. Like the following turn.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see it later in the turn.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, no. He's using it right now.
Have you gotten a slow play running this tournament?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I think when you're through this many cards, it might be easier to just count your
I
deck.
have 40.
He has a 40-card deck. So that means all we have to do is count how many cards that Thrasher has in play and like hand graveyard, and that should be how many cards he sends.
That's 12.
Wow.
Well, a
That
bunch of
was a
Infernoids,
lot of
so that's
Infernoids.
good. But he still needs to survive for a turn.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Now I can discard that second copy of that Grasslook Screener, though, to the Imagination.
Yeah, I would imagine that'll happen.
Oh. That would have been a much better pun if I accidentally didn't call that Imagination the Vanishment, but
So 0, 1, 2, 3.
it's as if your pun was so well placed, suddenly it vanished. Who knew?
Couldn't miss the opportunity.
Yeah, it was a good one. Unfortunately, I botched it for you. He's gonna set a bunch of cards.
Now you set me up for it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the card name being wrong.
Yeah, the card text of every card is public knowledge.
What's up?
For Void Feast.
So you bring it on.
Yep.
So-
Thrasher's just asking what the text on Void Feast is.
He's contemplating destroying the Void Vanishment in order to prevent the Void Feast from coming out.
We'll continue.
What's a good medium?
We can bring that up on our screen also.
Yeah, Void Feast. We've been talking about it a lot. If you remember Gear, this card is much stronger.
I remember Gear.
Yeah.
That card was insane.
Yep. What if I told you Gear could get 3 monsters, 2 that negate things, and you put enough fuel in your graveyard to summon back a Dark Hole effect monster who can also negate spell traps?
That would be quite impressive.
Yeah. Nuku is just such a powerful card. When
really
you summon
is.
a Nuku, they're responding anyway. You just tribute off and stop whatever they had to stop it. It's like if they Forbidden Chalice it when it comes out, you just negate their own Chalice and it still goes off. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like the only thing it can't stop is things like Solemn Strike, like counter traps.
Right. And that's usually what hits
there's
it.
Imperial Iron Wall. Oh my goodness.
Murakami's going to need more than one turn.
Well, time was called, right? So this is
Yes.
turn. Murakami was 0, so this is 1, I believe.
I think time was called on this turn, right?
On Murakami's turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was 0, and now this is 1.
Oh, they're still in his turn.
Oh, no,
I
no,
mean,
no.
he passed his turn.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Thrasher's turn 1,
Then, yeah.
right? Because it's 0, 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, but I mean, before, yeah, you're right. Thrasher drew Imperial Iron Wall in his own draw phase.
Yeah.
It wasn't off of Maxi.
Yeah.
It's certainly very problematic for Murakami. Before, the goal was just survive through Thrasher's next turn, then I'll be free to banish cards and I can probably win. But with Imperial Iron Wall on Thrasher's side now, Murakami's odds of success are not as high.
Yeah.
It's not looking good.
Definitely not. Does he have a... well, he has Decatron in his hand, right? And Decatron can copy an effect to destroy it.
That's true. He can copy Petulia
Yeah.
and destroy it. Yeah, we might actually
Because he
see that.
can Fairy Tale Snow the Dryden down if he waits towards the end of it. Like, because he Dimensional Buried, so he doesn't have to worry about dealing damage to him. So he could just use the Fairy Tale Snow to set the Dryden down so that his Decatron doesn't get stopped, and he's able to destroy the Iron Wall and then try to go off like that. But it's still rough because we're in time.
Yeah. Down?
The normal summon activates effect to send a combo to his graveyard.
Sure, why not?
It's a little rough when you're in time, normal summoning a 0-attack monster.
Yeah.
You can't use it to turn this turn, right?
Yeah. Except the turn since the graveyard. I only have
I doubt that'll break him, though. He's ahead by so many life points. Either Murakami's going to have a big play that'll...
I actually think the 0... Oh, I understand what you're saying.
That'll deal with the field and let him come ahead, or...
Yeah, I mean, Onuku's probably coming down. Like, that's...
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's not like he's going to summon a monster that has 6,200 or more attack points and just attack over the rat. To
Right
tie it
here,
up
so,
or
so
win.
perfectly he gets to activate Fairytale Snow. He's not going to book that down. If this is some way of Thrasher feigning...
Where's my Blackhawk?
Anywhere. Just like
Because doesn't Fairytale Snow have 1850?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so it doesn't need to set Daigusto Arm Roll.
Oh, is that what he targeted?
When he activated it, Thrasher just flipped it down, but maybe that is what... I'm unsure. But that's definitely a way to lose this game.
I mean, the Emerald does have the most attack points.
Yeah, but it can't attack over the Fairytale Snow.
No, nothing can.
Yeah, so he would want to set the Dryden so that the Dryden couldn't disrupt him the following turn.
Does he have another snow, maybe?
No, he does not.
Yeah, that's very bizarre.
A combo?
Hold on.
Earth.
oh, what'd you draw for
Me? Oh. Something different.
Oh, he's going to use the effect during the standby phase? Okay.
The effect of Dryden to destroy snow?
Yes, because he's going to Imperial Iron Wall to try to lock it down, but this is just going to end horribly.
Yeah, because then Murakami will know that it's an Imperial Iron Wall on Thrasher's field, and now he can work on destroying it. So he can...
Yeah. So this is a cool chain link, but other than how cool the chain links are, it doesn't really do too much.
So now, is there, as long as there's a Peculia back is still in Murakami's deck, he'll be able to Decatron for it.
What's Antra's effect?
Anchor hits set cards.
Set cards? Yeah.
Not that one card.
Oh wait, no, Anchor's face up card.
Yeah, so Antra...
Pyramus is set cards.
Okay, so Antra can just answer Imperial Iron Wall on its own.
Yes, so he could either do Anchor or Peculia.
2,
Yes.
3, 4.
Oh, and he already has the Anchor.
Yeah, this...
Oh, but he can't summon it. No, well, he would need to Decatron because he can't summon it.
because
Because of the
it can't be
Imperial Iron
normal
Wall.
summon.
So
Yeah,
Decatron's the only way to do this.
Yeah.
But he needs... Oh, he has...
Petra's right at the bottom.
Yeah, he has Peculia in the deck.
Yeah.
It's the last card. He wasn't anywhere close to sending it to the graveyard.
Yeah.
So Decatron will copy the Peculia, destroy the Imperial Iron Wall, and now he's free to do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
So now the
And
question is, what does he want to do?
Well, what he wants to do is... I don't know if that's actually... Oh, no. Okay, so what he wants to do probably from here is he could activate Fairytale Snow and, like, set his own monster, maybe. Oh, no, he has Barrage. Never mind.
He could...
So what he needed to do was Onuku and then get rid of his Onuku.
Yeah.
He could have done that by Fairytale Snowing his own monster and then bringing back a different Infernoid, attacking with both, and then using that Infernoid to tribute off the Fairytale Snow and dealing more damage with it like that. But this should just do it anyway. This should just be game.
65, 300.
365, yeah.
I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
I didn't realize he had the Barrage to get rid of the Onunku. He can't summon more Infernoids once he has 8 or more stars on his field.
Yeah,
Levels or
Murakami has
ranks for
managed to
effect
wriggle
monsters.
his way out of this one. That's crazy.
He did. Thrasher passed up a big opportunity to win.
Yeah, 2 games in a row he passed up an opportunity to OTK.
So...
Like, the first time it might have been some consideration for Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, but I don't know.
We are also still taking signs
He summons Anonku back to the field.
Our win at Light, Studio Day, and Battle City.
He's going to use Broad Bolt to special summon a Rapier and search a Whiptail.
He wants to get the Anonku out there while he has 8 or fewer stars on his field.
The Dark Magician and Blue Eyes win that for first place, and everyone who enters gets the Dark Side of Dimensions BB token.
Combines the Rapiers for Samurai, so now he has 6,800 damage on the field, which is more than enough to wipe out Thresher's 6,500 life points.
Yeah.
He's going to keep going anyway. And that's it.
What's up?
Yeah.
Oh, it's save for the
And now Thrasher's also lamenting the fact that he didn't save Dryden's effect.
Yeah.
Just tried to pop the snow.
Yeah, it's definitely rough. But
Yeah, if you made the samurai,
I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles. Like, can't do anything about it. He didn't choose to. It didn't look like he picked up his pad to do math until after he did a bunch of things. Like the first thing you do, my opponent doesn't have any ways to interact with me on the field. Can I just kill him?
Yeah.
That should be your first question.
So he let Murakami draw about 10 cards and then tried to figure it out.
Yeah, basically.
So,
well, it wasn't even letting him draw 10 cards. It was. He also just summoned Daigusto Emerald. He could have let him draw 10 cards, just stopped in the middle of it and been like, wait, is Daigusto Emerald better? Let me check the math now. But yeah, I mean, it happens.
it happens.
It just shows sequencing is so important, and understanding where you're going to end up is half of the battle.
Yeah, and it's a long tournament. This is round 10 already.
Yeah.
So he's played 9 non-stop rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yesterday.
Mm-hmm. I mean, albeit he didn't get a night's rest, but
maybe.
Yeah, you're right. That it is still a mentally exhausting weekend.
Maybe he got a night's rest.
Yeah.
We are in Vegas, so
That could be true, yes.
but it's tiring, and Thrasher suffered the consequence of that.
Yeah. Could we see Murakami win a second belt? Could he be the first 2-time UDS champion?
He might. He thrashed Thrasher there.
Yeah, he would have one of each belt, too. He would have the original Millennium belt as well as the Blue Eyes belt.
Very cool.
So, super cool. So, based on yesterday, based on this, what do you think is better, the 60-card Infernoid Zodiac deck, or Zodiac Infernoid deck, or the 60-card Lightsworn Zombie deck?
I think the Lightsworn Zombie deck is definitely cooler. I like it better.
Okay.
Is it stronger? Probably not, because I feel like an activation of that grass looks greener in Infernoids is a more powerful play.
I could see that being true. I feel like you have to get a little luckier in the other deck, right? Because you need to hit specific cards, like you need to hit Wolves and things like that, Mizuki. But this one, hitting any Infernoid is basically hitting a resource,
exactly,
right?
And that's so many cards from your deck.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I could see that being the case for certain.
How about you?
I would also probably give it to Infernoid, but more so for the Void Spell and Traps, and less so for the that Grass Lux Arena. But the big difference, I think, is that by playing the Lightsworn version, you don't have as many sort of dead hands as the Infernoid version does.
That's
Because
true.
Infernoids can just draw a bunch of Infernoids and just not do a lot. And the other deck, you can draw Wolves, but other than those 3 Wolves, everything else is basically gas, right?
You can still play cards.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why the other one actually might be the more consistent strategy, albeit less powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah. This deck, you also have to factor in that, if I draw just Void Vanishment turn 1, right? That's a lot going on just for one card without anything, but I don't know. I kind of like the other one because I feel like it also rewards you for playing well a bit better than the Inferno deck can. Not that, playing this deck perfectly can't get you certain things, but there's I think there's probably maybe a little bit higher of a cap on the other deck in terms of what you can do, just because your cards aren't they aren't theme based with Infernoids, right? So Infernoids do very similar things, so your options are less. But since the other cards, you have so much versatility in terms of what you can do, different rank 4s you can make and stuff like that. The other strategy can you can play certain games. You can play games completely differently, whereas the Inferno deck can't play games as differently. They'll just always lose to an Iron Wall, right? Where the other deck, I can do this, this, and this, get around an Iron Wall, things like that.
Normal summon Lila, destroy Iron Wall.
Or but I think the other deck just has more plans of attack, basically.
Right. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah. Well, that's all we have for you for this round. We are going to cut to a quick break. We'll get an interview with our UDS LA champion, Murakami, and then we'll be right back with more jam-packed action, so make sure to stay tuned.
Attention duelists around the world. Attention duelists around the world. Thanks to cutting-edge Kaiba Corp technology, you can now duel on your smartphone. Ready? Check this out, everyone. Write the next chapter in dueling history. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Here I go. It's my turn. My turn!
It's my turn.
Play as your favorite character and win your duels. Not a single card can stand up to this. Build your strongest deck and summon your legendary monsters. I call on Blue Eyes White Dragon. White Lightning! Duels are now in the palm of your hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Make your move because it's time to duel.
Barbecue and then just came back. So, that was a roller coaster to say the least. How did any of that feel? He passed up gaming you 2 times, once during game 2 and once during game 3. Were there any highlights of that match that you feel like went ways that you just didn't expect them to, or?
Well, especially that game 3, because I thought I won when I saw my hand, and then because he's playing Pierzu, so like I didn't think he'd kill me. So I maxed C, and then when he kept going off, I'm like, oh, I don't play Ghost Ogre or anything, so he could probably actually kill me. But yeah, I got lucky. He messed up, so worked out in my favor.
I mean, better lucky than good. It takes a lot to be a UDS champion, right?
Yeah.
So how excited would you be to earn a second belt?
Unbelievable. Like, yeah, I can't describe it. That'd be awesome.
Okay, last question. Do you think the first belt or the second belt is cooler in your opinion?
I like the second belt the way it looks, because like the first belt's in my room, so you know, I'm like staring at it a lot, so it'd be nice to have a change of scenery, I guess.
I understand. The grass always looks greener, right? Yep. All right, well, good luck in the rest of the tournament, man. We'll be back to you with round 11 shortly, so make sure to stay tuned.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Fusion Enforcers! Call upon magical new monsters so you can unleash their fusion power. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. And master the storm with Raging Tempest. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. The original Duelists are back! You can collect Yugi Moto's 5 new Magician Girl monsters, plus Seto Kaiba's Blue Eyes Dragons, and the Egyptian Cubic monsters of New Villain Igami. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions Movie Pack Gold Edition. 5 cards per pack, 3 packs per box, each box sold separately.
It's time to duel! Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions. January 27th. Rated PG. Free exclusive Yu-Gi-Oh! Card with ticket purchase.
So normally when I think about Speedroids, I think of the combo with Terror Top and Machine Duplication that you use to turbo out a series of level 6 Stardust Charge Warrior, draw a card, level 7 whatever, upgrade into Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon.
Yeah.
But we're not going to see that here. Instead we're seeing Reborn Tengu, followed up by Speedroid Ketemborg, which could be special summoned if you have any wind monster on the field.
Yep, and he's using the effect of Speedroid Ketemborg that many duels probably don't even know about.
Let's go ahead and bring it up.
Yeah, for as popular as Speedroid Terratop and Speedroid Ketemborg are, like probably top 3 most played monsters right now.
Nobody really knows that it has another effect, and that is to tribute it, summon a Speedroid Tuner.
Yeah.
And he took Den Daiko Duke, which is actually, I really like Den Daiko Duke, because he gets you multiple summons. If he's in the graveyard, you can banish him to special summon a Speedroid from your hand or graveyard.
Ooh.
So he can get cards out of your hand, but he can also get them back from the graveyard.
Yeah, that's super strong, especially with Reborn Tengu. That seems like a key part of his combo, I think. If he starts with Reborn Tengu, that's how he gets these additional materials, and then he can Den Daiko Duke out another tuner or something and just keep it going.
And we're seeing it right now.
Yep.
Clearwing Synchro Dragon's on the board, and it's joined by the first of the extra Reborn Tengus from the deck.
Yeah.
He's essentially trying to do the whole Zodiac thing. Well, Reborn Tengu was Ratpier before Ratpier, is what I'm trying to say here.
I remember Reborn Tengu just being a dominant force for so long around 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Like, such a powerful threat. Now, maybe this could be the resurgence of Reborn Tengu.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
All right, so Reynolds is taking another look at the Dengen Daiko Duke. And we'll go ahead and bring that up for you again. There it is.
Restriction on like if it was sent there that turn. So
Oh, no,
you're good.
I'm good.
Just curious.
Yeah.
And we do see from his hand, let's bring that up, that he has
Red-eyed dice.
red-eyed dice, so
Yeah.
he could use it right now.
Yeah.
No speedroids on the field, so he can't modify any levels, but he can still upgrade.
Yeah. Does he use TG Hyper Librarian or anything? No.
At least this one can.
Unlikely.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got 2 wind level 5s.
Are there limitations for the Speedroids only being able to summon wind monsters or anything?
So
along
after
those
you
lines?
use the Kettenborg, you can only summon wind monsters for the rest
That
of the
makes
turn.
sense, yeah.
You have 2 cards in hand. 2 cards.
2 cards in hand, and we know here one of them is Maxi.
Yeah, that's going to be devastating.
Reynolds starts off with Book of Moon, turns that Crystal Wing face down, so he's going to be able to get his monster effects
My cards
through.
are always all over the place.
Starts with the rat, and in fact he started with 2 rats.
Yeah. Not the worst because Rapier can still special summon Rapiers from hand.
Right.
But
It's just
losing
not-
a card during
yeah.
your combo, not ideal.
It just really hurts every time
Yeah.
you do it. It's like opening with the 1 to Kettenborg and decks that aren't speedroids.
Exactly. And not a lot of decks can get the Tekkenborg out of their hand. Like either Daigusto Emerald usually is the wind, or the Metal Foes deck can too because of Magic Spectre Bumbuku or something. But let's see. Starts with Rapier. Kicks.
Welcome back to round 11 of the Ultimate Duelist Series Invitational here in Las Vegas. We have 2 duelists in our round 11 feature match, Corey Nakata and Andrew Fridella, who are both currently 8-2. Nakata is using a Metal Foes deck with Balbaboon, similar to the deck we saw yesterday that Anthony Tekela played, with 60 cards that uses a lot of searching abilities to take advantage of that higher deck size so that he can grab the cards he wants as he needs them and keep Metal Foes cards in his deck so that he's able to pull them with the abilities of his Metal Foes Pendulum monsters. Della is using a more standard Zodiac deck featuring 41 cards for maximum consistency. I guess maximum would really be 40, but leaving himself vulnerable to that grass looks greener, which will not be a factor in this match since neither duelist uses it.
I do wonder if Fridella will know right away that he's not playing against one of the standard 60-card decks, and it's in fact something completely different.
Yes.
I really like Balbaboon in a deck this size. When you have this many cards and you're not using Grass Looks Greener, you need as much card filtering and card quality effects as you can possibly get, and Balbaboon helps a lot with that. So let's see how this is all going to play out by heading down to the table.
It's time to duel. Balbaboon is particularly strong in Metal Foes because a lot of times you want to send back the Metal Foes spell and trap cards that you draw to your deck so that you can search for them with the effects of your Pendulum monsters.
And Nakata starting off with Zodiac Barrage. Pretty good. Summons Rapier to the field. So Balbaboon, if you're unfamiliar, this is one of the cards that we have pulled forward from the Maximum Crisis set to put in a Raging Tempest Special Edition. We always like to pick something that'd be a little interesting to have now instead of 2 or 3 months from now, just to shake things up a little bit.
Yeah. And Balbaboon is certainly doing that. So Nakata's actually using a very slim Zodiac lineup.
Yeah, I think he's just got the 1 Whiptail with 3 Rapier and Barrage. As Nakata continues his combo. This has been the new, kind of the new thing that I'm seeing a lot of today that I didn't see a lot of in the previous events, is Borbo into Broadbull, as opposed to Borbo into Tiger Mortar and then into Broadbull. It just saves you special summons.
Well before the 11 o'clock open of registration.
Also in San Luis, he's already got Fusion Substitute. No need to go and get Lunalight Black Sheep.
Yeah. Losing out on his Rapier is problematic.
Ah, yes. Got the main deck DD Crow from Fridella.
Yeah. He didn't normal summon yet, though, so he normal summons Whiptail, then upgrades Tiger Mortar into Trident.
That's an interesting choice. So Fridella has a split of a number of different monsters that he can use from his hand. He's got Maxi and Ghost Ogre and DD Crow. One of the great things about the Zodiac cards is that the number of them you actually have to play is so small that you have a lot of room to main deck cards like that without losing out on your consistency.
Yeah.
Got to switch his gears a little bit. See, he has put one Metal Foes in as a scale. Looks like stealing, level 2.
How did that Gold Driver get in his extra deck? Did he play it?
I believe he did.
So he uses Fusion Substitute. He's going to special summon Norden and then use Norden's effect. Special summon Rapier back from the graveyard. Gonna combine his 2 monsters to Exceed Summon, likely Broadbull.
Checking real fast to make sure that he can actually do the combo, which I don't know that he can due to the DD Crow.
Ah, that's right. So he goes for the Emerald to take the draw.
Puts 1/2, 2 Exceed monsters back in the extra deck, and returns Whiptail to the deck. Norden needs to stay there. You saw he was considering putting it back, but it does need to stay there because Fusion Substitute requires you to put a Fusion monster back into the extra deck to get the extra draw.
Yep, and that's what he'll do. He'll return Norden to the extra deck, banish Fusion Substitute, and draw 1 card.
And he picks up a trap, but it looks like it's the one Zodiac combo. Oh no, it's the other combo, Metal Foes combo.
Yeah. So he activates Volflame, uses effect to destroy Stealing, and now he gets to set in Metal Foes from his deck. Spell or trap card. He gets counter.
I'm a little confused on where exactly this is going. Like, a lot of stuff happened here, but all in all, it doesn't seem like it was that great.
It wasn't. He got disrupted by that DD Crow, though. I think that's why. I'm still not sure how that Gold Driver got to the extra deck.
Oh, he may have destroyed it with his own Trident.
Oh, he must have.
Fridella opens up with Thoroughblade, discarding Rapier. Gets a draw. And that'll let him get it in the graveyard where he can retrieve it with Tiger Mortar and her mysterious Resurrection Cannon.
He upgrades Thoroughblade into Borbo. Borbo into Tiger Mortar.
And at that point, Nakata considers a response.
Now might be the time to Solemn Strike.
Special? Yeah.
Nope, he lets it keep going. So Tiger Mortar's effect activates. He gets Rapier as a material, and then attaches and Exceeds material to special summon another Rapier.
Yeah, he's going to slow roll this as long as he can.
With that Broadbull. Alright, so he gets rid of the Broadbull with Solemn Strike. And now Fridella only has Trident left to summon over the Rapier.
Wait, why did you show? Oh, because I didn't know. Because I went through. Oh, you just. Oh, yeah. I just kept. Yeah, it's okay. 65, 8,000? Yes.
All right, so that strands the Rapier on the field. Fridella activates Tenki. Gets Whiptail. And since he still has that Trident summon left, he still has more moves to make.
Yeah.
The difference is Nakata's not too worried about the Trident right now. I'd be a little worried if I was trying to assemble my Pendulum Scales. But he may be thinking that he can use the Metal Foes counter he just got.
Right.
If he allows Trident to hit the field.
Yeah, he does use 2 copies of Metal Foes counter, which is something we haven't really seen a lot in 40-card Metal Foes decks, or 40 to 45-card Metal Foes decks. But they seem to be commonplace in 60-card decks.
Fridella sets warning, says go.
Okay. Nakata draws Bunbuku.
Always a welcome sight for Metal Foes duelists.
Definitely.
Activates Barrage. See if he can draw out the Trident here. Barrage targets itself.
I'll pop the brush.
And Fridella uses Trident to destroy it.
Position. Yes.
Card was destroyed, so Metal Foe's counter can activate, and that's going to get another monster on the field. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, Metal Foe's counter can't be banished to add the monster from your extra deck to your hand in the same turn.
That's correct. But Fridella only has a Solemn Warning, so there's not... He can't stop any of these attacks. There's not much Fridella can do.
Unless he wants to warn the Bunbuku.
If he does, I think that's going to be a blowout. If he warnings the Bunbuku, Nakata will flip combination, use Volflame to destroy it, and finish his Pendulum Scales.
And he does indeed.
All right.
We'll see how that goes.
I believe that is a combination face down, right?
It should be, yes. That's the one. So Fridella doesn't know that's combination because he drew it.
Ah, that's right.
That was the card he drew off of Daigusto Emerald.
All right, so Volflame destroys combination. First, he gets to set a Metal Foe spell or trap from his deck. And since Volflame is a high scale, he'll add a low scale to his hand. Probably Gold Driver or Silvered.
Now, it's crucial for Nakata, if he wants to really capitalize on this, he needs to remember that that Whiptail was added to Fridella's hand. If he forgets, he could be short of damage for game, and he might leave Fridella an opening to come back by banishing his powerful monster.
Yeah, so he takes Silvered, places it in his Pendulum Zone, and that's it for Fridella.
Fridella does not wait to see.
He opens himself up to that Pendulum Summon by using Solemn Warning on Bunbuku, and then simply concedes.
All right, so Corey Nakata, after a not quite so inspiring first turn, after being disrupted by DD Crow, manages to pull everything together in the second half of his turn with the Metal Foes part of his deck.
Yeah,
take a quick Game 1 win.
Yeah, that's one of the strong things about this deck. It has a lot of angles of attack, and we didn't see it come up there, but it plays very well against Dimensional Barrier, because Dimensional Barrier can only stop one type of monster at a time, and this deck Fusion summons, Pendulum summons, and Xyz summons.
That's the theory behind decks like this, or the invoked Wind Witch deck.
Right.
The goal is if you have 3 different summon capabilities, and you can do all of them in a single turn, then Dimensional Barrier can't really stop you.
Right.
I kind of like that whole angle of playing around Dimensional Barrier in that way. So many times, if your deck is so singularly focused, it's a massive blowout every time it gets flipped. But if you employ a little bit of deck building strategy, you can make a deck that does a whole lot of different things and can do them on a regular basis.
Yeah, and it's more important now than ever before because we're basically seeing decks that all run 3-dimensional barriers.
Yeah, like every deck that I've seen this weekend runs 3-dimensional barriers.
And then more recently, not only has every deck been running 3-dimensional barriers, but they've also been built to thin the deck to draw and then draw cards so that you draw more dimensional barriers. And that's mainly the goal of the Lunalight, Black Sheep, and Fusion Substitute combo. So Dimensional Barrier is a huge card this weekend, and the Metal Foes deck plays very well against it.
As we're seeing this format where the main deck in the format, it only uses one summoning type primarily. So Dimensional Barrier is amazing, and you kind of have to play it, and that opens up another angle of attack that people can use to exploit and possibly gain an advantage.
Yeah.
We didn't see any Dimensional Barriers in that game, though. That was more of a game about the timing of a Solemn Warning.
Yeah.
And it's kind of amazing how much just having a little bit of information can change the way you play. For example, if it was the other way around and Fridella knew about combination but not about counter, he might not have made that play, and the duel could have progressed completely differently.
Right. Now, not knowing what that back row was, do you think it was a fairly safe play still to use Solemn Warning on that Bunbuku?
Yeah.
Because he had no hand, so he obviously had no scales to activate.
Exactly.
It was basically only if it was a combination would he be able
only
to
one in the
get
deck
that.
out of 60 cards. It's not something that you can really know ahead of time.
Yeah.
So I think that was the right play. It just didn't work out in this instance.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is you have to make whatever the right play is, and sometimes you just lose because the last card was the one thing that couldn't be.
Yeah. So Duel 2 is underway. Fridella starts off, and he does so by special summoning Speedroid Terrortop to the field. He'll use its effect to add Tekenborg to his hand, and special summon that next. Nakata's hand has 2 Metal Foes, a Terrortop, Archfiend Eccentric, and a Guiding Ariadne. So nothing that will disrupt Fridella's first turn.
This is the first time I've seen Guiding Ariadne in quite some time.
Yeah, that was a very popular card a while back.
Back when Breakers of Shadow came out, it was all over the place. People were using it and destroying it to get with Luster Pendulum.
Yeah, now we're just seeing it in this Metal Foes and in Tekela's Metal Foes deck yesterday.
Tekela's still in, isn't he?
He made day 2, I know. I don't know
day
how
2.
he did in this most recent round. But I believe so. Metal Foes actually seem like a much stronger pick than I had thought they would be for this weekend. Having seen it in action and seen Balbaboon, not in this match yet, but in yesterday's match, I've been fairly impressed by the deck.
One thing I really like about, say, Metal Foes Fusion in this format as compared to Invocation is, again, it's one of those things that's just stronger against Dimensional Barrier. If you use Dimensional Barrier and call Fusion against Invocation, they're kind of hosed. You can't banish Alistair, so you can't get back Invocation. But if you do it against Metal Foes Fusion, they just shuffle back into the deck and draw a card.
Yeah.
And they can get you with a different summon type. Fridella continues his combo. He's at the requisite Digesto Emerald Park. Looks like he is not running the Fusion Substitute like Black Sheep combo, which is the first time I haven't seen it in a deck with the Zodiac cards. Even Corey plays it.
Yeah, it's definitely a very popular combo of the weekend. It only takes two deck slots in your deck.
And it looks like
Plus
he's chosen to use them on DD Crow instead.
Yeah. Plus 1 deck slot in the extra deck, Norden. That's interesting. So he's using number 80 Rhapsody and Berserk as well. In the last round, we actually featured a duelist who did not use the Lunalite Black Sheep Fusion Substitute combo and also used number 80 Rhapsody and Berserk over Norden.
You think that's a reaction to all the Paleozoics?
Absolutely.
Just to take them out?
Definitely.
Things look pretty good for Fridella. Ends with MX Saber, Invoker, Zodiac Trident, Thoroughblade, and Digesto Emerald. Interesting thing about Invoker, it's been pretty hard to get your hands on as of late, but it'll get a lot easier in a couple weeks when Duelist Saga hits. Speedroid Terrortop special summon over on Nakata's side for Tekenborg.
After that gets added to your hands.
And Fridella has double Max C and Soul Charge.
Wow.
It's
quite a draw.
I feel like it's going to be kind of hard for him to lose this one.
Yeah.
Activates Archfiend Eccentric as a spell card, and then activates it, targeting Fridella's Book of Moon, which he uses on Terrortop.
God, it doesn't have a lot going on here. Oh, Tribute summons Kieran.
I like that. That's a pretty good move.
Yeah.
And Fridella doesn't have a Whiptail.
Oh, he actually just has no answer to that.
I guess the Emerald takes a hit. 200 damage to Fridella. Activates 2 scales.
This is actually not that bad for Nakata.
Oh, it's pretty good. And he's still got another Metal Foes in his hand, does he not?
He does. He has Gold Driver.
That is silvered. in the Pendulum Zone. He targets Ariadne. And at that point, Fridella is practically obligated to destroy it and just hope that he doesn't have another Metal Foes.
But unfortunately for Fridella, Nakata activates Gold Driver.
So once again, the right move, but limited cards cropping up in Nakata's 60-card deck are proving to be quite the pain.
So he sets the combination with Gold Driver's effect, then activates the effect of Guiding Ariadne, and he's going to add, search for, looks like 3 Solemn Strikes, and one of them will be added to his hand.
So he gets one. Wow. And if I can tell, Nakata hasn't given him a single card off of Max C.
He hasn't.
Very well navigated.
Yeah, that tribute summon to Kirin was really strong. And Trident obviously can't destroy it because it can't be targeted by an opponent's card effects.
And again, that's not something that you can anticipate, that they have the one Kirin in their 60-card deck. Still, Fridella picks up Twin Twisters.
That's, but if he uses it, combinations face down.
Yes. You'd have to save that for the scales themselves.
Let's see if he will.
Looks like Fridella's playing a Synchro in his extra deck, which is Stardust Dragon.
Probably a Starlight Road somewhere.
Starlight Road, yes.
Yeah.
In his side deck.
Fridella upgrades into Broad Bull, uses its effect. So he adds Whiptail to his hand.
This moment, you're looking for 2 more players to tap off Attack of the Giant card. We're looking for 2 more players for Attack of the Giant card. Registration will open and then we have those 2 players. We're also looking for 2 more players to tap registration for regional number 3.
He activates Twin Twisters, discarding Whiptail.
Destroys a scale and the one that is not combination. Because he knows it's a strike.
Oh, okay. So,
remember, he searched off Guiding Ariadne and set it. And you know which one is the card that was set by Gold Driver as long as you were paying attention.
That's right. It wasn't a naturally set combination like it was before.
Right. So he's got the Solemn out of the way, and Nakata's back to square one in terms of pendulum scales.
Yeah.
And he's got, what, Teketenborg stuck in hand. He needs to draw into another Metal Foes.
Yes, because then he can destroy his combination, and he'll have the scales he needs. The problem is, Fridella will probably end his turn with a Trident with materials.
Right. But remember, he's got the Kirin there, so he can just take it off the board.
That's true.
Tiger Mortar now activates.
Players, you have 20 minutes left in your round.
Loads up Zodiac Ratpier.
And then Fridella's back row is it Solemn Strike?
Not entirely certain. I didn't catch his opening hand.
If it is, that would be extremely problematic for Nakata.
I don't know about that. Kirin can't be destroyed by card effects.
Right, but Kirin's probably going to have to bounce to deal with the Trident.
Right.
And then his Nakata's way back into the Duelist or Pendulum Summon, which would then be stopped. And since he only draws 1 card here, very likely he won't have an answer to the Solemn Strike as well as a Pendulum Summon. Rather, as Solemn Strike, and the ability to Pendulum Summon.
The neat thing, though, he does have the Teketenborg, so he could summon it first, then bounce with the Kirin, and then re-tribute summon it if things go super wrong. It doesn't really happen very often, but this is one of those fringe cases that you need to just think about every time, or from time to time.
Oh.
And if he didn't have Solemn before, he does now, picking it up off of Digesto Emerald.
This is probably over for Nakata. I really don't see a way back.
Well, Fridella still has to get past the Kirin, which he's attempting to do now.
Well, he has
with
Whiptail, right? Yeah.
I think Trident's the only one he hasn't used yet this turn. There it is.
Battle Fist.
Yeah.
Quick. Sure. Attack. Yeah.
Okay, he gets Strident off the field. Takes 34.
Correct. 46.78. Pass turn.
Nakata draws.
He does need a Metal Foes to keep going.
Stand by Memphis.
Yeah.
Picks up Rapier.
Using effect or no?
No effect.
Doesn't activate the effect, but there is Max C. That's the second one. And that's where they really get you, even though he's able to go through that whole first turn without giving Fidel another card, or any cards really, off of Max C. It's the double that you can't really do much about.
Yeah. Kata upgrades to Borbo, giving Fridella a card, then Trident, giving Fridella another card.
Be interesting if he uses Trident to destroy his own combination.
He
but
tries.
then gets hit by Strike.
And Nakata has had enough.
Yes, there's nothing left for him to do here other than get ready for the next game.
Yep.
Now it's 15 minutes remaining in the round. Seems like a healthy amount of time for another duel. Nakata will get to go first in this one. We'll see if he can open up with one of those Balbaboons and really get some card filtering going. Did he play any rank 3 monsters? Oh yes, he's got a couple. So one thing you can do with the 2 level 3s from Balbaboon is get MX Saber Invoker to start off your rat combo in addition. So after you get all that extra card quality to begin with, then you start the rat combo, which goes into the Lunalite version of the rat combo. And by the end of it, you've seen a whole ton of your deck. So that would be probably the ideal start, I think, in Duel 3. And also, his opponent not having Max C is always the ideal start.
Always
for
helps.
any duelist at this point. Would also be pretty good if he could get a Guiding Area out in there. Guarantee yourself at least one Solemn going into the next turn.
Yeah. He hasn't had a very strong Pendulum summoning start.
No, I don't think we've seen a Pendulum summon yet.
Well, we saw one of them.
Well, it was going to happen. It was going to happen in the first game.
Yeah, it was inevitable at one point when his
Right.
opponent conceded, but we haven't seen a start with a Pendulum summon.
I do find it interesting that he's going Huge Revolution is over here,
Go for
as
Starlight
opposed to
Road.
Starlight Road. I wonder what specifically led him to choose that over the other one.
Could be the extra deck space, just because of all of the Metal Foes fusion monsters you need to make room for.
That's true. I wonder if it could be something as simple as. So do you remember the old thing where you would play Heavy Storm, and then if they had Starlight Road, you'd use Mystical Space Typhoon in your own Heavy Storm?
Of course.
I wonder if it's a case of, well, I could play Starlight Road, but if they have Dryden out, they can just destroy their own Twin Twister or something to stop Starlight Road from summoning Stardust Dragon. Maybe it's something as simple as that.
Could be.
Huge Revolution is over is also a counter trap, is it
Right.
not?
Right.
So
that
that
makes
could help as well. No chaining at all. Yep. Well, that makes sense.
I've definitely seen a lot more Starlight Road, though, this weekend than the Huge Revolution is over.
I do like Holding Legs. I think that's a really neat card for Metal Foes, because you can either normal summon it to set up the Pendulum Summon, or just throw it down there as part of it. I probably wouldn't throw it down there as part of it, though. It's better as a lead-in.
What are you sided in against? He has 3 in the side deck, so that's extremely committed.
I think that's mainly for Paleozoic, since it's basically you summon it, and they have to use all their stuff right then, or lose it. But after all the cards are off the field, you have a lot better information, so you can play a better turn, essentially. Yeah, your opponent has to respond all at once instead of, in small doses.
So the duel has started, and Nakata opens it with Bunbuku this time. So
Always good, as he searches the disparate halves of his deck to find
Kieran.
Spectre Unicorn, Kieran. And he announces he's still going to be searching. With 1 Metal Foes, that's Bismagir.
he uses Rare Metal Foes Bismagir's Pendulum effect to destroy Bunbuku, sending it to the extra deck, and he gets to set a Metal Foes card from his deck. Very strong hand for Nakata.
Ah, he's got the Eccentric there as well. So he can destroy her and the combination.
Yep. So that'll allow him to get the low scale he doesn't otherwise have. So he gets silvered.
I believe he's got Volflame in his hand.
He does.
Okay, so he's got multiple 8s if he needs them.
So he Pendulum summons Kirin and Bunbuku to the field. Then combines Eccentric with Bunbuku to summon Invoker.
This is pretty good.
This is an incredible start.
Full zoo combo plus Kirin, plus whatever other searches you might get.
He does have a Rapier in his hand, so that makes it a little bit weaker. He'll have to special summon from his hand instead of his deck in order to do the typical Zodiac combo.
Just a little, though.
But it's still very powerful.
Remember, he's going to recoup some extra cards because he has Lunalight, Black Sheep, and Fusion Substitute in his deck. So I'm not too sad about drawing the Rapier.
Yeah. This is the opening you want in your Metal Foes deck.
It's pretty good. And no Maxi from Fredella means that he gets to do whatever he wants.
That's the opening you want your opponent to have when you're using your Metal Foes deck. Broadbolt gets Lunalight Black Sheep. Black Sheep is traded for Fusion Substitute.
All right, we're going to get the third Rapier. That comes down from the hand instead. 2 level 4s, 4 Daigous to Emerald. Emerald goes ahead and shuffles back in 2 Rats and a Broadbull. Picks up another card. Oh, jeez. Oof. That's going to be painful when Fredella finds out about it.
Just in case Fredella thought about coming back in this duel.
Oof. Well, there's no Solemns yet.
That's true, but he's not done drawing.
Yeah, you're good.
Special summons a Rat. Upgrade to Trident.
Special?
Summons another Rat. One, two, three, four. 5 monsters on the field.
Fredella's going to need a board wipe, but even a board wipe won't get rid of Kirin.
Fusion Substitute puts Norton back in the extra deck to draw a card.
Guiding Ariadne. I don't think he has a way to use this effect this turn, though.
If he can get another Metal Foes.
Yeah. Actually, he could grind in his own card, play the Guiding Ariadne, and then destroy it with his Metal Foes effect.
Yep, that would work.
So he can do it.
Picks up Painful Decision, which is another Metal Foes. I'm not entirely certain that Nikata's done yet with this first turn. And we're under 15 minutes left when the duel started. I wonder how many are going to be left when this turn is over.
So he'll use the unused Metal Foes Pendulum Scales effect to destroy Bismugear. That'll give him a search in the end phase for another Metal Foes.
Well, the thing is, he has to declare the activation of it now. One of the easiest ways to screw up with Bismugear is to not declare that you're activating it when you actually destroy it, and thinking it works like Scarm. Then again, like, even if he doesn't use it,
it's not a big deal.
It's not the biggest deal in the world.
He plays Guiding Ariadne.
And he is, in fact, going to destroy it with his own Trident.
Could go to the extra deck, right?
It does go to the extra deck.
So he'll get 3 Solemn Strikes. 2 Solemn Strikes and a Solemn Warning.
Just in case his opponent feels like giving him warning.
Fredella decided to give him the strike instead.
Not surprising.
Maybe he's bluffing that he has the 3rd strike already.
Yep. That could indeed be the case. Painful Decision sends a level 4 or lower normal monster to the graveyard to get another one of the same name.
Many of the metal foes are level 4 lower normal monsters. He sends one gold driver to get another.
Activates Gold Driver, destroys Silvered. Now he gets to set another Metal Foe spell or trap from his deck. He selects Counter this time.
Set strike, and finally,
it's Fredella's turn.
That odyssey of a first turn is over.
Fredella draws Zodiac Barrage. He adds it to his hand of Solemn Strike, Enemy Controller, Speedroid to Kettenborg, Zodiac Thoroughblade, and Zodiac Ratpier.
It's actually a really good hand.
Yeah, it's certainly not the worst hand, but is it going to be able to break through this?
Well, the Barrage helps.
It does.
Because Trident doesn't have any materials left. There's Max
so
C.
He uses the Barrage, and then Max C comes down for Nakata, and that's it for Fredella.
The real issue is that even whatever he did summon, after giving him all those cards with Max C, he would have been hit by Kieran at whatever the most crucial point was. So there's no real coming back from that.
Yeah, no, that was an incredible start for Corey Nakata, and he was able to win as a result of it.
That is quite possibly the longest opening turn I've seen all weekend, and easily the most impressive in terms of exactly how much sheer force is out there. Not attack points, just command over the duel and the pacing of it.
Yeah, he actually gave up his Trident Disruption because he was able to search for a trap card, which is even better.
I mean, he essentially had two Tridents anyways. Kieran is a pseudo-Trident.
Yeah.
In that case. That was just super good. I would not be shocked to see Nakata deep into the playoff rounds of this tournament, just because like that whole strategy when you get it going is so good.
Yeah. This deck is very powerful, and I think a lot of duelists aren't expecting it.
Yeah, it hasn't really shown up in the past couple of events. What we've seen is that the Paleozoic decks and the more face-down spell and trap-oriented decks, so Invoked, Paleozoic Frogs, that sort of thing, those have been rising in representation over the past couple of events, whereas Metal Foes has been falling off. So it could just be that this is the prime environment for a Metal Foes-based strategy to thrive.
Could be that, and it could also be, isn't this the first event that Baobaboon is legal?
It is.
So that might be having a big impact as well, because the card is very powerful in this deck.
Baobaboon just dropped on Friday before this with Raging Tempest Special Edition. So it could just be that nobody knows what it does or exactly how good it is. But he didn't even need it in this match.
That's
is the thing. He was just using all the currently
didn't
existing technology in a new way that we haven't really seen for the past couple of events. It's pretty exciting, though. With all these Zodiac decks going around, how crazy would it be if you got two events in a row that aren't won by Zodiac decks, even if all these people are playing them?
Yeah, that would be insane, but we might see it again.
Could happen. And actually, I don't know what's going on in Prague right now, other than Billy Brake had made the top 4 last time I checked with Infernoids, I believe. He's still playing the 60-card Infernoid deck. So a lot of things are going on. There's a lot of Zodiac Ratpiers, but there's a lot of not Zodiac Ratpier winning. It's a crazy weekend.
Yeah.
Don't go away.
With no monsters left on the field, I summon Dark Magician. Declare direct attack.
Ah, you got me.
Told Joe's the master.
GG.
GG. I gotta bounce, guys.
All right, man.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Choose from over 700 classic cards to build your ultimate deck. Unlock and play as your favorite characters. Summon powerful monsters and become a duel master. With infinite combinations, it's anyone's battle to win.
Happy Lady Sisters! Triple Scratch Attack!
Rematch?
Bring it.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, the ultimate real-time PvP battle. Now on mobile. Download free on App Store and Google Play.
I'm here with Corey Nakata, who just won his round 11 feature match, 2-1, using his Metal Foes deck. Nakata is well positioned for a top cut finish with his 60-card Metal Foes featuring Zodiac Rapier. Why did you use Metal Foes in this tournament instead of one of the more popular decks in the environment?
Well, I was originally going to play Paleozoic Frogs this weekend, but then I was playtesting the night before, and my friend Daniel over there, he was just completely destroying me with this deck. So I woke up and I was like, well, that deck sounds really strong. I'm going to play it. And I just jumped off the ledge and I'm playing it and I'm doing really well with it. So,
have you practiced with this deck? Are you used to it?
Actually, I've never played a pure Metal Foe variant before. I actually played Metal Foe Yang Zings in the past, so completely different idea there. So I'm just kind of like, I learned it really quickly and yeah.
Well, you seem to be doing very well with it. How has Balbaboon affected your Metal Foes plays, your strategies, and ultimately your success this weekend?
Oh, Balbaboon's an amazing card. It fixes hands when you draw it. If you need that like one little extra card to like combo off, or it's actually just turns your deck into a rank 3 toolbox. You actually play 4 rank 3s in our deck, which a lot of decks don't play, and they wonder how we have room for it. So it's a really amazing, flexible card. You get to see a lot of cards and gets you into rank 3 place.
All right, congratulations on winning that feature match, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Raging Tempest. On a dark and stormy dueling night, rain monsters down with all your might. Bring wind and birds and beasts from the sky. 100 new cards. Raging Tempest. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Good news for all you fans of Declan and his DDD deck from Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. It's been a long time coming, but everything is going according to plan. Pendulum Domination is here, and the things you can do with these new cards are incredible. If you've been collecting everything over time, you'll know all about these cards. DD Swirl Slime, DD Necro Slime, DDD Gus King Alexander, and DDD Flame King Genghis. If you combine these cards with a new card from the Pendulum Domination Structure deck, the Tuner Monster, DD Lamia, you can do some pretty crazy stuff. Let's see how it works. So, there are many combos that you can pull off with this deck that range anywhere from 2 cards to 4 cards that do a variety of different things, but the simplest one involves these 3 cards, or Dark Contract with the Gate, which can be used to replace any of these cards by searching for it. And it ends with 2 level 8 Synchro Monsters on the field. And we're talking like pretty good Synchro Monsters. We're talking Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon level, or Psyframe Lord Omega, or the new DDD Curse King Siegfried from the Structure deck. Take these 3, pick 2. You can have them all in the first turn. Here's how it works. So, you need these 3 cards, or you need Dark Contract with the Gate to substitute for one of them by searching for it. Now, this is one case where DD Savant Kepler, or DD Savant Kepler, cannot be used to replace the Dark Contract with the Gate because you are going to need your normal summon to summon DD Lamia. So, here's how it works. You've got your 3 cards. First thing you want to do is use the effect of DD Swirl Slime. It lets you fusion summon using it and another DD monster in your hand to summon a DD monster. So you're going to fuse the 2 slimes together, put them over to the graveyard, and you will summon DDD Flame King Genghis. Now, you'll need to use your normal summon. Use that on DD Lamia. That's 7, and you have a DD Tuner, so you can Synchro Summon DDD, Gust King Alexander. Alright, now you need to head back over to your graveyard. You've got your Necro Slime in there. Necro Slime can be used to fusion summon from the graveyard, using itself as one of the materials. So go ahead and use Necro Slime now. Use it with the Swirl Slime in your graveyard. It banishes them. And you'll summon a second copy of DDD Flame King Genghis. You do need two, you can't just recycle the same one. When you do that, Gust King Alexander's effect will trigger because you special summoned a DD monster. Remember, DDD monsters are also DD monsters because they have it in the name. That'll let you summon a level 4 or lower DD monster from your graveyard, so go ahead and bring back that Lamia. There she is. And that gets you your first level 8 Synchro Summon. Let's go ahead. Who do we want first? How about DDD Cursed King Siegfried? Here he is. This guy can negate a spell or trap card for an entire turn during either player's turn till the next standby phase. So one way you can use this is to negate your own Dark Contracts until your standby phase so that you don't take any damage from them. But the main use is going to be to negate your opponent's spell or trap cards. Now, you special summoned a DD monster to the field. That's still a DD monster, even though it's DDD. So that'll trigger DDD Flame King Genghis' effect. And that's going to let you special summon another monster back. So there's no level limit on this, so you'll summon DDD Gust King Alexander back. Now, depending on whether you had to use Dark Contract with the Gate or not, this step will vary slightly. If you had Dark Contract with the Gate, it's actually better for you, because DD Lamia can be special summoned back from the graveyard by sending a DD monster or a Dark Contract card from your hand or face up on your field to the graveyard. If you have the contract, you can just send it to the graveyard, which gets you off the hook for the 1,000 life points to summon back Lamia, and then you Synchro Summon with Gust King Alexander or Flame King Genghis. Probably Gust King Alexander because level 7 non-synchro monster, that can get you Crystal Wing if you want it. It's pretty good. If you don't have the contract with the Gate, you'll have to send DDD Flame King Genghis instead. And that takes 2,000 points off the board and possible further special summons. But with just those 3 cards, which are really easy to get, because you've got Dark Contract with the Gate, which straight up replaces any of them, you've got a lot of extra draw power with cards like Allure of Darkness, which are also in Pendulum Domination, if you don't quite have enough copies of them. So it's really easy to get all those cards together in one place. As for what you summon, these 3 level 8s are probably the ones I would choose the most. This pair gets you the negation of a monster effect and a spell or trap each turn, in addition to Crystal Wing's other abilities, like getting Gargantuan when he attacks things. Or if I don't know what I'm playing against, I think this is actually a pretty good start as well, because you can negate a spell or trap and everybody plays spell cards, and you can just temporarily take a card out of your opponent's hand to see what they're playing, and go from there, which will help you inform the decisions you make with Cursed King Siegfried. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's just a ton of different stuff that you can do with a DDD deck, and I'll leave a lot of that for you to figure out on your own, because it's fun to just figure out all the different combos you can do. But that 1/3 card combo with the 2 Slimes and Lamia is one you're going to see a lot, especially if you see a lot of DDD decks being played during YCS, during our event coverage. So keep an eye out for that. And I'll see you next time.
Duelists need at least 100 qualifier points to qualify for the Ultimate Duelist Series Winter Invitational here in Las Vegas. I'm asking, there are tons of ways to get those points. I'm asking the duelists in attendance this weekend how they qualified for this weekend's Ultimate Duelist Series Invitational. How do you qualify?
I actually didn't even know I qualified till like Sunday after the San Diego Regional, because like my friend like looked me up and told me about the UDS, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna be in Vegas anyways. But and then he looked me up for me and told me I had enough points, and I saw, I guess I'm going to the UDS.
So how'd you get all those points?
I just like go to the regionals, I guess, but I don't know how I had that many. I really don't.
So just playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh?
Playing. Like I got lucky, pretty much.
I won the UDS past February, so I think that was about 100 points. And then I topped a couple YCSs, so yeah, I guess those added up for about like 205 points, so just enough for a buy. So yeah, pretty fortunate.
Well, I qualified for the UDS. It's a funny story. My friend Ed Substance, he just won the feature match. He took me to a locals to play for the pin, for the blue eye spin, just so I could get UDS points. And then I had 40, and then plus after I won the whole thing, it came up to like 95 points. And then just this last week at San Diego, I just got my last 5 points just to make it over here. And the whole time I didn't know whether I made it or not.
Where'd you get the 5 points from? What type of event?
The San Diego regionals, just for participating.
So mostly from the UDS qualifiers you got points, but you got from regionals also?
Yeah. Everything came around, and then just everything added up to just exactly 100. Gave me enough points.
Perfect. How'd you get enough points to qualify?
I got enough points to qualify by topping multiple UDSs at local stores.
So the UDS qualifiers?
Yeah. And also I've topped a couple regionals too.
I got enough points to qualify because Los Angeles has a lot of tournaments, like the regionals, the OTSs, some of the locals actually give you UDS points. So I went to every one of those and just kept building and building up, and then I could just come here and try to win the belt.
So you just played in a lot of different official tournament events.
Hi, I qualified for the UDS for playing at locals and regionals.
What type of locals? Like UDS qualifiers or
OTSs, tournament stores, official stores, so they give you points.
So I qualified for this UDS by playing at locals a lot. Not winning, but playing.
What type of locals?
Game stores.
Were like UDS qualifiers or OTS championships or?
A few UDS qualifiers. Yeah.
I earned enough points for the UDS for winning all the UDS tournaments at my locals.
UDS qualifiers?
Yes.
To qualify for the UDS, you have to participate in official tournament stores, get enough points, and you come here.
But how did you qualify?
Oh, I participated in OTSs, topped here and there, and I got enough points to come here.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right, I qualified for the U.S. qualifier by winning YCS Minneapolis and also topping a variety of regionals.
Well, how I top the UDS this time, usually I judge a lot of events, head judge regionals, judge YCSs, judge WCQ, and then playing in regionals and winning regionals and topping YCSs as well.
I qualified for this UDS by getting third at YCS Vegas. Catch me playing Cosmo, baby!
There are a lot of ways to qualify for the UDS Invitational. Duelists need at least 100 points in order to participate. They can get them by playing in official tournaments, official sanctioned tournaments, or judging official events. Every duelist took a different path to get here today, and one of them will emerge as the ultimate duelist.
Today I want to talk about a combo that you're probably going to see a lot of over the next few months, especially if you tune into our tournament coverage either here or on Twitch TV/official Yu-Gi-Oh channel. This combo involves the Zodiac Xyz monsters from Raging Tempest. We got Borbo, Tiger Mortar, Broad Bull, and Drydet. And while the actual result of this combo is pretty simple, it actually has a lot of steps, and you might have seen it done with a few shortcuts. May be a little unclear on exactly what's going on. So I'm going to go ahead and break it down for you step by step. What exactly is happening when you see the Zodiac combo on screen. So the thing with the Zodiac Xyz monsters is that they can all be Xyz summoned using only one other Zodiac monster as the material. And unlike other cards like number S39, Utopia the Lightning, or Downward Magician, that one monster can be just any Zodiac monster. It doesn't have to be an Xyz monster. So the monster they use is Zodiac Rapier. Each of the basic Zodiacs adds an effect onto a Beast Warrior type Xyz monster that uses it as its material. In this case, Rapiers is once per turn. You can detach an Xyz material from this card, summon another Rapier from your hand or deck. So you start by summoning Zodiac Rapier. You can either normal summon it from your hand, or special summon it from your deck with something like Zodiac Barrage, or MX Saber Invoker, which normally winds up on the field courtesy of Terror Top and Tekedenborg. Once you have your Rapier on the field, you start off by Xyz summoning Zodiac Borbo. Borbo is kind of the starter and the finisher for a pure Zodiac deck, You can start off this combo by using it like this, or you could finish a duel by using its effect to attack directly. And then if it has 12 materials, you do a bunch of other cool stuff. But for our purposes, the important thing is that it has gained this effect. The once per turn you can detach to summon a rapier. So we'll do that now. There we go. Now the rapier. Next, we're going to use Boarbow as the material to Xyz summon Tiger Mortar. Tiger Mortar's effect lets her detach one of her own materials to target a Zodiac in your graveyard and an Xyz monster on your field, and attach the graveyard card to the Xyz monster on the field as material. There we go. So now she's got Rapier, and the ability, once per turn you can detach one Xyz material, summon another Rapier. Now the question you might have right now is, hang on, that affects once per turn. So why can you use it again here? That's because it's just once per turn : it doesn't have you can only use this ability once per turn. And as a result, each time it's placed on a new card, that restriction's reset. It's considered the ability of a totally new card that hasn't been used yet, so we can detach this Rapier now and summon the third one from the deck. There we go. Next, we'll go ahead and use Tiger Mortar as the material to summon Zodiac Broadbull. Broadbull lets you detach a material to add a Beast Warrior type monster that can be normal summoned or set from your deck to your hand. And the one that we're going to get here is Zodiac Whiptail. There's a lot of other choices, tons of them really. There's other Zodiacs, there's Fire Fist monsters, there's even Beast King Barbaros if you want it. But for our purposes, the most common card you're going to see is Zodiac Whiptail, because this card can attach itself to a Beast Warrior type Xyz monster during either player's turn at any time, except during the damage step, and it gives the monster it's attached to the ability to banish any monster that it battles. So this is going to go to hand, and then finally we're going to use Zodiac Broadbull as a material for Zodiac Trident, which also has a quick effect that lets you destroy any face-up card on the field. So with this, you could detach the Broadbull, destroy something, and then just put Whiptail right on so that you can do it again during your opponent's turn. Or you could save the Broadbull, use it to disrupt your opponent during their turn, and then if they try to do anything, like attack Trident, you can just attach Whiptail to make sure that you take out their monster as well. But that's ignoring that you still have these two Zodiac Rapiers on the field that you can use to make pretty much whatever rank 4 you'd like. You could get a Beast Warrior specific card, like Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Tiger King. You could get a defensive card like Traptrix Ecclesia, which is pretty popular with cards like Treacherous Trap Hole, or Traptrix Trap Hole Nightmare, or even Floodgate Trap Hole. Or you could get a card like Kane Gorgon, Anti-Luminescent Knight, that can deflect targeting abilities. For example, if your opponent tries to do this back to you with their own Zodiac Trident, you can just redirect their effect to blow up their own monster. Or you could get Daigusto Emerald. Daigusto Emerald can help shuffle these combo pieces back into your deck and let you draw more cards. So if your opponent has something like Regeki or Dark Hole to blast all this stuff off the field, you'll have a chance to try the combo again later on. Or, if you're going second, for example, and you need to take out a tough monster, you could even use number 39 Utopia with Utopia the Light. There's a ton of different setups that you can make with just this one card. All you need is Zodiac Rapier or something that can summon it from your deck, and you can do all this and still have the rest of your hand to work with to fulfill your original strategy or to protect yourself with traps or basically anything. And that is how the Zodiac combo works and why it's so powerful. So keep a lookout for it. Next time you see it during a tournament coverage, you'll know exactly how it works and exactly what's going on. And I'll see you next time.
Foolish Burial Goods is a spell card with a very simple effect, but why it's good is a little bit more complicated. When you play Foolish Burial Goods, you can send any spell or trap card directly from your deck to your graveyard. Why would you want to do that? Well, there are a lot of spell and trap cards out there that have useful effects when you play them from the graveyard. You might be thinking of cards like Skill Prisoner or Galaxy Cycle and Breakthrough Skill, cards that you play once for their main effect and then get another similar but a little weaker effect from the graveyard on your next turn. Those are not what you want to send to the graveyard with Foolish Burial Goods. What you're looking for are cards that have effects that you can use right away, and that are frequently better than the effects you get for playing them. Here's a couple examples. If you're a fan of Spiral or Subterrors, you might be familiar with Spiral Mission Assault and Subterror Behemoth Burrowing. Both of these cards are pretty good when you play them normally, but once they're in the graveyard, they get an incredibly useful ability towards setting up your strategy. The problem is, these are both, well, this is a continuous card and this is a trap, so you can't really get it into your graveyard when it'd be most useful to you at the start of the duel. Unless you use Foolish Burial Goods. With that, you can send either of these cards directly from your deck to the graveyard. If you send Behemoth Burrowing, you can banish it from your graveyard to flip one of your Subterror monsters face down. That's something that Subterror decks struggle with a lot in the early game, so you can summon one of your nemesis, like Archer or Warrior, play Foolish Burial Goods to send Burrowing to the graveyard, and then flip it face down so that you can special summon Subterror Behemoth from your hand. Then there's Spiral Mission Assault. One of the challenges for Spirals is getting enough special summons in the early game. For example, you want to be able to both, say, summon Spiral Gear Drone from your hand, and summon Super Agent, and summon Spy Gal Misty all in the same turn. And normally, you would not be able to do that. But if you have Foolish Burial Goods, you can send Spiral Mission Assault to the graveyard, where you can banish it to special summon one of the spirals from your hand. It's also useful in another fan favorite strategy that's going to get a lot more fans really soon, and that is Fluffles. Toy Vendors, it's alright when you play it as a regular continuous spell, but when it goes to the graveyard, you get to search your deck for any Fluffle monster or Edge Imp Sabers and add it straight to your hand. Being able to skip the middleman of finding a discard outlet or anything like that is a huge boon for Fluffle players. Fans of Yugi's cards are probably also going to be fans of Foolish Burial Goods. Magician Navigation is a card that's great whether you play it normally or just send it straight to the graveyard. When you activate it, summons Dark Magician from your hand and a Dark Spellcaster level 7 or lower from your deck. When it's in the graveyard, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish it to negate a spell or trap card your opponent plays. Sending it to the graveyard on your own turn might seem a little counterintuitive since you can't use it right away, but what you really want it for is to negate your opponent's spell and trap cards during their own turn. So not being able to use it on your own turn is not really that big a deal. It's also good if you're a fan of Silent Magician and Silent Swordsman, Little Yugi's cards. These guys were from Rivals of the Pharaoh. But they also came with their own attack spells, Silent Burning and Silent Sword Slash. And each of these attack spells also doubles as a search card. But the problem is you weren't able to actually play them without already having a monster on the field to target with them. Foolish Burial Goods lets you skip that, send them straight to the graveyard where you can banish them to search out Silent Swordsman or Silent Magician. I had a Phantom Knight deck a while back that used Silent Swordsman and Foolish Burial Goods. It was pretty darn good. And speaking of Phantom Knights, Foolish Burial Goods is great with Phantom Knights. Their whole thing is that they have all these cards that you can play from the graveyard for more good effects. Phantom Knight's Sword, Fogblade, Wing. I probably would not send Fogblade to the graveyard unless I absolutely had to, because that's definitely a card you want to get both uses out of. But something like Wing or Sword to make sure that you can get an instant special summon without having to wait a turn to use the traps is extremely useful. Speaking of traps, I don't know that this will actually happen in practice, but you can also send something like a Paleozoic card to the graveyard so that you can activate a trap and immediately special summon it back out. It's a neat little application that could lead to a lot more Paleozoic Xyz monsters and toads down the line. So there are really a ton of different options that you have for Foolish Burial Goods. I didn't even go through all of them. There are just so many of them. So if you have a spell or trap that you like playing, but you wouldn't mind seeing it go straight to the graveyard so that you can use it later, this could be the card you're looking for. Talk to you next time.
Back at YCS Atlanta, we asked the duelists which kaiju monster would be most successful at attacking their home city. Today, I'm going around to see the competitors in Vegas to ask them which invoked monster would they summon to protect their home city from the Kaijus? How about you?
I would summon Raijin, the wind one, because whenever they try and attack, I can Book of Moon them and they can only control one, so only one can try and attack a time.
I would summon Invoked Makaba because machines are really cool and he would kick butt, so yeah.
You think they would do well against the Kaijus?
Oh yeah, of course, of course. Machines are better than living creatures, so yeah.
I mean, if it just really depends on which kaiju is attacking. If it's like, say, the wind one, I'll just Purgatoria, I think it's called, just spit fire at it and gone. If it's the water one, then I don't know. We're kind of screwed because we're next to the beach in my area, so I don't know about here. But yeah, that's all.
So maybe if your hometown were being attacked by the Kaijus, which invoked monster would you summon to protect it?
Raijin, because you can book it.
Book the Kaijus, turn them face down, render them harmless?
Yes.
I'd pick Invoked Makaba.
And why Makaba?
Because he looks the coolest. And he's got like a motorcycle, big giant like dragon motorcycle.
You think that would be effective in warding off the Kaijus?
Absolutely.
I would summon Makaba. Makaba's just the best one. Actually, I would probably summon Elysium. Is that how you say it? The one where it like banishes.
Why?
It's a strong beater, and after you destroy one kaiju, you can banish the rest if you call the right attribute, I believe.
I would choose Invoked Makaba because it negates everything, and it's broken.
So it would ward off the Kaijus most effectively?
No, unfortunately not.
So how are you going to protect your hometown from the destruction caused by Kaijus?
We put... Oh, that's when we summon... That's when we get Raijin. It puts them face down.
Maybe with Makaba, that'll solve everything?
Yes.
I would do the Water Invoked Fusion. I don't know what it's called, because it has like the biggest defense. It's trying to defend my town.
I think I will summon the Raijin to put him face down. He will not be able to do anything else besides that.
Duelists have been summoning all sorts of invoked monsters all weekend using Alistair the Invoker. But when it comes to protecting their city from Kaijus, each duelist has a specific invoked monster in mind to protect their city. We got a large variety of answers, but which of the invoked monsters will help them win duels, we'll see throughout the weekend.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Raging Tempest. On a dark and stormy dueling night, rain monsters down with all your might. Bring wind and birds and beasts from the sky. 100 new cards. Raging Tempest. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Good news for all you fans of Declan and his DDD deck from Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. It's been a long time coming, but everything is going according to plan. Pendulum Domination is here, and the things you can do with these new cards are incredible. If you've been collecting everything over time, you'll know all about these cards. DD Swirl Slime, DD Necro Slime, DDD Gus King Alexander, and DDD Flame King Genghis. If you combine these cards with a new card from the Pendulum Domination Structure deck, the Tuner Monster, DD Lamia, you can do some pretty crazy stuff. Let's see how it works. So, there are many combos that you can pull off with this deck that range anywhere from 2 cards to 4 cards that do a variety of different things, but the simplest one involves these 3 cards, or Dark Contract with the Gate, which can be used to replace any of these cards by searching for it. And it ends with 2 level 8 Synchro Monsters on the field. And we're talking like pretty good Synchro Monsters. We're talking Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon level, or Psyframe Lord Omega, or the new DDD Curse King Siegfried from the Structure deck. Take these 3, pick 2. You can have them all on the first turn. Here's how it works. So, you need these 3 cards, or you need Dark Contract with the Gate to substitute for one of them by searching for it. Now, this is one case where DD Savant Kepler, or DD Savant Kepler, cannot be used to replace the Dark Contract with the Gate because you are going to need your normal summon to summon DD Lamia. So here's how it works. You've got your 3 cards. First thing you want to do is use the effect of DD Swirl Slime. It lets you fusion summon using it and another DD monster in your hand to summon a DD monster. So you're going to fuse the 2 slimes together, put them over to the graveyard, and you will summon DDD Flame King Genghis. Now, you'll need to use your normal summon. Use that on DD Lamia. That's 7, and you have a DD Tuner, so you can synchro summon DDD Gust King Alexander. Alright, now you need to head back over to your graveyard. You've got your Necro Slime in there. Necro Slime can be used to fusion summon from the graveyard, using itself as one of the materials. So go ahead and use Necro Slime now. Use it with the Swirl Slime in your graveyard. It banishes them. And you'll summon a second copy of DDD Flame King Genghis. You do need 2.
Welcome back. We are now entering round 12 of the 12, huh?
12 of 13.
12 of 13, yes. So the penultimate round of Swiss at the Ultimate Duelist Series Invitational here in Las Vegas. For this round, we have Alfred Dankelfson playing a Paleozoic Frog strategy, 44 cards, knowing that grass looks greener, so slimmer version, trying to draw a swap frog as often as possible. Also being able to take advantage of cards like Card of Demise and Pot of Desires, which we don't see the 60-card version do too often. Against Kevin Thrasher, who we featured earlier, he's playing a fairly standard Zodiac deck, but has main deck copies of DD Crow to hedge against decks like Paleozoic and Infernoid.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's leave them to it.
Yeah.
So here's something that was bugging me yesterday. How'd they come up with 44 as the number?
Yeah,
This is not the first 44-card Paleozoic deck I've seen this weekend.
I remember at one point there was a statistics article going around about how 44 cards was the number threshold you could get to where there was no statistical significance in terms of differentiation in drawing a one-of card. Like past 44 is when I don't know. It was basically something along the lines of once you hit 45 cards or higher, you are less likely to draw the one-ofs to a degree where it is significant.
Was it 44? For some reason I thought it was 42.
I don't know. I feel like 42 was back in the day like the safe number. Like no one ever went over 42. But I remember specifically reading in this article was 44 because I had these crazy flashbacks back to when I lost in the top 8 of the World Championship. And my opponent was playing a 44-card Dragon Ruler deck, and I couldn't believe it. And I was like, maybe this guy was just ahead all along. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 44. But in terms of that, like I don't know how popular an article that was even. But I feel like we've seen everything from like 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, just all over the place. I think that duelists are maybe like less, they're more willing to go higher because every card they go higher is also just another hedge against that grass looks greener, right?
Right.
Not a substantial hedge, but still not the worst. One card can make
we
or
saw
break
it yesterday where I think it was Ed Deception's last card was the wolf that he needed to stay in the game.
Oh, man, yeah. See, and things like that make sense. Also, when you include cards with like Pot of Desires in your deck, you know, if you want to be able to resolve to, maybe 44 is just a safer number because you cut 24 cards out of your deck, you still have 20 cards. But yeah, I'm not completely sure.
So Thrasher opens up pretty well. He's also not running the Fusion Substitute combo, so this is as far as he was able to go with a Rapier.
Yeah. It looks like Dankelson opens Swap Frog, so that's half the battle.
His opponent, on the other hand, has a pair of Maxis, which aren't super great against the not many special summons.
A Paleozoic. Yeah, but he'll get to cycle them every single time. You know, one special summon, just trade it for one card. That's fine. It's interesting that he chose to send Ronin Toad. How do you feel about that? Yeah, he discarded Ronin Toad into Specialist Swap Frog to send Ronin Toad, and now he's going to normal summon Swap Frog to kick down Dupe Frog, I assume.
If he knows his opponent has DD Crow in his main deck, I can see why he did it.
That would be crazy.
When activates Send Gate? It tributes an Aqua monster from my hand or my field. As a cost? As a cost, yes. Okay.
Yeah. Thatcher just clarifying how totally awesome works.
Here it is.
Yeah.
It is a. It's actually not a tribute. He mentioned it's a tribute, but it's
You
actually
send.
send.
Yeah. Yeah. one of the best, probably the best rank 2 ever printed, right, in terms of power level.
It's got
the big
be,
reason
right?
why Paleozoic is even, I think, a strategy at all. Being able to use all those the abundance of level 2 monsters, exceed summon it easily. You also have the synergy along with the frogs, because if you're able to make Totally Awesome the hard way and, you know, not cheating into play with Bahamut Shark, having frogs in your deck means you snowball super quickly, and it goes so well with this trap archetype.
So it looks like he banished the second Pot of Desires from his deck with the first one, and then drew in a card of Demise, but he is already special summoned this turn. So he can't actually play it yet.
Yeah. There, he activates Ronin, gets Maxied, and then Thrasher chooses to activate the effect of his Zodiac Giant to destroy the Swap Frog. Now he gets to use his additional normal summon that was granted to him by Swap Frog on Dewfrog. Was that one of the cards he drew off of the Pot of Desires? I believe so, right?
It was.
Yeah. Now Dimensional Barrier is going to hit on Xyz, I assume.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
That does give him the opportunity to take out Trident, though.
Yeah. Does he have... Oh, no.
He does, but he
the
shouldn't
effect's
play
negated,
it.
yeah. We actually saw him, Thrasher made the misstep earlier where he equipped a Whiptail while his Trident was Lost-Winded.
And he almost did it again here.
Yeah.
Quickly realized that that wasn't going to work.
Yep.
Now, did he play against this deck before? Is that what he played against in the last feature?
No, it was against a 60-card Infernoid Zodiac deck.
Okay, with Lost Wind.
Yeah, it had a heavy dedication to Zodiac cards, too. It played 3 Fire Formation Tiki and Thoroughblade. So it was really like a Zodiac deck with Infernoid cards.
Target Trident, Broadwell, and Rat.
Activates effect. Puts back the Rat.
Anytime you can get both activations out of a single Daigusto Emerald, you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah. Not just the card draw, but being able to recycle the resources. That's the bigger edge you gain.
You can play more than 15 extra deck monsters in a single game
Yes.
with Zodiacs if you keep putting them back
Yes.
with Daigusto Emerald.
Also, the number of Rat Pierres you special summon from your deck, way more than 2.
I do wonder how much, how important is having the DD Crows in the main deck here that you give up the Lunalight Black Sheep Fusion Substitute combo?
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know if that's one or the other, though.
I don't think it should be one or the other, but
yeah.
it seems to be the choice. In the past 2 rounds, that's the choice that seems to have been made.
What about cards like Forbidden Chalice or My Body Shield? Was that the same in the last round as well? Did they include cards like that or like Twin Twisters? I think, for example, I'm not the biggest fan of
Twin Twister previously instead of My Body.
We have 3 copies of Twin Twister and My Body here. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the players who use the Lunalight engine are also slimming on the Spell and Trap card destruction. Like that's what they're actually slimming. 'Cause they're just hedging that going first. I get such advantage out of this that it's we'll take the loss going second. Yeah. Or more so, we'll take the loss going second against trap-heavy strategies, such as Paleozoic.
Thrasher continues with a new Rat Pier. And we'll see if Nicholson has a Paleozoic to help with that. He doesn't, but he does have Solemn Strike. Thrasher did have to use his normal summon there.
Yeah.
It's got that other Ronin Totem in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's crazy to think that he might be playing around DD Crow game 1.
That's... he doesn't attack the Dupe Frog.
That's interesting. Swap Frog just has that much more value than the Dupe Frog, maybe?
Do you get anything off Dupe Frog being destroyed? That might be it.
What do you mean? You get to add a frog from your deck or graveyard to your hand.
Okay, so,
yeah,
so
he'd be able to get Swap Frog from his deck.
That's
but
right.
at the same time, he already has the Ronin Totem in the graveyard, so he could have just banished Swap Frog for Ronin Totem, exceeded Totally Awesome, and kept up his Dupe Frog if you don't attack. I don't know, but I guess by destroying the Dupe Frog, you let him search a Swap Frog, so you're essentially giving 3 extra frogs because of the Dupe Frog, the Swap Frog, and the frog that Swap Frog will send.
Well, he manages to get around the Dupe Frog. Nicholson puts it into a Totally Awesome, but loses it to Solemn Strike.
He'll still be able to
Yeah,
summon
he's got
another one.
swap.
Yeah, totally
Yeah,
awesome.
another swap frog.
Being able to add back Swap Frog makes it pretty resilient to Solemn Strike. He might be close to out of frogs, though.
I think I have 2 Ronins and 2 frogs.
Yep. That's both Ronin Totem from his deck. 2 swaps, 1 dupe.
Well, at least 2 dupes, right? Because there's 1 banished, 1 in the grave.
Ah, there's 1 banished.
Yeah. So he either has... I just feel like maybe the... Oh, no, this is the Swap Frog from the graveyard. That makes sense. I thought there was another frog that we had seen, but this is the same one from earlier.
And Thrasher pitches his second Maxi.
Yep, gets 2 draws here, which is nice. It looks like Speedroar Terratop followed by Speedroar Terratop.
Double Whiptail, double Terratop is what we're showing right now.
Yeah. Looks like there's a 5th card, though, so maybe... I think that might be a full house, actually, from what's it looking like from the
Triple
top.
top?
Yeah,
Tops and tails?
Yep.
Set 1. Standby phase? Or actually, I don't have any targets. Here, continue.
Oh, yeah, so he's
Yeah,
out of
so
frogs.
he's out
Oh,
of
the Pot
frogs.
of Desires.
Right.
Yeah.
Terratop is special summoned, activates. There is basically no reason to use your Toad on this.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You can just sit on that Toad forever if they're starting from nothing.
Yeah.
Attention duelists. UDS qualifier number 2 will begin very shortly.
And he did pick up a strike for turn.
At least some kind of backup maybe for the following turn. Like set it and maybe Dingleson doesn't use Totally Awesome this turn, and then when you force him to negate something, you strike it then. So you force your card through and get rid of the Totally Awesome.
And the Paleozoic Eater is Dynamiscus. So at some point he can just banish something.
Yeah.
Presumably he will decide now whether or not he wants to do that.
We have a missing black Nike badge. If anyone sees it anywhere in the room, please bring it up to the front.
Looks like
the Totally Awesomes might be foreign, and he has a written translation at the ready in his jacket pocket.
always good to have. I kind of liked the binder solution that we saw yesterday from Ramon.
Yeah. The only issue with that one is then additional copies of the card, right, that you need to own. But
right.
At least there's multiple solutions.
Used to have enough pocket.
And activate MX Saber Invoker. Dingleson lets it through, knowing that he can just combat whatever Thrash is doing with his trap cards and hold back that totally awesome negation for something more important.
Whiptail is summoned. It's now all 3 Whiptails in addition to all 3 Terratops.
Yep.
And he's seen 2 Solemn Strikes. There's a lot of multiples coming up this duel.
Seems like he should maybe be more center strip than he is here. Stack on Broad Bull.
Summon is good. Summon of Tiger Mortar, also good.
How often do you think it's right to preemptively disrupt your opponent's Zodiac play to try to play around Zodiac combo, like not filling their graveyard with names?
Well, if specifically with Toad, you can wait a little longer than you have to because you take whatever the thing is to keep it out of the graveyard. But in general, I feel like it's more important to waste their summons of the Zodiacs than it is to preempt the combo. Now, a lot of the things that people are doing in this format are based on getting them just one big turn to sweep through. So like you don't see a lot of Quaking Mirror Force, but you see a lot of Storming Mirror Force. People would rather just get that one free turn against their life points than have to go through everything face down and give them yet another turn to bring their cards back.
I can understand that. So we've had some big interactions. Totally Awesome lost out to My Body as a shield, and then Dynamiscus was flipped, removing the Zodiac, and now
There's the
Storming Mirror Force clears out the Invoker, and Dynamiscus comes back. With Card and Mize in his hand, he has a choice here where he can either banish a frog for Ronin Tonin, his last frog for Ronin Tonin, to make a rank 2 Xyz, or he can try to guess it with the Card and Mize, but it looks like he's chosen to banish a frog for Ronin Tonin. Oh no, there's one more frog left as well. Usually, once you get Totally Awesome, Card and Mize gets much worse because every single turn Totally Awesome will be special summoning a frog, but at this point in the game, without any extra frogs, he can actually just activate Card and Mize as soon as he has one free turn where he doesn't feel that he needs to set up a Totally Awesome.
He has stacked up his monsters, and now the choice is, does he play Toad or Opabinia? I think you go Toad, and you have to finish this thing before Thrasher gets a chance to get back into it. Like, that's the whole point of storming Mirror Force.
Yeah.
He's got the Toad. Thrasher takes 22.
Yep, goes down to 2,300. That is a Toad and a Ronin Toad in a way.
Yeah, saves the strike for next time.
Yeah,
he's going to have to put up something credible, though, to bait out the Toad.
Yeah.
A little rough with all those life point payments between Solemn Strike, Solemn Warning, and My Body as a Shield. That's 5 1500s and a 2,000. Goes in.
You just usually expect the game to be over by the time you activate that many effects, though. But
Right.
yeah, grind games against Paleozoics, they can suddenly turn your life point into a resource in a way that you did not expect it to be. I guess that's more so how like these more control-heavy strategies that try to disrupt you sort of like turn the corner, right?
Mhm.
All of a sudden you're on the back foot because you're at a life point deficit and a card deficit, and they're just so far ahead on the field.
That's the classic control deck. That's how it's
Yeah.
supposed to work. Get all your cards out there, sweep them away somehow, and then go on the attack with one or two really powerful monsters.
Yeah.
Ah, but he now has a pair of Forbidden Chalices. One drawn per turn and another drawn from combo.
Yeah, not the best here.
Thrasher is just... I mean, he can just play one to
stop
make the Toad stop doing stuff.
Yeah, but then how does he clear even a 2,600
How does he clear the
behind
Toad?
two back row, you know?
Depends on what they are.
Yeah.
Summons Whiptail. There's Borbo. And Broad Bull. Oh, sorry, Tiger Mortar.
That's going to get Paleozoic Canadian, so the Book of Moon effect, they'll turn it face down.
All right, and he did not activate a Paleozoic there. Interesting that he didn't.
Does he have one in his grave to activate?
I think he did. Oh, no, it's under...
yeah,
it's under the frog.
The only other one he's drawn
That's
or played is Dynamiscus. Yep. Now he has a turn to activate Card of Demise finally.
Ooh,
and
that's
that should seal the deal here, I think.
So
being able to set Solemn Warning, Card of Demise for 3 cards.
He attacked the face-down monster, and I don't believe it needs to be face-up at the start of damage calculation to use Whiptail. I think Thrasher might just have missed it.
I could see that, actually. He, when we featured him last, he made a couple missteps where he missed 2 opportunities to OTK his opponent with Gaga Samurai through things, so I don't know, maybe just the fatigue of the weekend setting in a little. Yep.
And he picks it up. So he could have essentially chaliced the frog, and then if Nicholson chose not to negate it during the damage step, then it would flip up and he could activate the Whiptail to banish the Toad.
At what point does the monster flip up during the damage step?
Start of the damage step.
Start of the damage step. So am I able to activate Forbidden Chalice before my monster flips up?
I believe you can.
So within the damage step still?
Yeah.
Even though my guy flips up at the start of the damage
there's
step?
there's a start of the damage step where things like Grand Ball activate, which is before it flips up. So that's the very start of the damage step.
there's a so there
It's
is like a
the
window
start,
before.
yeah. It's
Okay,
like the
that
start
makes sense,
step
yeah.
in the battle phase.
Okay, yeah, that
essentially.
was what I was trying to clarify, if there was something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's one of those really complicated things, though, that you only really suss out because there are all those different timings written on the cards.
Yeah, yeah. The damage step is probably, I feel like, the biggest enigma in terms of Yuga rules
And
in a lot of ways.
It is for everybody.
Yeah.
We always have to think about that whenever we're... Basically, there are a series of questions that we ask ourselves about every card. And there's a lot of them. It's over 140 different questions that we run each card through to determine what it does. Since the whole point of problem-solving card text is to try to exactly write in English how the card works,
Yeah.
we have to go through and find all those different points, make sure we know where all of the possible response points are, and then make sure that the activation conditions are written correctly so that you know, okay, Grand Ball activates before it flips face up, so does Catastor.
Yeah.
Oh, but this other thing activates after it flips face up, like I think Aaron, for example.
Yeah.
And this activates before you do damage calculation, and so on and so on. So it's a very time-consuming process to get all the cards into English and to make them say what they actually do. in
Exactly,
English.
yeah.
So
Compared
it's
to all the other ones we've had in the
a,
past.
It's a more involved process than you might think. It's not just, well, we'll just translate this in English and just throw it on the card. It's quite different in the way the cards are written in Japanese.
Yeah, problem-solving card decks, I think, is just one big step forward. Yeah.
And
Makes
we're
a lot
always
easier.
evolving that, for
Yeah.
example. We try to make standard phrases as much as possible so that if you see it once, you can just apply it to every other card where that works.
Yeah.
But even those are
difficult
always
to-
evolving. And sometimes it causes some problems, like chain disappearance, for example. At one point it said deck, and then we changed it to main deck to clarify that it only works on the main deck. And after a while, the standard became deck means main deck, and if it's going to do the extra deck, it's going to mention that as well. But there's still these older printings of it that say main deck.
Yeah.
And then you get things where, oh, well, it doesn't say main deck anymore, so that must mean it now works on the extra deck again. And sometimes that can cause some problems. So that's something that we're still trying to work out.
Yeah.
And get a better way to have to actually communicate that sort of thing to people.
Yeah.
So as it evolves, if there's any major steps forward, we'll actually point them out on the strategy site like we did with the original articles.
Yeah. No, I remember the problem-solving card decks articles were super helpful to me when I was a player, reading them.
Meanwhile, we have an update on YCS Prague.
Oh, yes.
In which Billy Brake is in the finals in a rematch of his win from Bockham against Joshua Schmidt.
Yep, it's going to be a crazy one. If Billy wins this, he will be the first person to win 2 times back-to-back, let alone back-to-back in Europe and back-to-back in the U.S., and he'll be the first 5-time champion.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have they is this really the most recent YCS in Europe?
I believe so.
Post his previous win?
I believe it goes Bockham than this one.
Huh.
Yeah.
When was Bockham? Was that this year?
Well, it was Metalfoes versus Paleozoic.
Right.
And
was that December?
I actually don't know. We can probably try to find out really quickly.
All right. But meanwhile, Thrasher's up first, and he starts with Terror Top into Totem Bird because he has the barrage.
Yep.
And in
Max
response,
C.
he gets hit by Max C. So Dankelson going to be drawing a lot of cards this turn. We'll see if he can draw himself into a Swap Frog.
YCM's Bockham was in 2016.
2016.
Yeah,
okay.
December 12th, 2016, I believe. So it stops a little short. Goes 1 card further with Dryden, but just wants that tiny bit of disruption.
Does get him a Dark Hole.
Yeah.
He
That
can
Tonembird's
set
going to
5.
set problems. So Lost Win, 2 copies of Canada, Solemn Warning, Storming Mirror Force.
Yeah, I actually don't feel too bad if I'm in Dankelson's position here.
Yeah, Lost Win being able to answer the Totem Bird is a big deal. And then the fact that you just get additional value if they try to exceed summon further. Big reason why Lost Win is such a powerful card, and we see it so often, especially in Paleozoic. It basically gives you 2 ways to trigger a Paleozoic in just 1 card.
Tanky comes down for Thrasher. Looks like he's considering Thoroughblade. Not Twin Twisters, Thoroughblade. And he's got, once again, another pair. This time it's Whiptails.
Switches Dryden to attack mode and just enters the battle phase.
Nothing on declaration. Sure. Would you like to enter the damage step? You'll take 2,000.
He'll take 1,900, actually, because of the Tenki, I believe.
Use Totem Bird. See how that goes.
Yep.
It goes through.
Goes through. It's banished.
Take, 7.
But now that Storming Mirror Force can clear out the Dryden, right? If he chooses to attack with the Totem Bird.
Right. I don't know that he necessarily needed to do it, though, because he's got Dark Hole in hand.
That's
he
true.
could save the Storming Mirror Force.
Maybe he was just worried about that Dryden allowing Thrasher to progress like too far forward because it already had a Rapier under it, and then he gets to start that Gusto Emeralding, and
that's true.
Just maybe try to prevent the problem before it happens, and then if Thrasher has more cards because he still hasn't summoned, then maybe the Dark Hole clears out the rest of his resources.
Right.
But it'll be banished when it leaves the field.
Summons Thoroughblade.
Sure. Discard that last Whiptail. Draw a fresh card. Looks like a trap.
May have been his own combo. It did not look like a secret rare.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Anti-Spell Fragrance. Came in from the side deck.
That's interesting.
I don't know that that's super good here.
No, with only 5 spell cards, yeah.
He has sided in more, though.
Yeah, well, that Dark Hole now needs to be set, so that's a little cool, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Anti-Spell against Paleozoic.
No, it doesn't seem like the best.
Yeah.
He attacks.
He's going to Canadia.
Flip face down.
Yeah. Just wants to do that just to get the Canadian in the graveyard, most likely. The fact that Dewfrog is also able to vanquish the Thoroughblade.
Dewfrog, destroyer of Zodiac.
Yep. Have you ever seen a frog take down a horse?
No. No, that's a first. I guess it gets stuck in the shoe or something.
I don't even know.
Trips the horse.
He dupes him, clearly.
Clearly.
So you're 73, correct?
Just special summons a Terratop and sends it after Dewfrog.
Yeah.
Dewfrog effect.
Dewfrog effect will let him search for a frog.
Probably going to Solemn Strike it. I like that.
Activate
Cut him off from
strike,
Swap Frog. No reason to even let him search the Swap Frog because that just gives him another frog in the graveyard when you strike it.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm do a quick shuffle up there.
Yeah.
Of course, it's just going to feel real bad if he goes and draws it anyway.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's also the argument that he's less likely to draw Swap Frog if you let him search it and then strike that one. He's going to Canadia and then activate his own Canadia in response. And there's the Swap Frog.
I told you. It keeps happening.
Yeah.
We have seen a lot of pretty spectacular draws in big situations here, and Swap Frog is yet another one.
Yeah. If there's a city to get lucky in.
So this is the one.
Yeah.
I mean, you were there for the Vegas Worlds with Lucky Straight.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was. Actually, that is who beat me in the top 8, was the Lucky Straight.
Lucky Straight
Duelist. Yeah. Albeit I did not lose to Lucky Straight.
That was somebody on day 1, I think.
Yeah.
T summons. And with a anti-spell fragrance there instead of a actual trap. All Thrasher's really doing is keeping himself from coming back.
Yeah. Only my body has a shield in his hand.
Which he did not even set.
Interesting. Maybe forgetting his own my body. Or his own anti-spell fragrance.
Target tanking.
Yep. See, now I'm going to leave that anti-spell up because now it's better for me than it is for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can't even just play Barrage and blow it away because it's a spell.
Yeah.
You already declared.
And he's forced into doing that.
Yep.
Because he already declared it.
Yeah.
Just he
could have gotten a little bit more damage in, but that's about it.
So that's a pretty imposing combination.
Yeah.
Toad and Opabinia. Let's go ahead and bring up Opabinia because it keeps coming up.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stick on the field very long.
Paleozoic Xyz is surprisingly powerful. At first I thought that this deck was sort of just carried by Totally Awesome, but definitely not the case.
Yeah, being able to just activate traps from your hand as soon as you get them, but also search them out. And you can't get hit by a Dryden because it's unaffected by monster effects.
Yeah, I feel like when we're talking about turning the corner, Opabinia is one of those cards that allow them because it sort of just immediately gets in the driver's seat. They search a card, able to activate it immediately.
And it looks like Damson did indeed turn the corner, and much more quickly in this duel.
Yep.
As he takes a quick 2-0 victory over Kevin Thrasher.
Yeah, impressive to say the least.
It really is.
Yeah.
How crazy would it be if right after the YCS, where Paleozoic Frogs has its breakout appearance, and everybody just says, okay, I'm just going to side all this stuff for Paleozoic Frogs, goes and wins again after everybody knows it's there,
yeah,
and brings in all the hate.
Yeah, it's also in the finals of YCS Prague. That is what Joshua Schmidt is playing.
It is.
Yeah, so we could have
Double
two
Paleozoics.
Paleozoics winning just today.
And if you're one of the people who tries to deny and says, oh, side decks will take care of it,
yeah,
I guess not.
Yeah, definitely not the case. But yeah, it's a big reason why I think Duelist like Break and some others have chosen to go with the Infernoid version of Zodiac and things like that, because it's a deck that's able to create just more problems than the Paleozoic deck has answers, whereas the Zodiac deck can typically do, 1 or 2 things in a turn. Like your best turn involves Terror Top, Tenki, and Zodiac Barrage's 3 pushes, but the Infernoid deck can usually just do so much more in one turn.
So when we're talking about the Zodiac Infernoid deck, is it like, here's the whole Zodiac deck that everybody else is playing, and then we're just adding the Infernoid stuff on top of it?
So,
or is it core Infernoid with, say, rats and a whiptail?
Okay, yeah. So when I guess most of the time we're talking about the Infernoid deck, the core, with
Right.
just rats and whiptail. However, we saw earlier today, I forget who, but Billy Breaking Edition was also playing cards like Zodiac Combo, Fire Formation, Tenki, and even I think a copy of Thoroughblade. So it is sort of just like all of the Zodiac cards that we normally see. I think Combo is what really defines whether it's a Zodiac deck or not, because it shows that they're trying to use the Zodiac cards multiple times in a game.
Right.
Not just, I'll do it once. Maybe I Daigusto Emerald instead of Kagetsuchi, so I can do it again once more after that. But I think Combo just completely changes the dynamic of the strategy. Whereas, because you're trying to go off with Rapier probably 3 times in one game when you have Combo in your deck.
All right, well, Paleozoic Frogs takes another one here at the Ultimate Duelist Series Invitational, and we'll have an interview with the winner up next. Don't go away.
Attention duelists around the world. Thanks to cutting-edge Kaiba Corp technology, you can now duel on your smartphone. Ready? Check this out, everyone! Write the next chapter in dueling history. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Here I go. It's my turn. My turn!
It's my turn.
Play as your favorite character and win your duels. Not a single card can stand up to this. Build your strongest deck and summon your legendary monsters. I call on Blue Eyes White Dragon. White Lightning! Duels are now in the palm of your hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Make your move because it's time to duel.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Fusion Enforcers! Call upon magical new monsters, so you can unleash their fusion power! 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. And master the storm with Raging Tempest! 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. The original Duelists are back! You can collect Yugi Moto's 5 new Magician Girl monsters, plus Seto Kaiba's Blue Eyes Dragons, and the Egyptian Cubic monsters of New Villain Agami! Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions Movie Pack Gold Edition! 5 cards per pack, 3 packs per box, each box sold separately.
It's time to duel! Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions. January 27th. Rated PG. Free exclusive Yu-Gi-Oh! Card with ticket purchase.
So far, 3 losses, 1 round to go. You're one of the few remaining Paleozoic duelists in the tournament. How do you feel about your last match? How do you feel about your maybe success rate going in the next round? Do you think you could take it down?
Paleozoic has a really great matchup against Zoo, so if I play against Zoo, I think I'll be able to get it. I really don't want to play against Infernoids.
Okay. So we saw you include cards like Hardened Minds and Potted Desires in your deck. Not normally the most popular, it just depends on the version. You also playing the 40-card version, not the 60-card version.
44 cards.
Oh, 44 cards. Yeah, we were actually talking about that. Why specifically 44 cards?
Because last week at Locals, I was playing 41 against my good friend Eden, and I actually decked out game 1, and that's how I lost. Like, I would have been able to outgrind him if I had just a couple more cards in my deck. So I threw in 3 more, and it's been perfect.
Is it so you can maybe like resolve 2 Pot of Desires in the same game?
That's the whole idea behind it. I want to be able, if I draw 2 Pot of Desires early game, I want to be able to resolve both of them and not deck out.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, Paleozoic is doing pretty well here. We see it's in the finals of Prague right now. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, man.
Your best. We'll be back super soon with the final round of Swiss, and then we'll cut to a top 16, so make sure to stay tuned.
With no monsters left on the field,
I summon Dark Magician. Declare direct attack.
Ah, you got me.
Told Joe's the master.
GG.
GG. I gotta bounce, guys.
All right, man.
It's time to duel!
Let's battle!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Choose from over 700 classic cards to build your ultimate deck. Unlock and play as your favorite characters. Summon powerful monsters and become a duel master. With infinite combinations, it's anyone's battle to win.
Harpy Lady Sisters! Triple Scratch Attack!
Rematch?
Bring it.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, the ultimate real-time PvP battle. Now on mobile. Download free on App Store and Google Play.
So a total of 4, and I will pass over to you.
Yep. Looks like T'Challa does not have the most impressive first turn.
He does not. He set Metal Foe's Bismugear first turn.
Yep. Along with
rare Metal Foes.
Yep. Oh, T'Challa jokes. Let's see that Danko. Little does he realize Turret is probably one of the few people in the tournament with 3 main deck copies. Yeah, Danko Sec is super strong against Metal Foes, right? Because it prevents them from using their destruction effects to set cards from their deck. So that's a big reason why Metal Foes is so good. It, similar to why we saw Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer be so strong. Destroying your Pendulum cards so you can bring them back is huge. But cutting your opponent off from doing that gives Danko Sec an interesting way to interact with this strategy.
It does. Durin uses Terror Top to get Skedenborg, special summons it, and combines his monsters to summon Totem Bird. Then follows up with Fire Formation Tenki.
Yep, and he wants to make sure he has that added layer of protection so that his combos can go through. The Maxi is really what's going to hinder him here.
Nevertheless, his hand is way better than T'Kella's.
Does Bismugear trigger when it's destroyed by battle?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So he'll be able to use its effect. That's not really the ideal way you're going to want to use it, though.
Yeah, but at least it does something.
Right.
Yeah, it provides him a way to defend in addition to hopefully getting him another card so maybe he can, pull together a couple of Metal Foes to do something more proactive the following turn.
Yeah. But unfortunately for T'Kella, he has no scale, so it's not even like it's going to find him the missing scale, the high scale or the low scale. He'll just be able to take one and...
Yeah, a lot needs to happen.
He needs some good draws.
Yeah, this Maxi has to get him there, essentially.
Yeah, that's true. So, Whiptail into Borbo, into... Rat here into... Borbo into Tiger Mortar.
Yep, and once Tiger Mortar uses the effect that Rat Pierre has granted, it looks like he's going to respond with Maxi, and I think he just drew Battle Baboon. I could be wrong. Nope, it looks like Terror Top.
Terror Top.
Close. One's a tree monkey, the other is a toy.
They could both be in a zoo. Yeah, T'Kella is actually using a 60-card Metal Foes deck.
Yeah, trying to combat that Grass Looks Green.
Right, even though he doesn't run that Grass Looks Greener himself.
It also just lets him include several engines in his strategy.
Yeah, and so he runs Rat Pierre and Whiptail. Another cool thing about running 60 cards in Metal Foes, though, is a lot of the Metal Foes spelling trap cards you don't want to draw.
Exactly.
You want to set from your deck.
Yep.
So actually making it less likely to draw any specific card is beneficial.
Yeah, and you also get consistency tools that, like, you don't normally need at 40 cards, but at 60 cards you can include cards like Painful Decision and stuff like that, which, we saw a lot of when Metal Foes was first beginning to dominate. But with the inclusion of the Zodiac cards, those are just cards you want to kind of slim out because you don't really need them. They're just extra consistency tools.
Right. And Tequela's actually using 5 Metal Foes cards in his deck, 5 Metal Foes Spell and Trap cards, so he does have plenty that he can search for with the effects of his Pendulum-zoned Xyz monsters.
Yep. So it looks like the combination of Dimensional Barrier and Forbidden Chalice.
100, 100. Or 100?
Nope, that's actually wrong. Yep. The Forbidden Chalice will give it enough attack to where it will be destroyed.
Where what will?
Forbidden Chalice. So he Forbidden Chalice the Broad Bull. What happened is he activated Dimensional Barriers to negate the effects. And then he... Oh, no, it was the 100 attack from the Tenki, right? Because he Forbidden Chalice the Totem Bird.
Right. He
yeah, my apologies.
the Totem Bird, I think, tried to negate the Dimensional Barrier and the Forbidden Chalice stopped it.
Yeah.
So...
I just realized it was the attack from the Tenki, not the Forbidden Chalice, that allowed the Broad Bull to push through.
Tequila had counter down, so when the rare Metal Foes Bismugear is destroyed, he gets to use counter special summon Volflame from his deck, which has more attack points than any of Duran's monsters. Now in the end phase, he gets a search with Bismugear.
Yep.
So it's not the worst thing in the world.
No, he also looks like he did draw a copy of Balbaboon. Let's bring it up and let's see if
Yes,
we
he
can talk
did.
about why Balbaboon is so powerful in Metal Foes.
Yeah, and I didn't realize he had the counter down. With the counter down, he can also banish it to get the Bismugear back from his extra deck.
Yeah,
so he
so
actually
he's-
does have the Pendulum skills in place.
Yep.
Or can put them in place.
Yep. So Balbaboon has a couple effects. First one lets you draw a card, and then you take a card from your hand, put it to the bottom of the deck. So, or top or bottom. So you basically get to take those Metal Foes spell and trap cards you draw that you might not want and put them away.
And that's awesome because you just drew Metal Foes combination.
Yep. And then
So-
its other effect says that when it's destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon as many Balbaboons from your deck. So then you get, that effect to trigger multiple times. You also get 2 level 3 materials, which, if you've been around recently, MX Saber Invoker is a pretty good rank 3. So he gets to take advantage of that. That's pretty powerful. Let's see what other... He also plays the Phantom Knife Breaksword. He could Xyz summon as well as Mech-Quipped Engineer. We saw a little bit of Mech-Quipped Engineer. Brendan Beckman utilized it when he made the top cut of YCS Atlanta.
Right.
A couple weeks back as sort of a way to combat interrupted Kaiju Slumber.
So now Tequila destroys his Volflame with the Silvered's Pendulum effect, then summons Terratop, followed by Teketenborg after getting Teketenborg with Terratop's effect. Now Duran uses Dimensional Barrier to call Xyz monsters, which is kind of interesting because now he's letting Tequila Pendulum summon.
Yeah. One big reason why including so many different summoning techniques in your strategy is powerful right now is because of Dimensional Barrier. It lets you fight on different axes, so when they Dimensional Barrier you one way, you can summon a different one.
Oh, wow. He's got a Torrential Tribute.
Yep, that's a big one.
But Duran clears the field, but Tequila doesn't really lose much.
No,
The Volflame goes to the extra deck, and then his Teketenborg and Terratop, he just special summons to the field just by using the Terratop. So
Yeah, it's interesting. He chose to... Do you think he was red to Torrential Tribute there? How many attacks
don't
do you
know
think your
about
opponent's going to
that.
be able to get? Where, do you think he's actually able to clear? I guess he could clear the 2 relevant threats, right? Because he still has his normal summon, but
Yeah,
it's still
maybe.
pretty rough.
No, that can't be right. After using Dimensional Barrier to stop Xyz summons?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't
It's
know.
rough.
But that's the line he's chosen. I guess he was concerned about Volflame.
Yep, and now we get to see the power of Balbaboon.
We do. So he uses his other Metal Foes effect in the Pendulum Zone to destroy it. He gets to special summon 2 more.
Yep.
First, he gets to set a Metal Foes card from his deck, of course.
Yeah, I think he's deciding whether or not he wants 2 or 1. I assume you just want 2 right now.
No, he's deciding which Metal Foes to set.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, so combination, and obviously he's going to get 2.
Yeah, he won't be able to Xyz summon because of the Dimensional Barrier, but still getting 2
right.
more draws. And
It's 2,400 attack, too.
Yeah.
He still hasn't entered his battle phase. Now, does he want to trade in his Barrage to see what he gets with the knowledge that he can...
I think maybe
trade
you
in
just
the
hold
card
it
he
for next
draws?
turn just because of Dimensional Barrier. But, well, you draw it first, right?
2 in the end?
Yeah, you draw before you place. So he actually gets
You're
to...
right.
Yeah, so you definitely just activate both.
Yeah,
Worst
yeah,
case scenario,
you're
you draw
right.
a card you don't want, you just
Yeah,
put
you
them to
put
the
it on
bottom.
we'll go battle phase. Attack for 24.
Actually, you can put it on top or bottom.
Yeah, he
That's
didn't
really
activate the
good.
effect. Is Battle Boom once per turn on the draw effect?
Let me see.
Main phase.
No. I don't know why he didn't use the effect.
And then I will pass over to you.
Interesting.
Do you have 5 names?
There's only one spot left. The first person to come up to registration with the completed registration slip and deck list.
Duran uses combo to send 3 Xyz monsters to his extra deck, as well as 2 other Zodiacs back to his main deck. Now he gets to draw 1 card after recycling all of those resources. Takela really turned this around. I didn't realize he had the counter face down, but that card really put him back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it essentially just turned into a metal foe, right? Like,
well, it turned into the Volflame on the field,
which
plus the Bismugear in his hand.
Yeah, so it produced a threat as well as another resource.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was
I mean, he also, the fact that he had Maxi and Dimensional Barrier and Forbidden Chalice sort of made it so, like, if his opponent pushed through Maxi, which he did a little bit, he was able to sort of recapitalize and stop his opponent when it mattered, so he just gets the draws.
Right. So Duran summons Whiptail.
Sure.
He has Terratop, Barrage, and Barrier in his hand.
Yeah, that's good if he can seize back the field, but I don't think he'll be able to.
Yeah. Upgrades to Borbo. Transforms Borbo into Tiger Mortar.
Go ahead and do the thing.
Uses Tiger Mortar's effect to trade for a Rat Pier.
Yep.
And then uses its effect to special summon a Rat Pier from his deck. Tiger Mortar gets upgraded into Broad Bolt. And Broad Bolt's effect, now he gets to search his deck. And he takes another Rat Pier to special summon.
He's going to activate the effect of Broad Bolt to add a
Whiptail to his hand.
Yeah.
Does he run? He runs the Fusion Substitute combo, right?
Yes, but into back row, you usually don't want to do it. He's also used a bunch of resources already, so it's a little rough. That's also another thing that duels typically side out when going second. So it's just hard to pull off all that stuff when your opponent has the chance to interact. And it's also something you really want to do turn 1 on the middle stages just because it takes so many resources. So if you've already gone through a couple extract monsters, it becomes more difficult.
Right, so making less of a commitment, he Xyz summons Daigusto Emerald and uses its effect to try to draw 1 card.
Sure. Oh man, that means you have the other Cannonball. It's okay though, you already normal summon. How many in hand? 4. About to be 5?
Yeah, I mean, things aren't looking too bad for Duran.
They're not. I think Duran knows 2 of Takela's back rows. One of them's a Metal Foes combination. One of them he also set from his deck. I didn't see what card it is, but you know it's a Metal Foes card.
Yeah.
And I think he doesn't know the 3rd card. Do you know if that's accurate?
I believe so. Tensu.
Okay.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, when Zodiac was first released, Tensu was super popular in the OCG.
Really?
Yeah, it was the default way to play the strategy.
There's exactly 1 copy in Duran's deck.
Yeah, you get to search it with Brotherhood of the Firefist Tiger King, albeit he does not use it. But it was just a way to get access to it. There was more combos you can do, get an additional monster out on the field, but it has not been popular here.
It's very funny because he plays it right after Takela says you already used your normal summon.
Yep.
So he used 1 of his normal summons.
Yeah. Getting an extra Whiptail onto the field is huge because every Whiptail just represents double its attack when you have a Zodiac monster out. So it helps you OTK.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then his Trident gets an extra material from the Barrage.
Yeah.
So Duran's field is impressive now.
Declared an overlay.
Yep, Utopia, Utopia Lightning.
Hell's at 8,000. He can't end it.
Well, how much is that? 38?
Topia lightning attacks and destroys Bababoon.
Deals 3,800.
Ooh, and I can't activate anything, right? Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
Emerald destroys the remaining Bababoon.
Puts me at 36. And then on that, I'm going to activate Metal Foe's counter.
And with it destroyed, Takela uses Metal Foe's counter to special summon another Metal Foes from his deck.
Yep.
Yes, there are 2 counters in his deck. One of the perks of running a 60-card deck. You'll have additional ones to search for.
Target my silver?
Yep. He's going to use destroy one of the scales just so he has the way to disrupt T'Challa during the following turn as well.
That makes sense, because we already know Takela will be able to get a scale back with the counter in his graveyard to complete the pendulum scales.
It's kind of neat.
He drew Rapier. That's a good one. Has not done any of the Zodiac combo yet, so he could just start doing Zodiac things and then try to start doing Metal Foes things.
Yeah, I guess that's a good one. I feel like maybe he'd rather have a... Oh, he had combination down, too. Oh, that's really good.
Sure. Activate Bismugear.
Oh, that's insane. Now I can use the counter to get back the Metal Foes and still use it to destroy combination.
Yeah, this is
He'll
super
be able
powerful.
to pendulum summon unless Durin's face down card is really good.
It's Dimensional Barrier, isn't it?
So it is really good.
But no, the difference is, though, that
he can only hit the Rat Pier, Ixies combos
it's
or the pendulums.
Exactly, yeah,
The
and
same
that's why it's going
problem.
to be powerful.
Yeah.
He's going to force out here.
Oh.
Yeah.
He uses the Dimensional Barrier, I presume calling Ixies. Oh, I think this might actually be a blowout. He's in big trouble.
Yeah, it's definitely give me a good one.
Because Takela is also free to set the fusion spells from his deck and fusion summon.
Yep.
And I don't know if Durin sees it coming, but it's inevitable here. Sets Metal Foe's fusion.
And then combinations effect?
Gets Gold Driver, so now he has a scale 1 in his hand and a scale 8 on the field. Durin's hand is only a Terror Top, so if he can clear Durin's field, he'll likely have it.
Set the scale?
Well, he shuffled back the Takedown board, right, with the Daigusto Emerald? So he still might be able to do something, but I just think the amount of disruption that T'Challa will have is just going to be too much, because if he's going to do some Metal Foes fusions, like he could set up an Alcahest or something, and then that's rough.
So he pendulums everything he could. And now Metal Foes fusion.
Clarifies that Xyz was what was called off of Dimensional Barrier, as if
I'm not
giving
sure.
his opponent a little bit of a rub-in. Xyz, right? All right, Pendulum Summon and Fusion Summon.
That's definitely one of the strongest aspects of this deck. The fact that it can attack from all angles.
Yeah.
So
I remember I initially thought that Metal Foes Zodiac was going to be the strongest version just because of that, but I'm not exactly there now. But we see why it's so powerful. It plays so well against Dimensional Barrier, and Baobaboon just does so much for this deck.
Does he have... yeah, he has 3 Metal Foes in his graveyard, right?
Yeah, he should.
He has, I think, 2 combinations, right? Oh, so he's using the Fusion's effect first to shuffle it back into his deck and draw a card.
Yeah, Metal Foes Mithrilium, one of the big reasons why we saw Metal Foes be the dominant strategy around the time of YCS Anaheim, I believe, with the release of Invasion Vengeance. The T'Challa trying to
Bismugear activated, so Gold Driver, pop the Rat Pier.
figure out exactly what he wants to do here in what order.
Looks like he wants to set another Metal Foes fusion from his deck.
Yeah. Unlike the...
Oh, he gets full Metal Foes.
Yeah, unlike the Zodiac combo that you usually do the exact same thing every turn, the Metal Foes combos are a little bit more dynamic in that you have a lot of options and you can change up a lot of things depending on how you go about them.
For sure. It's very reactive to your opponent's field as well.
Yeah.
Battle phase? We'll go 26.
He attacks.
Or, 24 because of the fire formations.
So So he attacks Trident with Mithrilium, dealing 2,400 points of damage.
Yep.
Then I anticipate Volflame.
There for 600.
Yeah, Volflame will attack and destroy Emerald.
Puts you at 26.
Yep.
He
Leaving up the S39.
Yes, I guess there aren't 3 Metal Foes cards in Takella's graveyard. I guess just...
it might just be combination counter. Because
Well, counter's probably gone, right? He banished it.
He banished it, you're right.
So probably just 2 combinations.
36, 26? Yes, I'm at 36.
I think there are 2 combinations.
Didn't he just activate the one? Was there a second one earlier?
Maybe it's just the one. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, I think it might just be the one.
So maybe he just can't activate Mithrilium's effect. Granted, the Utopia is not the biggest threat in the world. It's just 2,500 attacks. It virtually has no effect since it's already used its effect.
Pass over to you, my friend.
And he remembers his Bismugear's effect in the end phase, and adds a Volflame to his hand.
Yeah.
It'll go very nicely with his Magispectre Unicorn Kirin.
This probably isn't the best feeling for Durin. It seemed like at one point he definitely had control over this game, and then with 3 main deck copies of Dankosek, it seems like it would be rough to lose this kind of matchup. But
yeah.
That is fine. No effect? Ooh, you drew the ticket.
Oh,
that's
brutal.
unfortunate. Yeah, after Daigusto Emerling it back.
Can I see? Is Totem Bird still in the graveyard? No, I returned it. You returned it? Okay. Go ahead.
That's not good.
Definitely not.
Yeah, and he's already a little bit behind, so.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
A little bit behind. What do you make here? Is there anything that will save you?
I make my graveyard go back into my deck, and I start shuffling for the next game. Yeah, no, I think you have to try to press with Invoker, but it's hard because he has the full Malphos Fusion down, so he's just going to full Malphos Fusion for Outcast and disrupt you.
Yeah. And that's
then
exactly
the
what's
Mithrilium's going
happening.
to get back a monster.
Alcahest? Open game state, activate, suck up. And then Mithrilium. It's too late. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so he missed the trigger on Mithrilium's effect because he already summoned Alakast and used its effect.
Yeah,
so,
he announced open game state and said that he was...
Yeah. But I don't think it matters. It seems as long as Takella can complete the scales.
Yeah, he also just drew Solemn Strike, so any hope that
Yeah.
Durin has of getting back in, I think, is gone.
He can. Oh, he already has the scales. He doesn't need to complete it.
He
And
just has to be able to clear the
He has Kirin
S39
in his hand.
Yeah.
So this is totally over.
Not too much to think about.
All he has to do is say Pendulum Summon, and I think that's it.
But instead, he will flip his brush.
Get maximum value out of that Pendulum Summon.
Yeah. I mean, you're in the feature match stage of the Ultimate Duelist Series, fighting it out for a belt. Are you kidding me? You're going to go all out.
Maximize your time in the spotlight, I suppose.
Yeah. Show them what you can really do.
Yeah. Whiptail into Borbo. Come on, just Pendulum Summon already. Tiger Mortar.
Tiger Mortar's going to get back Rapier. Are we to see a full Zodiac combo before a Pendulum Summon? We might.
We don't need this. We see enough of this. Pendulum Summon.
Nope, we're going to detach. Oh, maybe not. Who knows what he's going to do? Nope, he's going to activate the effect of...
He wants to show off what his deck can do.
Yeah. Activates the effect of Bismuth. Interesting interaction. You can Zodiac Barrage a card and then use a Metal Foes to destroy your Barrage. So that's pretty cool. You can also Barrage away your Metal Foes who've also used your effect. So having that interaction, being able to destroy other face-up cards.
Yeah, there really are a lot of very cool synergies with the Metal Foes and Zodiac monsters working together. So you just want to win without Pendulum Summoning?
Maybe. Maybe he doesn't want to show his opponent that he plays Magispectre Kirin.
That could be. He might not want his opponent to know he's playing Magispecters. We haven't seen one yet.
But I think it's still a little ridiculous.
He's going for the Lunalite combo. He wants his opponent to see that instead.
Yeah, I'm unsure.
Go
But
through the motions of it. So add. Yeah, I got it for the stream. Overlay. Take this to Emerald. Activate effects.
Wants to see how many cards he could draw before he Pendulum Summons, I guess.
Yeah, I'm unsure. Maybe it's the psychological warfare tactic of making your opponent sit through an entire Luna-like combo.
Could be.
And then you just announce you pendulum summon and show him you had Kieran the whole time.
Could be. I mean, even if he didn't, he could just upgrade into Trident, destroy the Utopia, right? And win with his pendulum summoned monsters.
Yeah, I mean, Durin could concede at any time.
Yeah. I mean, he must know and he has no hand, so it's not like he can bluff a Battle Fade or anything like that.
Draw?
This is just unnecessary.
Definitely.
Painful decision. He's going to go through that deck one more time.
Yep, this is a little bit painful, but it looks like he's going to send Gold Driver to add a Gold Driver.
So that takes all 3 copies into account. 1 in the scale, 1 in the hand, 1 in the grave.
Yep.
Fusion substitute.
Fusion substitute. Elder Entity Norden. Activate Norden's effect.
Is he going for style points? Does he want to win a different way?
Bring back right here.
Perhaps. I think this whole thing has been for nothing but style points.
Oh, now he's pendulum summoning anyway, including the Carid, so he is showing it.
Yep. I think it's just some amount of, I'm going to do as much as I can because I have the chance to do it. However,
why is
you also have to consider that time in the round is going down, and that if you have a win game 1, you want to try to get your game 3 when you get to go first, especially with the Luna-like combo in your deck that's going to take even more time. He summoned it. I've never seen Tiger Moore summon the hard way, by the way, but it just happened.
Yeah. 3 level 4 monsters to summon it. Turns it into Trident. This is so unnecessary. Now, if you're Durin, you just concede there, right? Because you're down a game. Time, you don't want it going to time.
Yeah.
You probably concede at the start of the turn or at the end of your last turn.
Yeah.
Realizing your opponent will pendulum summon.
Yes,
I would probably wait for the... Maybe I'd wait for the opponent to pendulum
The
summon.
first time he plays a card where I am for sure going to lose, I am going to just start conceding.
It is a penalty. There's just a warning. Just make sure it doesn't happen again.
I just noticed a couple cards have bent corners. I'm going to replace those real quick. Is that all right?
I'm sorry?
2 cards have bent corners. The rest of my deck's good.
Yeah.
So Anthony Takela does take the first duel with his Metal Foe Zodiac deck after a string of plays with his Zodiacs. But certainly it was the Metal Foes that won him that duel.
Yeah, we got to see why Balbaboon is so strong, albeit it didn't lead to Invoker because he was under Dimensional Barrier. But even so, just getting 2 monsters that gave him some draws and dealt 2,400 damage is pretty strong.
Yeah, and absorbed 2,400 damage when his opponent attacked him.
Yep. Let's take a look at side decks really quick. On Durin's end, he's got some Iron Walls, Lost Winds. We've seen a lot of Lost Wind today, even in strategies that aren't Paleozoic, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Fossil Dying Pachycephalo, Lullaby of Obedience, Artifact Lancia, Ghost Reaper, and Winter Chase, and 3 Twin Twisters. So we definitely expect Twin Twisters to come in. You can maybe. Do you not think that Twin Twisters is good against Melphos?
I think it's... yeah, for the pendulum scales, of course.
Yeah.
And then we'll see that come in.
And
not so much for the traps. He doesn't run that many.
Yeah.
But other than that, there's not much help there.
Yeah, no, I mean, he could bring in Lullaby if he wanted to. He's going first. He can always Lullaby. He knows his opponent has Terratop in his deck.
What if his opponent sides out the Zodiacs and the Terratops the same way we saw in Atlanta, and I believe it was around
I think you run that risk.
Mag.
I think as soon as they do, you pump your fist and hope that their deck is just so much worse now because they made that decision.
Is it, though? Is it that much worse?
I think, what does Balbaboon do for you? I feel like Balbaboon is so much worse if you're not making it like a productive rank 3, because like your other rank 3s don't really produce more, you know what I mean? Like they do things, but like they either destroy cards or help protect the field, not like help you combo.
Now, if I destroy my Balbaboon with a Metal Foes card, and then I set from my deck a Metal Foe, special summon 2 Balbaboons, and just make a generic rank 3, like let's say Break Sword, like, that's still a good play.
Yeah, but it's it's not as good as it could be,
And
right?
cycle 3 cards
Yeah,
also as
I mean,
well.
that could be the case,
Keep
but you
drawing
also don't
inside.
even know that your opponent is playing Lullaby. Do you just
That's
make the
true.
read that every single time you play against a Zodiac deck, they're going to play Lullaby, so you see what I'm saying?
That's true.
So it's
So
a little
he
rough.
probably won't do it.
Yeah. Let's look at T'Challa's side deck. 3 copies of Holding Legs, Twin Twisters, Artifact Lancea, The Huge Revolution is over, and then Darkhold and Raigeki. So he's probably just bringing in Darkhold and Raigeki. Could bring in Twin Twisters if he wants. We'll see. Probably not, though. He might bring him in if he expects anti-spell from the other side, but it doesn't look like Duran has any copies of that. Yeah, that's cool, though. Balbaboon also gives you an easy way to out a anti-spell fragrance. If your opponent has a monster and an anti-spell fragrance, you summon Balbaboon, cycle a card, attack, get 2 more Balbaboons, and then make a break sword or whatever rank 3 to deal with anti-spell fragrance.
Oh, you mean if you attack a stronger monster?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All he has to do is somehow destroy it, but...
Right.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed by Balbaboon. I didn't realize it before this weekend, but it's a very good card.
Super powerful. That's for sure. A big fan of playing monsters.
These were a couple events where I really wanted to have fun when I went. Same with Seattle. My girlfriend went with me to Seattle, and I didn't want her to be forcibly stuck alone the entire time.
Bill's just shuffling up. 60 cards. Takes a while to pile shuffle, that's for sure.
This is
150% more time.
Yeah, it's really
than the
funny.
normal deck.
It's really funny because Tekella's using 60 cards, Duran's using 46. They're both basically building their decks as a counter to that grass looks greener, and then neither of them is playing.
I don't know. Do you think
So,
46
it's
is
tough.
actually trying? I understand it's it is a hedge against that grass looks greener, but I'm not sure if it's an actual direct. That is the targeted reason why he's playing 46 cards, or he's really just trying to play 3 Night Beam and 3 Danko Sect in his deck.
He built a 40 card deck
And
instead.
it was like, what's the best thing I can play against Paleozoic?
And added 6 after Atlanta.
All right. I mean, Night Beam. We saw Night Beam actually. I forget. I think it was YCS Seattle. James Suclaris made the top 32 of that event with side deck Night Beams as a way to combat Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah.
It's one of the few ways you can attack a Dimensional Barrier without your opponent being able to respond, which is pretty powerful.
Yeah, the only problem with Night Beam, though, is your opponent can still chain.
Yeah, I was about to get there.
A different card to Dimensional Barrier, and then to Night Beam, and then chain the targeted card to that initially
that usually
chained
means they have to
card.
waste an effect, but it's not the worst. For example, you can Drident your own Tenki, or you Drident just whatever your opponent has going on, and then you chain Dimensional Barrier, because your Dimensional Barrier would stop your Drident anyway.
Yeah, it just can't be chained directly to the Night Beam. So
Yeah.
I'm skeptical of how useful Night Beam really is. It's just it is a solid card, though, without a doubt.
Yeah.
It's always weird to see what new versions of Mystical Space Typhoon will come out next.
Yeah.
And we've gotten so many over the years.
Definitely. And Night Beam, I feel like, is a little bit of a weaker one just because it doesn't help you. I feel like continuous spells have been making a big resurgence. We
That's
have
true, too.
pendulums and stuff like Fire Formation Tenki, Zodiac Barrage, all those sort of things. So being able to interact and use your Mystical Space Typhoon almost as like a trap effect, I think is super important.
Yeah. All right, so Duel 2 has begun. Duran keeps the Kaijus in.
That's interesting. Maybe he felt like he didn't have enough cards he wanted to bring in for the matchup.
That could be. Kaijus don't seem that useful, right? Against
Nope. Did he choose not to go first, or did he just pass his first turn? No way, right? He didn't pass his first turn, so did he choose to go second?
He must have chosen to go second because Tekela won the first duel, and he's going first.
That's so surprising.
Yeah, and if Duran went first, certainly he would have used Tenki. Gotten Rap here and started doing things. Let's see. Oh, Tekela's using Guiding Ariadne.
Yep, Guiding Ariadne is a way to find those Psalm Strikes in case he doesn't draw them.
Yeah, so
60 cards, not going to be able to find your trap cards all the time, but having a card that can help you combo off, help you pendulum summon, but also carries the weight of a trap card during your opponent's turn.
Okay, so he uses Bunbuku to he tributes Bunbuku to give Doggeron to Kella, and then special summons
Jizukiru,
a stronger kaiju to his own field.
Yep. Follows it up with Zodiac Barrage. Launches itself for Zodiac Rapier.
Takela does have Solemn Strike, so he's probably not too worried.
Sure. Sure.
I feel like I haven't seen Guarding Ariadne in Metal Foes.
At all?
Not in a while.
I think
at
it
a
was.
minimum.
I think it was popular around once again like YCS Anaheim, Mithrilium. There was like two different versions you could play. You either played Guiding Ariadne or you didn't. The same way we saw with Perform Pals. Just having any pendulum deck that's very good at destroying your own cards.
Yeah,
It makes sense.
seems very strong.
Yeah, I think it's strong in 60 cards for sure because it just gives you more ways to find your trap cards while still
Definitely.
helping your combo.
Definitely.
Like the biggest problem with Guiding Ariadne is when you draw your counter traps because you usually don't want to play more than like 4, right? Because there's 4 Gwens, the 4 Solemns.
Yeah, the more I see of Takela's deck, the more I like it.
Yeah, I know you are a Metal Foes fan, so.
Yeah, I played them for a while, inspired by Billy Break. So Duran uses Tenki. He's going to get another wrap here. He hasn't normal summoned yet.
He didn't almost say he didn't. Oh, because of the barrage. Never mind. Got a little confused.
So, yeah, this could be bad for Takela.
Normal summon rat here? That's fine. Yeah.
He'll use Rapier's effect, and now he gets to send Combo to the graveyard.
Yep. Pretty powerful. Means he can recycle those Zodiacs back a little bit later. Give him some staying power. It looks like he brought in Lost Wind, too.
That's interesting.
Very.
Is that good against anything?
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe,
it's just sort of some interaction, right, if you don't want other cards in your deck. But it's
Yeah.
interesting to me that you choose to go second and then you side in a trap card.
Yeah, that's
Especially
odd.
one that's like not necessarily the most high impact.
Yeah, hits, I guess, Mithrilium. And
Yeah.
not much more. So he uses Trident to destroy Takela's Kaiju, and I presume he attacked.
Yep. Looks like, depending on what T'Challa's set is, I think this is going to be pretty rough.
Battle phase. What's that?
Guardian Ariadne just attacks and destroys Trident. Did Durin not attack on his last turn?
Combo?
I am uncertain.
We have 6 minutes, you said? 6 minutes? Sorry? Oh, 7 minutes. 7? Okay. Sure.
Well,
Miss-
in
You're leaving the other rat here and Tiger Mortar? Okay, go ahead.
either he did an attack or the life points aren't updated on the screen.
Yeah.
Either way, in the end phases, he uses Zodiac Combo to draw a card. Is there a benefit to doing it in the end phase? Do you just want to maybe draw a card that you're shuffling back in? Is that the reason?
Maybe. Also, your opponent set a card, like maybe somehow that card they set can interact with it.
That's true.
But it's probably that you want to draw. Like right now, he wants to draw a Zodiac monster, right?
Yes, and he got Whiptail. So he's going to Night Beam to destroy a Fusion Substitute, so it doesn't do that much.
Nope. But he has Whiptail. That's what matters.
He upgrades Whiptail into Borbo after summoning it.
Tiger Mortar up next. Gonna grab that Rapier back from the grave, trading it for a Borbo.
All you have to do is make a dragon, so we'll just go to game 3.
Yep.
And Takela bows out and moves on to the third duel.
Indeed.
We heard probably close to a minute ago, the judge, Will Pricing, said that there was 7 minutes in the round. So had that actually gone to the natural conclusion of that duel, it's very likely they would not have had time for a third duel, a third duel in this round, and they would probably both have 2-0-1 records.
Indeed. Yeah, let's see how many side exchanges there's going to be. I don't think too much. It's interesting that Duran still chose to go second. It's rare that you get to go first 3 times in a game. But
yeah,
not the worst thing in the world.
Welcome to the final Swiss round of the Ultimate Duelist Series Invitational here in Las Vegas. For this final feature match of the Swiss rounds, we have Ironman de los Santos using a Windwitch artifact deck with the new Invoked engine from Fusion Enforcers in it, dueling against Brandon Wong and his Zodiacs. Both of these duelists currently have an 8-4 record, so they'll need to win in this round to have any shot of making it to the top 16 cut. A win won't guarantee a spot in the top 16, but a loss will certainly be elimination.
Right, yeah. Because of the extended Swiss-style format, it's really up in the air in terms of records, but it's going to be exciting nonetheless. It looks like they're just about ready. Let's not wait any longer. It's time to duel. So we saw Andrew Zamidi go undefeated at YCS Atlanta up until the top 16 with his Invoked Windwitch deck. And Ironman de los Santos has had a decent amount of success with it today.
And we are good to go. All right, your 40 minutes, and you may begin. Standby main phase good.
I think we saw a lot more of this deck back in Atlanta than we're seeing this weekend. But nevertheless, it is still being used, so it is certainly a relevant factor in the metagame.
Yeah, I thought Zamidi sort of just took the field by surprise, but the deck has such a strong turn one that it doesn't really matter too much.
Strong turn one, but not when you get the type of hand that Ironman de los Santos Soriano got. He opened with 2 glass bells and a snow bell, but no ice bell. Nevertheless, Wong goes first. He uses Tenki to get Rapier. Rather, he gets tank. Yes. He uses Barrage, special summons. Barrage, special summon Thoroughblade from his deck, attach it to the Trident.
Discard Zodiac combo to draw a card. Looks like he found, was that Maxi?
You can't tell from here.
I think it might have been, which is definitely a good one.
That would be a fantastic one.
Yep.
De Los Santos' hand, though, is pretty much as bad as it gets.
And copy of Invocation, Wonder Wand, 2 glass bells, and a snow bell. Yeah.
He can't do anything.
Yeah.
So, and you're right, Wong did draw Maxi, so even if De Los Santos could do something, he's still in tremendous trouble.
Yeah, Maxi, one of the most powerful cards against Ice Spell, because the way Ice Spell works is once you activate its effect in the hand, if you respond with Maxi, it will special summon itself and then special summon the next monster without activating a separate effect. So, albeit it's 2 separate instances, it's still all the same effect, so you get 2 draws guaranteed.
Subconscious blade, that's fine. Unfortunately, we do have to give you a procedural error for that. That's fine.
Yep, looks like Wong tried to activate the effect of something that did not work.
I think he tried to use...
Broadbull or the effect of something detaching Rapier?
Is that what happened, or did he try to get rid of a Lunalite Black Sheep, but not realizing he already
Oh,
has
he already had
Fusion
Fusion
Substitute?
No, that's definitely what happened.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so that means he just didn't need to Broadbull for that card. So he Broadbulled for a dead card.
Yeah.
Yeah. He should have a Whiptail instead. But I assume that Lunalite Black Sheep's probably just going to get discarded for Twin Twisters.
Yeah.
So not the worst deal, but we were talking a lot about the Invoked Windwitch deck, how it's very good going first, but not as good going second, right? Because it does so much, and playing into back row, it's just hard for that strategy to actually get what you want to do. Also, how they end their field, typically with Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, not the best at breaking fields, right? It's a good starter, but doesn't really answer much.
Even though Wong messed up by getting the Lunalite Black Sheep with Broadbull, it doesn't affect his ability to complete the combo.
No, yeah, not at all.
It's just like, I don't get 2. Target Rad, special.
De Los Santos is probably just waiting to see what he draws and decide whether or not he concedes.
Yeah. At this point, do you think you concede to conceal information?
You draw a card first.
Yeah.
If it's Alistair, you keep playing.
If it's Alistair, you keep playing?
I think.
You're a madman. I guess with Wonder Wand, though, you do get a lot more draws.
You'll Alistair for an invocation. You'll Wonder Wand to draw 2 more cards, and then you can invocation immediately.
Yeah, the rough part is, though, do you think you Zodiac Dryden in response to the Wonder Wand just to cut them off, or no? Because you don't know that their hand's bad, right?
Maybe, but you can still invocation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would probably Dryden to stop them from drawing 2 cards. That seems like a reasonable play.
Where's your hand right now?
6 going to 7.
If you don't do it and they draw Dark Hole, you'll really regret it. But I don't know if it's going to get to that point. It's very possible we'll see De Los Santos just draw a card and concede.
Yeah, I could definitely see it going that direction.
So Wong sets Twin Twisters and then play passes, and he draws Max C. A little late.
Yep. Doesn't look like we're going to get a concession here.
No, maybe he wants to try to get rid of Glass Bell with Wonder Wand to see what he can draw. Yeah, so we'll summon Glass Bell. He does get to use its effect, so he can finally get Ice Bell from his deck. Big problem, though. Ice Bell can't even special summon anything from the deck right now. Other than another Ice Bell.
Yeah.
Because he drew both Glass Bells, and his only Snow Bell is also in his hand.
Declares an attack with Ice Bell. Assume Dryden's just going to destroy it because he's threatening the Dryden.
There's no reason not to destroy it with Trident.
Yeah.
Has 1,000 attack points, so using Whiptail won't help. Whiptail only has 400 defense.
Is there something preventing him from activating Dryden that he just let it die? Like the effect of...
No. Wind Twister's the Wonder Wand.
Yeah.
De Los Santos sets a bluff invocation. This is one of the worst hands I've ever seen drawn with this deck.
Yeah.
On De Los Santos' side.
This deck also includes artifact cards, so I feel like the hands could get even worse too if you draw too many artifacts. I'll bet you can use the artifacts for your invocation. It's the same thing where they're just essentially, you know, bricks.
That's true. Wong uses his Dagusto Emerald's effect, and now he gets to draw 1 card. I mean, the Max C might hold him off a little while, which means that Wong will well, I don't know, depends. I was going to say De Los Santos probably will have another turn to draw a card, see what he can do with it, but it's possible Wong could just beat him through Max C.
Yeah. Well, the issue is he going to play into the back row?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. Tiger Mortar gets upgraded into Broad Bull, and Broad Bull's effect activates, giving Wong a Whiptail. That puts a second one in his hand. He upgrades Broad Bull back into Tiger Mortar since he summoned the other one last turn. Uses Tiger Mortar's effect to get Rapier back from his graveyard.
Yep. Now he's probably putting Borbo on next.
Yep. There's the Borbo. And he'll use Borbo's effect to special summon a monster from the graveyard, thanks to Rapier. And finally, De Los Santos discards Max C. De Los Santos draws a card when Rapier hits the field. Long summons Thoroughblade, uses its effect. He discards Whiptail to draw another Rapier from his deck. That's unfortunate for him.
It's super unfortunate, but I still think that he's so far ahead that it probably won't matter too much.
He really is. But De Los Santos gets to draw another card since he summons Trident, and now he has, it looks like Artifact Sanctum and Solemn Strike in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. I moved this over actually. It's first damage, correct?
Yes, for 300?
Yeah. And 17? Yes. It'll be at 6K now?
Yes, I'm at 6K.
Yeah. Main phase 2.
Yes.
Maybe Sudi takes his 2 level 4s, gives Santos another draw.
It's a pretty good Max C. If there was any way back into this duel, it's probably drawing 3 cards with Max C.
Yeah, but he needs something to clear the field still.
That's the problem. He
Yeah.
drew 3 trap cards.
What he needed was like Raigeki into Alistair, or Raigeki into like Magical Meltdown. Like that was the way. Or Terraforming as well. Something like that, but
yeah,
it seems really hard.
Attention Dragon Duelists. If you would like to register for Dragon Duels,
Is that another dimensional barrier that Wong drew?
Looks like it.
It is.
I mean, as long as Santos can't clear the field, he has 2 turns of basically stunning his opponent on a specific summoning type.
Oh, De Los Santos drew another invocation.
What's underneath?
Rat.
Right? Okay.
This is so rough.
And Wong has Max C.
Yep.
So Ice Spell is going to summon itself.
Yeah. So I take 5?
Yes.
I guess he didn't activate its effect to special summon a monster from his deck.
That's not all part of the same effect?
5, you're at 60.
That's right.
I think it is, but it's optional, right? You can special summon this coming. Okay, if you control no monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then you can special summon 1 Wind Witch monster from your deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Spence?
Might chain. Effect is good. I can't negate it, I'm saying.
Okay.
Chain Link 1.
Well, he can't even activate glass spells. Actually, he can. He still has 1 more ice spell in his deck, I think.
Yeah.
Or 2 ice spells.
He has
in
2
his
ice
deck.
spells left.
No, it's fine.
It's fine.
Chain Link 1 resolves?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, so now that he activated, he can only summon wind
On
monsters.
the resolution.
Yes.
So this was a normal?
That was normal, yes.
So he's going to activate Dryden,
Target? Yes, for sure.
destroy the tuner. Going to try to strand that Snowbell in Santos' hand.
Let's see. Enter Battlefield.
Yeah.
Ice spell attacks Trident.
Yeah.
Memphis 2?
Yep.
De Los Santos sets 2 Solemn Strikes and an Artifact Sanctum. And Wong draws Raigeki, it looks like. Yep. That's definitely Raigeki.
Yeah.
This is the old set?
Yes, this is the old set. It is a 3 new sets.
So sure, the score is at 75 to 6,000.
Yeah,
that's right.
Wong looking at his graveyard, seeing what he can do, what resources he's used, and what he wants to cycle with Daigusto Armor.
Detach.
I thought De Los Santos was going to be out of this duel a long time ago, but he seems to have stabilized a little bit.
Yeah. The issue is that he just doesn't have a lot of action, right?
That's the problem.
Yeah.
45 to your 75?
75, yeah.
If anything gets him out of it, it's probably an Alistair. But the problem is now the double dimensional barrier.
Yep. And he gets to shovel back. 4 different Zodiac Xyz monsters along with Zodiac Rapier.
Yeah.
No rats and gray, right?
No.
Wong's going to find, look like a spell card off the top. I think it's a Twin Twisters.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's really good considering his hand.
Yeah, he could just clear the 2 newer back row if he wanted to, but one of them is a Sanctum. So he has to be careful about blindly activating Twin Twisters here. He especially doesn't want to hit the old one because I feel like that's the most likely to be an artifact.
Yeah.
Target.
So he
but now he's going to be able to destroy a card with a Sanctum, so that's pretty strong.
Yeah, so he has the Sanctum and the Strike. So the chain is now resolving with the Sanctum chained to the Twin Twisters. And De Los Santos summons Artifact Scythe from his deck. Okay, the chain resolves, so Artifact Sanctum special summon Scythe. Twin Twisters destroys the Solemn Strike.
Sorry?
He's trying to ask what like chain links his Sanctum and Scythe go.
Yeah.
If activate Artifact Sanctum effect, side makes time if I activate Sanctum effect.
And then Sanctum is also destroyed by the Twin Twisters, right?
Yeah,
So-
he's trying to ask basically like whether or not he somehow misses the opportunity to activate his artifact if the Sanctum is destroyed, that is not how it works.
Well, that's impossible because it's an if effect, right?
Yeah, but
if this card in its owner's possession is destroyed by an opponent's card, you can target 1 card on the field and destroy that target.
he was specifically asking about Scythe, but regardless, they will not miss timing. They just form a chain link.
So it should be mandatory chain link 1, chain link 2, because it's meant it's timing first. Well, this is mandatory, right?
Because the side says if.
It says if.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It doesn't say when.
So this has to be chain link 1 because it's mandatory, right?
I mean, is Scythe a mandatory? None of this actually matters because they're just both if effects.
Yeah, they're both going to activate no matter what.
This is optional. So this will be chain link 1, this will be chain link 2.
Yes, Scythe is a mandatory effect.
Okay, yeah, so Scythe will go chain link 1 and then the other one's an if.
Okay. So yeah, so the chain resolves, Twin Twisters destroys, well, rather, Artifact Sanctum resolves, special summon Scythe, Twin Twisters resolves, destroys Solemn Strike and Artifact Sanctum.
Yep, new chain.
Then, yes, new chain
Scythe
forms.
chain link 1 and Sanctum's effect chain link 2.
Right. Which means Sanctum resolves first, destroys
Yep.
a card on the field, and then
Screw-
Scythe resolves and locks Wong out of his extra deck for the turn.
Yep.
13?
Summons Whiptail and just attacks directly.
You are at 32, I'm at 75.
275, yes. Go for turn.
Yep.
Draws Terraforming for turn. That's a good one.
That's fantastic.
Yep.
But unfortunately, Dimensional Barrier will shut down the Alistair.
Yeah.
First game? Yeah. 3 sets. We should, the new 2 sets were this, right?
This one, no.
This one, that one, and that's the weather. That's it.
Yep. You have 21 minutes left in your round.
Gonna find Magical Meltdown.
I'm gonna activate the card.
Yep.
Response?
Yeah, you're good.
Adds Alistair, the Invoker, to his hand.
Activate ice spell?
Yeah.
Okay. For 500?
Special summons Ice Bell. I believe there's 1 Ice Bell left in his deck, right?
Yeah.
And nothing else.
770 now to your 32?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can.
He declines to use his effect. it
Interesting.
seems, and instead just deals 500 points of damage with its second effect.
Yeah, so if he uses his effect, he can only special summon wind monsters for the rest of the turn, but does that matter?
I think he already used... did he use Glass Bell's effect this turn already?
No, he started with Terraforming for Magical Meltdown for Invoker.
Oh, you're right.
And then
You're right. So yes. If he uses his effect, he can only
but
special
it
summon
shouldn't matter.
level 5 and higher
Maybe his
wind
plan is
monsters.
wants to Invocation for something else, but I don't know why he would choose to do that, because doesn't he get 2 level 3 monsters, then he can special summon Snowbell and make it a level 7? Like make a Clear Wing or something? Or the Wind Witch Winter Bell?
Maybe.
I'll shuffle, sorry, because I looked at your deck. So
Yeah, I guess that's a line he could have taken if he still has an Ice Bell in his deck, which he should because he plays 3.
Nothing?
No.
Attempt to activate invocation.
Call fusion.
Now, Dimensional Barrier stops all fusions.
Yeah, surprisingly, even though Magical Meltdown typically protects your fusion spells, it does not actually line up well against Dimensional Barrier, because Dimensional Barrier doesn't negate the Invocation.
Yeah.
It just prevents the player from summoning fusion monsters.
That's unfortunate. And with an Invocation in the graveyard and Alistair still on the field, he's going to have trouble getting that Invocation back.
Yeah, if he can even survive through this turn with 3,200 life points, still with just Invocation set.
Yeah, he does have that bluff copy face down, but it's not looking good for him. It was never really looking good for De Los Santos in this duel.
Yeah.
You're at 25 now?
Yes.
Main phase 2.
25 7,000?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, you're here.
Yes.
Wong upgrades to Borbo, follows up with Tiger Mortar,
Target rat.
uses Tiger Mortar's effect to to swap materials to get Rap here, and then upgrades to Broad Bull. Broad Bull's effect special summons another Rap here.
What's that?
I'm gonna let you go. Go
Yeah, sure. All right.
Dryden on top.
I'm not searching. I'm just making a Dryden.
Yes.
Trident next.
Sorry.
Yeah. Special. Good.
Special summon another copy of Rep here.
I mean, it's clearly over. I think just what's on board, it's over, right? He has 2,800.
17 plus 13, yeah, that's 3,000, right?
Yeah, that's 3,000. Yeah, 2,800 plus 200 more for Tenki.
Yeah.
Plus, he can throw the Whiptail under the grind.
Unless he
into the
plays
battle
like
phase.
Diamond Direwolf or something, he can destroy this back row, and that's what he's doing. But
he has Castell. Magical Meltdown. That's not very effective, but it doesn't matter. It's all irrelevant since Wong wins in this turn.
yeah, well, if he wanted to play around Mirror Force, for example, he could have left both Rapiers in defense mode and then tried to attack, and then worst case scenario, he gets Mirror Force, and then his Rapiers are still there.
That's probably better than Castell, right?
Probably.
Maybe he just wanted an extra attacker.
Yeah, assuming that he can somehow block one attack.
Yeah.
Fusion.
Yeah. Skip it.
Oh, did...
You have 16 minutes left in your round. 3 minutes.
Threw really hot, like really bad.
Well,
Yeah, I I didn't want you to make the Crystal Wing, even though I did.
Santos drew very poorly.
He
Wong
did.
takes an easy game one, it seemed like, even though there was a few stumbles along the way. But
Yeah, there was a little bit of back and forth, but
yeah,
I think Wong was just dominating.
Yeah,
throughout.
looking at Santos' side deck, he has a full Kaiju engine he could side in, which he probably doesn't want because he'll be going first. Artifact Lancias also not probably coming in. Book of Moon, we could see. Twin Twisters and Cosmic Cyclone, as well as Trap Stun, probably not. He could have set Trap Stun, just so he has the initiative set it, so then he can respond to like dimensional barriers or whatever from Wong's side. But
that might not be bad.
Yeah, on Wong's end, we got 2 copies of Artifact Lancia, 3 copies of Flying Sea, 2 Royal Decree, a Kaiju engine, and a single Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. So we might see, or I expect to see, the Kaiju come in because the Kaiju are one of the best ways to combat the Wind Witches. They make a Clear Wing Synchro Dragon, or my bad, a Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon that is invulnerable to destruction thanks to Wind Witch Snowbell, but it still just gets eaten right up by the Kaiju.
Yeah.
Yep. The arm up to Kaiju Slumber isn't that strong against the deck, but you more so just want the actual Kaiju in against them just because it lines up so well. It also is a good way to deal with Raijin, the invoked Raijin.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Kaiju Slumber's not the worst.
Yeah.
De Los Santos is really hoping to draw Ice Spell this game.
Yeah, opening Ice Spell is just a night and day difference.
Yeah.
So,
especially when you're going first, because you can set up before your opponent can interfere.
Yep, definitely the case. It's going to be exciting. I'm interested to see what our top 16 will shape up looking like in terms of different strategies.
Yeah.
Because there's obviously been a ton of Zodiac, but we saw a lot of the 60-card strategies, both the Infernoid and the Lightstorn ones. There's been a solid amount of Paleozoic, and then we have this Artifact Wind Witch invoked deck that is doing pretty well.
Yeah, I heard the finals of YCS Prague was 2 60-card decks.
Yep, indeed.
It was Billy Brake using Infernoids.
Yep, against Joshua Smith playing Paleozoic. Paleozoic took that down. That means that the past 2 YCSs have been won by Paleozoic.
Well.
Yep. If Paleozoic wins this event, then that could be just a big sign that people are maybe not preparing for the strategy. Yeah, underestimating, not preparing correctly, or there's something going wrong. But regardless, it's cool to see that we have some amount of diversity in that. I mean, yeah, other than that, Brandon Wong actually made the top cut of YCS Atlanta, I'm pretty sure. So it's cool to see him have continued success. Hopefully makes the top cut of this tournament as well.
You know if he used a similar strategy?
Yeah, he for sure played Zodiac. I don't think he played the Luna Light Fusion Substitute Engine. I think he might have had Kaijus in his main deck.
Okay.
But, yeah, fairly similar.
Yeah. We've been saying it a lot this weekend, but the Luna Light Black Sheep and the Fusion Substitute pair have been making it into a lot of decks and seem to have become the new norm.
Yep. Not just the flavor of the week.
Certainly not.
So looking at hands on Santos' end, he has Terraforming and Ice Bell. So that's a solid start. He has the Snowbell in his hand, which is unfortunate, but not the worst, right? Because he can still just special summon it.
Wow. Wong has Max C.
Yep.
And he has Gamma Seal, so even if De Los Santos decides to press through and summon his Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon that can't be destroyed by card effects, Gamma Seal will just destroy, tribute it and take its place.
Yeah, he should probably just activate Terraforming Alistair and then Raijin and maybe just pass to not give him too many cards. Also maybe set the Artifact Scythe.
De Los Santos is pressing through, it looks like. He's using his Ice Bell's effect to special summon likely Glass Bell from his deck, which he does, giving Wong 2 cards for his Maxi. 1 for the Ice Bell, 1 for the Glass Bell. Glass Bell's effect will let De Los Santos add probably an Ice Bell to his hand, since he already has Snow Bell. Yep, Ice Bell it is. And I can guarantee that's not going to be the last special summon he does this turn.
Definitely not.
This is not good for De Los Santos, who's walking into a hand that consists of Interrupted Kaiju Slumber and Gamma Seal.
Yep.
He uses Terraforming, so he can add Magical Meltdown to his hand.
Yep, and that Magical Meltdown will get him Alistair, who will then get him Invocation.
Magical Meltdown activates. Grabs Alistair, added to his hand.
Oh, he's going to spout. So he is going all the
Yeah,
way.
well, it was clear that he was committed once he decided he was going to special summon Glass Bell.
You think so?
I think. Well, why else would you special summon Glass Bell?
Well, you basically give your opponent one card to get a monster and a search, right?
Yes, but it's not too valuable of a card.
I don't think it's valuable in terms of the right line, but I think that if you look at strictly in terms of cards, like I get a monster and a search, whereas you get one draw, I could see the logic in behind it, like, oh, I still want a special summon.
Maybe I could see that.
Yeah.
I just think the one random draw is more valuable on Wong's side than the Wind Witch Search and the 1,000 attacker that you're not doing anything with.
Yep. Looks like Santos tripped up a little. He wanted to synchro summon Wind Witch Winterbell, but accidentally synchro summon Wind Witch or Clear Wing Synchro Dragon, which won't matter because he can still synchro summon Crystal Wing. But
yeah, it only matters because the Winterbell would have done some burn damage.
Yes.
So he missed out on that opportunity. Now he summons Alistair the Invoker to add Invocation to his hand. And he's probably going to summon Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon using using Snow Bell and Clear Wing Synchro Dragon. And that Crystal Wing won't be able to be destroyed by card effects. But as I mentioned before, it's going to be a blowout when Wong Gamma Seals the Crystal Wing and then Kaiju Slumbers to clear the board.
Yeah. Especially now that he has Twin Twisters and a bunch of other things.
Yeah.
One thing that could blow him out, though, is if he chooses to Slumber and then Twin Twister, maybe the set like Artifact Scythe that Santos might end up putting down. Like, that could cause some problems. But other than that, I think this is firmly Wong's game.
Yeah, this is definitely over. And he just keeps special summoning monsters, giving Wong more cards.
Yeah.
De Los Santos is really just banking on Wong not having an answer to that Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon. But we know, and Wong knows, that he sided in the Kaijus, so he could very easily answer it.
Yep. Start with Twin Twisters. That's going to trigger Artifact Scythe.
Yeah. That just doesn't really matter, though. It's brutal.
Definitely.
De Los Santos gave Wong a lot of cards to be able to build up that field, and Wong just took it away. Zakiro to Wong's side and Doggeron to De Los Santos' side. Wong uses Tenki. He adds Thoroughblade to his hand.
I thought you would use Scythe for Merkaba if you had one. So, I didn't think you had Scythe because I thought you would make Merkaba if you had one.
Interesting that Wong didn't destroy the Magical Meltdown.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You think he might have been afraid of Starlight Road?
No, I think he probably didn't even realize that he could Twin Twister both. It's just sort of in the middle of the field, you know, like it's a field spell. You're just thinking, oh, I'm going to Twin Twister his back row, his one set card, and then I'm just going to go off with all these cards he gave me off Maxi.
Might have been an oversight. Zakiru attacks.
No, it's 900.
Oh, that's Humongous, right?
Yeah, and then 17.
That's Jizukuru on Wong's side, and he gave his opponent Humongous.
Humongous, yes. So that was Doggeron.
Nope, Sticky String and the Star Destroying.
Yep, so Jizukuru attacks Humongous to destroy it, Thoroughblade attacks directly. And Wong sets Dimensional Barrier to further secure his lead. De Los Santos is down to an Alistair, Wind Witch Glass Bell, Wind Witch Ice Bell, and whichever card he drew this turn. Solemn Warning. That card won't be very helpful.
It will not.
So De Los Santos is out of Snowbells. So he has no possible way to make well, he only plays one Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon anyway.
Yeah.
So he can't make another Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon even if he had another Snowbell. He can go into the Winter Witch. Rather, Wind Witch Winter Bell.
Yeah. Interesting he chose to normal summon Winter Bell over using the Alistair. I don't know what his plan here is.
I'm not sure. He has Ice Bell to his hand with Glass Bell's effect. Looks like he's looking at Winter Bell, considering summoning it.
Duelist. Your initial structure deck unit number 5. Please make your way to the public events banner to the right side of the stage. Duelist for structure deck tournament.
Winter Bell really won't help him here.
No. But it's just something he could do, I guess. But you're
I
right
guess.
that it doesn't really do much.
It can destroy the Thoroughblade, which is something. Better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah. I think he's considering using its effect to, I don't know, special summon Wind Witches from his hand. That's one of its effects, right?
It can do that. That doesn't really get him anywhere, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yep.
He'll use its effect to deal direct damage to Wong. Would be far more relevant if Wong had fewer life points,
So
but
I
from
take,
from 7,000, he's probably not too concerned about the 800 points of damage it's about to inflict.
Definitely not.
64 to 62.
Enter Leatherface?
Yeah.
That's the effect?
Yep.
Target so.
So you're right, he is using the effect to special summon a Wind Witch from his hand with a lower level than Winter Bell. And he selects Ice Bell.
Yeah. So I take 700. Yeah.
Long drops down to 55.
Tier 50. So what? My turn?
Yeah.
Stand by, main phase.
UDS Invitational players, this concludes round
Raigeki
13.
wipes
Please
out
go to your
De Los
five
Santos'
turn
field.
in-match procedure. If you need assistance, call for a judge.
Yep. And all Wong needs is a monster.
Yeah, there's no way it's not over this turn. Wong summons Terror Top.
Yeah.
He already has Ketemborg in his hand, so he won't be able to use its effect. De Los Santos has Solemn Warning, so if he uses it... Well, Chizukiro has 3,300 attack, right?
Yeah, 3,300.
So technically he could use it and still survive one attack from Chizukiro, but...
Use his what?
The Solemn Warning he has face down, which would cost him 2,000 life points. But I'm pretty sure he loses anyway.
Yeah.
Nothing effect?
No effect.
No effect. Good.
Actually, he might survive the turn.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to be in this duel, though. There's
No,
still just too many cards.
I don't think there's a
on Wong's
card
end.
he could draw to survive.
Special take Ketemborg. Overlay those now. For Totem Bird, that's probably going to get Solemn Warninged.
Yeah, that has to be. Either pay 2,000 to get rid of it for good, or lose 1,900 to its attack.
Yeah. Rather pay the extra 100 to get rid of the threat.
Absolutely.
34 to 55.
Oh, you're at 100. Attack with Jizukiro.
Yeah.
You're at 100, I'm at 55.
Wong still has Dimensional Barrier face down, so there's nothing De Los Santos can draw here that will actually help him.
Yeah.
Summons Alistair. He's going to search for Invocation, and very likely he's going to activate it. But it just won't be relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it. Fusion.
Yeah, Wong said he has it.
Yep. So Invocation is activated, but no Fusion monsters can be
and that's
summoned
it.
due to Dimensional Barrier.
Yep, Wong takes a
So good that game. I wish I drew that.
2-0 lead. Maxi stifling Wind Witches.
Yeah.
It lines up so well against Ice Spell.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah,
De Los Santos really had a poor start, though, in the first.
The second game,
duel.
it was his decision to push through Maxi that led him to this fate.
Yeah, he
for
had
certain.
he had more control over his fate in the second game.
Yeah.
The first one, I can't imagine him winning.
Yeah.
No matter what line of plays he took. But yeah, I mean, he decided to push through Max C. He wanted to summon that nearly invincible Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, but it's incredibly vulnerable to the Kaijus, which Wong sided in. And it was just the combination of Gamma Seal followed by Interrupted Kaiju Slumber that just made it very difficult for De Los Santos to win.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to think that strategy that bases itself, like, the strongest thing you can do with your deck is summon a monster that's invulnerable to destruction and can negate some effects, but just is answered so easily by a popular engine like the Kaiju that we see in almost every side deck.
It's true. The engine, the Wind Witch engine sounds a lot more powerful than it is because of how strong a Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon that can't be destroyed by card effects sounds.
Yeah.
The problem is so many players are using Kaijus, and that's a one-card answer to that.
It's a lot of words that get answered by one word.
Yeah.
That's the real problem.
Oh, it's immune to everything except this one card that so many players are playing. So
yeah, definitely. All right, well, we're going to run a quick break, then we'll be back with an interview with Wong. So make sure to stay tuned for the top cut of the Ultimate Duelist Series Invitational Las Vegas.
Stay tuned.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Raging Tempest. On a dark and stormy dueling night, rain monsters down with all your might. Bring wind and birds and beasts from the sky. 100 new cards. Raging Tempest. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Pendulum Domination with crushing DD monsters. And take full command of Fusion, Synchro, and Xyz monsters. Pendulum Domination. 43 cards per box, each box sold separately.
It's time to duel! Duel! Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links!
This January, monsters will rise. As good and evil collide. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions. In theaters January 27th. Rated PG. Free exclusive Yu-Gi-Oh! Card with ticket purchase. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions Movie Pack Gold Edition. On sale January 13th.
I'm here with Brandon Wong, who just won our round 13 feature match using his Zodiac deck against a Wind Witch artifact deck featuring the Invoked monsters. Have you dueled against the Invoked monsters a lot this weekend?
No. Actually, that was the only time I even played them the whole weekend, yeah.
Do you think they've had a major presence in the tournament and you've just been avoiding them, or they're not as popular as they were expected to be?
I looked at the statistics for YCS Prague or whatever is going on right now in Europe, and there was at least 100 of those decks around. So I think it's around. But here at the UDS a lot of people are going to bring Zodiac or Paleos because those are honestly better strategies because Paleo is a better matchup against Zodiac, you know. So people want to beat Zodiac or play Zodiac here, so they're not really using it a lot. It's just a lot of Zodiac mostly.
Did you build your side deck to try to beat Wind Witches at all, or did you prepare to beat Wind Witches?
Yeah, I still had Kaijus in my side deck because they're good against Zodiacs too, and I still had 2 Lancias, but I don't even know if I should play them anymore. But I mean, it's more for Inferno this mode. It covers Wind Witches too, so I just had other stuff that worked for other matchups that also works for that.
So now in that last duel, your opponent pushed through your Max C to summon that Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon that can't be destroyed by card effects. What was going through your mind as he was letting you draw more and more cards?
As he did that, I mean, I looked at my hand even without Max C, and I had a really good hand even before Max C. So I was just like, how are you going to win when I already have that stuff too? Like, I already had a Kaiju. He didn't know that I played it, I guess. So he just pushed anyway. I mean, as him, I would do that anyway because I would just hope my opponent didn't draw the Kaiju, but I already had one, so yeah.
All right, congratulations on your round 13 win. That puts you at a 9-4 record. So you have a chance of making it to the top 16, though it's not a guarantee.
No chance.
So good luck, and hope you do well.
The original Duelists are back! You can collect Yu-Gi-Moto's 5 new Magician Girl monsters, plus Seto Kaiba's Blue Eyes Dragons, and the Egyptian Cubic monsters of New Villain Igami! Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions Movie Pack Gold Edition!
5 cards per pack, 3 packs per box, each box sold separately.
It's time to duel! Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions. January 27th. Rated PG. Free exclusive Yu-Gi-Oh! Card with ticket purchase. Duel!
It's like both duelists actually are using zombies in their deck. Perception's a little less committed with only 2 copies of Shiranui Solitaire, whereas Salgado is using a full 3 copies.
I didn't even notice down there that he had it because I can't read that. I
guess
don't know what that is.
Not the best penmanship. But I guess when you're running 60 cards, you've got room for a couple different types.
Yep.
So, interesting. Also, Salgado is using some trap cards in his deck, where Asception in his 60-card deck did not have room for 1.
Salgado starts with Unizombie, sending Mizuki to the graveyard. That makes it level 4. He gives 1 card face down and passes over to Asception, who starts with Solar Recharge, discarding Wolf, Lightsworn Beast. Loses Pot of Desires and Instant Fusion. Not really what you want to be putting in the graveyard.
So Pot of Desires is actually very dangerous in this matchup because it allows the other duelist to effectively use that Grasslook screener.
All right. Asception looks like he's picked up Destiny Hero Malicious. He can discard that with this Unizombie, actually, which is a neat little combo. Turns at level 4 using the first effect by ditching Malicious. Both Unizombies now level 4. Pumps him up once more. Now this is the effect that'll make it so you can only attack with zombies for the rest of the turn.
Kicks Plague Spreader Zombie to the graveyard.
I'm going to go back to this.
Interesting to note, Asception is the only one of the pair playing Destiny Hero Malicious. We'll see if the extra summons make it work. Puts a card on top of his deck for Plague Spreader Zombie, then banishes 1 Malicious for the next. Oh boy, I haven't seen that in years.
Yeah, I haven't seen Malicious in years. Actually, we saw a very brief resurgence of a Destiny Hero strategy, but didn't last long recently.
Goes with another search effect. This time it's Left Arm Offering, banishing the rest of his hand. That'll let him search for any spell card in his deck.
What do you think he's digging for?
Probably Instant Fusion.
Thumbs it to the top. I'm thinking you're probably right.
This is the point where he's trying to figure out, okay, how many Omegas can I get? Can I get Minerva into play right now, which he should be able to do.
With Instant Fusion, certainly.
Instant Fusion, get Norden for the level 4 Wolf. Doing the math in his head, and then goes back into the deck.
Brilliant Fusion is the other card he looks like he's considering.
And he winds up taking the Instant Fusion. Synchro Summons. It's level 8. Starts with Psyframe Lord Omega.
It's not Stardust Dragon from the old days.
Nope. Instant Fusion is up next.
Special summons Norden. Uses his effect to special summon Wolf. Now he can make Minerva.
There she is. Activates her, send the top 3 to the graveyard. Oh, he hits Snow.
That's really good.
That's a good one. No extra draws because no Lightsworn were sent to the graveyard, but he hits Snow.
How much is that, 15? Yeah. 13. 13.
And that's going to be pretty big in the next turn. Now, he can only attack for 13, though.
Right, only zombies can attack.
Yeah.
Since he used Unizombie's effect.
During the standby phase, he activates one of Psyframe Lord Omega's abilities
7,000?
to put,
Yes.
looks like Shiranui Spirit Master. Shiranui Spirit Master has an ability when it gets banished. And that ability is, I believe that's the Destroy a Card one. Yes, target one face-up card your opponent controls. Destroy it.
Activate Minerva.
It's hit by Regeki, but he hits Minerva and gets a wolf. And then that also destroys Salgado's Set Zodiac combo. Interesting choices all around. No Zodiacs over in Deception's deck. Omega makes it off the field in response to the Regeki, and Salgado sees that he can't actually win this with both Shiranui Spirit Master and Fairy Tale Snow in the graveyard.
I feel like it's the only way I
Decides to go to the next game.
Yours, Ed?
Yeah, that was a good start for a Deception.
It's rough when you get the first turn and you can't do a whole lot other than send Mizuki pass.
Yeah, I had initially thought that because both players thrived on that Grasslook screener and used 3 copies of Left Arm Offering to search it out, they would both effectively have 6 dead cards in their deck. But I realize now I was wrong. Left Arm Offering is still pretty good because he was able to trade in 2 monsters that he otherwise had no use for to get instant fusion, which let him summon Minerva and press on his field.
Offering is really good. And since it banishes, you can also get other effects based on banishing there. The plus side, though, is that now they can just... So basically, you have to still have the same number of cards in your main deck before and after side decking. So there's no way that somebody's deck is magically going to become smaller, so you know the first thing that's coming out of your deck is all 3 copies of Grasslook Screener.
Right.
The question is, what do you put in its place? For Salgado, he's got a full Kaiju package in his side deck, but he also has Anti-Spell Fragrance. And since he does get the first turn here, he could try to play all his spells out and set Anti-Spell Fragrance so that Deception can't do the same.
Seems risky in a 60-card deck. You're really gambling that you'll open with Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Well, it's better than opening Grasslook Screener.
That's certainly true.
That's either totally useless or
coming
incredibly ridiculous. Other things he could do? I mean, he could put in the Kaijus.
He could mind game him, too. He can leave that Grasslook Screener in with the expectation that Deception will use Potted Desires, making that Grasslook Screener pretty good. Or you could take out the Potted Desires so that if your opponent is playing to keep in that Grasslook Screener, it won't be effective against you.
I don't know that I'd do that. I feel like I would want the extra cards off of Potted Desires.
So you think everyone should just take out that Grasslook Screener? And then
likely, like unless you
keep Potted Desires.
Unless you can essentially table talk between games and get them to truthfully essentially give you the inclination they are taking it out. Otherwise, nah. Just play it legit. Actually, they both have very similar side decks.
How do you like the Kaijus in this matchup?
They both have the... I don't know that it does a whole lot.
It's just better than some of the options in their main deck.
I mean, both of these decks put out a lot of, say, Frame Lord Omegas, right?
Yeah.
And we saw it in the first game in response to Regeki. Deception was able to just take his off the field. The thing with Kaiju Slumber is that if it doesn't destroy anything at all, you can't summon the Kaijus from the deck. So if you play it, and in response just, okay, banish Omega, then you're down 2 cards in hand and the Slumber, and you got nothing on the field to show for it.
Now, do you think when someone draws a Kaiju and the opponent has a Psyframe Lord Omega, you typically have an opportunity to tribute that monster, or are players playing around it so that they're able to banish it?
There is no way to play around it. So when it is your turn, at the start of every phase, you have the right to take any action that is legal in that phase. So if you have Psyframe Lord Omega, I can say, okay, start of my main phase, tribute your guy for a Kaiju. The problem is what happens if they have multiple Psyframe Lord Omegas.
I see. So it's only a main phase effect. So
right. The standby phase effect is the one that returns a banished card to the graveyard.
Well, you could banish the Omega during your own standby phase, right? And then that would deprive your opponent the opportunity of tributing it with a Kaiju, because you don't get it back till your next turn.
You'd still do it on the main phase. It's still a main phase effect regardless. It's just, if you don't have it on the field, then something else is getting Kaiju'd.
Right.
So Salgado starts off with Zodiac Barrage destroying itself. Packed a whole lot into those 60 cards. He's got the Rat. We'll go with the Borbo Tiger Mortar. That's different than what we saw in round 2, where Max Reynolds was going Borbo into Broadbull first. And I think that's to make sure that you get more effects and summons out of the way, while trying to play around Max C as best as you can.
Special summons Wrap here from the deck. Upgrades into Broadbull.
Because the whole difference there is if you do Broadbull first and get the search there, you don't give your opponent an extra card with Max C when they inevitably chain it to the Rapier effect.
Right. Is Salgado using Max C? Yeah.
Oh,
they
yeah.
both have 2 copies.
Yeah.
I didn't see it on his list. But he did not draw it. So neither duelist opened up with Max C here, so it will not be a factor.
Yeah, Salgado's only Zodiacs are the Rapiers and 1 Whiptail, along with Barrage.
So Salgado sends Perform a Trick Clown to the graveyard, so he summons it to the field and loses 1,000 life points.
Ah, it's Bujinte Kagasuchi. That's one we should bring up. We don't see him very often.
Yeah, that's a cool one. Since it sends 5 cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard when it's summoned, it's especially effective in this type of deck.
Yep. Sends 3 cards at charge of the Light Brigade. You see, he had a Kaiju Slumber there, which can be cashed in next turn for a Kaiju.
It's just making sure he can't banish it now.
Yes, it's except during the turn it's sent.
My lawnmower's going to be pretty good.
So now we'll see if Sepsian did what you said and kept in Grass Looks Greener, since he was going second.
I doubt it.
I don't think he did.
A lot harder to win now.
But stranger things have happened. The 2 cards off of Raiden, Hand of the Lights Sworn, include a Snow, which, as Sepsian points out, makes it a lot harder to win.
It certainly does.
Actually, now that I think of it, so if you're going to go first in this duel, you have to take out Grass Looks Greener. Like
Probably,
there's no
yeah.
choice. You must.
Yeah. Unless you're playing a really long game, that probably won't happen.
And you're good.
Stand by me.
You're good.
But going second, it can still be a very powerful turn 1 card.
Yeah.
He activates what looks like Reinforcement of the Army.
Wrong file. I think that is what I get.
Gets Photon Thrasher, adds it to his hand.
Normally something you see in ABC, but here it is 1/2 of a rank 4 for some more important stuff. Sets a card face down. Sets 2. Normal summons Raiden. Activates Raiden, sends 2 to the graveyard. It looks like he's hit the Spirit Master again. And Solar Recharge. Only 1 Spirit Master. Let's see what he's going to try to Synchro Summon.
Or he might Exceed summon
Minerva?
Minerva, yeah. Looks like
Yeah.
that's what he's looking for. And he's hoping to get lucky with his effect.
Yeah, Minerva is going to get hit instantly with Dryden. I don't know that there's much you can do about it.
But he can get lucky with that effect.
That's
With
true.
The, sent to the graveyard effect. So
It's not getting hit with the Dryden, it's getting hit with Snow.
Oh, that's probably even worse.
All right, so Snow's on the field. Minerva's face down. He flips the face down Pot of Desires. 10 are banished. I see a Snow in there, 2 Snows. A lot of stuff you'd rather see in the graveyard. He picks up Is that instant fusion?
Looks like an instant fusion and a DD Crow. He wastes no time activating that instant fusion, gives up 1,000 life points and summons Norden.
Yeah, that's fine.
Norden's effect brings back Spirit Master.
This is fun because even if the Dryden takes out the Norden here, Spirit Master gets banished and takes something else out in turn.
That's interesting.
So if you wanted to interrupt it pre-Xyz summon, you would have to take out the Master.
He could have done that, but declined to do so.
Nope. Instead, he's going to wait for the Xyz monster and then decide what he's going to do. It is
Castel.
Oh. And Castel is going to the graveyard. Flips Brilliant Fusion next.
Guess he just set all those cards early on to make sure they were safe from Omega in order to make sure that everything he was planning would happen as he planned it.
Correct.
So I like that. It was some good foresight on Ediseption's part.
Wrath Knight's out, sends the third snow, along with Gem Knight Garnet. Not much chance of drawing the one Garnet.
No.
So he, no, he is playing two. I'm all right with that.
Just in case.
I have only played this card online.
One interesting way that I've actually used Brilliant Fusion, or Gem Knight Garnet, was I played a deck with Brilliant Fusion and Invocation in it. So if I happened to draw Garnet, I wasn't totally hosed. I could still summon out Seraphonite. It wasn't very good, but it's a lot better than having nothing. Unizombie becomes level 4 by discarding Malicious once again. I like that. The Malicious Unizombie combo is pretty good.
First time I've seen this. The Unizombie Malicious combo.
Looks like he's deciding if he wants to summon Snow, and if so, what he wants to banish for her.
Looks like he does want to summon it.
Oh, here is Snow. Now, what's he going to flip with Snow?
If he targets Omega, he can force its effect. If he targets the Kaigusushi, if he has a way to destroy it face down, it won't be able to protect itself.
Right.
And then activate effect of Spirit Master.
And change this.
Sure. I'm gonna banish your, I don't know what's called, the spell.
Oh, that's very smart. Let's go ahead and bring up Cyframe Lord Omega.
Spirit Master card. Spirit Master's
Yeah,
gonna
Spirit
hit
Master
that?
card, and then
Yeah.
Book Moon.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, banish this card from the field and one random card.
I was channeling 1,
Your
2.
opponent's hand.
No, but this goes off first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Channeling 1, 2, and then what'd you respond with?
I see. So he's discarding.
So Omega can't resolve.
There's no targets in
Yeah.
So they're discussing whether or not it even leaves the field, given that you can't banish the random card from your opponent's hand because his hand is empty.
Yeah, that's banish this and other thing, not banish this and if you do, banish other thing.
So either they should both happen or neither should happen?
Right.
So since you can't banish anything from your opponent's hand, it should stay on the field. Is that correct?
Yep, that is what's happening.
In that case, it is destined to be destroyed by Spirit Master.
And it looks like, oh, I see.
And it was destroyed by Spirit Master, so
yeah.
it's in the graveyard now.
So Dryden was flipped down to preempt the Whiptail.
That's smart. If there's no way to destroy the face-down Kagusushi, you might as well do that. And Salgado actually does have Whiptail in hand, so...
All right, and he knows that because it was searched for the Brothel.
Perfect. So it's very well played by Exception.
So Kaiju Slumber was the card banished by DD Crow.
Except from hand, yeah. I'm thinking, yeah. No matter what, I'm going to activate.
Yeah. We're going to target?
Oh, I messed up. Oh, I'm so bad. Nice. Sick move.
Activates second effective Unizombie. Sends Plague Spreader. Doesn't have anything in his hand, though.
Right. He had to give up his last card in order to avoid the Omega getting banished.
Erase the level.
Oh, yeah. Target it.
Okay.
Tunes
4 and 4.
Unizombie with Snow
Also, like, super messed
and
up.
summons
I forgot you just target
his
that.
own
So dumb.
Omega.
I literally have no idea how to play this deck.
It's an Omega. And Seraph Knight's level 6 now, but in attack mode with 0 points.
So he passes his turn. Only zombies can attack, right?
Right.
So
Well, it's for the rest of the turn, so he's able to do his battle phase first and then do it.
I get out 2 Omegas, like I'm so dumb.
Yeah, you could have.
Once again, it is final call if you wish to register for Generation Duelist.
Salgado's got a full hand of good stuff. Activate Slumber. And
ooh, it's
Omega's
instant
Chain
fusion.
taking instant fusion out of his hand. Well, the hand's not so good now, or not as good. But Pot of Desires could fix that.
Protecting Kagasushi after using Slumber is really good, too.
Mm-hmm. Deception gets a turtle.
I'm so bad. Minerva effect.
Yeah.
He's Guru.
I'm just gonna give you that.
And then Minerva was destroyed.
Never.
There you go.
Oh, that grass looks greener. Going second, he did keep it in.
He did keep it in. Interesting.
We're good, right?
That was an unfortunate 3 cards for Deception.
Desires is up next.
I banished what? Instant fusion?
Yeah. Yes.
We'll see what he comes up with.
Wolf and Lost Wind.
Lost Wind, huh?
So nothing crazy
Is that
there.
in his main deck? Oh, it isn't his main deck. I actually like Lost Wind in this deck. That's a very interesting choice.
Yeah, I think we've seen a decent amount in that grass looks greener decks, just because if you send it to the graveyard, you can then set it from your graveyard when your opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck. So it is a popular choice, but not for a Deception, who has declined to use any in his main or side deck.
Here you go.
Looks like Snow's coming back.
You probably don't want to flip the turtle face down. It's a lot bigger in defense.
It is 3,000, right?
Yep. No effect.
No effect.
After that,
Deception's at 7,000, so he might survive the turn.
He's going to activate his own snow effect,
Oh,
which
and
also lets
Spirit
him activate
Master.
Spirit Master, which he's able to put back in the graveyard with Omega.
That's a really powerful combo.
Snow effect. And Spirit Master.
Yep.
Snow effect activates, chaining Spirit Master.
The zombies you already know from. I'll put that down and I'll pop that.
Flips down Snow, destroys Mizuki. Doesn't look like Salgado has any zombies in the graveyard.
Why destroy? I guess destroy. Why destroy Mizuki there actually over the 3,300 attacker?
So you took 11?
It's because it's level 4.
He was just afraid of a subsequent Xyz summon, I
Yeah,
guess.
it's probably because it's level 4.
Are you gonna Viper it?
I'm thinking.
That's what, 59 now?
Oh, so Whiptail can go on any Beast Warrior Xyz monster?
Yes.
So he's considering putting on the Kagasushi, and he does to banish Snow.
Is that one?
It's not just for Zodiacs.
Nope. It's any original type Beast Warrior.
That's very powerful. Plus, it's an extra material, which means extra protection from destruction effects.
Yep. Don't get the attack points because that's the effect of the Xyz monsters, but you get the effect granted to the Xyz monster.
So Omega's back, which means Salgado gets his instant fusion back. Deception goes Twin Twisters, which is not particularly helpful here since he's struggling from behind.
Well, it's helpful because it's a card he can put on top of his deck for a Plague Spreader zombie.
That's true. And then what level 8 Synchro Monster will save him here?
He's actually not in that bad of a position because Snow's face down, not in the graveyard. So he's kind of got free reign.
That's
at the
true.
moment.
His own Snow is banished, though, so he won't get any more help from that. Whiptail on Kagusushi is also just really strong.
No, he goes double Omega here.
Wait. I'm gonna hit one of them, and then one is gonna go.
So Salgado uses Lost Wind to negate the effect of one of the Omegas.
Yeah, I messed up like 2
But the other Omega will return Snow from his banish zone to his graveyard.
Right. I was looking to see if he had a Scarlet Red Dragon Archfiend in his extra deck, and he does.
Nice.
Other effect, Omega activates in the main phase, and it takes Wolf out of his hand instead of the instant fusion. That's rough.
The problem with Scarlight is it won't destroy Jizukuru and it won't destroy Kagusushi.
Oh, that's right. It's a 3,300 attack.
And Kagusushi will protect itself. So.
Yeah, I had it.
That's interesting. Well, Deception has enough. He's ready to go to game 3.
Yeah.
And if the grass is greener was still there now, it definitely won't be any more.
Yeah, he's very likely going to choose to go first. Which would make that grass looks greener even less effective than it otherwise would be. 2 Omegas could not save him there.
We'll see if Salgado either puts it back in or keeps it in now that he's going second.
It's interesting to see how players navigate that grass looks greener because it's a powerful card that's not fitting into a lot of decks. It just doesn't fit into. So duelists are sort of forced to either build their decks to counter it, build their decks to use it, or sort of just hedge against it by making some strange deck building decisions using more than
55
40
cards.
Using 50 cards, 55 cards.
Just put more full force viruses in there until you get there. You'll have enough. I was watching that match on the replay. I missed it. I didn't see it last week, and I had no idea what was going on, but it was great.
That's a legendary match. It's definitely one of my favorites.
I saw the Flare Metal Dragon. I was like, oh my goodness. he got him.
That might have been the breakout of Ixie's universe.
There's nothing that you're doing about the Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon.
I think it's an enemy controller in Asepsian Sand, right?
All right, we are ready for game 3. Salgado has 5 monsters. One of them's Max C. Deception claiming beforehand that there's no way he can possibly lose 3 feature matches in a row. Doesn't look too sure of that right now.
We'll see if his hubris is his undoing.
Sets 2 cards face down. Boy, I haven't seen that opening since 2005.
Yeah, the T set is not where you want to be right now. And he opened up with his remaining cards in hand are Destiny Hero Malicious, Raigeki, and Gem Knight Garnet.
Oh, at least he plays 2 Garnet.
Yeah.
Raiden comes down.
So he can draw another one?
Yeah. No.
The battle!
So he can play Brilliant Fusion.
Raiden attacks and destroys Mizuki.
You've jinxed it now.
Yeah, I hope not.
No.
Snow to the graveyard for Salgado in the end phase with Raiden's effect.
Pretty good. Deception picks up Pot of Desires. We'll see if he still has a Garnet left in his deck after.
Spirit Master and Instant Fusion. That's a pretty good pickup.
Instant Fusion with the Mizuki is pretty strong.
Oh,
but
Max
yeah,
C.
It's the Max C. You know it. You love it. It's time to draw 2.
Draw 2 and very likely a third.
Yeah,
You're committed now.
you basically have to.
Salgado, Exception rather, will give Salgado one more draw so that he can summon a powerful rank 4 monster. Certainly no way around that. I will say though, Salgado's hand is nothing extraordinary.
Well, it was 5 monsters to start, just one was max C. Exception has some tough choices to make. Do you get the Spirit Master down right now? I think you do. The sooner you get that into the graveyard, the better. But he also has the Gem Knight. Goes for Minerva. He could possibly get some extra draws off this and delay making decisions. He hits Snow, and he hits Ryan, so he gets another card.
It's another instant fusion, which obviously he's not going to use now.
He might not use it ever. I don't know what else he can bring.
Does he only use one? Well, yeah, he can only play one Norden. He doesn't play the Sea Monster of Theseus.
Plays one Norden, and I can't read the rest of it, but I'm pretty sure none of it's Sea Monster of Theseus.
So, and does he have a way to recycle that Norden?
Is Emerald in there?
I don't see it. I think you're right. I think that's it. Oh, yeah. He crossed out...
He crossed out Daigusto Emerald.
And it wrote Daigusto Emerald. So.
Oh, but this one's readable. Okay.
Yeah, so so he does have an Emerald. So
excellent.
It is possible we'll see that instant fusion played later in the duel.
All right. Ryan's taken down by Minerva. And now Salgado is up.
Okay, so...
Starts with the Slumber.
That might not be great, because if Exception manages to send a Lightsworn from his deck to the graveyard with Minerva's effect, he'll have a Kaiju on his field while destroying the Kaiju on Salgado's.
As Exception knows, Wolf is the one he wants,
2
and he
Snows
hits it.
and a Wolf.
That means he gets the Wolf to the field and gets to destroy Dogoran. That is
as good as it gets.
A phenomenally lucky break.
He needed it after that Max C drew Salgado 3 new cards. Charge of the Light Brigade for Salgado. Sends Ratpier, Lumina, and Raiden to the graveyard. Not quite as good as the 3 cards Exception just sent.
6 cards in hand right now, going to 7.
And go to 8 if he uses Pot of Desires.
Takes another Raiden. Salgado wisely checking for Spirit Master in the graveyard. Yep, it's there. Is it there? All right, it's not there.
Yeah, he declined to summon it.
Yeah, it's in his hand. I could have sworn he just said it was.
Unless he sent it there with another card? No, I don't see it.
Question must have been no Spirit Master in grave.
Yeah.
God bless Minerva.
It unbricks you.
Yeah.
Oh, a wolf off the top.
A wolf in a trap.
What is that trap?
That's a Dimensional Barrier.
7,077.
I thought for a moment that it was Treacherous Trap Hole, but that wouldn't make any sense.
It would not. In a Lightsworn deck with 6 trap cards.
Checks for his own Snow. Yep, she's in there.
Unizombie to the field.
Unizombie pretty good, so the first choice is what to do about that, and the answer is steal it. It's not a creature swap, it's just I tribute my guy and steal yours until the end of the turn. It's going to cut Salgado off out of a lot of his plays since he already used his normal summon.
That actually cuts him out of all of them.
That's
he
rough.
Just sets Dimensional Barrier and all he can do is pass. Unless he has a Mizuki or something in his graveyard, but I don't believe he does.
I didn't see it. His first monster to go was Raiden. He has he's a Snow, so at least he has something to help him survive through the next turn.
Oh.
And he banishes. Oh,
The
that's really
Unizombie
good.
to summon Snow.
That's real good. Very smart play from Seps here.
Yeah, so now Salgado won't get the Unizombie back. Edisepson has been playing very well.
He had a couple missteps that he noted himself in the previous duel, where his combos didn't quite line up the way that he envisioned them in his head.
Yeah, but he caught it. Too late, but caught it nonetheless.
And at first, he tries to make a rank 4, but discovers that he may not have one.
Let's see what he uses.
He should have one. Spirit Master is summoned.
Oh, he has an...
And Dimensional Barrier is flipped, calling Xyz.
5 minutes left in the round.
5 minutes to go in the round.
What's Spirit Master's attack?
It's I think it's 1,000.
It's 1,500.
15.
Is it game? Oh no, because
no,
Salgado has his own Snow.
And it's only. I don't know that he has enough cards to banish to get the last attack in anyway.
He probably with the last Snow. You mean? I think he does between his entire field and his graveyard. But I forgot about Salgado's Snow.
Flips down the Wolf. That blocks 2 attacks. Actually, it'll block all of the attacks, depending on what the attack order was. If you go lowest to highest, it blocks them all.
I have 6.
It looks like that might have been what he did, right?
Now, it's hard to tell when somebody just pushes their whole field forward.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't do that ever, but especially when cards like Gores or Snow are in play and you know that they're in play.
Yeah. His left arm offering, getting rid of Instant Fusion and his Gem Knight. So I guess he's not optimistic about summoning Dagusto Emerald. Although I guess he could do it. So that's kind of weird.
Uses it to get Foolish Burial and sends Shiranui Solitaire to the graveyard. That's so that he can banish it and get its other ability for Snow.
It's a level 4.
Sorry, I just missed what he did there. Must have sent Mizuki. Could have sworn I saw Unizombie, not Mizuki.
Was it?
I attacked with Spirit Master, and then you booked
yeah, you're fine because it was last turn. Yeah.
How much time is left?
Not sure.
2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Making Michael to destroy Snow. Banish Snow, rather.
Yep.
The cost of 1,000 life points.
Well, a whole lot of stuff happened there.
Salgado draws Solar Recharge. That might be just the break he needed.
And we did get confirmation that Spirit Master attacked first, so all the attacks were blocked by the 1 activation of Snow.
Yeah.
Three fairy tales.
3 fairy tales, Snow, man. I'm weaving a story.
Solar Recharge discards Lila. Draw 2, hits Darkhold.
Why would you discard Lila instead of Wolf?
Probably because you want to revive it. That would be the only reason.
67, 7,000.
Could be.
6,077. 6,077.
Sends Trick Clown to the graveyard.
So I took a dozen right now. So 67.
67?
Yeah.
To hit 6,000.
6,000.
Okay, fine. 6,000. Yes. We made 1,000 for Mike.
Temporarily banishes Shiranui Solitaire.
1,000 Mike. Her. I cannot rain today. I have the double.
Doesn't have any other banished Shiranui monsters, can't do anything with it. Normal summons Raiden. That'll draw out a Snow. Banishing Spirit Master. And 6 other cards.
Wow, including Solitaire, which will bring back the Spirit Master.
11. Yep. Activate effects. I'm gonna book that, pop that, and then activate effect of
7 years. Alright. Pop this.
Oh no.
Book this.
Book this, pop that.
So he destroys Trick Clown, which can't revive again, and flips Raiden face down, so it can't use its ability.
Right, Trick Clown's only once per turn.
Dark Hole takes everything out.
Well, that was a pretty good draw off that Solar Recharge.
Deception does not use Michael's effect to shuffle anything back. And Salgado puts a card face down.
All right, but now Omega's back. Salgado gets Solitaire back, and play passes to Deception.
67.
Deception's got Lumina. But the main thing she's good for right now is 1,000 damage and then another card to banish for Snow.
Yep. So I assume Omega attacked?
Hasn't yet. Looks like he's using Mizuki.
Ah, he has not yet entered his battle phase. Brings back Unizombie.
Battle phase?
Goes to battle phase.
Lost Wind on Omega, so that's really good. Halves it down to 1,400 attack, plus its effect is permanently negated.
27 altogether?
Hits it for 27.
6,000, you're 4,000.
Main phase 2, Unizombie's effect activates. This is the send to the graveyard from the deck one. Send another Mizuki.
Oh.
I'm still thinking if this is what I want to do.
We'll probably make another Omega this turn. Unizombie gains a level, right?
Unizombie does gain a level, and they're
So-
checking to see when Lost Wind comes back. And it's when you summon from the extra deck.
Right. And that includes the turn it's sent to the graveyard?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just you can't activate it that turn because it was just set.
Right. So very likely Deception will summon. Well, I don't know. Actually, now with Lost Wind in the graveyard and he knows it's there, he might change things up a bit and not summon Omega. I mean, he could banish Mizuki, summon Spirit Master, and Tune.
Normal summon Lumina. And Synchro summons. For Stardust Charge War is the... He already used the effect of Unizombie, though.
That's what I thought.
And he's saying now that he used it on Omega, not on Unizombie.
Ah, I see.
Which was... I mean...
All right, one face a monster on the field.
Yeah, nobody could actually tell that that's what happened.
Okay.
Because it was part of the big glorious stuff.
So that would allow him to draw a Charge Warrior, since Unizombie is still at level 3, and then Lumina's at level 3.
Yes.
So that's how it is. He gets to draw a card. Picks up Gem Knight Garnet. Very effective.
And it looks like he didn't bring Lost Wind back from the graveyard.
That's odd.
Maybe it is, except the turn this card sent to the graveyard. I didn't think it was, though.
Let's see. No, you can bring it back.
Yeah, it's except during the damage step. Not during the graveyard.
Maybe it was just the Unizombie confusion.
That could do it.
Got him a little lost.
Since I haven't drawn anything.
His chances of winning, like a candle in the wind.
This is what happens when you play 60 card decks.
Exactly.
He's still got cards, though, and he has searched out a Kaiju. All the cards are monsters, though.
Oh, Whiptail. That's actually perfect. Ah, but Deception still has Snow. I always forget about Snow. It's always there.
It really is.
It's always the most relevant card, but it's just never on top. It's never on the field, so it's easy to miss. But yes, that is... Salgado's hand would be good if not for Snow. But I think Snow is going to really stifle his plays. Actually, he can use Snow to put his own Omega down, right? To reset it?
He could.
And then he could have also banished Solitaire to destroy the... not Solitaire, Spirit Master to destroy the Whiptail.
Looks like he's going to do that now.
He could have saved his Charge Warrior if he had done it a little earlier, right?
I don't know that he really needs to save the Charge Warrior, though.
You'd rather get your opponent to use his Trident for the turn?
Activate effects.
It is a little interesting that he's not resetting his Omega.
You're at how much?
Am I missing something?
Is it target card your opponent controls? That could be it.
Well, let's check. Yeah, it's only a face-up monster your opponent controls. Yeah. So, never mind. So that explains that.
I mean, given how much Snow can do already.
Yeah, it's already incredible. Although he still could have used it on the Whiptail to save his Charge Warrior. He could have used the Spirit Master. But
in the end, it doesn't matter, though, as they are more than enough monsters available to take out those last 4,000 life points.
Yeah, so Salgado drew a lot of cards that duel with Maxi, Solar Recharge, and otherwise, but by desires, but it just didn't matter because he got so many monsters he couldn't do anything with.
Nearly all of them are monsters, and it's not even like he's playing a huge amount of monsters for this deck. He's only got 28.
Yeah.
A lot of these decks are going to use, 35.
Right.
Around that number.
Yeah, so...
But Deception, true to his word, has not lost 3 features in a row.
He did say he would not.
He said he wouldn't do it.
He was not punished for his hubris.
It was looking a little dicey there when the Maxi came out.
It really was, but some good fortune for Reception made it so that Salgado drew way too many monsters.
Really, the key was the Wolf. The fact that he got Wolf off of being destroyed.
Off the Minerva. That was incredible.
By Minerva.
Sends 2 more Snows to the graveyard.
So
and then
I would ask him about that.
Special summons the Wolf.
Ask him how thrilled he was with that. So
absolutely,
we're going to have a brief playback for you, and then Michael will be with you with an interview with Deception.
Stay tuned.
This January, monsters will rise. As good and evil collide. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions. In theaters January 27th. Rated PG. Free exclusive Yu-Gi-Oh! Card with ticket purchase. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions Movie Pack Gold Edition. On sale January 13th.
Good news for all you fans of Declan and his DDD deck from Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. It's been a long time coming, but everything is going according to plan. Pendulum Domination is here, and the things you can do with these new cards are incredible. If you've been collecting everything over time, you'll know all about these cards. DD Swirl Slime, DD Necro Slime, DDD Gus King Alexander, and DDD Flame King Genghis. If you combine these cards with a new card from the Pendulum Domination Structure deck, the Tuner Monster, DD Lamia, you can do some pretty crazy stuff. Let's see how it works. So, there are many combos that you can pull off with this deck that range anywhere from 2 cards to 4 cards that do a variety of different things, but the simplest one involves these 3 cards or Dark Contract with the Gate, which can be used to replace any of these cards by searching for it. And it ends with 2 level 8 Synchro Monsters on the field. And we're talking like pretty good Synchro Monsters. We're talking Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon level, or Psyframe Lord Omega, or the new DDD Curse King Siegfried from the Structure deck. Take these 3, pick 2. You can have them all on the first turn. Here's how it works. So, you need these 3 cards, or you need Dark Contract with the Gate to substitute for one of them by searching for it. Now, this is one case where DD Savant Kepler, or DD Savant Kepler, cannot be used to replace the Dark Contract with the Gate because you are going to need your normal summon to summon DD Lamia. So, here's how it works. You've got your 3 cards. First thing you want to do is use the effect of DD Swirl Slime. It lets you fusion summon using it and another DD monster in your hand to summon a DD monster. So, you're going to fuse the 2 slimes together, put them over to the graveyard, and you will summon DDD Flame King Genghis. Now, you'll need to use your normal summon. Use that on DD Lamia. That's 7, and you have a DD Tuner, so you can Synchro Summon DDD Gust King Alexander. Alright, now you need to head back over to your graveyard. You've got your Necro Slime in there. Necro Slime can be used to fusion summon from the graveyard, using itself as one of the materials. So go ahead and use Necro Slime now. Use it with the Swirl Slime in your graveyard. It banishes them. And you'll summon a second copy of DDD Flame King Genghis. You do need 2, you can't just recycle the same one. When you do that, Gust King Alexander's effect will trigger because you special summoned a DD monster. Remember, DDD monsters are also DD monsters because they have it in the name. That'll let you summon a level 4 or lower DD monster from your graveyard, so go ahead and bring back that Lamia. There she is. And that gets you your first level 8 Synchro Summon. Let's go ahead. Who do we want first? How about DDD Cursed King Siegfried? Here he is. This guy can negate a spell or trap card for an entire turn during either player's turn till the next standby phase. So one way you can use this is to negate your own Dark Contracts until your standby phase so that you don't take any damage from them. But the main use is going to be to negate your opponent's spell or trap cards. Now, you special summoned a DD monster to the field. That's still a DD monster, even though it's DDD. So that'll trigger DDD Flame King Genghis' effect. And that's going to let you special summon another monster back. So there's no level limit on this, so you'll summon DDD Gust King Alexander back. Now, depending on whether you had to use Dark Contract with the Gate or not, this step will vary slightly. If you had Dark Contract with the Gate, it's actually better for you, because DD Lamia can be special summoned back from the graveyard by sending a DD monster or a Dark Contract card from your hand or face up on your field to the graveyard. If you have the contract, you can just send it to the graveyard, which gets you off the hook for the 1,000 life points to summon back Lamia, and then you Synchro Summon with Gust King Alexander or Flame King Genghis. Probably Gust King Alexander because level 7 non-synchro monster, that can get you Crystal Wing if you want it. It's pretty good. If you don't have the contract with the Gate, you'll have to send DDD Flame King Genghis instead. And that takes 2,000 points off the board and possible further special summons. But with just those 3 cards, which are really easy to get, because you've got Dark Contract with the Gate, which straight up replaces any of them, you've got a lot of extra draw power with cards like Allure of Darkness, which are also in Pendulum Domination, if you don't quite have enough copies of them. So it's really easy to get all those cards together in one place. As for what you summon, these 3 level 8s are probably the ones I would choose the most. This pair gets you the negation of a monster effect and a spell or trap each turn, in addition to Crystal Wing's other abilities, like getting Gargantuan when he attacks things. Or if I don't know what I'm playing against, I think this is actually a pretty good start as well, because you can negate a spell or trap and everybody plays spell cards, and you can just temporarily take a card out of your opponent's hand, see what they're playing, and go from there, which will help you inform the decisions you make with Curse King Siegfried. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's just a ton of different stuff that you can do with a DDD deck. And I'll leave a lot of that for you to figure out on your own, because it's fun to just figure out all the different combos you can do. But that 1/3 card combo with the 2 Slimes and Lamia is one you're going to see a lot, especially if you see a lot of DDD decks being played during YCS, during our event coverage. So keep an eye out for that. And I'll see you next time.
Duelists need at least 100 qualifier points to qualify for the Ultimate Duelist Series Winter Invitational here in Las Vegas. I'm asking, there are tons of ways to get those points. I'm asking the duelists in attendance this weekend how they qualified for this weekend's Ultimate Duelist Series Invitational. How do you qualify?
I actually didn't even know I qualified till like Sunday after the San Diego Regional, because like my friend like looked me up and told me about the UDS, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna be in Vegas anyways. But and then he looked me up for me and told me I had enough points, and I saw, like, I guess I'm going to the UDS.
So how'd you get all those points?
I just like go to the regionals, I guess, but I don't know how I had that many. I really don't.
So just playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh?
Playing. Like I got lucky, pretty much.
I won the UDS past February, so I think that was about 100 points. And then I topped a couple YCSs, so yeah, I guess those added up for about like 205 points, so just enough for a buy. So, yeah, pretty fortunate.
Well, I qualified for the UDS. It's a funny story. My friend Ed Substance, he just won the feature match. He took me to a locals to play for the pin, for the Blue Eyes pin, just so I could get UDS points. And then I had 40, and then plus, after I won the whole thing, it came up to like 95 points. And then just this last week at San Diego, I just got my last 5 points just to make it over here. And the whole time I didn't know whether I made it or not.
Where'd you get the 5 points from? What type of event?
The San Diego Regionals, just for participating.
So mostly from the UDS qualifiers you got points, but you got from regionals also?
Yeah. Everything came around, and then just everything added up to just exactly 100. Gave me enough points.
Perfect. How'd you get enough points to qualify?
I got enough points to qualify by topping multiple UDSs at local stores.
So the UDS qualifiers?
Yeah. And also, I've topped a couple regionals, too.
I got enough points to qualify because Los Angeles has a lot of tournaments, like the regionals, the OTSs, some of the locals actually give you UDS points. So I went to every one of those and just kept building and building up, and then I could just come here and try to win the belt.
So you just played in a lot of different official tournament events.
Hi, I qualified for the UDS for playing at locals and regionals.
What type of locals? Like UDS qualifiers or
OTSs, tournament stores, official stores, so they give you points.
So I qualified for this UDS by playing at locals a lot. Playing, not winning, but playing.
What type of locals?
Game stores.
Were like UDS qualifiers or OTS championships or?
A few UDS qualifiers. Yeah.
I earned enough points for the UDS for winning all the UDS tournaments at my locals.
UDS qualifiers?
Yes.
To qualify for the UDS, you have to participate in official tournament stores, get enough points, and you come here.
But how did you qualify?
I participated in OTSs, topped here and there, and I got enough points to come here.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right, I qualified for the U.S. qualifier by winning YCS Minneapolis and also topping a variety of regionals.
Well, how I top the UDS this time, usually I judge a lot of events, head judge regionals, judge YCSs, judge WCQ, and then playing in regionals and winning regionals and topping YCSs as well.
I qualified for this UDS by getting third at YCS Vegas. Catch me playing Cosmo, baby.
There are a lot of ways to qualify for the UDS Invitational. Duelists need at least 100 points in order to participate. They can get them by playing in official tournaments, official sanctioned tournaments, or judging official events. Every duelist took a different path to get here today, and one of them will emerge as the ultimate duelist.
Today I want to talk about a combo that you're probably going to see a lot of over the next few months, especially if you tune into our tournament coverage either here or on Twitch TV/official Yu-Gi-Oh channel. This combo involves the Zodiac Xyz monsters from Raging Tempest. We got Borbo, Tiger Mortar, Broad Bull, and Trident. And while the actual result of this combo is pretty simple, it actually has a lot of steps, and you might have seen it done with a few shortcuts. Might be a little unclear on exactly what's going on. So I'm going to go ahead and break it down for you step by step. What exactly is happening when you see the Zodiac combo on screen. So the thing with the Zodiac Xyz monsters is that they can all be Xyz summoned using only one other Zodiac monster as the material. And unlike other cards like number S39, Utopia the Lightning, or Downward Magician, that one monster can be just any Zodiac monster. It doesn't have to be an Xyz monster. So the monster they use is Zodiac Rapier. Each of the basic Zodiacs adds an effect onto a Beast Warrior type Xyz monster that uses it as its material. In this case, Rapiers is once per turn. You can detach an Xyz material from this card, summon another Rapier from your hand or deck. So you start by summoning Zodiac Rapier. You can either normal summon it from your hand, or special summon it from your deck with something like Zodiac Barrage, or MX Saber Invoker, which normally winds up on the field courtesy of Terror Top and Tekettenborg. Once you have your Rapier on the field, you start off by Xyz summoning Zodiac Borbo. Borbo is kind of a starter and the finisher for a pure Zodiac deck. You can start off this combo by using it like this, or you could finish a duel by using its effect to attack directly. And then if it has 12 materials, you do a bunch of other cool stuff. But for our purposes, the important thing is that it has gained this effect, the once per turn you can detach to summon a Rapier. So we'll do that now. There we go. Now the Rapier. Next, we're going to use Borbo as the material to Xyz summon Tiger Mortar. Tiger Mortar's effect lets her detach one of her own materials to target a Zodiac in your graveyard and an Xyz monster on your field, and attach the graveyard card to the Xyz monster on the field as material. There we go. So now she's got Rapier, and the ability, once per turn you can detach one Xyz material, summon another Rapier. Now the question you might have right now is, hang on, that affects once per turn. So why can you use it again here? That's because it's just once per turn : It doesn't have you can only use this ability once per turn. And as a result, each time it's placed on a new card, that restriction's reset. It's considered the ability of a totally new card that hasn't been used yet, so we can detach this Rapier now and summon the third one from the deck. There we go. Next, we'll go ahead and use Tiger Mortar as the material to summon Zodiac Broadbull. Broadbull lets you detach a material to add a Beast Warrior type monster that can be normal summoned or set from your deck to your hand. And the one that we're going to get here is Zodiac Whiptail. There's a lot of other choices, tons of them really. There's other Zodiacs, there's Fire Fist monsters, there's even Beast King Barbaros if you want it. But for our purposes, the most common card you're going to see is Zodiac Whiptail, because this card can attach itself to a Beast Warrior type Xyz monster during either player's turn at any time, except during the damage step, and it gives the monster it's attached to the ability to banish any monster that it battles. So this is going to go to hand, and then finally we're going to use Zodiac Broadbull as a material for Zodiac Trident, which also has a quick effect that lets you destroy any face-up card on the field. So with this, you could detach the Broadbull, destroy something, and then just put Whiptail right on so that you can do it again during your opponent's turn. Or you could save the Broadbull, use it to disrupt your opponent during their turn, and then if they try to do anything, like attack Trident, you can just attach Whiptail to make sure that you take out their monster as well. But that's ignoring that you still have these two Zodiac Rapiers on the field that you can use to make pretty much whatever rank 4 you'd like. You could get a Beast Warrior specific card, like Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Tiger King. You could get a defensive card like Traptrix Ecclesia, which is pretty popular with cards like Treacherous Trap Hole, or Traptrix Trap Hole Nightmare, or even Floodgate Trap Hole. Or you could get a card like Cane Gorgon, Anti-Luminescent Knight, that can deflect targeting abilities. For example, if your opponent tries to do this back to you with their own Zodiac Trident, you can just redirect their effect to blow up their own monster. Or you could get Daigusto Emerald. Daigusto Emerald can help shuffle these combo pieces back into your deck and let you draw more cards. So if your opponent has something like Regeki or Darkhole to blast all this stuff off the field, you'll have a chance to try the combo again later on. Or, if you're going second, for example, and you need to take out a tough monster, you could even use number 39 Utopia with Utopia the Light. There's a ton of different setups that you can make with just this one card. All you need is Zodiac Rapier or something that can summon it from your deck, and you can do all this and still have the rest of your hand to work with to fulfill your original strategy or to protect yourself with traps or basically anything. And that is how the Zodiac combo works and why it's so powerful. So keep a lookout for it. Next time you see it during tournament coverage, you'll know exactly how it works and exactly what's going on. And I'll see you next time.
Foolish Burial Goods is a spell card with a very simple effect, but why it's good is a little bit more complicated. When you play Foolish Burial Goods, you can send any spell or trap card directly from your deck to your graveyard. Why would you want to do that? Well, there are a lot of spell and trap cards out there that have useful effects when you play them from the graveyard. You might be thinking of cards like Skill Prisoner or Galaxy Cyclone Breakthrough Skill, cards that you play once for their main effect and then get another similar but a little weaker effect from the graveyard on your next turn. Those are not what you want to send to the graveyard with Foolish Burial Goods. What you're looking for are cards that have effects that you can use right away and that are frequently better than the effects you get for playing them. Here's a couple examples. If you're a fan of Spiral or Subterrors, you might be familiar with Spiral Mission Assault and Subterror Behemoth Burrowing. Both of these cards are pretty good when you play them normally, but once they're in the graveyard, they get an incredibly useful ability towards setting up your strategy. Problem is, these are both, well, this is a continuous card and this is a trap, so you can't really get it into your graveyard when it'd be most useful to you at the start of the duel. Unless you use Foolish Burial Goods. With that, you can send either of these cards directly from your deck to the graveyard. If you send Behemoth Burrowing, you can banish it from your graveyard to flip one of your Subterror monsters face down. That's something that Subterror decks struggle with a lot in the early game, so you can summon one of your nemesis, like Archer or Warrior, play Foolish Burial Goods to send Burrowing to the graveyard, and then flip it face down so that you can special summon Subterror Behemoth from your hand. Then there's Spiral Mission Assault. One of the challenges for Spirals is getting enough special summons in the early game. For example, you want to be able to both, say, summon Spiral Gear Drone from your hand, and summon Super Agent, and summon Spy Gal Misty all in the same turn. And normally, you would not be able to do that. But if you have Foolish Burial Goods, you can send Spiral Mission Assault to the graveyard, or you can banish it to special summon one of the spirals from your hand. It's also useful in another fan favorite strategy that's going to get a lot more fans really soon, and that is Fluffles. Toy vendors, it's alright when you play it as a regular continuous spell, but when it goes to the graveyard, you get to search your deck for any Fluffle monster or Edge Imp Sabers and add it straight to your hand. Being able to skip the middleman of finding a discard outlet or anything like that is a huge boon for Fluffle players. Fans of Yugi's cards are probably also going to be fans of Foolish Burial Goods. Magician Navigation is a card that's great whether you play it normally or just send it straight to the graveyard. When you activate it, summons Dark Magician from your hand and a Dark Spellcaster level 7 or lower from your deck. When it's in the graveyard, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish it to negate a spell or trap card your opponent plays. Sending it to the graveyard on your own turn might seem a little counterintuitive since you can't use it right away, but what you really want it for is to negate your opponent's spell and trap cards during their own turn. So not being able to use it on your own turn is not really that big a deal. It's also good if you're a fan of Silent Magician and Silent Swordsman, Little Yugi's cards. These guys were from Rivals of the Pharaoh. But they also came with their own attack spells, Silent Burning and Silent Sword Slash. And each of these attack spells also doubles as a search card. But the problem is you weren't able to actually play them without already having a monster on the field to target with them. Foolish Burial Goods lets you skip that, send them straight to the graveyard where you can banish them to search out Silent Swordsman or Silent Magician. I had a Phantom Knight deck a while back that used Silent Swordsman and Foolish Burial Goods. It was pretty darn good. And speaking of Phantom Knights, Foolish Burial Goods is great with Phantom Knights. Their whole thing is that they have all these cards that you can play from the graveyard for more good effects. Phantom Knight's Sword, Fogblade, Wing. I probably would not send Fogblade to the graveyard unless I absolutely had to, because that's definitely a card you want to get both uses out of. But something like Wing or Sword to make sure that you can get an instant special summon without having to wait a turn to use the traps is extremely useful. Speaking of traps, I don't know that this will actually happen in practice, but you can also send something like a Paleozoic card to the graveyard so that you can activate a trap and immediately special summon it back out. It's a neat little application that could lead to a lot more Paleozoic Xyz monsters and toads down the line. So there are really a ton of different options that you have for Foolish Burial Goods. I didn't even go through all of them. There are just so many of them. So if you have a spell or trap that you like playing, but you wouldn't mind seeing it go straight to the graveyard so that you can use it later, this could be the card you're looking for. Talk to you next time.
Back at YCS Atlanta, we asked the duelists which kaiju monster would be most successful at attacking their home city. Today, I'm going around to see the competitors in Vegas to ask them which invoked monster would they summon to protect their home city from the kaijus. How about you?
I would summon Raijin, the wind one, because whenever they try and attack, I can book a moon them and they can only control one, so only one can try and attack a time.
I would summon Invoked Makaba because machines are really cool and he would kick butt, so yeah.
You think they would do well against the kaijus?
Oh yeah, of course, of course. Machines are better than living creatures, so yeah.
I mean, if it just really depends on which kaiju is attacking. If it's like, say, the wind one, I'll just Purgatoria, I think it's called, just spit fire at it and gone. If it's the water one, then I don't know, we're kind of screwed because we're next to the beach in my area, so I don't know about here, but yeah, that's all.
So maybe if your hometown were being attacked by the kaijus, which invoked monster would you summon to protect it?
Raijin, because you can book it. You can
book the kaijus, turn them face down, render them harmless?
Yes.
I'd pick Invoked Makaba.
And why Makaba?
Because he looks the coolest. And he's got like a motorcycle, big giant like dragon motorcycle.
And you think that would be effective in warding off the kaijus?
Absolutely.
I would summon Makaba. Makaba's just the best one.
Actually, I would probably summon Elysium. Is that how you say it? The one where it like banishes.
Why?
It's a strong beater, and after you destroy one kaiju, you can banish the rest if you call the right attribute, I believe.
I would choose Invoked Makaba because it negates everything, and it's broken.
So it would ward off the kaijus most effectively?
No, unfortunately not.
So how are you going to protect your hometown from the destruction caused by kaijus?
We put... Oh, that's when we summon... That's when we get Raijin. It puts them face down.
Maybe with Makaba, that'll solve everything?
Yes.
I would do the Water Invoked Fusion. I don't know what it's called, because it has like the biggest defense. It's trying to defend my town.
I think I will summon the Raijin to put him face down. He will not be able to do anything else besides that.
Duelists have been summoning all sorts of invoked monsters all weekend using Alistair the Invoker. But when it comes to protecting their city from kaijus, each duelist has a specific invoked monster in mind to protect their city. We got a large variety of answers, but which of the invoked monsters will help them win duels, we'll see throughout the weekend.
One interesting thing about Smith's list, we've been talking a lot about hand traps and how different players have been preferring different hand traps, and they're trying to gear their decks for the Zodiac Mirror. Fraser Smith happens to be playing 3 copies of DD Crow, which actually line up very well against Infernoid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays only 1 copy of Flying Sea with 2 Ghost Ogre, 2 Maxi, but 3 copies of DD Crow.
Interesting.
Yeah, so he's probably pretty excited if he's playing against Infernoid, because he has access to a full 3 copies. Other than that, his list looks fairly standard.
Sutton's list is fairly devoted to the Shadow Engine. He's using 2 Shadow Hedgehogs, 3 Squamatas, 2 Beasts, 2 Falcos, 1 Shadow Dragon, a full 3 copies of Shadow Fusion, and an L Shadow Fusion. So it is actually very heavy on Shadows.
Yeah, he's actually using 0 copies of Zodiac Rapier. So he's not doing any Zodiac things. Just straight powerful Infernoid stuff with that Grass Look Screener, and then he also has the advantage of Shaddoll Fusion when going second, summoning El Shaddoll Grista, most likely, if not El Shaddoll Winda. He also plays 2 copies of Shaddoll Core, which is pretty cool.
Smith did get to open up. He did get to start, but his turn was stifled a bit by Sutton's Max C.
Yeah, and with a copy of Shaddoll Fusion and that Grass Look Screener going second.
Wow.
It's going to be a rough one.
That's incredible for Sutton.
Yeah. Start with Decatron.
I guess he's afraid of sending everything to the graveyard.
He wants to just guarantee sending what he wants to with the Decatron. It's one less card off that Grass Look Screener, but not the biggest deal.
All right, so he summons Decatron, uses its effect.
Looks like Harmadic.
Which one is that one?
Yep. He just wants to guarantee that he can clear out these threats.
Is that Harmony? Yeah.
Yep.
So if you target my deck, I can't activate it in response, basically? Okay.
Or is it?
What is it sent to? Target on side card, shuffle it to the deck.
Oh, no, it's Antra.
Oh, it's Antra. Ooh.
So he wants to get rid of the back row to make
Yeah.
sure he can resolve with that Grass Look Screener.
Yeah, the Harmadic popped up on the screen. I was confused a little.
That would be my fault.
Yeah.
It doesn't just pop up automatically. I made that.
I assumed it was some mystical person listening to my voice.
I'll take the blame on that one. It's
No,
actually
it's
an
not.
Antra. They look very similar.
Yeah,
so,
all the Infernoids do, especially the little
Yeah, the
ones.
little machines with wings. So,
Yeah.
but Antra comes down, gets rid of the set card to make sure that Grass Look Screener resolves, and already it's looking terrible for Smith.
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, and I play 41, so yeah, I have 33, so you know, you have how many?
I have 52.
Okay, so yeah.
19?
Oh, Fiendish Rhino Warrior? That's pretty cool. A lot of Shaddolls. A solid amount of Infernoids, not a ton though.
Wait, he couldn't have been Antra. Antra hits face up cards.
Skomata, Thaco.
Is it Patrulia?
It might be Patrulia. Target is spelled. So it must have been a Patrulia. They all look very similar.
I don't get it.
It must be Patrulia, since that's the only way this makes sense.
There's actually one on live stream.
Oh, it could have been.
No,
I think it's actually.
Is it one that shuffles? Is there one that shuffles things back in the deck?
Yeah. It's Permis.
Yeah.
Reyes. I'll bring that up.
Don't
on
see
the
that one
screen.
very often.
Now that we've determined what it actually is. That looks the most like the card in the graveyard.
Yeah, that is definitely it now for sure.
So, while we were figuring out what Decatron copied,
looks like there was a huge Grass Look Screener.
Yeah, Sutton sent a lot of cards from his deck to the
Yeah,
graveyard.
got a Shaddoll Falco effect, setting Shaddoll Hedgehog, setting it itself. He also got a Shaddoll Core trigger, getting back El Shaddoll Fusion.
Yeah. So when that Grass Look Screener sends Shadows to the graveyard, they're sent there by a card effect, so you get their secondary effects. So that's pretty incredible.
Yep, now he has 7 cards in his hand, 2 cards on the field.
Yeah, but most importantly, he's got over a dozen in the graveyard.
Yeah, he can Shaddoll Fusion right now because Smith controls an extra deck monster. Get another Infernoid down along with a Shaddoll, or he can just send 2 Shaddolls if he thinks that Winda is better suited for the situation.
He'll probably want to summon some Infernoids first, because once he has a certain number of levels on his field, he'll no longer be able to summon the Infernoids.
Yeah.
So,
Is that one Sidesmoss?
I believe it is.
Let's hope so.
Well, he banished 2, so we know at least the level is right. Or the level range is right.
Yep. Activates its effect almost immediately, attributing the Decatron to banish Zodiac Rapier. And then it gets 3 down into the graveyard so he can summon Infernoid Onuku?
Yes, so that is definitely an Onku.
It's a Dark Hole, and I can negate Spiritual Traps.
An Onku does certainly look different than most of them.
Yeah. Yep.
And Shadow Fusion and Smith has had enough.
Yep.
That was an incredible hand for Sutton. Smith really couldn't do anything to play around it. It was a fairly weak hand for Smith as well.
I mean, the only thing he could have done is pushed 1 card further and made a Trident. Because if he would have made a Trident, then the Shadow Fusion wouldn't have been able to be at full power, right? Because he can just destroy the Trident in response.
That's true.
And he's not able to send the monsters from his deck.
That's true. He also could have, I didn't catch whether Smith chained hit the set card to the Decatron copying Ankra, but I assume he did not call Fusion.
Yeah, no, I don't think he did. He probably called Xyz. You're definitely supposed to call Xyz blind there.
Probably, yeah.
But the only thing you get punished, or well, you play around Barrage like that.
Yeah. Do Infernoids really Xyz summon though?
No, but you assume that they're
You
also
just
playing the
assume
Zodiac
Zodiacs,
cards,
okay.
yeah, and that's why you have to. Because like you're gonna call Fusion. Not too much fusion summoning going on.
Yeah, but now we know, or now he probably knows.
Yes,
we
so
obviously
now that
already knew.
Dimensional Barrier is going to do different things.
Sutton does not use Zodiacs at all, so calling Xyz is fairly useless.
Yeah.
But calling Fusions will prevent all of those Shadow Fusions from striking the field.
Yep. Taking a look at side decks, Sutton has a few interesting cards, so he can definitely bring in Raigeki going second. He has copies of Vanity's Fiend, which will probably only going first. He also has Jinzo in his deck. We've seen a lot of Jinzo and Danko Sekka. I feel like those 2 cards are the ways to be Paleozoic, and many duels are using.
I've definitely seen a lot of Danko Sekkas. Not so many Jinzos, but that's exciting to see.
Yeah. He also has like Magical Springs, but the coolest card inside the deck is definitely Fiend Comedian for the probably Infernoid Mirror. Fiend Comedian has a super powerful effect. Flip a coin. You either get to banish their whole graveyard or send as many cards as they have in your graveyard from your deck to the graveyard, right?
I know one of the flips banishes their graveyard.
I'm pretty sure the other one lets you send cards to the graveyard.
How many does it send, though? Do you know? It does send. I don't remember how many or how.
I think it's how many they have in the graveyard.
So toss a coin and call it. If you call it right, all of your opponent's cards in the graveyard.
Over 250 duels made the trip here this weekend. Now we are left with 16. 16 duelists will now fight out for the chance to become the ultimate duelist and win the title belt and receive all the perks that come with it.
13 grueling rounds of Swiss.
Yeah.
That's more than you'll play in even one of the biggest YCSs. Most of them, they go 12 at most, but we pushed it to 13 this time for our players vying to become the ultimate duelist.
Yep, there was a clean break where if you had a 9-3-1 or better record, you were into the top 16.
28 points is what it took.
Yep. For this round, we have, looks to be a Zodiac mirror match. Jose Frias against...
It's Infernoids.
Anderson saying, oh, you're right, actually. 60-car Infernoid against Zodiac. That's going to be a cool one.
He is running the Rat, though, Anderson Sang is. Along with an interesting choice of 1 Zodiac Thoroughblade as his 4th Zodiac monster, as opposed to Whiptail. No Whiptail.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Maybe it's so that if he draws a Rapier plus a Barrage and maybe he has, if he ever draws multiple copies of Barrage, he can Barrage for Thoroughblade and discard the excess Barrage because he's not on like a Zodiac plan. Otherwise, I don't exactly know why he would choose Thoroughblade over Whiptail, but still an interesting choice nonetheless.
Well, we'll see if it comes into play in our top 16 match. We'll take you over there right now.
Of artifacts at YCS Seattle. It seemed like one of the most popular ways to approach the strategies just because Artifact Sanctum into Artifact Scythe was one of the few ways you could simulate Dimensional Barrier. And Frias is on that strategy, playing 2 copies of Scythe along with 3 Sanctum to take advantage of that, albeit it is much worse against Infernoids.
Right. We didn't really see a whole lot of that this weekend, though, did we?
No, artifacts. I don't think I saw. I don't think I saw one actually outside of the Invoked Wind Witch deck.
Interesting that it fell off. You'd think that having up to 5 or 6 copies of Dimensional Barrier, some of which come with a 2200 body, would be a huge advantage.
No, I would agree. It might have to do with the move towards Lunalight Black Sheep Infusion substitute, just looking for cards to cut, because what you get out of the artifact engine, right, it's 5 cards, but you're really only using 3 of them.
Right.
Yeah. So as soon as you cut out those sites, your deck maybe gets a little more consistent, and you just have 3 other trap cards.
Where's the Crooked Cook?
No, yeah, I was talking about Crooked Cook before. I also have not seen any copies of Crooked Cook.
All right, well, we see a Thoroughblade over on Freya's side of the field.
Yeah.
Discards Ratpier to draw into Interrupted Kaiju Slumber.
And this build is usually... We also haven't seen that much main deck Kaiju, too. It's definitely fallen out a lot of popularity, even out of side decks as well. But this is playing Kaiju and artifacts in the main deck.
It's true. I feel like you don't necessarily want the Kaiju against straight-up Zodiac decks. It's
right.
Like there's 4 different things out there. You can't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, so... the Kaiju are pretty weak against standard Zodiac. Slumber's obviously the best card, right? The actual Kaiju themselves, not that strong. However, I think that gearing your deck to be better going second is where you want to be right now.
Right.
Because playing any amount of the Lunalight Black Sheep, like playing the Lunalight Black Sheep combo gives you such an advantage going first that you just need to accommodate for when you're going second. So I think the best 2 ways to approach Zodiac right now are either a Kaiju variant or one with excess hand traps, like Flying Seas and things like that.
Do you think that's part of where all the Forbidden Chalices came from this time around, is to have a card that it's okay going first, but you can just play it immediately from your hand?
Yes.
Second?
I think it also has to do with, I think Chalices just slowly gained popularity because, like, week 1, right? Well, I'm just going to call it Seattle week 1, Atlanta week 2, and this basically week 3. Week 1, we had artifacts being the big thing. Okay, Forbidden Chalice answers those. Week 2, we moved a little bit away from artifacts, but we still had, it's a great way to interact with Zodiac Dryant in case anyone was still playing artifacts, you still had it. And then now I think that Forbidden Chalice has just become one of those cards where it answers just about anything you could have a problem with, and it's great against the standard Zodiac field, and it's exactly what you said, another card you could set. So, yeah, I don't know. It also plays a similar role to the Kaiju, too. I think as soon as people started moving away from Kaiju, they needed cards that single answer, like, removal against threats like, Vanity Fiend. We've seen a couple of Vanity Fiends inside decks. Anything like that, any problematic monster. Because I also don't think that effect negation is inherently strong against Zodiac either, because they're so good at, I'll activate this monster detaching a material special wrap here. Okay, you'll negate this effect. I'll stack another Zodiac on top of that one and do the same thing.
Interesting on Sang's side. It looks like he's main decking. Yeah, he's main decking Lullaby of Obedience.
Yeah.
Has that made an appearance this weekend? I don't know that it has.
Only a little bit. We saw a lot of it at YCS Atlanta. It wasn't that popular here. But I haven't seen it in a 60-card Infernoid deck yet.
No.
Yeah, that's super interesting. He also plays 3 copies of Left Arm Offering, 3 copies of Potted Desires. This deck has just the most powerful spells. He has 3 copies of Void Imagination. This deck is crazy. 2 copies of Charge of Light Brigade with 1 Lightsworn monster.
Void Imagination. I remember that card.
Yeah, that's one of the...
That's the fusion spell.
Yep. It's one of the big reasons why Infernoids have a powerful way to, respond to a board going second. They can Void Banishment for Void Imagination.
I guess it acts almost like extra copies of Grasp Screener, because you can just send everything.
Yeah, it's super powerful. But a full dedication to 3 copies. I saw 3 copies for a while in the 40-card version, but not really the 60-card version.
Frias is now in the second half of his combo, the post-Lunalight Black Sheep segment.
Yep.
On the second round of Ratpiers.
Yeah, I'm excited actually to see Sang's deck operate. I'm a fan of powerful spells, and this deck just seems to have more of them than anything else. Like, you don't usually see Pot of Desires alongside that Grasslook Screener either. Yeah. One puts you at just such a deficit in terms of deck count that there wasn't a reason to play 60 cards in the first place, so I don't know.
I guess the idea is that if you get one of the 2 in your opening hand, that's great.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter so much which one. It's just one is way better, but draw 2 ain't that bad either.
Yeah. The only issue is I feel like in the a 60 card that grass looks greener sort of mirror. Anytime you activate Pot of Desires, you're suddenly opening up your opponent to be able to resolve that grass looks greener in a much more powerful way than otherwise they would have been able to.
Picks up Twin Twisters off of Fusion Substitute. Twin Twister is useful because he's got the scythe there.
Yeah, so you can use that to enable his own scythe.
Set 4 cards.
Gonna set 4 cards.
Yeah, it looks like he put the scythe down.
Yeah, and maybe a slumber.
Along with Twin Twisters, Dimensional Barrier, and one of the slumbers.
Yep.
Nothing on standby or main. Double Sightsmith's left arm offering.
Normal summon Fairy Tale Snow and bait that Zodiac Trident. It also naturally threatens Daigusto Armor right at 1850.
Yep.
Yeah.
You fix your graveyard, please.
Puts it right where he wants it, in the graveyard.
And this is going to give him a chance to Twin Twisters when he activates it. Do you think you Twin Twisters and just destroy your own scythe just for the value to do it now because you don't know if you'll draw another Twin Twisters? That seems a little preemptive. He can wait until he discards, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's interesting that he didn't wait for the discard.
Yeah.
He may not be quite so familiar with how the card works.
That could be the case. That's probably the case.
You definitely want the scythe there, though, because no matter what they're doing, you don't want them in their extra deck, and you do want the 2200 body on the field to try to stop things before they get too out of hand.
Yeah, when you activate the effective void management and discard, even if it's destroyed, can you still not set cards until? Oh no, that's left arm offering,
that's
right?
Left arm offering, yeah. So like he couldn't set the Void Feast that was in his hand first and then use it.
Yeah.
I'll play 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm at 53.
Play 60. 53 cards versus however many Frias has left. Frias starts with 43. Yet another different number that's above 40.
Yeah. Oh, I was asking the Paleozoic player during the player review why he chose 44, and he said he had lost a match in testing where he decked himself out. And after that, he just decided 44 was a much better number than 40 because it just let him resolve double desires more often and things like that. But yeah, I feel like these numbers are all over the place.
It doesn't sound very scientific.
Yeah, exactly. I was hoping it was. I was hoping a lot of people just read this nice statistics article, learned a little, but no, not the case. Let's see how good this is.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Looks like 22. Have been sent to the graveyard.
Maybe 4 Infernoids, 5.
Hard to tell.
Yeah. But now that Fairy Tale Snow has a lot of fuel. I think he also hit 1 Rapier, but he also hit Thoroughblade, so if he draws Barrage and barrages for a Rapier, he won't even have 2 copies in his deck.
I wonder how much you can do with just 2 copies of Rapier in your deck. Probably not so much right now, but in the future, perhaps that'll change.
We're looking for one more player to register for the final tournament of today.
When it destroys my monster by battle, it can attack again.
Banish this 2 to get Infernoid.
Is that on Tondo?
Yeah, I think it's Attendel.
Or is it Sightsmoss?
Level 8. This is the second attack in a row guy. So it takes down Daigusto Emerald for 1,000. And attacks the face down monster. Takes that out as well. So he's exactly at 8 levels on the field. I believe that means he can summon any one other thing. It's not greater than 8. That's another thing that I guess Void Banishment, or not Void Banishment, Void Imagination does for you.
Oh, it makes all the monsters level 1, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Halves the damage, but they're pretty big as is.
Yeah.
Gonna activate Snow.
Yeah. Scythe has 17 defense, maybe 16?
It's not enough, whatever it is.
Yeah. I remember it's one of the artifacts that has a lot of attack.
Yeah, it's
22,900. Oh, that's much less.
Flips it down and takes it out.
Yeah. He's going to just, during the battle phase, he's going to go for more, it looks like.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like he's banishing.
Maybe he's just going to leave it in the graveyard now, though. But he just chose to use the effect during the battle phase. I don't know. That's interesting.
Oh, did he tribute to banish a rat? Is that
Yeah.
what he did?
But I feel like you could just wait, right? You know, wait until your opponent summons a monster and then tribute to banish the rat.
Or do it in response to combo or something like that if they had it.
Yeah, or Tiger Mortar.
Oh, yeah, that would be why.
Oh, that is
he gets
super
it off
heads
field.
up.
So if he knows that Slumber's in there, which he does because it was discarded.
Doesn't resolve. It has to destroy at least one monster.
Right, because he discarded the Kaiju Slumber. He knows he runs it.
Yeah.
So he played around the possibility of
That
a double.
was super
That's
heads
very
up.
smart.
Yeah. That's impressive. What it takes to be the ultimate duelist.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's take a look at Frias' hand here. He picked up Terror Top.
Yeah, has Zodiac Barrage as well.
And a Dogoran.
Normally when your opponent has no hand, no field, you usually just go for it, but with Fairytale Snow down.
This is Infernoid. He's got 21 cards in his hand.
Basically. And a special summon Rat here.
Goes for a rat. And he does only have 2 rats in his deck. The third one's banished.
Yeah.
Picks it up anyway.
Yep. Should be special summon in defense, right? Because of
it has to be in defense.
Likely just going to become a material pretty soon anyway.
I wonder what he has left to even barrage for. I guess he would have to barrage for a Whiptail.
Yeah. I mean, it's 2,400 damage, right, if you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goes for Borbo.
That's special?
Yep.
That's special. So he's probably going to set up just a Tiger Mortar with something under it, and then maybe a Broad Bull into Trident.
He's got, what, a Thoroughblade in the graveyard if he needs damage?
I think so. Yep, there's that Tiger Mortar.
Launches Borbo into the graveyard to load Thoroughblade into the old Resurrection Cannon. Still at a loss as to what the mechanics of this are. He just launches one Zodiac. It's like, okay, you're next.
Yeah.
Get in there. Tiger Mortar goes up to 1,600 attack and gains the ability to inflict piercing battle damage against absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I don't know what he's... I assume he's just trying to Borbo into Dryden. I don't think he can do much else. He's already gone through all of his rapiers.
He's used everything but Broad
He's
Bull.
just going to go into Trident. No Broad Bull. Just going to attack twice for 16. Thing lets all through.
Yeah, not the most threatening field in the world. See how good it was getting that rat out of the game.
Yeah. One big reason why Inferno is such a popular strategy has natural graveyard disruption. Just inherently with your Inferno monsters.
You don't have to play any extra cards.
Yeah. It's kind of a cool self-balance check, right? That Infernoid is good against Infernoid because of the Infernoid monsters.
Mm-hmm. Because you'd have to play 60 cards anyways, you can't get the benefit of Grasshook Screener if you're in a mirror match. It's not a match I'd want to play, though. I don't think I'd ever want to actually play a 60-card Infernoid mirror match.
Yeah.
Seems a little miserable.
Definitely.
Banishes 3. His summon looks like Onunku.
Yep, that's
out of
the
graveyard.
Yep, it'll destroy all the monsters, and it can potentially negate spell or traps.
Contribute to negate a spell or trap, yes.
His response was right. Do you think there's a reason he didn't want to like Fairy Tale Snow first and then Onunku?
I mean, it would blow up the snow, but that just puts it back in the graveyard.
Yeah, more so you just get your Onunku just sick, right?
Right.
I feel like he's pretty low on Inferno resources. Right? I think that's his last Inferno in his graveyard now, Onunku. However, Ancient Tanky will let him find a level 4 lower Beast Warrior.
He's got a bunch of Whiptails left. Haven't seen any of them yet.
Yep.
Get a whip tail?
Yeah.
Normal summon, whip tail, and response to summon. Response to summon.
Thinking about what he wants here. It looks like he put Tiger Motor to the front, but I feel like that's not the one you want to summon first.
Sang drew left arm offering for his turn. Not super useful.
Definitely not. But if he draws in Pod Desires, that's 2 cards for that left arm offering.
That's true.
The Barrage next.
And Frias picks up a warning for slow play.
Yeah.
Honestly, not a whole lot of cards there at all. Not really any choices left, and still took a great deal of time to make it.
Yeah, I think it just primarily had to do with not knowing how to play around Fairy Tale Snow at all. Like, what can I do? What should I do? Because Fairy Tale Snow is such a hard card to play around. But, yeah, at that point, there was just no reason to be taking that long.
There's only one choice.
Yeah.
So that's something you got to practice, right? You have to play against this deck since you know it's one of the major players in the format.
Yes. And a Tiger Mortar. Top of a Whiptail.
And you're just going to try to get more points on the field? Swap out for Thoroughblade?
I guess. I don't know. I feel like this isn't going very far.
No, because there's double snow.
There's 2 copies of Snow?
I think he hit double snow.
Oh, man. Now he's going to swap that out for Thoroughblade. Fairy Tale Snow just destroys... Like, if you combine the defense of Whiptail and Thoroughblade, if the Tiger Mortar gets Book of Moon after he equips it, Fairy Tale Snow has enough stats to just destroy by battle, right?
Remember, Thoroughblade's got zip. It's got nothing.
Exactly.
Frias is left with a Kaiju that he absolutely would not want to give to Sang.
Yeah. All I'll do is put his Snow back into the graveyard and give him a stronger monster.
All right.
And he loses a card in the process.
Banish.
He's going to go ahead and get another Kaiju.
Yeah, maybe just thinning his deck so he doesn't draw it. And it goes fine with his Doggone, where if Sang manages to do anything, he can Gamma Seal something, special Doggone to his own side.
All right. Picks up another copy of Grass Looks Greener. And that's the challenge. Now you've got to count, you have to not count the extra deck monsters.
Yeah.
When you're trying to get the deck counts. One of those cards that I feel like it's a really fun card for casual play, but it's the kind of card that you wouldn't really want to actually see anywhere near a tournament because it's logistically a nightmare just to resolve every time.
Yeah.
But it happens to be so powerful that it's going to be in all the tournaments all the time, and this is what you get.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how powerful any effects that send cards to graveyard have been in the past. Cards like Fool's Prayer Limited, albeit that is card selection. If you're milling a third of your deck, you're probably going to hit something you want, especially if you build your deck around it. He sends that Raiden through graveyard. So he plays 2 Charge of Light Brigade with just 1 copy of Raiden.
Well, he also hit one of the charges, so he doesn't have to worry about drawing that.
Nice.
And he did hit 1 Infernoid, but it's not enough.
Yeah. You just have to attack with Snow here, right, and get it banished?
Looks like it. As you know, he's got 2 Kaijus.
Yeah.
Just how many actual Zodiac cards does he have left in the deck to even get with Barrage? And I think it's 1.
Yep, Whiptail effect activates. Play passes.
How much time is left?
Sanctum is a good draw here.
Yes.
Just because it gives you a 2100 body that can probably disrupt him with Molotov.
22. Right, you pass. Right, 22 minutes. Got time attention for that.
He does not use Barrage.
No. It looked like he passed and then tried to activate it.
Oh.
Now he has his own Zodiac Barrage. That seems like a fine opportunity to maybe get out that Moral Talk or something, but you could also just let him get the Zodiac monster out of his deck and disrupt further down in the combo.
And he may actually not have any Zodiac cards in his deck. If he has 1, then it's going to be the 3rd rat.
Yep.
Goes and activates it. He's only playing the Scythe, right? No Moral Tech? Yes, no Moral Tech.
You could be right, actually.
Duelist. At this time, we're looking for 4 more players. 5 more players for the final UDS qualifier of the day.
He's got 36. If he draws another monster, I think he's got it.
Zodiac combo.
And if he has anything left in his deck, if he's got a Whiptail, then I think he just wins here. Because Snow's banished.
Yeah.
Oh, he had another Thoroughblade. Okay.
Yeah. What do we know? Excuse monsters he has left?
It doesn't really matter because he can give him Gamma Seal and special summon Bogaran and force through. That's 3,800 in addition.
Yeah. No, you're definitely right.
For the final win mat of the day.
That's it.
For the win mat is $12.
And that'll finish it off.
Yeah, wow. Freya manages to take game 1.
Fang managed to resolve the Grasslick Screener twice, but he neither hit enough Infernoids to keep going, nor enough Snows to get around Whiptail.
Yeah, I was mentioning how he plays so many powerful spell cards in his deck, but diluting how many good hits you have off of that Grasslick Screener, probably the cost of playing all these powerful spell cards.
Right. Do you think he had enough cards in his graveyard? So when we were talking about whether or not he was going to summon Snow first,
I think he had enough because the way he ended at the game, yeah, for sure. I think he actually might have won if he'd done that, but it's still an interesting position to be in because he would have also still had, after the Ononku blows everything up, he gets to put his Snow back into the graveyard. So he has Snow to disrupt even more too. So, I don't know. I was impressed by, you noticed it too, the line with to play around Interrupted Kaiju Slumber.
Yeah.
But I still think that might have been a bit of an error. Yeah, because that 3,000 body, the way that game went, like there wasn't a lot of action past that point. And I think that 3,000 attacker would have taken over the duel.
Yeah, after he took out the second rat and he left Frias on just trying to scramble together, put together Whiptails and keep getting back. If you keep getting back Thoroughblade every turn with your Tiger Mortars, something's gone wrong.
Definitely.
And you have to be able to take advantage of that if you're going to beat Zodiacs.
Yeah. Well, looking at side decks, for Sang, we got a copy of Lila. Probably for, trap-based strategies. It gives him a way to beat Imperial Iron Wall with his Charge of Light Brigade. Doubt it's coming in here, but it might be. We have a full Kaiju engine.
The 3-dimensional barriers.
Yeah, 3-dimensional barrier. Yep, that can go in going first. Yep, that's great. Skill Drain. How good do you think Skill Drain is against Zodiac?
It's probably pretty good. They just all turn to zeros.
Yeah, it seems pretty powerful, and Inferno can take pretty good advantage of it. It stops their limitation on summoning others. Is that true or no?
No, because the ones that are still in the graveyard or whatever will have it, so you won't be able to do it that way. But because they can all tribute themselves off, especially the big ones can do it as a quick effect, you can summon your monster, activate whatever its effect is, and then tribute it off to banish something and get the effect through.
That makes sense.
So that would use for something like, I think, Sightsmith. Infernoid Sightsmith.
Sightsmith is the one where after he attacks, he banishes a card?
Card attacks at the end of the battle phase.
Yeah.
Banish a card on the field. So
Mhm.
you attack a monster, destroy it,
And
then
then
at
you
the end of the battle
activate-
phase.
yeah, you have your trigger, and then you
right.
yeah,
you
tribute
chain
in
onto
response.
It.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of tricks you can do with that, with Skill Drain, that are pretty good.
Yeah. He also got
you could even do something like, even if you just get it negated, you could summon out Snow,
Mhm.
activate its ability, then tribute it off.
Yeah,
in
to get it
response
under
its own
skill drain.
ability.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful actually. He also has Burrow from the different dimension, hedging against DD Crow.
Well, he could have used it in that
things
last
like
game
Yeah,
just
no,
to get
definitely.
the 3 Infernoids back.
Yeah, I wonder how good Burial from a different dimension is. Where do you think it's ever worth just main decking as additional fuel, or probably not, just because it doesn't do too much?
You know, I might. You've got 60 cards anyways, right?
Yeah, like if you're trying to get to 60, not the worst.
You've got a one-off here somewhere that you probably don't need.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. So let's look at Free's side deck. Got Dango Sekka for the trap-based strategies. Artifact Clancy, that's probably coming in.
Yes.
Same thing with DD Crow. He could potentially bring in Dark Hole and Raigeki, but I don't know how good it is against standard Infernoids, because if they have a Void Feast play, they're going to have a Decatron copy of Nunku. They can easily negate that.
All right, and we've seen what happens if you play Storming Mirror Force against this deck and they do have Void Feast. You
Yeah.
just put it back in their hand.
Yep.
That was the Jeff Jones Billy Break rematch.
Yeah.
From a few events back.
Solemn Strike, probably one of those cards you want just going first. He has the Kaiju engine in his main deck, so that means he has all of his trap cards in side deck. Same thing. Chain Disappearance, I think, will actually probably come in. Maybe not going second, but going first, it hits Decatron and it hits Rapier.
Right.
Which is pretty strong. Looking at hands, Sang has Lullaby of Obedience in his opener along with Zodiac Barrage, so
Ooh.
probably a good one.
We'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, he brought in the Lila as well.
And he
But his
starts
opponent
off
has
by
Dark
slamming
Hole
Lullaby
and
down.
Raigeki.
See what he's asking for.
Most likely Terror Top, I would assume, because he already has Zodiac Barrage.
Doesn't matter, but
yeah, whichever way it's
does
going to
get
be
to
special
choose.
summon.
He puts it in his hand. Special summons Terror Top.
Yeah.
2,000 life points is a bargain to take your opponent's Terror Top.
Definitely. I think the coolest thing I've seen with Lullaby is when they draw 2 of them. If they draw 2 Lullabies and another monster, they can fill their whole field with monsters and then play the second Lullaby named Maxi, forcing their opponent to add it to their hand because they don't have any monster zones.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen.
Yeah, it's super cool. It turns Lullaby Obedience into a starter or a stopper. Yeah. Very powerful.
There it is. That's from Rivals of the Pharaoh.
Yeah, it costs 4,000 life points to do, but if you're starting with, you're going to end with like Totem Bird, Daigusto Emerald, Drident, and Maxi, it's hard to lose at that point.
You know what else costs 4,000 life points at the first turn? A Hero Lives, and people played enough of that to put Masquero Dark Law, Bahamut Shark, and Totally Awesome on the field.
I was a big fan of that deck when that got popular. It was pretty exciting to see like a resurgence in heroes. So it looks like he stacked Borbo into Tiger Mortar on top of the Rapier that he got off of Zodiac Barrage. Now he's going to activate the effective Tiger Mortar that was granted to it by Rapier to special summon another Rapier from his deck. And then we're likely to see Broad Bull come up next.
There it is.
He's just going to search that Thoroughblade. We were
the
noticing,
Thoroughblade?
earlier that all he has is Thoroughblade, no copies of Whiptail. No, he's just going to special summon Rapier. Maybe he just keeps the Thoroughblade in his deck for later barrages. I don't know.
Oh, no, he's drawn it.
Oh, okay.
He's got it in his hand.
Oh, yeah, that makes more sense. But yeah, I feel like he's just losing a search here by not including any copies of Whiptail in his deck.
Losing a search, losing damage.
Yep. Oh, he goes for a Bujinte Kagetsuchi. Does he use Daigusto Emerald?
Oh.
It doesn't look like it.
No.
No, that's cool.
He does have the Totem Bird to use those.
Yeah. Looks like he hit a couple Infernoids. With Maxi in charge of Light Brigade.
It's a pretty good thing he's got that.
Yeah, Bujinte Kagetsuchi, pretty resilient to effects like Dark Hole and Raigeki.
And interrupted Kaiju Slumber.
Yep. Yeah, the cool thing about the Inferno deck is at the end of their Zodiac combo, if they make Bujinte Kagetsuchi, completely plays around Kaiju Slumber because they slumber and you have Dry and Destroy itself, and then Kagetsuchi just protects itself.
And does not look like he's hit any snows so far, though.
Nope. But he has 3 Infernoids, I think.
3 Infernoids, and that's Deviati.
Yeah. That's the Heavy Storm effect, right?
Yes.
Yep.
That's a detached material to protect a Bujin?
Yeah. That includes itself, right?
All right. So Frias draws, and he picks up Whiptail. He's got multiple mass removal cards.
Yeah. He's probably going to have to burn through 2 of them because the first one's just going to get met by Tonenberg, and then he's going to follow up with the second. And choose the Fire Formation Tenki first.
Takes Rat here.
Yeah. If, for whatever reason, Sang had decided to draw in that Tenki, he would have just been halted.
Yep.
It's interesting to me that he chose to do that before activating Dark Hole Raigeki, because now also, when he activates the Raigeki, that Dryden can just destroy the Tenki, so you actually lose, you know, some amount of something, whereas before you wouldn't have lost that 100 buff on your monsters. Oh, but he's not going to try to
doesn't use it.
Tenki?
That I don't understand.
Huh.
He might just be pretty upset that Frias had Dark Hole and Raigeki and forgot.
Yeah, I guess. Yep. Well, not the biggest deal anyway. Fire Formation Tenki, not the most impactful. The best thing you can do is be destroyed by Zodiac Barrage, right?
Just when you have the opportunity to just take it out immediately before any of that happens, and then you get Dark Hole Raigeki, you say,
yeah.
You might not think to do it again at that time.
Yeah. Well, he still has Void Imagination in his hand, which is pretty good. That means regardless of how strong of a turn Frias would have, he can Void Imagination. However, Frias has Artifact Sanctum. Is Void Imagination like Void Vanishment, where you have to activate and then send it to the graveyard?
Yes.
Yeah, so that means they'll have a chance to flip Sanctum and then get out Scythe, whereas...
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one weakness to Scythe, right? That in response to cards like Shadal Fusion, if they have it, doesn't really do too much if you just have a Sanctum, yeah. Activate that Broadville, detaching Rapier to special summon another copy.
Well, there's nothing to think about there. There's only one card you're allowed to summon with Rapier's effect.
Yep.
And that's it.
Probably going to search with that Broadbull unless he has already, but I don't believe he has.
I don't think he has either. Whiptail was in his opener.
Yep. I also look like he kept in the Lunalite combo going second, which is interesting. That's not a very popular choice.
Takes Whiptail. Now he's got 2.
Yep. Trying to find a way to get over that Kakatsuchi.
Rapiers are combined.
I assume he's just going to go for Daigusto Emerald, unless he has some... Oh, he also has Castel. He could just Castel the Kakatsuchi away. I don't know how good that is, though.
Looks like that's what he's thinking about.
Yeah, I feel like recycling the resources is probably more important right now. Especially with the Whiptail in your hand, so you can do more things next turn, because he has 2 copies.
He really needs to be careful, though. That took quite a while. If he gets hit with another slow play penalty...
Yeah, that could be bad.
You just have to go to game 3.
Yeah.
Like, normally you wouldn't think about that, but when it takes a while to resolve a Rapier effect, of which there is no possible decision to make,
yeah,
you got to think that in the judge's mind, they might think you're trying to slow things down.
Yeah. So he's going to equip 2 Whiptails from his hand, so that's 25 and 2,000, 45 total. Put Sang at 35, unless, no, that 2,000 from Lullaby, so he's going to put him to 25? 15? 15.
1,500.
I report the life you guys have. That's what you have.
3,500.
35 is not correct.
Definitely not, because of the Lullaby of Obedience.
1,500 is the correct score.
Yep.
Do you have any cards in hand?
No cards in hand.
Roy's the 2 face downs. One of them's the Sanctum.
Yep. Then Chain Artifact Sanctum. Get a Scythe out.
Also, no choice to make here either. Yeah.
You're at 15.
Although I suppose if he sided in Artifact Lancia,
That makes
I guess he could pull that out and then tribute it and just
that's a
end
big
it right
reason
now.
why the artifact cards are so powerful is because it gives you additional copies of Lancia.
I thought that was like from last game.
I'm surprised he did not do that or choose to do that.
Maybe he didn't side them in.
Maybe.
It's literally the first one you played, right? Huh? It's literally the first card you played. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Banishes 2 for Seismus.
They go to battle. Attack over the Scythe, and then his plan is to banish that Broad Bull. I'm surprised. Was there a reason we didn't see a Trident over the Broad Bull? He didn't start his turn with Trident, right?
I don't think he did.
Yeah, I don't know.
But suddenly he gets in a really good position.
Yeah.
Frias neither summoned Artifact Lancia nor Trident. Oh, that seems really weird. Maybe Frias is getting nervous.
Yeah, maybe. Oh.
Flips Void Banishment.
If you can summon for Inferno Fusion monster, if you control an extra deck monster, now you're not acting special. I can fusion summon for mine.
And he's going to be able to send that and dump, if he has an Onunku and a Deviati. Plays 2 of each.
Yep. Well, if he has the Lancia, he just drew it off the Maxi.
Up to 6, yes.
All right, in that case, I have no idea what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why there wasn't a Trident on top of the Whiptail.
Yeah.
I mean, on top of the Broadwell.
I guess it's just not a good sequence for Frias.
Yeah.
And as he takes a look at Infernoid Tiara, so will we. It's got 4 different effects, depending on how many fusion materials you use to summon it.
How many? 6.
Have each player send 3 cards from their extra deck to the graveyard, and the top 3 cards from their deck to the graveyard, and return up to 3 banished cards to the graveyard, and send their entire hand to the graveyard, depending on how many you use. So it's 3, 5, 8, and then 10.
And he gets to send his Cypherm Lord Omegas, right? Which will be able to do more things in the graveyard.
Yes.
I choose whether or not to activate the effects, but then if I choose to activate them, you have to resolve them. So you have to choose one. What? You have to send 3 cards from your as well as the top 3 cards.
Points towards the UDS public events playoff.
So he sends, seeing how many Zodiacs he has left.
Yeah.
How many Tridents does he play? He's got 2, right? So he does have the other.
Yeah, there's the Trident at the top of the extra.
Right.
And he's also sending a Daigusto Emerald right now and a Gaga Samurai. I feel like those are not the kind of monsters you want to send at this stage in the game.
No, he only has to take out 1,500 more life points.
Yeah, but you don't think Gaga Samurai being able to get over one monster and then maybe directly or something like that? Or
I mean, what he really needs to do is get Thoroughblade with the Borbo and just swing him directly.
Right. That is true.
And he did already battle this turn. So Tiara is gargantuan. Its level is way too high to allow any other.
Has he battled this turn?
Just 3,400 monster.
Yes. Because he had Sightsmith take out.
That wasn't the turn before this one?
The turn before this one?
Yeah, because didn't he just flip his set for imagination at the beginning of the turn? Yeah.
Do you have to skip your battle with that? No. Okay, now he's battling. I thought for some reason Frias had drawn for turn.
No, it's just, yeah, Frias just passed. He drew Maxi, just switched his Castel to defense and passed because he didn't have a turn.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he Maxied in response to Void Imagination, drew Lancia, and then forced the Lancia, so now he's top decking.
And Void Imagination gives you up to 6 cards from your deck to the graveyard. Now Frias goes from can't lose to probably can't win.
Well, he can still just draw a way to get to Thoroughblade, right?
That attacked my site, right?
Yes. I don't think any of those cards stop.
Hmm?
I don't think any of those cards stop him from.
Yeah, the only thing he can get around is Tiger Mortar, right? Because he can banish the monster in response. But yeah, there shouldn't be any way for him to stop just raw dogging Thoroughblade or Tanky or UDAC Garage.
Looks like he picked up a trap, which not get him anywhere.
Yeah. Sang draw looks like Lullaby Obedience, but can't use that now.
Did he draw Sanctum? Is that what the draw is?
Might be.
He was checking his graveyard. Yeah. So he
That's
just has to
gonna give
block.
him a defender, yeah.
That's all you can really do.
He's going to attack with Sidesmoss.
That takes 34, and now he's going to lose another card to Sidesmoss.
38 puts you at 38. Puts you at 800, yeah. End the battlefield, I'll banish that.
What?
Banish that.
Besides Miss Effect.
Yeah. Main phase 2. Banish a card from your graveyard.
Okay, so he's going to go ahead and banish a card from the graveyard, probably so that he can bring back a more powerful Infernoid like Deviati or Nunku and have some disruption maybe.
Right. He takes out the Thoroughblade because he knows that if he gets to Tiger Mortar,
yeah,
he can do the setup there to get
the Borbo and then just have enough damage to end the game. It looks like he's going to choose Deviati.
Deviati wipes spells and traps.
But yes.
It also negates
I contribute a monster.
monster effects.
Does it negate a monster?
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
Yep, and that's it.
All right, Frias doesn't pick up the Thoroughblade, and we're going to go to a duel 3. Though it looked for a second there like there was no way Frias could lose that one.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were at that point, but
between either playing the Trident or
not getting
Lancia,
yeah,
or doing both.
Yeah.
Any of those things.
He might just be so unfamiliar with the Infernoid strategy that maybe sort of just dodged it the majority of the event. It's not too popular of a strategy, but it's probably the second most popular strategy in Top Cut, right?
Actually, I think Paleo might be.
Paleo?
Paleozoic might be. It also could be that summoning Artifact Lancia with Artifact Sanctum just doesn't come up that often. I don't know how many times people side it in and actually do that instead of just wait to draw it. Because normally you're siding in your deck that doesn't have Sanctum in it.
Yeah.
So maybe you just
you don't realize the interaction there. Yeah. I mean, but it's definitely an upside to using Sanctum in your deck is that your deck gets so much better against Infernoid game 2 and 3, right? Because you have Lancia. It's like you have...
Right, it's double.
Yeah, double the copies of Lancia in your deck. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting set of games. But let's look at side decks maybe one more time. So Sang will be going second this time around. So that probably means he's going to bring in maybe the Kaijus and the Interrupted Kaiju Slumber. Possibly Twin Twisters if he expects, like Anti-Spell Fragrance or Imperial Iron Wall, cards like that. On the other side...
Frias probably wants this... Well, time was just called in the round, so maybe he doesn't want to strikes, but the Chain Disappearances will definitely be useful, as with the
Chain Disappearance is super powerful here.
Mirror Forces.
Yeah. Chain Disappearance, does it hit multiple monsters if they Void Feast into them?
That's a good question. I think it does.
Yeah, that's great if it
check.
does.
When a monsters with 1,000 or less attack is summoned, banish that monsters, then your opponent banishes all cards with the same name. So yes, you can get really wrecked if you summon multiple monsters that are small enough for Chain Disappearance to hit all at once.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
So we're going to do... The end of match procedure is different once you get to the playoff rounds because there must be a winner. The game cannot end in a draw. We're going to play 4 turns total. Basically counted 0, 1, 2, 3. So the player who goes second gets 2 turns to attack. The player who goes first gets the setup turn, but only 1 turn in which to actually deal damage.
Yeah.
At the end of those 4 turns, we will check the life points. Player with the most life points wins the game and consequently the match. If we're tied, we go into sudden death, where we will go until a chain has finished with a change in life points, and then we will check. Could be going for a while if it's a very defensive game.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem super likely, though. That
I don't think so either. When's the last time you've seen a Colossal Fighter in an extra deck?
Back when Armoring Arm actually worked with it.
Well, Colossal Fire's in this one.
Huh.
Yeah, crazy, right?
I wonder what for.
And maybe just as a level 8. Maybe there's some...
Is that his Max C insurance?
Oh, that
Does
could
he
be
think
really
he's going to
cool.
run it into something like the
And
old
just
days
deck
a
him?
billion
Yeah.
times?
Like Dragon Roller times? Yeah, maybe. That'd be really
That's
cool.
Old school.
Yeah. But they would have to have a monster large enough for you to do that to, which seems very difficult.
I mean, it would have to be basically 2,800.
Yeah.
And
it has to be more than 2,800, right? Because your Colossal Fighter has to be able to
it does.
destroy their monster,
It does
right?
have to be more than 2,800.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how often that even
what
comes
are you
up.
going to use that against?
I don't know. Maybe in the mirror match when there's like a lot of 2,800 monsters, like on Entendel or Saitama, whichever one. Like you're just able to, crack in, crash. He brings himself back, deal another 2,800, something like that.
Crash with that, Entendel?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2,800.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't know. I didn't see like there's no like virus that he could be using to tribute it off or something like that.
I don't even know if you can do that against an Entendel because they can just tribute it.
Oh,
you're still getting
true.
it off the field, I guess.
Yeah. So you're regardless dealing 2,800, but yeah, I don't know.
That's wild. And we can see, back at the table, we've got the extremely high-tech turn counters to help everybody at home see what turn we're on.
Yeah.
It's currently turn 1 out of the 4 turns we're going with.
Yep.
Very cool. Anderson Sang has opened up with Lullaby Obedience again. Interesting that he kept it in when life points are at a premium.
Yeah.
And, Frias has chosen for him to go first.
That's interesting. That's super interesting.
Interesting.
I think you have advantage going first, especially Zodiac, because you have like inherent disruption like Trident.
Yeah. It's crazy, though, that he kept it in and he's willing to go down 2,000 when he only gets 1 turn to attack with.
Yeah.
And we see no Grasshook screener, so there's not going to be there's probably won't be any miraculous millions of snow plays like we saw yesterday.
But he does have Zodiac Barrage and Decatron. So he can set up a play where he has Totem Bird, Zodiac Trident, Bujinte Kagasuchi, and use Decatron to copy something, all in this 1 turn, with a Twin Twister set and a Harmonique in hand.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah.
Frias, on the other hand, has the Artifact Lancia in his hand already.
Yeah. Not that good against this combo, though.
Nope. I guess that's the advantage of having both of the combos in your deck, is that one of them, the common siding cards, don't work against it.
Yeah. That's what I really like about all these new meshed strategies, too. Like Metal Force, for example, has so many different summoning techniques now.
Right.
That Dimensional Barrier never really lines up exactly where you want it to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Going into Broad Bull here, and he will search out.
I think he might be special summoning, actually.
Is he special summoning?
Yeah. I'm unsure, though. Nope.
Yeah, he's searching out. Good old Thoroughblade.
Yeah. I think... I guess it doesn't make a difference whether he used Broad Bull to special summon Rat Pierre and then Tiger Mortared and detached the Broad Bull for Rat Pierre versus doing exactly this. Same thing.
Yeah.
He's just going to end up with a Dryden with a single material, 2 Rat Pierres in play.
Actually, I wonder how much of a defense Frias can put up with this.
Yeah.
Unless he gets something pretty great, like a special summoning card, he's limited to only being able to play 1 monster here.
Yeah.
He's limited to his normal summon, which would be taken out by Trident.
Yep.
So Frias is pretty dependent on his next card.
10-5. It's Deviati and
he's got snow. He's got snow, and the way you get around Artifact Lancia is by summoning snow on your opponent's turn.
Yeah. Decatron's probably going to send Onuku.
I can send an Infernoid monster from my deck to the graveyard, and it will copy its effect and gain the level. Or not the attack.
Gain the level or become the level?
Gain the level. So it'll become level. So if I send this, it'll become level 11.
And so now it gains Onuka's effect, so he can contribute a monster to negate his spell or trap.
Yes.
It will gain the Spell or Trap negation effect, which can stop a barrage.
Yeah.
And he'll also have Totem Bird.
Yep, so to be able to negate maybe 2 master removal cards last game. A little frustrated that I got Darkhold and Regeki. Not this time around.
All right. The real turn 1 starts here.
Yeah.
And it starts with Frias drawing Regeki, and it's not actually that useful here.
Nope. Likely just going to get met by Totem Bird.
In fact, I don't know that this is even going to go to the full turns. Sang might just have 8,000.
Yeah. How much better was Frias' hand if it was a going first hand? Like he gets to make a broad bull, I guess.
He could at least
search
put something on the field.
Twisters and Zodiac combo, Dryden with just Lancia in hand.
It's not a great hand, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be that great, though, right? He just has to disrupt him enough where he gets a turn to deal some amount of damage and then disrupt him the following turn. But a good hand. Let's see, he's going to draw a card.
Does get the draw here.
Finds Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
No, he needed that before.
Yeah.
I don't think he has any real plays left other than to get his Raigeki negated.
Yeah.
He can take out the Totem Bird with Ghost Ogre when it uses its effect.
Yeah, but that's still...
But he might not even use the Totem Bird effect. He could just tribute Decatron.
Yeah, if he wanted to.
This is tough, but the amount of things he's allowed to do is very low.
Yeah. Did you just say pass?
Yep. He passes his turn. This is Sang's last turn in the duel.
Yep.
He does not use Snow in the end phase.
Nope.
Picks up DD Crow for the turn.
Yeah. Looks like he's just a normal summon Thoroughblade.
That's Jet. No, that's Infernoid's Jet. I could have sworn I saw DD Crow. I'm seeing things now.
Yeah, so he has 6,000 damage here.
I'm not sure. I told you that my math is like 4.
We got 19.
59.
Yeah, it should just leave him at 2,000.
25.
35. It's 6,000 plus whatever Decatron is.
Decatron doesn't copy the attack, right?
No.
Does he just have 0?
And
He's activating Snow.
Oh, I changed activation.
Okay.
Well, if you change Lancia, that doesn't... Is it
it
cost
doesn't do
advantage?
anything. It's a cost.
Yeah.
Banishing is cost. As soon as he activates
How did that leave the field?
I banished it as part of the
Snow can banish cards from field.
Yes. Can be field from the field or the graveyard.
So as soon as he activates, they're banished.
And there's not even going to be a point here where he can use the Ghost Ogre to take out Snow because this can't activate. It can't destroy.
Yeah.
Or it can't flip down a card on your own field.
No effect. Is that for you?
And that does it.
Yeah, that's...
Frias lets Sang go first.
Yeah, I didn't realize Decatron had 500 attack. This whole time I thought it was a 0 attack monster.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of attack.
Yeah. Enough for that to make a difference. If it had 0 attack there, the Snow wouldn't have been game.
So that is a crazy turnaround. Frias, after having the match locked up, makes a pair of critical errors.
Yeah.
Lets things go to a game 3 in time, then allows Sang to go first and is on the receiving end of his own Speedroid Terror Top, courtesy of Lullaby of Obedience.
Yeah. A couple missteps there, maybe. Not just the game. I don't think you're supposed to allow your opponent to go first in that situation,
No.
especially in time. If you're a trap-based strategy, like you need to just set up a Dryden, disrupt with trap cards.
Get your disappearances in there. Just do something to keep them off the board so that you can get some damage in. It's a rough finish for Jose Frias, who is now out of the tournament.
Yep. He did reap some rewards, though. He will get the super exclusive cloth UDS Top Cut playmat.
Oh, yeah, the prizes have been doubled because the top cut has been doubled. So people down to, what, 64 are getting some pins?
I believe so, yes.
Getting a pin.
Day 2 pins, yep.
16 to 32, also good, getting good stuff.
Yeah.
And then the playmats go all the way down to 16 now. However, Anderson Sang is the winner. He'll be moving on to the top 8, one step closer to becoming the ultimate duelist.
Yeah. Looked like he had pretty good knowledge of how to operate his deck, though. Like, he made a lot of very heads-up plays, except for that the one thing he did with the Onunku, where he chose to Onunku before maybe Fairy Tail Snowing the Monster.
Snow Dryden.
Yeah, other than that, I liked everything he did. I was pretty impressed.
It definitely looked like Frias was a little inexperienced with the Infernoid matchup
Yeah,
there.
he looked like he might have been just a little out of it, maybe just fatigued over the weekend or something. And yeah, I don't know.
That happens, though, especially when this is your first single elimination round. You're playing 13 rounds of Swiss. This is your 14th round, and you haven't even made it to the end yet.
Yeah. At a YCS, by the 14th round, you're technically into the top 4, I think, right?
If you're what?
So it's like, assume it's like 11-round YCS, because I think that's around the average, right? And then top 32 would be the 12th round. Top 16, the 13th round. The 14th round is like a top 8 round.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a ton of dueling. But it looks like that's all we have for you now. We're going to cut to a quick break. Then we'll probably get an interview with Sang. So make sure to stay tuned for the rest of the Top Cut action.
Attention duelists around the world. Thanks to cutting-edge Kaiba Corp technology, you can now duel on your smartphone. Ready? Check this out, everyone. Write the next chapter in dueling history. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Here I go. It's my turn. My turn!
It's my turn.
Play as your favorite character and win your duels. Not a single card can stand up to this. Build your strongest deck and summon your legendary monsters. I call on Blue Eyes White Dragon! White Lightning! Duels are now in the palm of your hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Make your move because it's time to duel.
So after a crazy couple games now, you're moving on to top 8 with your 60-card Infernoid deck. You have a lot of interesting choices, a lot of powerful spell cards in your deck. No copies of Whiptail with a copy of Thoroughblade. Do you want to give us a little insight on any of these choices?
When I played at Seattle, I bubbled, and I played. My ratio was three rat, 1 Whiptail, and I noticed I wanted the 5th monster, so I threw in a Thoroughblade because Thoroughblade can unbrick 5 monster hands. But when I played at a regional, I felt that 5 was too bricky on its own. So when I wanted to cut it back, I felt like Thorough offered more ability to unbrick, which is, I feel like, the biggest issue with Infernoid.
I see. So you didn't want the additional utility. It's more so you just want to make sure your hands aren't that bad.
Yes. Also, I noticed that with Whiptail, I wasn't really using the equip effect. So I was more just holding it. So the difference was really only sometimes to go for game because there's the slumber attack for gameplay. But that's about it.
Okay, well that's pretty cool. We were really impressed by all of your plays, every amount of it, except for one where you chose to Anuku when you had a Dryden Up versus Fairy Tale Snowing Force and then Anuku. Was there a reason you chose to Anuku before Fairy Tale Snowing?
I felt that I was in a grind game with not a lot of resources, so I wanted to hold the Fairy Tale as my only trap, and I felt like in that scenario, Anunku would not win me a game. I wasn't expecting him to pass after I summoned Anunku. I thought he had a monster, which I value Fairy Tale over.
That makes a lot of sense. So it's just total resources, total activations, Fairy Tale Snowing. You're just trying to play it safe. Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Well, congratulations. Now moving on to top 8. Only a couple more, and you could potentially be the ultimate duelist. So best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, that's all we have for now. We'll be back with the top 8 shortly, so make sure to stay tuned.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Fusion Enforcers! Call upon magical new monsters so you can unleash their fusion power. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. And master the storm with Raging Tempest. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
With no monsters left on the field, I summon Dark Magician. Declare direct attack.
Ah, you got me.
Told Joe's the master.
GG.
GG. I gotta bounce, guys.
All right, man.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Choose from over 700 classic cards to build your ultimate deck. Unlock and play as your favorite characters. Summon powerful monsters and become a duel master. With infinite combinations, it's anyone's battle to win.
Harpy Lady Sisters! Triple Scratch Attack!
Rematch?
Bring it.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, the ultimate real-time PvP battle. Now on mobile. Download free on App Store and Google Play.
Yeah, with only Rapier in his deck, that means his Broadbull has to be searching something else, so it's likely the Arcus.
Arcus, or if he needs it, the Mana Core of Darkness.
Yeah, the Mana Core of Darkness is going to be a good one. For those of you who aren't familiar, there's a way to loop the 2 Mana Core of Darknesses back and forth, so you can deck your opponent out if they Max C you. And with Max C being one of the most popular played cards, and considered one of the strongest cards in the format, it's interesting that you can have access to a way to just beat your opponent if they have Max C.
Ramos starting out pretty strong. He's got the Terror Top to Kettembor combo, along with the normal summoned Rat to send combo to the graveyard. Doesn't get much better than that.
Definitely not. He doesn't have too good of a trap yet. His best trap is Torrential Tribute, but...
I mean, that's what you mentioned earlier, was that Torrential Tribute isn't so great for actually defending yourself once you've got a position established.
I originally was a pretty big fan of it because it's just one of the few traps that does a lot. You know, it clears everything. That means it's okay going second too, because your opponent will usually summon something else, you know, try to press a little more and you can get in with a Torrential Tribute. But I've been liking it less and less in Zodiac. I think that like a lot of times you'd just rather have either a hand trap or maybe like a Forbidden Chalice or My Body Shield, something that can interact better going first and second. I don't know.
Let's see. Is he running the
yep, the Lunalight combo? Yep.
Okay.
So he'll get a bunch of draws, and hopefully he'll be able to find, you know, a better trap card. Albeit, the Lightsworn Turbo deck attacks from a few different angles, so Dimensional Barrier is not going to line up perfectly against it, but we'll see what happens.
It's also possible with the Lightsworn deck that you just get so many cards in the graveyard that you can just push through everything.
Yes, exactly. That's a big upside to the Grasslook Screener strategies. When you get it off, you get so many extra resources that you can usually press through just about whatever your opponent has.
Take a look at Fusion Substitute there. That was originally a world premiere card.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I didn't even realize that. That's awesome. It's super powerful fact. I remember at one point we were talking about using it in Shadal, just because it was a way, you know, an extra fusion card. You get a draw off it, not the worst, but yeah, I feel like this is definitely the best way to be using Fusion Substitute, obviously.
I think the Fusion Substitute is that it came out in a world that didn't have Norden.
Yeah, that was the big...
So it didn't really have an application for a long time.
Yeah, you need a good Fusion monster to summon, that's for certain. Especially when it requires you to use resources on the field.
Right.
And Norden lets you make up for the loss in resources, so you can do more. Yep.
There it goes. There's Norden and Rat.
Yep, the second Broadbull is going to come out here.
Special summons Rat back. Dryden on top of Broadbull, and the other Rat yet again.
Yep. And now we're going to see a Daigusto Emerald most likely shuffling back 2 Rats and Daigusto Emerald. But first he's going to use Fusion Substitute to make sure that he gets a draw without having the Rapiers in his deck. Yeah,
don't have the Rats in your deck. Looks like you picked up Tanky.
Yeah, we were talking about one, you know, shuffling not being the most fun. It's also interesting when you have draws in between the shuffling, so you actually have to make sure the deck is very properly shuffled.
Yeah. That's something that always introduces puts up a red flag when I'm going through all the checks for everything.
Yeah.
So is there a way we can take a shuffle out of this?
Yeah.
This card can summon from the deck or the graveyard or the hand. Can we just make it the hand or the graveyard?
Yeah.
Are you already going to have the materials you need?
Yeah. Beyond the fact that special summoning from the deck is probably the most powerful thing to do, right? Because you just get it out of nowhere, yeah. Looks like he's going to barrage away that Tenki and get a Thoroughblade. Discard one of his Zodiac monsters to draw another card. How do you feel about Zodiac Ram Ram?
You know, I actually like Ram Ram. I think it's better in like maybe a Metal Foe Zodiac variant where you have more ways that you can just destroy it yourself. Yeah. But, you know, if you're going to play that, maybe throw in Balbaboon in there too. But by then you're definitely firmly in Metal Foes.
Yeah, that's true. I like it. Well, like situations like this, for example, where you use Zodiac Barrage at the end of a combo. Instead of being Thoroughblade to discard a card to try to draw a trap card, you can get a Ram Ram, and then Ram Ram protects you from cards like Dark Hole, Interrupted Kaiji, Slumber, Raigeki.
That's true. Very
and
useful
that's it.
effect. Now, Grease
has had enough.
Does not pick up The one card he needs to get back in there.
Yeah, well,
Though
this is also concealing as much information as possible because you definitely don't put them on Lightsworn. You put them on the Infernoid deck because that is the more popular 60-card strategy. Or you don't know, it could be the Paleozoic strategy that's 60 cards. So
are people still playing that?
Not as much, but at least it's just, I think it's still represented a little bit more than the Lightsworn deck is. Maybe not this tournament specifically, but up until Seattle was super popular, Atlanta a little less popular, and now I think maybe the Lightsworn deck has become like up a notch in terms of the 60-card hierarchy. But I don't know. Regardless, I'm a fan of the concealed information.
Yeah, I thought maybe the win for non-60 card Paleozoic.
Yeah, no, I think that probably pushed out the 60-card version. Yeah, just being able to draw a Swap Frog consistently is what we saw that all in the top cut with Corey Roca. It just any game you have Swap Frog, you're so far ahead because totally awesome snowballs out of control very quickly. So let's take a look at side decks. On Kreese's end, he's got copies of Drowning Mirror Force. We don't see that one too often. Usually Quaking. The Storming and regular Mirror Force even are more popular than Drowning because you need to have no monsters in play for Drowning.
Actually, I think you can use it when Borbo attacks you directly.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, because it's only direct attacks, but Borbo... That is super interesting, actually. I didn't even realize that. I haven't seen too much of Borbo attacking directly for as much.
But you could.
Yeah. Also got copies of Flying Sea, Danko Seka, Xyz Encore.
Xyz Encore.
What? Twin Twister, Gamma Seal, and Diamond Arrow. Xyz Encore, what year is this?
Like maybe he took a look at that match from last time with the Red Eyes Flare Dragon.
Yeah.
With Xyz Universe under, and just like, well, I gotta have something against that.
Yeah, I mean, is that for the Zodiac? Oh, it's for Totally Awesome?
It could be for, it could be for Toad.
I
Maybe
guess.
they're going to use it on Totem Bird? I don't know.
Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, that's
I wouldn't use
interesting.
it on Totem Bird, but the Toad maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. But out of side deck cards, I could see Flying Sea coming in. Because he's going first, though, maybe not. But I still think it's probably strong enough where he wants it, especially if it's in his side deck. On Ramos' end, copies of Dango Seka, Lancia. He's probably bringing in Lancia because regardless of the 60-card strategy, they're usually banishing cards. DD Crow as well. You just want to be able to hit out the graveyard. Dark Hole maybe, just because he's going second. He might want it as a way to clear out fields. Enemy Controller, you could have a similar argument because they're likely to end with Dryden or things like that, but maybe you want it more in the mirror and less of this kind of matchup. Twin Twister, probably not. Imperial Iron Wall, that seems super strong, but he might only want it going first. So I think that one's a little bit up in the air. Albeit it is a strong card, it might just be a little too slow.
Yeah, I don't think you can put that in if you're going to go second.
Yeah, and then last card being Chain Disappearance. Again, another card you want going first. You'd probably want it against Infernoids, the 60-card one definitely, because it hits Decatron and it hits Rapier. But once again, it's just so... And we are back now in the top 8 of the Ultimate Duel Series here in beautiful Las Vegas. For this round, we have a returning competitor, Alfred Dinkelson. We featured him earlier today. He is, I think, the only, if not one of the very few Paleozoic duelists who made it into the top cut. He plays the slim 44-card version, 3-card minus 2 Pot Desires. Other than that, pretty standard stuff. On the other end, we have Denny Vu, not to be confused with Denny Yu, other popular duelist. He is using a 60-card Infernoid deck that looks pretty similar to what we saw last round, but has a little bit more dedication to the Zodiac end of the deck with Fire Formation Tenkies, actually plays Zodiac Whiptail, so it's going to be a cool one.
Certainly will be.
Yep. Looks like our duelist might be ready. Might give him another minute real quick. Okay, let's just get down to it. How about that?
It's time to duel.
Paleozoic matchup.
I would agree.
Yeah, anytime they resolve that grass look screener, it usually gives them too many resources for the Paleozoic duels to fight back from.
So, I agree, but it might be a little tough to convince Billy Break of that.
Really? That
well,
Infernoid has the good matchup?
Having him, seeing as he lost in the finals in that matchup.
Oh, yes, sure. But those were also 2 60-card versions, so like maybe that grass look screener doesn't play a role and it changes a little bit, but regardless of that, it also has, every Infernoid has the inherent ability to banish cards from your opponent's graveyard. Very good against Ronin Tone, very good against the Paleozoic trap cards.
It's true. It seems that the Infernoid deck lines up well against Paleozoics.
Yeah, this Infernoid deck is also super interesting. He's playing 3 copies of Solemn Strike and 3 copies of Dimensional Barrier in his main deck. So it's rare that we see a very trap-heavy version of this deck. He's also playing the Lunalite Black Sheep Fusion Substitute combo.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 2 cards, so basically any deck that runs Zodiacs could use it pretty easily.
Pretty powerful. Yeah, we'll see him go off right now. I wonder if he... Yeah, he still plays 2 copies of Daigusto. I was talking to Jerome about it earlier, whether or not you're supposed to Daigusto Emerald or Kagutsuchi when you're playing the Infernoid variant of this deck.
And what was the verdict?
We didn't really come to it.
Oh.
But I think in this case you're going to Daigusto Emerald just because it's part of your combo, so you're probably just going to end up Daigusto Emeralding twice rather than using Bujinte Kagutsuchi.
Yeah, that's especially true in Vu's deck, since, as you mentioned, he's running a ton of traps in his main deck.
Yeah, he also plays Fire Formation Tenki, so that means he wants to have those Zodiacs back in his deck so he doesn't have a bunch of, dead cards.
Yeah.
Finds 1 for 1.
Dankelsin's hand is very good. He has Swamp Frog in it. That's already good.
Yep. Is that Void Expanse?
Void Expansion. Is that his deck list?
No, it's probably an error that it's either Imagination or Vanishment and not Expansion.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah. But yeah, his hand is insane if he has Void Vanishment, because he gets to do the full Zodiac combo, especially the one with Fusion Substitute, Lunalite, Black Sheep, and then Void Feast out 3 Infernoids, 2 Decatrons in his jet, copy Onunku and Deviati, and that just might be it. Dinkelson has a strong hand with Swap Frog, a couple traps, Pod Desires, and Cardamize, but that's definitely a hand you want going first, not second.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could draw up to 5 cards in his turn. 6 if you count the draw phase, but it would just have to involve Pot Desires giving you cards that you can get rid of quickly. For a while when we saw Card of Demise really rise in popularity, strategies that could, use other zones on the field were big, like things that could utilize the field spell, or the pendulum zones allowed you to put cards in places where you could still set 5 back row and activate a card in Demise, albeit usually utilizing those pendulum zones as additional zones might not last for that long now.
Yeah. I think we're seeing a nice resurgence, though, in the popularity of Card of Demise this weekend.
Yeah, well, specifically just in Paleozoic, right?
Yeah, we saw it in the Barrier Statue deck as well.
Oh, that's true.
But you're right. I do mean mostly in Paleozoics because it hasn't been typical in that deck.
Yeah, let's see. He chose to 1-for-1 discard Fairy Tale Snow. That's pretty strong.
Yeah. Gets it into the grave.
Looks like Onunku to the graveyard. Might be a Deviati, but I doubt it.
That's an Onunku for sure. So now his Onunku, that used to be a Decatron, is able to negate spell and trap cards by tributing a monster.
Yep. The Infernoid, formerly known as Decatron.
Yeah.
And it's level 10? 11. It gains level.
Based on this play, I would assume that Void spell in his hand is Void Imagination and not Void Vanishment. But I could be wrong. Maybe we can try to take a look and figure it out for ourselves.
We'll probably find out soon. Wow, Vu sets a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Only one of them is an actual trap card. Now it's Denkelfson's turn.
It draws another Paleozoic.
Another Olenoids, to be precise. That's not bad against 4 back rows.
Definitely not. Can activate Solemn Strike, get rid of that Swap Frog, as clean as it gets.
There goes the one trap card that Vu had. I think we'll see him set everything and then Card of Demise. Oh, he's going to Pot of Desires first. Do you like using Pot of Desires first?
Now
he has more cards.
Yeah, I'm sure. Maybe he's just not planning to activate. But did he not draw for Pot of Desires?
He banished 10 and didn't draw 2. Wait, what?
Wait, what's going on? Oh, he negated it with Onunku. That's what happened.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ah, so maybe he was baiting that out. Discard Swap Frog in the end phase.
Yeah, that makes much more sense.
Yes. And this way he got to draw 3 with Card of Demise, so that was the one he didn't want negated.
Yeah.
So that certainly does make sense, yeah.
Still into the turn with 5 cards.
Yeah, not bad.
And looking at Vu's hand, he has a copy of Speedboard Terror Top and Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Pretty good. Speedboard Terror Top turns into Totem Bird.
Yeah.
It's a big problem for Paleozoic. Not a problem, but it's one of the better cards against Paleozoic you can Xyz summon.
I didn't see which 2 trap cards Dankelson picked up with the Card of Demise. So I'm not sure if he can stop that.
Stop the Dagu's Time Roll? I think he picked up at least 1 strike. Oh, no, it was
Dimensional Barrier. That was a very good one. So yeah, so the Emerald stopped, but he'll also be able to stop the Terror Top to Kedemborg Xyz Summon combo.
Yeah. Might just crack in for 18 here, or special summon Infernoid if he has the fuel. I choose to attack for 1800.
Puts me at 62.
He has Anonku and Decatron in the graveyard. Does he have anything else? Any other Infernoids, rather? I know he has Snow.
Not to my knowledge.
All right, so not much. But he uses Morella, which lets him kick a card from his deck to his graveyard. Trap card, specifically.
Yep. Probably going to be a Lost Wind. Nope, going to be another copy of Morella.
All right. Oh, now he probably wants to double Allenoids. And by doing so, he'll use them obviously one at a time. And he'll be able to bring back both Morellas.
Yeah. I mean, he could have done this just by sending Lost Wind, right? He
That's
just brings
true,
back
because he can bring back the Allenoids with the other one.
Who's saying if there's any way he can respond.
I'm pretty sure Vu's back rows are all bluffs, so there isn't.
Well, if he responds with Dryden, I don't know how that works actually because the effect's negated. So, like, I don't know if you respond with the Dryden there, if it actually goes on the chain.
What's negating Dryden's effect?
Dimensional Barrier.
Oh, that's right. It was activated earlier in the turn.
Yeah, I don't think it goes on the chain. So,
is it the effect just can't be activated?
No, it's negated.
It's negated. So why wouldn't it go on the chain?
The same way that when cards are negated, they're removed from the chain. But like I said, I don't know that exact interaction. I'm sure I will find out after this round, though.
So Morella attacks the Dryden. Paleozoics aren't affected by monster effects, so
yeah.
Think Vu tries anyway.
Yeah, Vu jokingly. They are only unaffected, cannot not be targeted, so he can still activate it. But the only thing that's going to happen is some laughs at the table.
Yep.
In phase 2, we're probably going to see a totally awesome here. And then with compulsory evacuation devices back up, probably going to be pretty strong from there on.
Yeah, that's his back row?
That's the one card in his hand is compulsory evacuation device, yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. He might be going for Opabinya.
Oh, looks like it.
He is.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I feel like that's a typical starter, actually. People
Really?
go for Opabinya before Totally Awesome.
I feel like I see Opabinya more when they try to turn the corner. When they, already have Totally Awesome, they see summon another monster to search a trap to answer whatever's going on so that they can, sort of become the aggressor.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe he's just fearing this other backer where he wanted Allenoids in his hand.
Could be. He also might not have a lot of frogs left in his deck.
That could be true because the Pod Desires manage too many.
Yeah, exactly. So Dankelson using Allenoids from his hand, thanks to Opabinya. And he's going to target Vu's last face down card. And we might see him chain the effect of a Paleozoic in his graveyard if Vu doesn't respond to the Allenoids. Is Dankelson's face down card a card he can activate?
I thought he had drawn a Solemn Strike, so that's what I think it is right now. But I could have gotten confused with Dimensional Barrier because, they're both secret rares, look a little similar.
Yeah. All right, in any case, Vu is going to use the effect of Snow. And by doing so, he's able to create a new chain link that will prevent any Paleozoic trap cards from being revived from the graveyard.
Yep.
Takeupson sets the compulsory evacuation device. Again, Opabinya is immune to monster effects, so Snow is unable to put it face down.
Yeah, it looks like Vu's considering using combo during Dingolfson's end phase, but chooses to draw a card for turn first, finds Fire Formation Tenki.
There's exactly 5 different Zodiacs in the graveyard, right?
Yes, it looks like it.
Okay, so Terratop comes out first, and with his effect, he adds Kedemborg to his hand.
It's gonna be interesting to see what he chooses to do from here. He's probably turning into Invoker.
Yeah, very likely. He only has 1 Rat here in the graveyard, so he can do the standard Zodiac combos if he summons Invoker. Zodiac combo. By banishing it from the graveyard, he gets to send 5 different Zodiac cards back to his deck and draw a new card. Top deck's max C.
Not the worst, but not the best either. Yeah. You can use it just as a way to disrupt the Paleozoic summon. You can also just use it as a way to, trade it for another card because your opponent's going to summon special summon at least once. But
yeah. So Kedemborg joins Terratop, and now he's off to make a rank 3.
Yep. Probably going to be met by compulsory evacuation device, I would assume.
Yeah. Or Solemn Strike if that is what he has. Yep. More likely compulsory, though.
I would think so. But let's see
although
how
he
Danielson chooses to respond.
Solemn Strike.
Yep, there's the strike. So now we know that his other side is compulsory evacuation device.
It's possible he wanted to save the compulsory evacuation device because if he uses it on his own turn or at a more optimal time to bring back a Paleozoic, he'll be able to get more use out of it. Whereas Solemn Strike, he can't. He can't chain a Paleozoic effect to it.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I was going to say that Holding Strike might be more valuable because of the large Infernoids like Deviario and Nunku coming down and, maybe stealing game.
Yeah, there are certainly advantages to each.
I think that the compulsory is the right line.
Yeah, so Opabinya's effect activates next. And he gets a Paleozoic. I missed which one he took. Oh, he didn't take one yet. It's Dinomicious. Card that will allow him to banish Snow if he so chooses by discarding a card from his hand.
Yep, very strong. And he has Lost Wind, so that's
not
the worst card to be discarding.
Not at all. Ooh, so Maxi just is chained to Dinomicious. So Dangolfson will decline to special summon him. Well, he's unable to special summon a Paleozoic from his graveyard since Maxi interrupted the chain.
Yep. Goes to battle phase, then main phase 2, so he can see summon Downer Magician.
Makes sense, since Opabinya is not really doing much without an Xyz material.
Who's going to flip his set Fire Formation Tenki?
Although Opabinya was immune to monster effects, Downer Magician is not.
Yeah, but at the same time, Opabinya wasn't doing too much, right?
Yeah, 2,400 defense.
Your opponent's low on resources, maybe want to put them on a clock.
Yeah.
Yep, he's going to get Lost Wind back from his graveyard. Tiger Mortar, which is going to be met with compulsory evacuation device.
And then he'll, of course, chain the effect of Paleozoic Dinomicious from his graveyard to special summon it to the field.
Yep.
Vu now has Dimensional Barrier and Ghost Ogre, neither of which is too useful here.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, Swath Frog off the top.
That was incredible. He summons it, he'll kick Rodent Toad into the graveyard, and I think he's going to force Vu to use Dimensional Barrier. Yeah. Wow, that was a great top deck.
Yeah, this is probably it. I don't think that he was going to be able to regain the tempo that he's lost with only one draw per turn. It would have to be that grass looks greener.
And Danklefson is able to chain the effect of the Marilla in his graveyard to special summon it thanks to the dimensional barrier.
Yep,
so that's 34. That's actually a game.
How much attack does Down Magician have?
Should be with no effect 2200, right? 2100.
That's exact?
Yeah. 31 plus 24. No, it's actually overkill.
No, isn't it? Are you sure it's not 5,500?
Oh, 21, so that puts you at...
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong player's life points again. I'm
1,000
looking at the
shy.
4,700. Yeah.
But he's going to go ahead and activate Lost Wind so that he can summon another Paleozoic, and that'll do it.
That will end it. And Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit will not help.
Nope.
He could have Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbited the Swap Frog just to get it off the field, so that he would have survived.
That is true.
But he was probably drawing dead at that point. I don't think he had a way to win that duel.
I think it.
By that point.
No, I think that he could have drawn that grass looks greener.
Oh, you're right, actually.
Yeah, and then just
I forgot about that.
That grass looks greener
Certainly.
into Onunku.
He absolutely could have drawn that grass looks greener.
Yeah.
I forgot that that's the variant he's playing.
Yeah, he had perfect information too because he knew the set card was Lost Wind.
Yeah. Well, so he knew the set card was Lost Wind, so the Anunku's effect would have been negated.
Well, no, he knew the set.
Oh, but then it could have been negated by Anunku.
Yeah, well, he knew that the Lost One was there, as in, so if he does not Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit the Swap Frog, he was for sure dead that turn.
Oh,
so if he wanted to live
that's
another
true
turn, he
as
had
well.
to, regardless of him going through the Lost Wind, if he wants to get one more turn out of this game, he would need to do that.
Yeah.
So looking at side decks, on Dinkelson, Anti-Spell Fragrance, Imperial Ironwall. Imperial Ironwall definitely coming in. Anti-Spell
Obviously.
Fragrance probably coming in only when he goes first. Barrier Statue of the Torrent, another powerful card against Infernoid. Forbidden.
I think we'll see that.
Yep. I doubt we'll see Apocrypha or Twin Twister. Raigeki and Darkhold, those might come in just because he's going second. It's usually just for standard Zodiac, but this version, he might want it. It's trades against Onunku, which isn't the best, but still it's removal, which is what's important. From Vu's side, he has 3 copies of Ghost Reaper and Winter Chase. Doubt we're going to see those. He has a smaller Kaiju engine, but we'll definitely see some amount of that. Kaijus are very strong against Totally Awesome.
Yep.
He also has Forbidden Chalice, another card that's not bad against Totally Awesome. Same thing with DD Crow and Twin Twisters. So I'm assume we're going to see probably those 8 to 10 cards being put in.
Does he have that many cards he wants to take out?
Well, he's a 60-card deck, so because I feel like there are a ton of cards he could take out. Like maybe Maxi, for example. It's an okay card against Paleozoic, but is it as high impact as something like DD Crow, for example? Nah, probably not. Same thing with maybe cards like Void Imagination. Like that card just seems a little bit weak. They're going to have Totally Awesome a lot, but usually you're trying to bait out their negation anyway.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Spiritual Swords of Revealing Light is actually in his deck. That might come out.
Yeah, that could also come out. Same thing with Torrential Tribute. Probably not the best here. Whether or not he wants to keep the Solemn Warning and Solemn Strikes, that's also a big question. Maybe because he's going first, he wants them in.
What's wrong with Torrential Tribute here? I feel like actually that would be pretty good.
Just right before they Xyz summon?
Yeah.
I feel like how you need to win this matchup is typically you need to get ahead and just not let the Paleozoic ever have that chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even with Vu going first and
Yeah, especially with Vu
that-
going first. He just needs to establish a board and not let Dankelson take it back from him. But I agree that Torrential Tribute isn't the worst card against Paleozoic because a lot of time, they'll have to go sort of not all in, but they'll have a situation where they'll have a Paleozoic or two, need to special summon something else. You Torrential Tribute them there, you make them lose a ton of resources.
Yeah, at a minimum, they need 2 cards to do pretty much anything.
Yeah.
They can't turn one Rat Pier into multiple Xyz monsters.
Right.
So.
We'll see. Also, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, probably not the strongest either. That's another card that could easily come out.
I could see that.
Yeah. Things like Instant Fusion 2, that seems more of like a flex slot. So he's going to start with Zodiac Rapier. Looks like he kept in Maxi. He drew Fusion Substitute and that Grass Looks Greener, so he's going to be able to pull off the large Zodiac combo.
Wow.
And then that Grass Looks Greener.
Wow, that's an amazing
Yep, Dinkelson
hand.
does not have any hand traps. Instead, he has a Wabaku, a Lost Wind, 2 Paleozoics, and a Rodent Totem.
Wow. So this is certainly to Vu's favor right now.
Definitely.
It's going to be very difficult for Dankelson to fight through Vu's opening with his hand.
Special summon the second wrap here. And Search, most likely going to grab that Whiptail. And get out of the deck so that he finds what he needs to before that grass looks greener. And Daigusto Emerald next.
Send back the Rat Piers, as well as an Xyz monster to draw a card.
Alexander Larry Logston. Stephen James Brown.
Top deck Zodiac Barrage with its effect.
Yep.
Christopher Chow. Gilbert.
Fusion substitute next.
That's why you didn't have the Luna Light. Okay.
Hao Chen.
Both the Xyz down. Alter into the Norden.
Ryan Devine.
Brings back Zodiac Wrap here.
Mark David Garcia. And Gerald.
Xyz summon Zodiac Rod Bowl by using 2 level 4 materials. He's going to attach Elder Entity Norden to special summon another Zodiac Wrap here. Then he is going to stack Trident on top of that Rod Bowl. Detach the Wrap here to get that Wrap here back into play that he had just shuffled in with Daigusto Emerald.
Christopher Ken Chow. Hao Chen. And Zachary Ryan Devine.
Now we'll probably see Daigusto Emerald again.
2 minutes.
Might Fusion substitute first to draw a card, sending Norden back.
Yep. He should be Fusion substituting first just to... Well, I think what he's considering now is whether that grass looks greener before doing anything else, because there's nothing else he's searching.
He could do that. That's true. So that's what he is doing.
Yep.
I guess if he draws a
This way he guarantees putting the Wrap Heroes back into his deck. Then they can't get milled by that grass looks greener. Versus Daigusto Emeralding first. And then if he Fusion substitute first, then he mills 1 less card.
If he Fusion substitutes first, he does send 1 less card to the graveyard, but if he Daigusto Emeralds first, he can send more cards to the graveyard.
Right, but then he could potentially mill the Wrap here.
That's true. So far he's hit an Infernoid and a Fairy Tale Snow. 2 Infernoids. 3 Infernoids, including a Deviati.
Yep, he'll be able to mill 1 more, I think.
That's 10, 11. So 3 Infernoids, including a Deviati and a Fairy Tale Snow.
Yeah, not the worst.
Yeah, not the worst.
That was
exactly
a pretty
how,
mild that grass looks trainer, though.
That's exactly how I would have described it.
Yeah.
Not the worst.
Now he's going to Fusion substitute, draw a card. By shuffling back the Elder Entity Norden. Finds Luna Light Black Sheep, not what he wanted there.
Not
but
at all.
It's okay. He has a lot of cards that discard cards from his hand, so if he's able to find one, he can just do that. Like right now, he could still just Daigusto Emerald, draw a Void Vanishment, and then discard that Luna Light, get a Void Feast, set it.
Now he combines both of his rats, and instead of Emerald, he makes
Kagutsuchi. Yep,
Fusion
it's
take Kagutsuchi.
2 Infernoids, but one of them being Decatron.
So that puts 5 in the graveyard now. Good start.
Going ahead against set 2.
Dimensional Barrier and Barrage set with Max C in hand. I think he's in very good shape. Deckelsing draws Compulsory Evacuation Device. He actually has a ton of answers to that Kagutsuchi.
Yeah. That's everything but 1.
Yep. Wabaku, Morella, Dinomicius, Lost Wind, and Compulsory in his hand. Which did he keep in his hand?
Elyzoke, Morella.
Morella. So he sets the other 4.
Yep, needs to keep it in his hand so he can pay for the Dynamiscus once it resolves. Draws Void Feast for turn. Whips his Whiptail to the Zodiac Trident. Going to declare attack now with that Zodiac Trident. Responded to with Compulsory Evacuation Device. Not really anything he can do about that.
Nope.
He can I don't know. I would say like, oh, you can just Dryden something in response, but
Nothing
he doesn't
good.
need to. Yeah, well, I was to play around Paleozoic, but there's not even any Paleozoics in the graveyard yet.
Yeah.
So Balphase looks like he's going to choose to use Fairy Tale Snow.
Why now?
I don't know.
Oh,
Oh
he's
no,
going
he's going to choose Zodiac combo. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
He basically just gets to have more information before he makes a decision on whether or not to attack with Kagasuchi, because he's probably activating that in main phase 2 anyway.
Why wouldn't he attack with Kagasuchi? He's afraid of a Mirror Force card?
No. More so that like there's no difference in between waiting to do a combo into main phase 2 versus now.
Yeah.
So it's just more information. It probably won't change his decision, but why not? Perhaps you draw like a Twin Twisters or something, and somehow that helps you out with whatever's going on.
That's true.
Draws Decatron. I believe that's the third Decatron.
I think you're right, because there are 2 in the grave. I think it's a Ronin totem face down for Denkelfson, so Kagasuchi would be able to destroy it, but I think Denkelfson will probably use a Dynamicious. Oh, looks like Vu declined to attack. Maybe he thinks it's a dupe frog and doesn't want to give swap frog to Denkelfson.
That could be true. Denkelfson rewind stuff just a little bit. Nope. It's fine, and it looks like that's Petrulia.
Petrulia, the one that destroys 1 spell or trap card once per turn.
Yep.
But can't attack the turn it uses its effect.
Yep. Like Decatron is going to lose out to Dynamicious.
Contribute the Decatron, though.
I
don't know if
can't.
it's-
I know. Can't
Oh,
Petrulia
only
only do
opponent's
that?
turn,
Yeah. The
right.
smaller ones
Yep.
only work during the opponent's turn.
Yep, never mind.
Yep. Regardless, banishing compulsory evacuation advice not
Yeah.
the most important thing, but it would have gotten his Decatron into the graveyard, which would have been the real win there.
Yes.
Rather than banishing it.
Right,
Not going to set
Denkelfson.
Void Feast. Going to keep it in his hand instead.
He'll regret that if he draws a Void card.
Swap Frog off the top. I feel like I've said that way too many times over the past few weekends. At any time I think that the Paleozoic Duelist is out of it, they will draw Swap Frog.
Yeah. Now he's got Ronin Totem face down and in the graveyard.
And we saw a lot of Dinkelson prioritizing sending double Ronin Totem. It also makes sense here, obviously, because of the disruption that the Infernoids have with being able to banish opposing cards from the graveyard. So having the second Ronin Totem is probably pretty important.
Snow's activation might save the day for Vu, who will now set one of these frogs face down. Obviously, with one of the frogs face down, Denkelfson won't be able to Xyz summon. Okay, I think he has Lost Wind though, right? Denkelfson? Yeah. So he uses it to target Snow, and very likely will try to bring back one of his Paleozoic cards from the graveyard.
So Vu has Dimensional Barrier for Xyz, preventing Totally Awesome from coming anywhere. And, ooh, that's an interesting form.
Yeah. So Denkelfson chains the effect of the Morella in his graveyard to the Dimensional Barrier to try to special summon it, and Vu chains Maxi to draw a card when Morella hits the field.
Yep.
Yeah, I physically can't do it.
Denkelfson is stunned for the turn, though, because he cannot Xyz summon, so it is problematic for him.
Yep. I think the life points on the screen might get a little wonky because we're going to have some 75s here, and I'm not sure if the iPads are capable of putting that into the system.
Because of the Lost Wind having Snow.
Yeah.
That's first damage, correct? So puts you at 77.25.
Yeah,
77.25.
This is about to get messy. Maybe it's 2.
Thanklefson had so many answers to Kagasushi. Now he has none, right?
Yeah.
What's his face down card? Do you know?
Is it Wabaku?
Oh, I think you're right. It is Wabaku, yes. But that won't get rid of Kagasushi. The Dino Mist just would have, and the compulsory evacuation device would have, and the Lost Wind would have negated its effect and halved its attack.
Yeah, but protecting his monsters is a pretty big deal.
Exactly.
Too. Yeah.
He used all of those to protect his monsters.
Yeah, and this Wabaku will continue to do that. This Wabaku will give him another monster and protect his monsters. So.
Yeah. So Vu activates Zodiac Barrage and uses its effect to destroy itself and special summon Whiptail from his deck.
Yeah, I think Vu might take it from here, though, because even if he gets Wabaku'd, he'll be able to Dryden twice, right? Like once during his turn, once during his opponent's turn. That should be enough disruption.
Although you can't Dryden into Morella.
True. Oh, that is actually very true.
Or the Paleozoic that's special summoned after he activates Wabaku.
Yes. But he can set up a play with Whiptail, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
So he gets Rapier instead of the Whiptail. It looked like he was going to take Whiptail, but changed his mind.
Did he just realize that the Rat Pierres are under the Kagetsuchi?
I am not sure.
Sure. That's
So Deviati will try to wipe the board of all spell and trap cards. Thanklefson will chain Wabaku, and we can bet he will chain the effect of a Paleozoic in his graveyard to special summon it. And even though it's not on the field at the time Wabaku's activated, it is still protected by Wabaku's effect. Wabaku is an interesting card that affects the player.
Well, it affects you, right, and your monsters.
Right.
Yeah.
You take no battle damage from your opponent's monsters this turn. Your monsters cannot be destroyed by battle this turn.
Oh, yeah, so because it says your monsters, not monsters you control, for example, that's affecting you. And
right.
Yeah.
Right.
You said to search?
Yes.
Yep. I grab that Whiptail.
Well, I can't special anyway.
Yeah, all his rats are gone.
Over by Dryden next.
All right. Oh. Throws a Whiptail onto it. Oh, that will banish monsters through Wabaku.
Yep.
So
he could banish that Ronin Totem if he wants to, but he might end up just destroying the Ronin Totem with its effect, and then
he opts to banish it. I don't know if I like that actually. He might have been better off banishing. Oh well. No, the Paleozoics aren't affected by monster effects.
Oh, right.
So that was really the only move.
Yeah.
He could not banish the Dino Mistress.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I had just zoned in on that. You know, he can't destroy with Dryden's effect that targets them, not the battle effect. Set 3 cards. Pass his turn.
All right, so let's see what Thanklefson can do now. He top decks Imperial Iron Ball, which is only good if he can get rid of Dryden. Deviati can negate monster effects, so that will be problematic as well.
Dude.
He combines his 2 Paleozoic monsters and special summons Opabinia. It's probably the only move here because it's unaffected by Deviati. Totally Awesome would not have been.
Yes.
Opabinia's effect activates with no barrier to it. Like he's thinking about taking Canadia. How many Dino Mischiefs does he play?
Looks like 3.
Plays 3. He could take a Dino Mischief, but he doesn't really want discard from his hand.
Yeah.
Is that Olenoids?
No, that is Pakea, I think. That's either Pakea or Canadia. Nope, it is Canadia. He does not play any copies of
It is
Pakea.
indeed Canadia.
The only ones I usually get mixed up, I think, are Canadian and Pakea. I think they look very similar.
I guess the Canadia is effectively the same as the Dino Mischief without the discard here.
Yeah, it's just Monster Disruption.
Yeah.
That's what he needs right now.
Oh, Trident's effect activates to destroy the Canadia so that Dankelfson cannot chain the effect of a Paleozoic in his graveyard to special summon it. Ah, it was lost when face down.
And a permanent attack out.
Alright, so the disruptive effects of all of Vu's monsters are now negated. Or averted one way or another. Dankelfson chains the effect of the Canadian in his graveyard to special summon it. Swap Frog hits the table, and now he can use its effect to send another frog from his deck to his graveyard.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful here. Who lets it through?
I'm shocked that the Kagasushi is still on the field with its effect. Too many more important cards to stop. Sends Dupe Frog to the graveyard, and by banishing it, he'll be able to special summon Ronin Totem if he so chooses.
Just through his graveyard really quick. Still has to do with these large attack threats. This is kind of what I was talking about against Paleozoic. You just sort of make a field, and if they can't ever clear it, you're never going to lose.
Yeah. So Dankelfson summons Totally Awesome.
Yep. One of the most powerful rank 2s ever printed. Perhaps the most powerful.
That's for sure. Opa Binya's up there too, though.
Even though that's face down, it still has 400 defense, correct?
Once it's flips, it's effective.
Gotcha.
Totally Awesome attacks Deviati. Oh.
Swords of Concealing, or Spiritual Swords of Revealing Light. Almost said Swords of Concealing Light there. Very different card. But, yep, so that will be able to negate these attacks by paying 1,000 for each.
Oh, so Dankelfson chains Morella's effect.
Oh, just put your stuff on the side.
Yeah, I guess it's not worth using Totally Awesome to take it. You'd have to have attributed a monster to do so. Totally Awesome, specifically. Or the Illinois. The Opabinia, rather.
Wait, normal summon.
Yeah, normal summon swap frog. Anything on summon?
Looks like Morella attacked, but was also stopped by swords.
Yep.
So Dankelfson will enter his second main phase, special summon Ronin Totem back from his graveyard by bashing Dupe Frog, and now make a second Totally Awesome. Sets Imperial Iron Wall, and now gets to use the effect of both of his Totally Awesomes. This is good.
Pretty powerful turn.
Yeah, very strong. But he doesn't actually have an immediate answer to Kagusushi.
No, but if both of them goes off and he still has 2 dupe frogs left, he can, dupe block his opponent out of being able to attack.
Ah, that'll protect his Opabinya. Then he'll be able to search for Dinomicious or Canadian next turn. Likely Dinomicious, right? Because that's his answer to Kagusushi.
Yeah. Yep, and there's double dupe frog.
Yep. It's an interesting lock for those who don't know what it does. Once you have two dupe frogs on the field, your opponent actually just can't attack.
Yep, very similar to the marauding captain lock
Yeah.
back in the day. Your opponent is forced to attack that specific dupe frog, but because you have 2 dupe frogs, you've been duped.
That was a good one.
I try my best. But yeah, I don't know. It's rough here, though, because I can't tell how commanding of a position either of them are even in. Like, large Infernoids versus some frogs, but...
I think Vu's way ahead right now. Not Vu, sorry. Dankelfson's way ahead right now.
Really?
I think so. He has 2 totally awesome effects that he can activate.
But, like, they stop snowballing from here, though, right? But you mean he has 2 layers of negation?
Yeah. You can negate 2 cards, steal them. Vu's the Deviati is halved attack and has no effect, so it's essentially irrelevant.
Which one? Yeah, which one? On the
So Dryden tries to destroy 1 dupe frog, and Dankelfson will tribute a totally awesome to destroy it and take the Trident for himself.
Yep, I wonder, does he play any Zodiac Exceeds in his extra deck? Nope. That'd be cool if he played like 2. Like a whatever Zodiac Exceeds and then another copy of Dryden, because he's likely going to be negating like Dryden's and Broad Bulls. So maybe he plays like a Borbo and then just 1 Dryden.
Did he take the Trident?
It seemed like he did at first, and then he decided not to.
Yeah, he declined it, I guess.
Yeah.
I was wondering how it got to the graveyard.
Yeah.
The answer is it never entered his field.
Go ahead and banish 7 cards, some of that Fairy Tale Snow. Fairy Tale Snow, another one of those cards that gives Paleozoic a ton of problems if you have the resources to keep summoning it.
So, the question is, how much does Dankelfson want to protect his dupe lock? He can use Totally Awesome's effect to negate Snow's effect and steal the snow, or he can let Dupe Frog go face down. Oh, I guess he targeted the Totally Awesome, actually, not the Dupe Frog.
That's interesting. Yep, Vu's shaking his head. Maybe realized that was a bit of a mistake there. Yep.
Yeah, so that actually just didn't do anything.
Yep.
He flips something that's totally awesome, and he appears to have used the snow for no reason.
Yeah, I see. That's what I was talking about, though. I thought that Vu could have been able to get over that field that turn, or at least get himself sort of back in the driver's seat a little bit.
I don't think so. I think it had Vu targeted the Dupe Frog, Dankelfson would have just tributed his totally awesome and taken snow.
I see what you're saying. But then when you tribute it, oh no, it's all part of the same effect, right? So there's no chance to activate Fairy Tale Snow in between that.
No, it would be on the field, yeah.
Yeah.
It would basically go from one side of the field to the other. Yeah. Dankelfson gets Olenoids, brings back Dinomicious.
Yep. Olenoids away this Spiritual Swords of Revealing Light.
Uses it from his hand, thanks to Opabinya.
Looks like we might see, what here, a Cat Shark?
That would be a good way to get rid of, well, that would let you attack over Kagasushi, but that won't actually destroy it because it has 2 Xyz materials that protect it.
Yeah. Probably Utopic Future, right?
He plays this Utopic Future?
Yeah. That's the F-Zero, the one who can steal monsters, right? I guess that's another way to get around it.
He could do that. But can he win this turn? Is that a solution?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to have to give you a slow play warning. Have you received a slow play warning before in this round? try and keep up the
Danklefson combines his Dupe Frog with Dino Mischief to make another Totally Awesome. It's interesting, though. He gave up his Dupe Lock. I guess it's not that important to him.
Yeah.
Directly? Yeah, directly. Gotcha. It's for the whole time.
Totally Awesome destroys Snow.
Oh, Lord.
It's going to deal 350 damage.
So what is it right now?
Yes.
So he'd be taking 350.
It goes down to 500.
53.75.
Yeah.
Some fun numbers this game.
That's what I believe it is, right?
Should be 53.75.
Still no answer to that Kagasushi, though.
53, 75.
Oh, 53. Oh, see, math is a way off.
That 100 life points, though.
Dupe Frog, not Dupe Frog, Totally Awesome attacks and destroys Deviati.
Take 750. I'll let you handle that one.
So 750, right? 45. Wait a second. You said 750 I'm taking? Okay, 45.
Yep. A lot of complicated math here because these 75s and 50s. Duel's just making sure that they got it exactly right. Every point counts.
It's true.
We've seen a lot of games today that have ended with one duel sitting at 100, 300, and then just coming right back. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't go half, so you just round up.
And phase 2.
Or some weird thing.
Normal swap.
Almost something swap frog, activating its effect. Probably done in Ronin Tonin.
Very likely.
Just make sure I got life right.
How many Opabinyas does he play? Danklefson uses 2 copies of Opabinya, so
yeah, he's able to Opabinya for another Dynamiscus.
I think that's what he'll finally do.
Yep.
Swap effect, bounce back to hand.
Oh, never mind.
What's his set card? Is his set card already?
Oh, it's Imperial Iron Wall. I forgot about that.
So how is he going to deal with the Kagutsuchi?
Yeah, that actually shuts off his Dino Mischief. That's a good question. I guess he can use Canadian to put it face down and then attack it 3 times. So that's 2,000 defense.
Maybe.
He could Cat Shark, right? Does he play that?
I believe so, yeah.
But again, that's only 1 material that it gets rid of.
Cat chart. I have a translation if you need it.
It's all good.
I'm not actually sure how he's going to ultimately get rid of Kagutsuchi.
Yep, I don't know.
Let me check and see if I have target.
He can Lost Wind eventually, maybe.
That is true.
That would probably be the easiest way to get rid of it, but that counts on him getting Lost Wind.
Yeah. Because the copy he had before was banished.
Yeah.
There's that barrier statue of the Torrent.
Yep, he clearly slided that in. Totally Awesome special summon Swap Frog to the field.
Can you be destroyed by battle?
Yes.
That's why I hit Billy's Oaks. Do like poop.
Yeah, maybe he's just playing to Cat Shark a lot. To keep doubling his monster's attack points. And then eventually attack over it.
Just destroy that Swap Frog in battle.
Yeah. I guess we'll see.
Yep. Considering setting that Black Sheep. Not going to get that much use out of it either way. Maybe just a card to discard for Twin Twisters or Void Banishment.
I don't really see any value to setting that 600 defender.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll keep him alive for 1 more turn.
Stand by me.
Finds card advice on top.
That might help. Actually, Downer Magician inflicts piercing damage, so setting the black sheep might actually just cause him more damage, right?
Yep.
It doubles the original attack.
The original attack?
No, I think it doubles the current attack.
This is why we have translations.
Yep.
Oh, is it? I don't know. I could have sworn it was original.
Once per turn during either player's turn, detach material from this card. Target one rank 4 lower XYZ monster. Its attack and defense each become double its original attack.
Yeah, see?
Okay. So
And it says become, so it just hits 42. Period. It doesn't gain from the material.
Okay.
Since it says become.
Gotcha.
So it's 42.
So 4,200 piercing deals 3,600.
Yes, because the black sheep has 600 defense points. The original attack of Downer Magician is doubled from 2,100 to 4,200.
Yep. So that should leave him with 925 left.
Yeah.
Am I right? 75 or 25?
I got 925.
It's 25. 925.
925.
Because I messed up earlier.
Oh, okay.
And then this will detach.
Does it detach after?
Downer Magician gives up an Xyz material at the end of the battle phase.
It doesn't lose piercing or anything when it loses the Xyz material, right?
I don't think so. Let's see.
Set one. Demise.
No, just loses the 200 attack points that it gains by having the Xyz material.
Okay. So let's see. He draws Canadia and Olenoids. Activates Maxi, so because it's just going to get discarded anyway. No reason not to.
Why not?
Last time I actually did a good card.
Really good. Catch, piercing.
Yep, and that's it. Vu concedes.
All right, first thing you do is
What
freeze
a
time.
crazy game.
Right before time.
You were right from that point onward.
I drew this. It's like
Yeah.
Jacobson just had it.
Yeah.
And it's not. And it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Dankelson was right. The Kagasushi was actually ultimately pretty much irrelevant.
Yeah, well, it stopped attacking. That was the point. If
Yeah,
it had been attacking, it would have been great. That one turn, I think, where he books the Totally Awesome, he could have booked the Doof Frog, made an attack with Kagasuchi, and then slowly started doing things with it, but he was just unable to.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Well, now we have a Paleozoic duelist in the top 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dankelson wins in the top 8 and
Yeah.
advances to the top 4.
If Dickelson manages to win the next 2, we will have Paleozoics win YCS Atlanta, YCS Prague, and the UDS Invitational Las Vegas in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, that would certainly be a strong indicator that duelists are underestimating the power of Paleozoics.
Yeah, but a lot of people wrote it off at first. I definitely
Yeah.
did. I thought there's no way that this strategy can keep up with Zodiac. I was wrong.
Yeah, Zodiac's seemed to be the clear favorite in tournaments.
Yep. But yeah, this 40-card version, just being able to consistently draw Swap Frog and finding it with cards like Cartomize. Well, we did see Dankelson top deck a Swap Frog at one point to really get into that one game, but
We did, but he does play a 44-card deck with 5 spells that draw cards.
right, yeah. So it's not going to happen. It's likely to happen.
Yeah, so he did build his deck to get Swap Frog.
Yes.
So
I mean, at that rate, I would say he would be playing 40 cards with maybe like Upstart Goblin, but I understand what you're saying.
if you were really building it
yeah.
to get Swap Frog.
But yeah, crazy, crazy, crazy.
Yeah, so we'll see if Paleozoics make it to the finals and ultimately take the title.
Yep, I'm looking forward to it. Do you think that Dickelson has what it takes?
I think so. I think the Paleozoics have proven themselves time and again. And here at the UDS Invitational, we might see it happen again.
Nice. All right, well, we'll cut to a quick break, and then we're going to get an interview with Dickelson. Make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be on to the top 4 very shortly.
Stay tuned.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Raging Tempest. On a dark and stormy dueling night, rain monsters down with all your might. Bring wind and birds and beasts from the sky. 100 new cards. Raging Tempest. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Pendulum Domination with crushing DD monsters. And take full command of Fusion, Synchro, and Xyz monsters. Pendulum Domination. 43 cards per box, each box sold separately.
It's time to duel! Duel!
monsters will rise. As good and evil collide. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions. In theaters January 27th. Rated PG. Free exclusive Yu-Gi-Oh! Card with ticket purchase. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions Movie Pack Gold Edition. On sale January 13th.
So that was a long, drawn-out 2 games, a lot of back and forth, a lot of grind, a lot of crazy things happened. Bujinte Kagetsuchi never left the field. Do you want to talk about any comments, any specific interaction in that game that you thought were interesting?
I just thought it was funny that he was at 25 life, like 25 life points because I lost winded the snow.
Yeah, it's rare we see life points like that. We heard you guys laughing about it quite a bit.
I was joking with a friend about it the other day, about how if you lost wind to snow, it goes to 925.
Yep. Numbers can get crazy.
A little confusing.
Yep. Other than that, you took down Infernoid. Traditionally a very tough matchup for Paleozoic.
What I was afraid of.
Yep, well, okay, well, now you made it past it. Now you're into the top 4. Only 2 more to go, and you could potentially be crowned the UDS champion. We saw Paleozoic take down YCS Prague just today. They took down YCS Atlanta 2 weeks ago. You could be the 3rd. How does it feel?
Feels great.
All right, well, best of luck to you. Hopefully you can make it happen. We'll be back shortly with top 4. Don't go away.
The original Duelists are back! You can collect Yugi Moto's 5 new Magician Girl monsters, plus Seto Kaiba's Blue Eyes Dragons, and the Egyptian Cubic monsters of New Villain Igami. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions Movie Pack Gold Edition. 5 cards per pack, 3 packs per box, each box sold separately.
It's time to duel! Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions. January 27th. Rated PG. Free exclusive Yu-Gi-Oh! Card with ticket purchase. Duel!
So for those who are not familiar with the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, the Seal of Orichalcos was one of the most powerful cards ever used by any duelist. And in one of the seasons, all of the villains possessed it. And it had an incredible effect that strengthened all of its owner's monsters, but it was also an evil card that sealed the soul of the duelist who lost the duel while it was on the field.
Yeah, it's super powerful in the show. Maybe a little less powerful here.
Little less.
But it still does a lot of things, especially in a strategy that's not trying to special summon from the extra deck.
It's very similar, actually, to the effect of the card on the show, but it does not lock away the soul of the loser.
It's unfortunate. That was my favorite part. So,
but it's a very cool card, one that Duelist waited forever to get released, and then it finally did get released, and it saw a little bit of play, but not that much in competitive tournaments.
This is really only the home it's found, is these stun strategies.
Yes, because 500 attack points is a decent amount, plus it has its own inherent protection. So, the duel's underway.
Yep, start with Barrier Statue of the Abyss. And a Speedroar Terratop came down to try to threaten the Barrier Statue, but lost out to Solemn Strike.
So, Santa Cruz has My Body as a Shield, Raigeki, Twin Twister, Zodiac Barrage, and Dimensional Barrier in hand. He gets rid of the Dimensional Barrier to try to target 2 cards for destruction, and ends up losing out to Dark Bribe.
Yeah, Dark Bribe actually trades even against Twin Twister, which is cool. Normally we see Dark Bribe being a, giving your opponent a card, you losing a card, but for Twin Twister, not the case.
That's true. He draws Lunalight Black Sheep.
What's the stats on Black Sheep? Is it able to threaten anything?
Just wondering that. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure it's small.
It is a Black Sheep, so 100, 600. 100 attack, 600 defense, so it doesn't do much. So he discards it to thin his deck and get Fusion Substitute. He's a ways off from activating that card.
Yep, but he does have Raigeki, actually, so...
He does, so unless Algart Paponis. He said we can call him Dimitri.
I don't think Algart Paponis is that hard, but yeah, Dimitri. Unless Dimitri has... You were saying?
Unless he has a way to protect his statue, this probably is going to be quite good for Santa Cruz.
Oh, Card and Mai is a big one here. Draw 3 cards, gas back up.
Wow, he got 3 traps.
Yep.
Well, 2 traps at Forbidden Lance that essentially functions as a trap.
Yep.
Looks like he picked up Which Mirror Force is that?
Looks like Storming.
Okay, so Storming Mirror Force, Forbidden Lance, and Phantom Knight. One of the Phantom Knight cards. Can't see it yet.
I just decided last minute, I want to play. That's good.
Yeah, he's just
think
going
it's
to type
sword,
those up
right?
just so he can erase them right after he sets them.
Yeah. Yeah, Phantom Knight Sword. So all of them get set.
Yes, he is at 7,500.
Barrier attacks directly, and Santa Cruz drops to 7,000.
Yeah, well, the barrier had to actually attack before the card demise. Card demise prevents you from dealing damage after you activate it.
Right,
yeah.
right. Okay.
Yeah, I actually saw someone lose a top 32 cut match by going for some extra spice, activating card demise, and then not being able to deal the damage he needed to win the duel in time.
So now Santa Cruz uses Raigeki, but the
Probably going to lose that to
sword
Dark
is,
Bribe.
or the sword
actually
can protect it now that
the sword
it's
is
face
much
down.
better. Sword does not give your opponent an extra card, right?
Right. It just protects it and has an effect in the graveyard. But he doesn't use any others anyway.
No, looks like he's
Lance
chosen to use
protects it
Forbidden
too.
Lance.
That's dangerous, though. Well, it's not dangerous because he has a Mirror Force to protect it. So even though it's 200 attack points, doesn't matter. So, Thoroughblade summoned. Thoroughblade attacks.
On attack declaration, all activate Storing Air Force.
Thoroughblade returns to the hand. Next time Thoroughblade tries to attack it, it'll have 1,000 attack plus the 800 from the Phantom Knight's sword. So that barrier statue is not going anywhere. So this is what Dimitri's deck does.
Damage step, I'm going to use sword targeting a basic, gains 800.
Yeah, so he's going to choose to use the sword here to increase his clock by a couple turns.
Interesting.
Because dealing 2,000 damage here means he can likely end the duel in 3 turns if he finds a monster.
1,800, right?
It's not 800 plus. Oh, because it's 1,000 based on the statues?
I think they're base 1,000.
I got Whiptail on the mind.
Yeah.
But yes, they are 1,000 thousands, all of them. So. But regardless, he could probably finish off the duel in much fewer turns now because it practically doubles the amount of damage he's doing.
Yeah, and Santa Cruz really can't do anything.
Which is how we see...
And he passes his turn.
Yeah, which is how most people lose to this deck. Yeah, Pot of Desires. It's just, as soon as you stick a stun monster like Fossil Giant Pachycephalo or a statue and you're able to protect it, and then you just keep on getting extra cards thanks to all these pot effects and...
another stone, another statue,
and a fossil Dyna.
And a fossil Dyna. So
I think you commit the statue here just because the Dyna could be more useful later.
Maybe the Dyna has more attack. Let's see, the life points are 6,500.
It shouldn't matter though because it's 28 plus 28 is 56, so that's still a 2-turn clock. Right? If you normal summon the barrier statue.
So 30, 40, 65.
Through return clock, right? Either way. This turn plus 2 more.
No, well, why is there a reason he didn't normal summon the bear statue?
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong life points. 3,400. You're right.
Well, no. It looks like he just attacked. No, because he just attacked and passed. He didn't normal summon. He's playing around Torrential Tribute. He had 5,200 before the battle phase.
Oh, he had 5,200.
Yeah.
Okay,
so with the normal summon, it would have been
right.
28 a crack and then 28 crack.
You're right.
Yeah.
I was looking at the wrong life points. But you think he's just playing around Torrential?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. I don't know if he really needs to because he has the sword. His Dark Bribe and the sword to protect it.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to either, but looks like this is the line he's chosen.
I guess it doesn't really matter, though, because Santa Cruz has virtually nothing. And just one card at a time, he's just going to lose to that barrier.
It looks like he found another sword.
Wow. So now he can protect everything. So now he summons the statue. Because he changed his mind. He's not afraid of Torrential anymore. Or Mirror Force. Santa Cruz drops to 1,800 life points.
Yep, so that's just a sword plus a statue away from defeat.
Yeah. So
swords wielding statues, pretty scary. Statues wielding swords more so. That'd be really scary actually if the sword was wielding a statue, but
Guzman draws Ghost Ogre, which actually isn't that bad because it has 1,800 defense points.
Right, so he'll have to double sword a statue.
But that's exactly what he'll do. So that might buy him another turn. But again, one card at a time. Santa Cruz has pretty much lost this. I would really like to see him draw the Seal of Orichalcos to give the extra 500 attack points that will beat that monster.
Yep. He could normal summon Falsetine, though, and just try to push for game that way.
He could do that. It's getting a little scary.
And what's unfortunate here is he's likely to attack with the barrier statue that doesn't have the sword on it because he'll try to game with the sword.
That's true. He probably will. No.
Oh, no, that's a good hit,
He
though.
attacks with the right one.
Yep, so second sword.
Oh,
wing
wing.
instead.
That's fine.
Oh,
Plus-
no, this is better, right? Because now he can use the other sword on the statue for game still. Because wing only gives 500. Yep.
So, damage step. Here comes the 8. The extra 800 will end it.
And boom. That's it.
That's how this deck plays. Summon a barrier statue, and then if your opponent can't do anything, you basically just win one card at a time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how powerful cards like Skill Drain, lose one turn, Vanity's Emptiness, Vanity's Fiend, throw it all the way back to even Royal Oppression, things that stop your opponent from special summon can just completely take over a game. And that's what this deck does, but it has these effects with monsters. Yeah. And then you just, rather than having a spell or trap that's vulnerable to maybe Twin Twister or Cosmic Cyclone, Mystical Space Typhoon, those type of effects, you use your monsters because any destruction your opponent has, you have ways to combat it with, your Phantom Knight traps and Forbidden Protection cards. So, pretty powerful.
Yeah. The only problem with this deck is sometimes it struggles against high attack monsters of low levels. The 800 boosts with the swords, with the Phantom Knight's sword, or even 500 with wings helps. But if your opponent draws a bunch of 1600 attack Thoroughblades, or
they just tank you for Thoroughblades, just having access to that. Yeah, and the number of times I've sat behind a Debris Dragon while my opponent has a Fossil Diner or something like that.
That's true too.
Far too many. So.
Even getting over Ghost Over's 1800 could have been problematic.
Yes, that is true.
Had he not drawn all of those attack boosting cards.
Yeah, luckily the Phantom Knight cards are very good at doing exactly what this deck wants to do. It not only gives them more attacks so they can get over those thresholds, but it also protects the monsters.
Yeah, this deck has existed in concept for a very long time.
Yes, it's constantly evolving. Essentially, it's listed as barrier statues, I think, on our thing, but it's effectively just stun. This is just the newest iteration of the stun strategy.
Right, and it is constantly evolving, and we can see that with the Phantom Knight trap cards, which they're not the newest cards, but they are a new level for this deck. And more recently, all the new iterations of Mirror Force, which have been making the cut into these decks.
Yes, Mirror Force, very powerful. Mirror Force has really helped all the newer Mirror Forces have really helped the trap-based strategies. Not because, this is just a good trap. More so, it's a trap that you can draw going second, that lets you retake the field so that you can use your monsters again. Because the biggest problem that a lot of these trap decks have, especially the ones that rely on barrier statues, Falsetine, Pachycephalo, and monsters like that, is that once your opponent establishes a field, it's really hard to break because you're not doing anything very powerful proactively. You're just playing cards that stop them from doing things. But if they've already done all their things, there's nothing for you to stop.
Yeah, it's a fantastic reactive card, and one of the coolest things about having so many options of Mirror Forces to play is you can specifically
target,
choose an effect, choose a Mirror Force for your deck that best combats what's popular in the metagame.
Yeah.
Which is basically all this deck does.
Yes.
It just uses cards that are good against the cards that other players are using.
Not only can you choose a Mirror Force that combats what's popular in the metagame, you can also choose a Mirror Force that combats what your deck is weak against.
That's true too.
Yeah, so in that way, all the different flavors of Mirror Force have helped out every strategy across the board.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that people still play the original Mirror Force.
Yeah,
too,
Mirror Force
so
is still very powerful.
It's not purely outclassed, but I do note that Dimitri does not run the original Mirror Force.
Yeah.
Does it run it in his side deck? No.
It doesn't look like it.
It's nowhere. He uses Storming and Quaking.
Yep. In his side deck, he has 6 more barrier statues, actually. That's crazy. Along with 3 copies of Mystical Space Typhoon, Book of Moon, Maxis, and Magic Deflector. So that's a cool one. On the other side, we got Danko Sekka, though, which is probably the strongest card against the barrier strategy or the stun strategies because they set 5 backer along with a barrier monster. You summon a Danko Sekka, all of a sudden...
6 cards all do nothing. Danko Sekka destroys the barrier in battle, and then the 5 back roads can't be flipped.
Yeah, there's usually a few answers. Things like Raigeki or... Solemn Warning. You either stop it when it first comes out with Solemn Warning, or you have to hope to draw removal for it.
Yeah, this is tough for Dimitri. I wonder if he thought, Paleozoic Frogs won the last YCS. A lot of cards good against that are good against me. is kind of scary to use this deck.
Yeah, well, we actually mentioned earlier, I don't know if viewers at home heard, that he was judging. He was planning to judge this event up until the last minute. And he decided to cash in all those judge points, or UDS points more so, that he got from judging. And here he is.
All right.
Yeah.
Standing
Impressive
strong.
record with a pretty cool deck.
Standing strong 4-2 with the Seal of Orichalcos.
Yep. Yep. Records in this tournament matter a little bit less than we've seen in the past, just because there's an extended switch portion. A massive 13 rounds for this tournament means that we will see a lot of X3s and even X4s likely making it into the top 16. Because we hit the necessary threshold for it to move from a top 8 to a top 16 cut. All right, looks like he starts off with Pot of Desires. After stifling his opponent with Maxi, basically exactly what he wants. Now he has Raigeki to take back the field. This is a crazy opening.
Incredible. I missed what Santa Cruz's back row is. But it's going to have to be good for him to do anything here.
My Body, Solemn Warning, or a Mirror Force effect. Or the Zodiac combo. That is not a good one.
That doesn't help at all.
Yep, nope. He's just going to activate it to get to the grave so he can shuffle back some Zodiacs and draw a card, but it doesn't actually protect anything.
This is desperate.
Yep.
Wow. So Santa Cruz is down to Rat Pier, Thoroughblade, and Whiptail in his hand. And I think we're going to see a very quick 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, quick in that it is a definitive win. Not so quick in that we're winning with 1,000 and 1,200 attack monsters, right?
No. It's not going to win. He's not going to win this turn, but I think he's going to set up his inevitable victory.
Yeah, our opponent likes the slow and painful victories.
Yeah.
Watching his opponent squirm a little under the powerful force of his barrier statues.
And if he's lucky, he might even draw the Seal of Orichalcos.
We'll see what happens. But yeah, he's going to be able to normal summon Fossil Giant here, Kraken for 12, set some impressive trap cards. Most importantly, Phantom Knight's Sword. He also has Solemn Warning to combat Denko Seka just in case.
And Phantom Knight's Wing for an extra 500 attack points. Did he didn't Pot of Desires yet either, right?
No, he Pot of Desires. He had 2 copies at the beginning of the turn.
So he could do one next turn, too. Yeah, he's not afraid of decking out.
If you're a fan of drawing cards, playing a bunch of Pot of Desires and Pot of Dualities card optimizes, this might be the deck for you. The more sort of inbred the Zodiac deck becomes to fight other Zodiac strategies, the more successful decks like this are going to be.
It's true.
Because everyone's maining, we've seen some decks main 8 hand traps, and that's not even that uncommon. And none of those cards do anything against this deck. Ghost Ogre is an 1800 defender. That is about as good as it gets in terms of hand traps combating this strategy.
I think he probably sided out all of his hand traps, right?
I would assume so. Maybe not Ghost Ogre just because of his 1800 defense, but I doubt he kept it in.
There's a lot of cards to side out against that deck, against the
the bigger issue is how many cards you have to bring in. You kind of have to identify certain cards because, maybe Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit actually isn't as weak as some of the other cards you have in your deck just because it's an 1800 defender.
That is true. Maxi's a lot worse.
Yeah, Santa Cruz Guzman has actually 3 copies of Forbidden Chalice, so he can combat this deck pretty well. Forbidden Chalice lines up very well against all of the Barrier Statues and Fossil Granite cards. So he has one right now.
Okay, so he might not be out of this
he also
duel
has Twin Twister.
Dimitri has Max C, though.
Yeah, he's going to try to just battle over it, but he's going to lose out to the sword during damage step, even if he chalices his own monster.
Well, then he has Twin Twisters for the sword, but then he'll lose out to the wings, which would be chained to that, and the wings doesn't have to stay in the field, right?
The sword's going to be used during damage step, hopefully.
So
the Twin Twister won't
most likely it's damage step, so he won't even be able to Twin Twisters. That's pretty brutal, actually.
Yeah, I can't tell if he chose to use it during the damage step. Before, he was being very careful about announcing, the various steps of battle, but
apparently not, because now he is chaining Twin Twisters. Oh, no, he did damage step. Yep. He did use it in the damage step.
If he wants, he can Forbidden Chalice his own monster to trade, but then he's going to get blown out by wings.
Yes, and that's exactly what's going to happen here, because it looks like he's planning to use the Forbidden Chalice. And that's super dangerous.
Well, no, he doesn't even need to get blown out, right? Is it destroyed by card effect or battle? The sword can protect
either way.
Oh, so then he could just send the sword to the graveyard instead. So he's not going to chalice there for sure. Because he's just getting 2-for-1 by a sword.
So that's good, because he needs that Chalice, because
to just turn off
that's
the
his
Dyna.
answer
Like,
to
who cares
Dyna.
about the sword? Yeah.
But I don't think he doesn't know it at this point, but Dimitri also has Barrier Statue of the Abyss in his hand, and the Forbidding Chalice will not stop both monsters.
Yeah, but because he has Zodiac Whiptail, he can at least threaten the other monster.
Right, but then the Wings is still face down, too.
Well, he has Twin
so-
Twister, so Twin Twister will hopefully answer the 2 other cards. So it just depends on which 2 cards he hits with Twin Twister. Because he's going to leave him with 1 set card.
Yeah.
And if that set card can manage to protect what's likely to be the Barrier Statue.
Well, the Wings is chainable.
Oh, yeah, but he'll likely Twin Twister in phase, right? Just because he wants to make sure that nothing crazy happens.
It won't matter. He can chain it. It's been down. And it's permanent, the boost.
Oh, it's a permanent boost?
It's a
Okay,
permanent
I
boost.
didn't realize that. Yeah, that matters a lot.
But he doesn't summon the Barrier Statue.
He's been very conservative about using his additional threats.
Ooh. Passes his turn without doing it.
But it's not even like, even if he can manage to get through his Fossil Dyna, Ogre Proponus has Maxi into Darkhold into another statue.
Yeah, and I guess that's why he's not pushing. He's not worried. So now Guzman uses the Twin Twisters.
Discards my body as a shield. Mistake. Because that Darkhold is going to definitely put a damper into his plans.
Okay, so he targets 2 cards. One of them is Phantom Knight's Wing. The Wing gets chained. So now Fossil Dyna has a permanent plus 500. And the other Power Desires that he probably didn't want to activate because
he's running low on cards.
He was very likely to deck out after using 2 Desires that removes 24 cards from his deck.
Yep,
10
chooses to Forbidden Chalice. Let's see what that last back row is.
Forbidden Chalice. He's going to chain Maxi
Fossil
to
Dyna
it,
is pretty
maybe.
big now. This 2,400?
It is, yes. No, 25. It's 1,200 plus 8 plus 5. Oh, no, plus 4. So
Yeah,
29.
12 plus 8 plus 4.
Plus 5 from the Wings.
Oh, you're right, the Wings, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 29.
Keep on forgetting the permanent boost.
Yeah. So Borbo comes up. Oh, it's a Solemn Warning face
yeah,
down.
we forgot because of the Danko second.
I guess he doesn't need the Max C. Yeah,
Nope.
you mentioned that earlier.
Yep.
Well,
Santa Cruz Guzman can't help but shake his head a little.
This was his only turn to special summon, and now Fossil Dyna gets its effect back.
Another
Third pot of Desires off the top.
Do you use it here?
I think that's probably too dangerous.
I mean, but you have no other protection for your monster.
All right, well, how many cards are in your deck, I guess, is the question. Well, the sword protects the monster, and even without the sword, it's 1,700 attack because of the wings.
You're right. So it's just enough
So,
for...
I mean, that's what happened. Dimitri draws, Santa Cruz draws Raigeki, but it's not good enough.
Does sword protect you from your own effects? Like, are you able to Dark Hole send your sword?
Let's bring up the card. I'm not sure. I think so. If that target would be destroyed by battle or card effect. Yep, doesn't just have to be your opponent's.
Yep. Takes the conservative line, attacks with the Fossil Dyna, and then cracks in for 1,000 with the Barrier Statue.
What's your hand?
He draws another sword, so now he has tons of protection.
Yep. Santa Cruz, is that anti-spell fragrance?
Yeah, that won't help him
I mean,
at
that's
all.
not enough. You just send it to the graveyard. The sword protects your Fossil Dyna.
And Guzman's only at 900, so he can't do anything. He sets a bluff anti-spell fragrance. And Fossil Dyna
Yep, and that's it.
Makes Santa Cruz extinct.
Yeah. Yep. Ogar Proponus takes it down with his, I don't know, Barrier Statue, Fossil Dyna, Stun strategy. Pretty powerful. What do you think of this deck?
Good news for all you fans of Declan and his DDD deck from Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. It's been a long time coming, but everything is going according to plan. Pendulum Domination is here, and the things you can do with these new cards are incredible. If you've been collecting everything over time, you'll know all about these cards. DD Swirl Slime, DD Necro Slime, DDD Gus King Alexander, and DDD Flame King Genghis. If you combine these cards with a new card from the Pendulum Domination Structure deck, the Tuner Monster, DD Lamia, you can do some pretty crazy stuff. Let's see how it works. So, there are many combos that you can pull off with this deck that range anywhere from 2 cards to 4 cards that do a variety of different things, but the simplest one involves these 3 cards or Dark Contract with the Gate, which can be used to replace any of these cards by searching for it, and it ends with 2 level 8 Synchro Monsters on the field. And we're talking like pretty good Synchro Monsters. We're talking Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon level, or Psy-Frame Lord Omega, or the new DDD Curse King Siegfried from the Structure deck. Take these 3, pick 2. You can have them all in the first turn. Here's how it works. So, you need these 3 cards, or you need Dark Contract with the Gate to substitute for one of them by searching for it. Now, this is one case where DD Savant Kepler, or DD Savant Kepler, cannot be used to replace the Dark Contract with the Gate because you are going to need your normal summon to summon DD Lamia. So, here's how it works. You've got your 3 cards. First thing you want to do is use the effect of DD Swirl Slime. It lets you fusion summon using it and another DD monster in your hand to summon a DD monster. So, you're going to fuse the 2 slimes together, put them over to the graveyard, and you will summon DDD Flame King Genghis. Now, you'll need to use your normal summon. Use that on DD Lamia. That's 7, and you have a DD Tuner, so you can Synchro Summon DDD Gust King Alexander. Alright, now you need to head back over to your graveyard. You've got your Necro Slime in there. Necro Slime can be used to fusion summon from the graveyard, using itself as one of the materials. So go ahead and use Necro Slime now. Use it with the Swirl Slime in your graveyard. It banishes them. And you'll summon a second copy of DDD Flame King Genghis. You do need 2, you can't just recycle the same one. When you do that, Gust King Alexander's effect will trigger because you special summoned a DD monster. Remember, DDD monsters are also DD monsters because they have it in the name. That'll let you summon a level 4 or lower DD monster from your graveyard, so go ahead and bring back that Lamia. There she is. And that gets you your first level 8 Synchro Summon. Let's go ahead. Who do we want first? How about DDD Cursed King Siegfried? Here he is. This guy can negate a spell or trap card for an entire turn during either player's turn till the next standby phase. So one way you can use this is to negate your own Dark Contracts until your standby phase so that you don't take any damage from them. But the main use is going to be to negate your opponent's spell or trap cards. Now, you special summoned a DD monster to the field. That's still a DD monster, even though it's DDD. So that'll trigger DDD Flame King Genghis' effect. And that's going to let you special summon another monster back. So there's no level limit on this, so you'll summon DDD Gust King Alexander back. Now, depending on whether you had to use Dark Contract with the Gate or not, this step will vary slightly. If you had Dark Contract with the Gate, it's actually better for you, because DD Lamia can be special summoned back from the graveyard by sending a DD monster or a Dark Contract card from your hand or face up on your field to the graveyard. If you have the contract, you can just send it to the graveyard, which gets you off the hook for the 1,000 life points to summon back Lamia, and then you Synchro Summon with Gust King Alexander or Flame King Genghis. Probably Gust King Alexander because level 7 non-synchro monster, that can get you Crystal Wing if you want it. It's pretty good. If you don't have the contract with the Gate, you'll have to send DDD Flame King Genghis instead. And that takes 2,000 points off the board and possible further special summons. But with just those 3 cards, which are really easy to get, because you've got Dark Contract with the Gate, which straight up replaces any of them, you've got a lot of extra draw power with cards like Allure of Darkness, which are also in Pendulum Domination, if you don't quite have enough copies of them. So it's really easy to get all those cards together in one place. As for what you summon, these 3 level 8s are probably the ones I would choose the most. This pair gets you the negation of a monster effect and a spell or trap each turn, in addition to Crystal Wing's other abilities, like getting Gargantuan when he attacks things. Or if I don't know what I'm playing against, I think this is actually a pretty good start. as well, because you can negate a spell or trap and everybody plays spell cards. And you can just temporarily take a card out of your opponent's hand, see what they're playing, and go from there, which will help you inform the decisions you make with Curse King Siegfried. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's just a ton of different stuff that you can do with a DDD deck. And I'll leave a lot of that for you to figure out on your own, because it's fun to just figure out all the different combos you can do. But that 1 3-card combo with the 2 Slimes and Lamia is one you're going to see a lot, especially if you see a lot of DDD decks being played during YCS, during our event coverage. So keep an eye out for that. And I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the top 4 of the Ultimate Duelist Series Winter Invitational here in Las Vegas. For our top 4 feature match, we have former Ultimate Duelist Series Champion Ryan Murakami, who won one of the older belts, not the one that is on display here, and is looking to win the new version. This weekend, piloting an Infernoid deck that does use a couple of Zodiac monsters so that he can do the typical Zodiac combos in his deck. He uses 60 cards, including That Grass Looks Greener, to try to optimize the plays he makes with that card to send Infernoid cards to his graveyard. His opponent, Joseph Chow, is using a 41-card deck. It's a more typical Zodiac deck, using the Lunalight Black Sheep and Fusion Substitute combo, but he's also using a bunch of interesting tech cards, including 2 copies of Flying Sea and 3 copies of Ixie's Universe to counter the prevalence of the Zodiacs in the metagame this weekend. It looks like the duelists have shuffled up and are about to begin, so let's join them. It's time to duel. Chow started off with Speedroid Terrortop, searching for Teketenborg, and special summon Teketenborg to the field.
Got a pretty good opening hand there.
That Totem Bird will line up very well against That Grass Looks Greener if he can make it stick around.
And he's got a Max C too. Max C not quite as good against the Infernoid portion of the deck, since so many of those don't start chains.
Yeah. But since Murakami does also play Zodiacs, it'll line up well against that.
Do well against that half. And it does look like Murakami has at least a Zodiac Barrage.
Yes. Murakami's hand is actually very strong. But he is going second, so he will have to contend with whatever field Chow manages to set up on his first turn.
I think the key is going to be getting Totem Bird's negation out of the way.
That's for sure. He might be able to simply threaten it with the Harmadique.
Is Harmadique the Monster Destroyer?
It is. He can banish Sightsmith from his hand to special summon it. If Chow doesn't draw a card that will stop Harmadique, that's his answer to Totem Bird, and he'll be free to use That Grass Looks Greener.
I mean, doesn't Chow just make Dryad and blow it away?
You're right. That's probably going to happen. Although Zodiac Barrage might threaten that. Might force the activation of Dryden.
No, I haven't drawn anything yet.
Of course, Max C will come into play when that happens. So we'll see.
It seems like a really, really good start for Chow.
It is.
It's something that could easily go the other way if Murakami had started off.
Yeah, if he had gone first and was able to just use That Grass Looks Greener, that would have been 19 cards in his graveyard, basically, to start the duel. He might have made some plays beforehand. It might have been a little less than 19. But it would have been very powerful in any case.
There we have Dryden joining the Totem Bird. Looking for the other rat. There it is.
Xiao's not done drawing cards either.
Jordan back to the extra deck. And he picks up, ooh, a Barrage.
Not bad. Both rats combined into Daigusto Emerald, and now he uses Emerald's effect.
Second Emerald for the turn. Yep. Sends back 1 rat, 2 rat, and the other Emerald.
Good way to never run out of Daigusto Emeralds.
It's true.
For a while, we saw some decks with 3 Daigusto Emeralds. Seems a little excessive since one can keep sending the other one back.
Yeah, it started at 3, went down to 1, and now with the new fusion substitute technology, it's back up to 2.
Now uses Fire Formation Tenki to add Whiptail to his hand. And sets Torrential Tribute. Not the best trap card he can set, but still better than having no trap cards.
It's always good to have his last-ditch effort to keep damage off the board, especially if Murakami finds a way around all these monsters.
Murakami does draw Speedroid Terratop, so that's pretty good.
Starts with 1 for 1, and is hit by Max C.
That is definitely not what he wanted to happen. He probably wanted Totem Bird to hit it.
Anything you can do to get rid of the Totem Bird.
I mean, he could take a Decatron, sending Harmodique to the graveyard. Then Drident will probably destroy it.
So draw, thinking on the effect.
He could also just copy Deviati, actually.
4 in hand?
This way, he'll be able to negate monster effects so that he can stop either the Trident or the Totem Bird. That would probably be better here, right?
I think... Let's bring up Decatron right now. I'm not remembering right now if it needs to remain face up on the field to resolve successfully. Okay, no, you don't.
Okay, so Ghost Ogre stops it, so it makes it basically what he was going to take irrelevant.
Right.
But he does get to load his graveyard with 1 more Infernoid.
He might change his mind for a Nunku in that case. Yeah. So he's getting a Nunku there. He's going to try to load up.
That certainly makes sense. He can summon it now if he wants to.
1, 2, 3.
Yep.
What'd you bench from him?
So Chow draws a card.
Okay.
And Murakami clears the field with Anunku. Trident's effect is chained to destroy the Anunku.
All right, well that gets Totem Bird out of the way.
Does. Now Murakami is free to use that Grasslook Screener if he wants to.
And he counts for the number of Zodiac cards.
So, Murakami's still under Max C, but it looks like he's contemplating special summoning Terratop anyway.
Yeah, he's considering right now, can he win?
Yeah, but with Torrential Tribute face down, that seems incredibly dangerous. I mean, even without it face down, it's dangerous. He can't win with just the cards in his hand. He would need a very good that Grasslook Screener. So if he starts special summoning before activating that Grasslook Screener...
And he's doing math now, see if he can do it. Has not normal summoned yet, so he can at least keep 1 more card out of Zhao's hand.
Five.
Is he gonna go for it?
Well, you normal summon Terratop first, regardless, because you have to get to Ketenborg out of the deck.
Looks like he special summoned it.
Oh, interesting.
Zhao draws another Tenki. I guess he's going for it.
If he can get the Anunku back on the field to negate Torrential Tribute, that would be pretty big.
Maybe. That would be very good. That might be his plan here, but he won't know that until he special summons a bunch of monsters and then uses that Grasslook Screener. So he's already committed to giving Zhao a bunch of cards. So if this plan does not work, he loses.
Yeah, at this point, you go all out.
Yes, he's already made that decision when he special summoned Terratop. No fear. Terratop, Ketenborg joins Terratop, and now Torrential Tribute clears the field.
Okay, so that's going to keep him out of his Zoo combo.
For now.
And now he just needs... Oh, he's got Barrage.
Yeah. He wants to use his Zodiac combos before he uses that Grasslook Screener to make sure they're all the pieces are still in his deck.
Right. And it's just the base combo he's got available, not the extended version. The director's cut, as it were.
So he'll either win here or he'll inevitably lose on Xiao's next turn. But he's going for it. Unless Xiao has a hand trap.
If he gets a flying C at some point, he can put a stop to some of this. It's just amazing that he hasn't picked it up yet.
That would probably end it. Ghost Ogre might not be bad either. It'll probably stop an attacker. Well, he'll have plenty of opportunities to draw it, it looks like.
It just might be too late. Uh-oh, I think we're going to get to the point where we have to start scrolling.
Could be.
That last card is Xyz Universe.
I think Xiao already has a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. So
Yes, he's gotten the second one. He's also got Rigeki. But that doesn't make him not explode from all that damage.
Yeah. Did he Ghost Ogre this turn, or was that the last turn?
He Ghost Ogre this turn to stop Decatron.
So Ghost Ogre won't help him because you can only activate its effect once per turn.
Oh, is it only once per turn?
I believe so. I'll bring it up on the screen.
So it is. It almost never comes up.
Yeah. And it's a hard once per turn. And certainly he'd be using it on that Samurai if he could.
Xiao has so many cards in his hand. We've gone onto the back side of the paper to write them down.
It's interesting because every card he draws actually brings him closer to defeat when Murakami sends more cards to his graveyard.
Freeze play real quick. 47 to my 16, which is 31. Yes. Look at this real quick. See if missing.
Getting a quick check on which cards are in there. Oh boy. Double Rat Pier, Double Whip Tail, Maxi, Terror Top, Ghost Ogre, Tenki, Rigeki, Twin Twister, Barrage, Double Solemn Strike, Xyz Universe.
Yeah, so as long as he sends 3 Infernoids to the graveyard, he wins because he can just bring back Anunku. With the Whiptail in his hand, he has 5,000 damage already on the field. 3,000 more makes it an even 8.
Has he attacked yet? Presumably no.
Yeah, go ahead. Am I good? Yeah, you're good. We just give you time extension for all that.
1, 2, 3. Looks like he got it.
Oh. He got way more than he needs, plus Snow.
4, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 30.
Wow,
Is it really
31
that much?
cards.
No.
It sounds wrong.
You gotta be kidding me. Surely he put more cards than that back into his deck with all those combos and Digesto Emeralds. But I guess he did just take them right back out.
Well, Xiao does have 15 cards in his hand.
Oh,
So
that's right. He's been drawing the whole
He's been drawing
time.
with Max C. So
That's right.
I guess that's where all the cards went from his deck. Amazingly, none of those cards were Flying C.
And he picks up.
He summons Deviati instead of Anunku, which actually makes it 7,900.
And Whiptail.
But with Snow, he'll still be able to win.
And he definitely got it.
Yeah.
So Ryan Murakami takes the Maxi challenge and indeed benefits from it.
He does.
Maxi depleting his opponent's deck.
Excellent read by him, and excellent anticipation of how that grass looks greener would play out.
Very fortunate that Flying Sea did not come up there to immediately stop the Zodiac combo.
Yeah. Did he have any way around it if it had come up?
If it had come up before things got too out of control, Barrage had already been used. So it would have at least put a stop to that, but it would not have stopped him from getting wiped or anything like that. That's kind of a rough beat for Xiao, who started off so well.
Yeah.
He basically did everything he wanted to do and got Totem Bird in there and had a trap just in case things went horribly wrong, but things went even more wrong than that. When your own Maxi betrays you and makes the difference in deck so great Your opponent gets to put 31 cards?
31 cards
from their deck into the graveyard with that grass look screener. Well, you need to sit down between games and have a talk with Max C about whose side he's really on. Speaking of sides, let's take a look at what we might see in the side deck. I think we're going to get a few more hand traps out of Chow. The DD Crows definitely are going to come in
For
here.
sure.
Anti-Spell Fragrance, since he's going first, can help significantly keep grass off the field, keep the Zodiac Barrage and all that other stuff out as well. And he's also got Chain Disappearance to help take out either Rat, Decatron, or both if something really strange happens. Is he playing Soul Charge? No. Okay, so it's not going to get that crazy. Not going to get Soul Charge levels. What does Murakami got over there?
Murakami has Denko Sekka, which we will not see come in.
No.
Vanity's Fiend.
Could be.
He has the Kaiju Engine.
Right.
Twin Twisters, Mystical Space Typhoon, Vanity's Emptiness, 2 Solemn Strikes, a Solemn Warning. And that completes the side deck with the Kaiju Engine taking up a lot of the space in there.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting any Solemns here. I think the goal is to break whatever the initial board is by Chow, and then essentially try to repeat the game plan from the first game.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see the Kaijus come in.
It's possible he's using Slumber, right?
Yes, of course. 2 copies of the side deck.
Yeah. Then is all his mass removal main deck other than that?
He has 1 Dark Hole and 1 Raigeki.
It's interesting that the second Dark Hole isn't anywhere in there. But he's still got 2 Slumbers. Not 3 Slumbers, not 2 in the Dark Hole.
Yeah, that is kind of weird. I would think in decks that actually dedicate the space to the Kaijus, Interrupted Kaiju Slumber is better than Dark Hole.
Maybe any... No, it's just a whole lot of traps. A lot of cards for, I guess, if you go first. All right. Well, it looks like players have at least made their decisions. It takes kind of a while to shuffle the 60-card decks.
It does.
But they've got it done. 1 final cut. And Chow's up first, and he does indeed draw Anti-Spell Fragrance. That's a pretty darn good hand.
It is.
Oh my goodness. He's got Terror Top, Xyz Universe, Anti-Spell Fragrance, Zodiac Barrage, and Raigeki.
He had a good hand last game, too, though.
It's true, but last game, he didn't have like a blanket, just stop that on all the spells. Anti-Spell Fragrance is going to be pretty crucial here.
It is. Although, if Murakami opens up with Twin Twisters or Mystical Space Typhoon, he will be able to counter it. So, Chow starts things off with Terror Top, searching for Teketenborg, and special summons Teketenborg to the field. Murakami's hand is not nearly as impressive as it was last duel.
No. Although the Vanity's Emptiness did come in from the side.
Chow once again starts with Totemberg.
Birds up.
Barrages for Rat Pier by destroying the barrage. Upgrades Rat Pier into Borbo.
Murakami tells him to pretend he's not here.
Borbo transforms into Broadbow.
A little sad hearing that.
He's telling Chow.
Okay. Just pretend I'm not here.
Telling Chow he has nothing in his hand he can activate during Chow's turn. Tiger Mortar will special summon another Rat Pier. Combines both rats to summon Degusto Emerald.
And did he start with the sheep this time? Is that what his Broad Bull search was?
Not sure.
I mean, the sheep's in the graveyard now, so we know what happened at some point.
Yeah, he got Fusion Substitute.
And he is performing the combo very quickly.
Ooh. DD Crow, that's just going to secure his lead even more so.
Fusion summons for Norden. Norn brings back 1 rat. And get yet another Xyz summon. This time it's Broadbull. Detaches Norden. Special summons another Rapier.
Broadbull transforms into Trident. Another Rapier comes from the deck. Thanks to Trident's effect granted by Rapier. Fusion Substitute. He returns Norden to his extra deck to draw 1 card by banishing the Fusion Substitute in his graveyard.
Maxi. I hope we had that discussion with Maxi after the last game.
He Xyz summons Daigusto Emerald. Sends an Emerald back to his extra deck, as well as 2 Rapiers back to his main deck to draw 1 card. Picks up, it looks like a Terror Top.
Another Terror Top.
That's not useful. But he does set Xyz Universe, Anti-Spell Fragrance, and will end his turn with a DD Crow in hand.
And Maxi.
And Maxi, yes.
Pretty good start.
Yeah. This is going to be almost impossible for Murakami to break through.
Fragrance flips.
Drawing to Kettenborg certainly doesn't make it any easier.
Yeah. That's just kind of insult to injury there.
Yeah.
So he has a Kumungus. He can get something off the board. He makes Drident. Feeds that to the sticky string Kaiju. But other than that, he's got some traps. Now he's got a trap. Void Banishment is a spell, which you would have to set anyways.
Yep. He has Terror Top to Kettenborg. That's really all he can do. It's the only relevant play he can make.
And Chow discards Maxi immediately, so he'll start drawing off the Terror Top.
So it's the only play he can make, and it's far from good. Special summons Terror Top. Can't even search for Kettenborg because he drew it.
I mean, even if he gets a couple of Xyz monsters on the field, they're just going to get eaten by Xyz Universe.
Yeah. But not before Chow draws a couple of cards. Normal summons to Kettenborg to stop Chow from drawing a card. But he continues to special summon by overlaying his 2 monsters. An Xyz summoning Invoker, it appears. He's very committed to letting Chow draw as many cards as he wants.
This is just a tragedy in progress.
Yeah. I don't see this. Oh, he draws Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Chow's hand keeps getting better. Invoker special summons Ratpier, a second Ghost Ogre for Chow's hand.
He's thinking about summoning the Drident first.
Borbo.
Summons Borbo.
Whiptail is added to Chow's hand.
He's not just going to blast the thing right now?
What, to just Trident the Totem Bird? Or
you got
Trident the Anti-Spell
you got a Universe before they summon Drident.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. I guess it was a little, I want to say it was a little risky, but it's hard to say any move in that position is risky.
That one was good.
You see my game plan there? Yeah.
So,
you know that went through, I'm pretty sure.
So the Xyz Universe is what finally does Murakami in and makes him realize I have 0 chance in this duel.
That's a rough duel for Murakami.
Yeah.
Chow started off about as strong as you possibly can, especially in this matchup. Came up with both the DD Crow and the Maxi with Anti-Spell Fragrance going first, and then Xyz Universe to seal the deal in just one of his own turns. That was 1 turn for each duelist.
Yeah. That might be the strongest opening we've seen all weekend other than the Metal Foes opening that we saw in the earlier feature match with Kirin, Trident, and Guiding Ariadne for a Solemn Strike.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal too.
That one was very good.
So 1 last duel to go. 1 more chance to side deck to see who will make it to the finals with a chance to become the ultimate duelist. Ryan Murakami has already experienced the benefits of being the ultimate duelist. But if he could do it again, he would be the first duelist ever to take the title twice. Although it's not quite back-to-back. We had Chase
Berman, yeah.
Or Aaron Furman, yeah.
Aaron Furman. I think his name is Aaron Chase Furman.
Aaron Chase Furman. I get him mixed up with Chase Cunningham.
Yeah, and Robbie was actually telling me that everyone calls him either Chase or Furman.
Chase or Furman. So the Aaron part just...
I don't know. Yeah, so I always mix up his name as well.
A silent Aaron.
But yes, Aaron Furman is the defending UDS champion. We covered him in the first round feature match.
Fortunately, didn't quite make it to top 16
He did not.
today, though he fought very admirably.
Yep, that may have had something to do with his deck list error, where that forced him to use Lunalight Black Sheep in his deck without Fusion Substitute. So
still, it's not the craziest deck error that somebody's come back from. Somebody,
It's
one
not.
of the former Canadian national champions, back when they were national championships and not world championship qualifiers, famously forgot to write Monster Reborn on his deck list when it was legal and was not allowed to play with it during the playoff rounds after it was found out he won anyway.
yeah, there was actually a YCS where a duelist forgot to write, I think it was Monkey Board.
Perform Pound Monkey Board?
Perform Pound Monkey Board on his deck list.
Is this the Australian one?
No, I think it was an event that I covered.
Was it out
so
here?
It was here in the U.S.
I remember hearing about that one.
Yeah. So he had to play without Monkey Board.
Oh, and then everybody had to play without Monkey Boards shortly after,
Yes.
and it didn't really slow pendulums down that much.
Yeah.
So Murakami, he already sided in trap cards for when he was going second.
So he'll probably
I think it's
keep
likely he's
them
going
in
to keep them
going
first. And as far as I know, there's still plenty of time left in the round, so life points aren't a concern there. It's just, if your opponent's going to open that strong, you got to do something at least that good if you want to beat them.
Yeah.
And he's going to have the chance to do it in this third and final duel of the semifinals.
One of the risky things about running a deck like Murakami's with 60 cards and a bunch of Infernoids is there's a lot of 5-card combinations that you can draw in your opening hand that don't amount to anything. So you may draw an opening that doesn't put any pressure on your opponent and doesn't stop any of the plays that they're able to make, and those are nearly impossible to rebound from. So that's a risk that comes with running a deck like Murakami's, while the benefits are obviously the reward of using cards like Deckgrass Looks Greener for just extremely powerful plays with the activation of a single card.
Chow's got another excellent hand. Terror Top Barrage Tanky Darkhold Max C.
Max C's likely to be critical if
that's
Murakami's hand is
real good.
anything decent. I thought I saw a Barrage in Murakami's hand, which lines the Max C lines up well against.
Murakami starts with Zodiac Rapier. As if he plays combo. He does not, but he can kick a Barrage out of his deck so that he doesn't draw it later. His hand is Rapier, Barrage, Double Snow, Solemn Strike. That's not thrilling, I gotta say.
It's not. He upgrades into Borbo, upgrades Borbo into Tiger Mortar. Tiger Mortar into Trident.
I like what he did there. He went all the way to Borbo first, because he knows that if his opponent has Max C, he's going to activate it in response to the Rat effect.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So he got basically an extra sum there before things went horribly wrong. The one problem with that is that you're cutting yourself off from one of your summons to use with Rapier. So basically he'll have to use Rapier with Trident if he's going to do it at all this turn.
He gets Whiptail with Broadpull.
Playing Whiptail. Oh, and one Thoroughblade even. He just shoved the whole Zodiac deck in there.
Yeah, 60 cards, tons of space. So he upgrades his other rat into Trident, giving Chow another card.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, he sets Solemn Strike and ends his turn. Chow's hand is extraordinary against Murakami's.
It's pretty great.
Terror Top, Dark Hole, Fire Formation, Tenki, Zodiac Barrage, and Solemn Strike.
Oh, sorry, yeah, my bad. Yeah, for your turn. Yeah.
No, actually, plus he has a couple extra cards, thanks to the top decks from Maxi. Looks like he has Rapier and another Terror Top as well. Dark Hole clears the field, getting Trident off the field, which enables him to make whichever plays he wishes without the fear that his face-up cards will be destroyed. He summons Terratop, adds Teketenborg to his hand, and special summons it to the field. Totem Bird starts out.
Bird's up once again. Although it can't block a strike. Only a spell speed 2 effect on Totem Bird. There are no spell speed 3 monster effects. Counter Traps, the only spell speed 3 cards in the game. Tenki's activated. Adds Thoroughblade to hand. Since he's already drawn the Rapier, that gives him a card to discard for it. Or essentially free. Thoroughblade hits the field. It is not a cost. And Murakami strikes it. Puts him in a dangerous position, though, with only 6,500 life points left. 1,900 damage already on the field, with Barrage still available.
Is this over? Let's
see, he can do...
Definitely do 57. He doesn't have a whip. And he could get a Whiptail.
Oh, Emerald, Totem Bird. I don't know if he can get the Whiptail on the field for the extra 24.
I don't think he can.
19, 18 is 37, 49.
Actually, no, I think he wins.
49, 62, 61.
Can he make a Samurai and a...
Yeah, it has to be the Samurai.
And a Zodiac?
Instead of the second Emerald at the end of the fusion combo, he would make Samurai.
Yeah, so that's 38 plus 19. So that's 57. Plus 12 from a Whiptail is 69. With Murakami having paid 1,500 life points, that's enough to beat him.
It's Tiger Mortar. Tiger Mortar at 1,200 right now. And he puts Broadbull on top of that. Goes for a search.
Oh, this is actually overkill if he makes Samurai.
He doesn't have Rapier access, though.
Why not? He has Barrage.
He already used it, didn't he? He destroyed Tenki.
Oh, you're right. Why didn't he get Rapier?
You know, Whiptail, and that's it.
Could he have won?
I think he could have.
I think he could have barraged for Rapier. Led into 2 more Rapiers with some combos. Made Samurai. And then Whiptailed from his hand onto a Zodiac Xyz monster for 38 plus 12 for 5,000 plus 19 from Totem Bird.
Murakami gets another chance at it.
Yeah. Maybe he was afraid of Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
Yeah.
That's true. I don't know that Murakami plays it, though. Though he may not know that. It's not often that you know all of your opponent's choices, especially if they're in a 60-card deck.
Yeah. And monster effects that can be activated in the hand are very popular cards that are basically splashable in any deck. So it's really hard to know whether or not your opponent's playing them. Other than Max C, which you can safely assume.
Right. Except for Joshua Schmidt, who apparently just won the YCS in Prague a few hours ago with a 60-card deck and no Max C.
Oh, never mind then.
Apparently it's not that good.
Fairy Tale Snow comes down and puts Totem Bird face down.
Ja has a strike.
Well, tries to put Totem Bird face down. We'll see if it succeeds.
It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Enough.
It succeeds. I would rather have the Solemn Strike than the negation effect of the Totem Bird. Snow attacks and will destroy the Totem Bird.
And Murakami does have a dimensional barrier now, so that is a big help.
It is.
That'll buy him at least another turn.
Shall draw a Solemn Strike. It's not bad to add to the Solemn Strike he has.
And he checks to see if he has anything else to get with Terror Top. Normal summon the Rapier activates its effect.
Rapier sends Zodiac Combo to the graveyard. It's definitely not going to be easy for Murakami to win.
This dimensional barrier could be a really big turning point, though.
That is true. If there's any way back in the duel, that's definitely it.
Okay.
Xiao uses Broad Bull's effect. I'm not sure which effect. Either the effect to add a card to his hand or the effect to special summon a Rapier.
And he barriers for Xyz. That'll stop Xiao for the moment.
Xiao was contemplating using his Trident's effect, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah. But, you play, like, Wiretap or something?
I guess the specific question is, do you destroy the snow here?
Yeah. You might, because it's an 1850 attacker that would require Murakami to use 7 more cards from his graveyard to special summon it.
Yeah, I think the play might be to just waste all of Murakami's resources.
Yeah. The downside is, of course, is you're putting it back in his graveyard so that he can special summon it again during either turn.
All right, but now you've got 2 strikes down, so you can both block snow and block whatever the follow-up is.
That's true. All right, so he declines to use Trident's effect.
He can always try it again during Murakami's turn.
That's true. Sets the second strike, and play passes to Murakami.
1, 2, 3.
Counts the names. Only 3 Zodiacs.
He's a ways off from using combo.
Murakami checks his own graveyard, seeing if there's anything good in there. A lot of good cards, but they've all been played. Got a barrage. Didn't get that second snow onto the board.
All right, he normal summons it. Tries to put Trident face down. At this point, I would imagine he's going to change Trident's effect to destroy a snow.
Seems likely.
I think he'd want to save his Solemn Strikes for something a little more impactful.
Let's go.
Interesting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's only one. I don't know, counting the cards in hand, there are 2 snow activations available. But I don't know that Murakami's going to banish his whole hand for a second one unless it wins in the game.
And it probably won't with Xiao at 8,000. It's interesting. He just wanted to let Murakami keep his 2 snows.
I think it's interesting because if he attacks the Trident, it'll flip up and it's still got Whiptail under it. So he can take one of the snows out that way.
That's true.
Binds both for Digesto Emerald, and that gets met by a strike.
65-34.
All right, well, Murakami still has Zodiac Barrage. He can at least field something.
He has Barrage, Whiptail, and Tanky in his hand.
Already normal summoned for the turn.
Yes, he normal summons Snow.
So the Tanky could get a Whiptail?
It could. Is that helpful? I don't imagine it is.
It's helpful in that it's something you can either use it as a monster next turn or use it like a trap for whatever you summon out with Barrage and turn into an Xyz monster.
Oh, he can also Barrage for Thoroughblade and discard the Whiptail.
Yes, also possible.
He activates Barrage, destroys the Tenki. Circles his deck. I'm thinking we'll see Thoroughblade here.
And we see that he did put in a Vanity's Fiend as part of his side decking.
Oh, looks like you might want the third Whiptail instead of Thoroughblade.
Goes for it.
Whiptail it is.
It is nice to have something that doesn't have an on-summon effect, so that you can't get wrecked by Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, for example.
That's true. Murakami now just has 2 Whiptails in hand and 1 on the field. So, 3 of a kind. Perfect in Las Vegas.
Doesn't beat a pair of wins, though.
It does
which is
not.
what Chow is looking to take here. Grabs Borbo, which is successful. Deciding between Drident and Rodbull.
Goes for Trident, and now we see Chow flip
Now he
Solemn
gets
Strike.
struck.
Chow drops to 5,000 life points, having used 2 strikes this duel.
That's good for Murakami, though. Now he's got all these extra cards in his graveyard that came from the extra deck, giving him more fuel for the snows.
That's true. He can actually clear Chow's field with 2 snows. Huh. Could he have done that on his own turn? Was anything stopping him?
I don't think so.
He just declined to do so.
It's during either player's turn.
I don't think there was a Max C or anything in effect that deterred him.
No, and Chow just drew Max C too.
Yeah.
So when he does activate the snows.
And I think he had at least 14 cards in there that he wouldn't mind getting rid of.
Summons another rat. Which is Tiger Mortar. And loads up Rapier.
Excuse me, 11 minutes of command.
Attaches it. Here's another Rapier. This is where you could really use Abyss Dweller. Force him to chain both to Abyss Dweller.
Yeah.
What is he running in terms of rank 4s? Double Emerald, doubles of all the Zodiac except Borbo, and Gagaga Samurai. That's it.
Yeah. He needs some extra deck space for his Elder Entity Norden because he's using Instant Fusion.
Barrage
Actually, he's not using Instant Fusion. He's using Fusion Substitute. And he also needs a spot for his DDD rank 8 because he's using 3 copies of Ixie's Universe.
So Barrage destroys itself, summoning Whiptail, which gives him the 5th Zodiac card that he needs to activate combo. So he's going to shuffle back 3 Xyz monsters, Barrage, and Thoroughblade.
Have I normal summoned? I haven't, right? No. Okay, cool. Just checking. I drew this card. Okay.
Chow checks to see if he has normal summon, which he has not. He summons Daigusto Emerald. There's 3,000 points on the board. Sorry. So more than that. 3,042. 50. 54. 100
like
points
game.
are represented. There are 2 Snow's in the graveyard, though.
Ah. Can he win through those 2 snows, though? That's the real question.
Well, right now, 1 snow would just be bigger than everything else on the board.
Right, although Dryden would be able to destroy it.
So the second snow could buy a turn.
Yeah. I don't think a turn's going to do anything for Murakami, though. Unless he draws that grass looks greener. Then maybe.
Perhaps. We've seen some pretty crazy things happen off of a grass looks greener.
Yeah. So on that attack, I'll use...
Uses snow.
Maxi is chained to Snow's effect. Do you chain another Snow to that? I guess not. Is Snow once per chain?
I don't think so.
Not, so he could have.
So redeclare 12.
Be at.
So you're at 34 still.
Are we alive after I take all this? I'll be at 400.
You'll be at 400, yeah.
We have the whip
24, and I don't think that's the correct answer to the question of will I be alive after all this.
It's not, because you could strap the whiptail onto Tiger Mortar.
Yeah, this is not the correct answer. The correct answer is you will no longer be in the tournament if you don't do anything.
Technically, 1,200 plus 0 plus 1,800 is only 3,000. Chow has to do something to actually represent lethal damage.
So I draw for Snow. What's your target?
I think the target's Tiger Mortar. Yeah, Snow's 1850. And you need to stop him from shifting Whiptail over to Tiger Mortar.
Yeah, I mean, with Snow now on the field, he survives no matter what. But you're probably right, just because this way he can make sure his Snow doesn't get banished.
Yes. Tiger Mortar is indeed the target. And Murakami's going to live for another turn.
In retrospect, he definitely should have changed the second Snow's effect to the Max C in order to prevent Chow from drawing an extra card.
Right.
He could have seen from the field that he would have inevitably needed to use that Snow's effect to survive.
Yeah, the only one I've summoned so far is Tiger Mortar. Tiger Mortar, yeah. Summon? Yep.
I'm in phase 2, right?
Yeah, me in phase 2.
In phase 2, Borbo is summoned on top of Whiptail, and there's another Dryden. Barrage is destroyed.
All right, Dimensional Barrier, Starlight Road, and Torrential Tribute face down.
Dimensional Barrier doesn't seem super useful.
No. He draws the card and flips it, realizing only if he gets that grass looks greener will he actually be able to win, and it is not that grass looks greener.
So, Murakami, unfortunately, his quest to become the ultimate duelist once again ends here in the top 4 when he finally pays the price for running a 60-card deck, really. He gets some hands that he just can't play.
Yeah, but for Joseph Chow,
he's on to the finals.
He's never been closer.
Where he will have a chance to claim some pretty incredible benefits if he can persevere one more time and become the ultimate duelist here in Las Vegas.
Yeah. He's just one match away, so very soon we will find out whether or not he succeeds in becoming the ultimate duelist.
I don't know if we know who his opponent will be yet, though. I don't recall hearing any raucous applause from the onlookers here in the hall, which would mean to me that the other match is still going on, where we have another match between Paleozoic Frogs and another Zodiac deck.
Yeah, but you can guarantee as soon as that's over, we'll be back with the finals.
One Zodiac deck in the finals. Will it be a mirror match, or will Paleozoics have a chance to take 2 premier events in one weekend? Now, that's not counting the YCS in Guatemala, which I don't think we've had any updates on yet.
I'm not aware of
any. You heard anything about it? I haven't
No.
heard anything about it either. So that's something that we can take a look at in between rounds. It'd be pretty crazy. Wouldn't it be nuts if Paleozoic Frogs won all 3 premier events
then I think
on
players,
one weekend?
Yeah, I think players, if that happens, players really need to re-examine how they're viewing the top decks of this format.
That's the crazy thing, is that they did re-examine it. After Paleozoic Frogs won the last YCS, they were just like, yeah, well, I'm going to side deck really hard for that now. And they did, and it hasn't stopped anyone yet.
Yeah.
Not the hugest amount of representation in top 16. There's only, what, 2 Paleozoic decks here? 2 or 3?
That sounds right. I'm pretty sure it's not more than 3.
Yeah, it's not that many. There were a lot more over in Europe over the weekend. Between the 60-card versions and regular versions, there were 9 in their top 32. But it's putting up some serious results, even against really top-tier competition.
Yeah.
So one more match is in the works for Joseph Chow, but won't know who it's going to be against quite yet. I do wonder, is there anything Murakami could have done different there? To try to get out of in the last one. Like you said, he could have chained the second snow to deprive him of a draw.
I don't think that's relevant,
but,
though.
I mean, it might have been the correct move to give him the best chance to come back, but given what was on top of his deck, it wasn't just happening.
I think fate just wasn't on his side. In order for him to really win that, especially once he was way behind, he needed that grass looks greener.
Such are the risks and the rewards of playing a 60-card deck to make use of that grass looks greener.
Absolutely.
Anyways, I'm sure you've got some questions for the winner of this match.
That's right. So we will take a very short break and be back with a player interview. And as soon as the round is over, we will return with the final feature match of the Ultimate Duelist Series Invitational.
Don't go away.
Attention duelists around the world. Thanks to cutting-edge Kaiba Corp technology, you can now duel on your smartphone. Ready? Check this out, everyone! Write the next chapter in dueling history. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Here I go. It's my turn. My turn!
It's my turn.
Play as your favorite character and win your duels. Not a single card can stand up to this. Build your strongest deck and summon your legendary monsters. I call on Blue Eyes White Dragon. White Lightning! Duels are now in the palm of your hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Make your move because it's time to duel.
I'm here with Joseph Chow, who just won his top 4 feature match and will be advancing to the finals of the Ultimate Duelist Series Winter Invitational here in Las Vegas. Chow is using a Zodiac deck with some interesting tech cards, including 3 copies of Xyz Universe and 2 copies of Flying Sea. And he just defeated his opponent who was running an Infernoid deck with 60 cards, including that grass looks greener.
Zodiac also, yep.
Right, and he also used some Zodiac cards in his deck as well. How do you feel about that matchup generally?
So obviously this format you just need to go first a lot. But regardless, if they do draw that grass looks greener, it's going to be a really, really tough match unless they get pretty unlucky with their mills.
So you're using a lot of tech cards, namely those copies of Flying Sea and Xyz Universe. What went into your decision to run those cards?
Okay, so Flying Sea, so I kind of realized that there are only you're obviously only allowed to play 2 copies of Maxi, and you just need to stop the Zodiac combo on their first turn, or it's really, really difficult to come back. So the idea with the Flying Sea was that the only way they could get past it, kind of how the players were going, that even if they open Tear Top and Barrage, they'll just summon Totem Bird first as player on Maxi before they Barrage. So then when you Flying Sea them, they won't be able to get rid of it. And even if they just Barrage, obviously, then you can just Flying Sea them there. So it kind of just gives you a better chance. And on XYZ Universe, it's really, really good going first and second, because when you go second, obviously you kind of just need to play into their traps. But where it really shines is when you go second, when you can bait their XYZ with Trident. So when you bait it on their turn, so actually, excuse me, on my first turn, so they have no materials, so you can XYZ Universe, take the Trident and their other monster, and summon a Red Eyes Flare Metal, which can't be destroyed by card effects, and burns them, not that for the turn, but because XYZ Universe makes them not be able to take damage, but it kind of makes it a little harder for them. Honestly, it's really hard to come back anyways, but it kind of gives you a chance, I think.
Do you attribute some of your success this weekend to Flying C and Xyz Universe?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm not going to lie, I have drawn Max C a decent amount going second, or just Flying C. Game 1, they just weren't expecting it, honestly.
And now the top four match, which was not a streamed feature match, I believe just ended. It was Paleozoics against Zodiacs.
Yes.
Which one are you hoping to play against?
Honestly, the Zodiac match can be 50-50 depending on who wins the dice roll, but the Paleozoic deck, I actually played the guy in Swiss, and I did beat him, but it was really, really close, so I think it'll be a tough match regardless. So either way.
Do you think your deck is better positioned against other Zodiac decks because of your tech choices?
Oh, absolutely. Although it is hard going second, obviously unless you draw Maxi, but I do have Flying C, and I do play other hand traps and kind of traps that are good going first, so.
All right. So congratulations on winning in the top 4, and good luck in the final round.
Cool, thank you.
This January, monsters will rise. As good and evil collide. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions. In theaters January 27th. Rated PG. Free exclusive Yu-Gi-Oh! Card with ticket purchase. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions Movie Pack Gold Edition. On sale January 13th.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Pendulum Domination with crushing DD monsters. And take full command of Fusion, Synchro, and Xyz monsters. Pendulum Domination.
43 cards per box, each box sold separately.
So Navarro, while there are a whole lot of Denko Sekas running around in this tournament, not a lot of them are in the main deck, and that's again going to be the case here. So he could get at least one game without the threat of having all of his traps shut down at once. Meanwhile, on Chow's side, he starts with Speedroid, Terror Top into Tekettenborg, and it looks like he's going to be able to combo off pretty well.
Starts off with Totem Bird.
He's got the normal summon for Rapier as well. There's been a whole lot of normal summon Rapier going on. I haven't seen anybody have to use Invoker yet in any of the feature matches I've been in for.
Yeah, especially in the Zodiac Mirror match, you'd really prefer to normal summon the Rapier because getting combo to the grave is so important so that you can recycle your cards.
Navarro has the Max C, though, to help this not get too far out of hand. Interesting choices for Navarro's deck. 3 Card of Demise and 3 Pot of Desires.
Yeah, that's something you don't usually see in Frogs.
I always think about that. Like, is that going to clash too much? But it's worked pretty well for him so far. We'll see how it works here. I can imagine it could be a little difficult to get all the cards out of your hand for Card of Demise after you've drawn a ton off Max C, but that's a good problem to have. Chow passes with that field.
Navarro starts off with Pot of Desires.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
10 cards banished, and then Totem Bird activates to negate it. I think he's going to be just fine with that, actually.
So 3. Discard Maxi from my hand.
Activating effect.
Yes.
He activates the second Max C.
He just wants to use its effect to get it out of his hand so he can draw 3 cards with Card of Demise.
So it seems. And he's got a Reckless Greed and 2 Paleozoics. And you don't mind tossing a Paleozoic since you can just bring it back.
And that's exactly what he'll do. He'll discard all Anoids in his end phase and set his other 2 cards face down first.
In your standby phase. Discard the hand again? 3.
In the standby phase, that's where we are right now.
Okay. That's good.
He chooses to do nothing.
Xiao draws Torrential Tribute to add to his hand of Zodiac Barrage and Max C.
It's interesting that he would stop him in the standby phase and then do nothing. It seems to be kind of unnecessarily slowing the game down.
He was probably considering activating a card.
Summon.
Declined to do so.
Broadbull is up next. And that is Paleozoic, I believe, Canadia.
Yes.
You flip down Broadbull.
No. On top of it? Onoledius? Oh, your trap? Yes, that's the reason why I asked for a response. Yeah. So, comes out? Yeah, Maxi? That's fine. Any other chains? No. Okay, cool.
Activates Maxi to get a card out of it.
So the Maxi is in response to the Olenoid's effect, not in response to the Canadia, which would have prevented Olenoid's effect from activating. So with Broadbull down, Chow does not get to use its effect.
Canadia, only 1,200 attack, not quite as big as Totem Bird, even with the minus 300 from not having any materials. And he's already summoned Broadbull this turn.
He upgrades his Rat Pier into Tiger Mortar.
Will we see another trap from Navarro here? He's considering it.
Activate Compulse. Target it. This? Yes.
And he targets Tiger Mortar with Compulsory Evacuation Device.
All right, so now Broadbull and Tiger Mortar have both been used this turn, but I don't think Chow will... Oh, well, Chow could actually still summon Trident because he has Barrage in hand. And Whiptail, and I don't believe he's normal summoned.
Well, he has 12 attack, right? Correct. And he's unaffected by monster effects. Yep.
Did Navarro have another Paleozoic in his graveyard to special summon?
He did, but remember he's under Max C right now.
Ah, that's right. That was the very start of the turn, so it makes sense that he chose not to special summon it.
Enter battle phase? Yes. Attack.
Totem Bird attacks Olenoids.
Activate. Target.
Ah, Lost Wind halves the attack of Totem Bird.
Yes.
And he activates it at attack declaration.
That's interesting, giving Chow an opportunity to chain cards to it, chain cards that otherwise could not be activated in the damage step.
Did it say original attack, or he's at 16 right now?
Do you think there's any tactical advantage to giving Chow that opportunity to chain cards that can't be used in the damage step?
The only benefit would be if he wanted to bring back his other Paleozoic, since you can't do that in the damage step.
So its attack will be halved, and then it'll lose.
But he's declining to do so.
From his own effects. Okay. So it'll be 950 minus 300. Also 300 more than. Okay. Yeah.
So just confirming that the attack will be 650, having the original attack, and then applying Totem Bird's effect.
What's the life? Currently, I'm at 8,000 to his 7,450. Your turn.
It all comes down to this. Alfred Dankelston is dueling against Joseph Chow in the finals of the Ultimate Duelist Series Winter Invitational here in Las Vegas. One of these duelists will prove themselves as the ultimate duelist and earn the belt that you see right in front of us.
Yep, it's a very exclusive title. Comes along with a ton of perks. 2 buys for every Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series you enter, being one of the biggest ones. That's a big deal if you're a grinder. You know what I mean? Like we see Joey Chow, for example, at almost every YCS. Him having 2 buys at the beginning of every tournament, night and day difference.
Yeah. There's a lot of advantages to that. More than it just being 2 free wins.
Yeah.
You also get those automatic wins in a round where you're more likely to go up against rogue decks that are unpredictable, which might actually even affect the way you enter the tournament and the deck you choose to run.
Yep, that's a very, very important aspect of that. But it looks like things are about to get down to the table. Let's not keep you waiting anymore. It's time to duel.
That's good.
Effect.
Right.
And Dakelson starts off with Swap Frog. Coming down the table. Looks like he's going to kick Ronin Tonin. Solid hand, Lost Wind, Paleozoic, Dynamiscus, Paleozoic Morella, and a Solemn Strike. Bunch of traps, exactly what you're looking for. Swap Frog being the key role player in Paleozoic. We've seen it all weekend. Any hand with a Swap Frog is a good one.
That's true.
Yep.
Set 3.
Okay.
Pass.
Stand by phase?
Yep.
Xiao begins his turn with Terror Top, Fusion Substitute, Solemn Strike, Flying Sea, Rat Pierre, and then a second Terror Top that he top decks. Special summons it to the field.
Yep. Depending how Dangleson responds, nope, he's laying it through.
Yep.
Yep.
Xiao will use its effect, and he will add Tekettenborg from his deck to his hand. Free to special summon it.
Xiao's main deck, Flying Sea, might come up pretty useful in this matchup. Being able to hold off a Totally Awesome, even for a turn, can be a huge deal.
Special summons Tekettenborg, combines it with Terror Top, and the first Xyz summon of the match is underway. He makes Totem Bird.
Oh no.
Strike.
It is not long for this duel, though, as Solemn Strike strikes it down at the cost of 1,500 life points.
Yep, that won't stop Joseph, though. He has Zodiac Wrap here at the ready to deploy.
Yep.
Keep pressing.
He has not yet normal summoned.
Nope. Unfortunately, though, I'm sure that Dankelson has enough disruption just to stop the Zodiac Wrap here, and at that point, Xiao is out of gas. With only a Fusion Substitute, a Solemn Strike, Speedboard Terror Top, and Flying Sea, he'll need to draw into a few runners for it to get anywhere, especially after this Dynamiscus hits.
Yep. So Rat Pierre will be banished. Did Xiao use its effect?
Yep, he did. He's going to kick down Zodiac Combo to the graveyard, but now with only 2 Zodiac Rapiers left in his deck, things are looking a bit rough.
Wow, Xiao doesn't have much more to do this turn.
Nope.
He'll set the Solemn Strike, as well as the Fusion Substitute.
Yep, trying to play around Olenoids.
Dankelson draws Paleozoic Canadia. Then normal summons Swap Frog, but loses out to the Solemn Strike.
Yep.
Xiao drops 1,500 life points to do so. Dankelson sets Canadia and then passes his turn. Xiao picks up a Barrage.
That's a good one.
How good is it with one Rat Pierre totally removed from the duel?
I mean, nothing can bring that Rapier back, so it's better than drawing something that's not gas, right? At the very least, it gets him going. He can, you know, he can probably go one Rapier, especially some of the second ones, start up with a Broad Bull, search a Whiptail, end with like a Broad Bull and a Dryden, at least progress a little bit. And then having the disruption of Dryden and Broad Bull in play means they can probably do more later.
All right, so it starts. He uses the Barrage to have it destroy itself and launches a Whiptail onto the field.
Enter battle phase. Sure. Sack for 12.
He attacks with Whiptail.
Attack declaration.
Xiao uses Paleozoic Canadia to put the Whiptail face down before Xiao can Xyz summon over it. And then, rather, Dankelson uses Canadia. And Dankelson chains the Dynamiscus in his graveyard in order to special summon it. That makes it stronger than the Whiptail and capable of destroying it in battle.
Yeah, and with Maxi as a first turn, it's going to get rough. Right here, I assume Flying Sea is going to get deployed.
It must, because otherwise Dankelson would Xyz summon a rank 2 monster. But Flying Sea will not stop the Dynamiscus from attacking and destroying Xiao's face-down Whiptail.
Right.
Activate Lost Wind, target Flying Sea.
Oh! Dankelson uses Lost Wind to negate his own Flying Sea's effect.
Yep.
And then
bring back a Paleozoic, and he'll be able to see something totally awesome this turn. With Maxi backup, this might be a quick one.
The newly summoned Canadia combines with Ronin Totem. And it looks like he wants to summon Totally Awesome, but he is reconsidering and might opt for Paleozoic Opabinia.
Yeah, he could Opabinia for something like Olenoids, activate it, get rid of that back row, bring back another Paleozoic, and then follow up with Totally Awesome. But it looks like he's just going to stick with Totally Awesome.
Totally Awesome it is.
Press for 2,200.
Yep. Dynamiscus destroys the face-down monster first, the Whiptail.
4365?
Now Xiao's in trouble. And that Flying Sea's effect is permanently negated, so it's no longer a problem.
Yep. Detaches the Ronin, so he can special summon Dupe Frog off Totally Awesome's effect. Chow draws Twin Twister. A little too late.
Yeah. Adding to the Terror Top in hand, he has virtually nothing.
Yep. Terrible.
I'm not sure what his face down card is, but it's actually irrelevant since Totally Awesome.
Fusion
can just take
Substitute.
it. Oh, so it's totally irrelevant.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have an opportunity to activate that card. So Denklefson just dominates that first duel.
Yeah. Rough one. All right, let's go to the side decks. Denklefson has access to Anti-Spell, Fragrance, Imperial, and Iron Wall. I doubt we're going to see any of those. Same thing with Breakthrough Skill. Actually, can Breakthrough Skill negate your own monsters? If so, he could bring it in as another way to answer Flying Sea if he thinks that will still be an issue.
Let's see. Nope. Breakthrough Skill's first effect targets one face-up effect monster your opponent controls.
Both effects only target opponent's monsters, so neither of them will work against Flying Sea, so I doubt we'll see that come in. Baby Statue, Torrent, probably not the best here. Forbidden Apocrypha, that's definitely coming in. And then maybe Raigeki and Dark Hole, because you'll be going second, and it's the easiest way to clear away Zodiac Field.
I think that's safe to assume.
Yep. Looking at Chow's list, Didi Kuro, Denko Sekka.
We know that's coming
Definitely both coming in. Chain Disappearance, not the best, but hitting a Ronin Toner or a Swap Frog could be worthwhile.
And I think it's probably better than some of the stuff in his deck.
Right, and that's especially what I was going to say.
Ghost
Also,
Ogre,
a single copy of Twin Twister.
That'll come in for sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, he has a lot to side in against Paleozoic. Denko Sekka being one of the most powerful cards against the strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, for anyone who was around for Cold Wave, Denko Sekka makes a pretty good impression.
Yeah, it's 1,700 attack on a Cold Wave.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it would be crazy. If Denkelson managed to take it down, that's 3 events. Paleozoic has dominated just within the past 2 weeks. We had the YCS Prague today, YCS Atlanta 2 weeks ago. At YCS Guatemala today, I believe, Infernoid took it down.
Yeah.
So
pure Zodiacs have not been winning. They've been dominating in numbers and taking most of the top spots. But a first-place finish seems to elude the deck.
Yeah, I think it has to do with the fact that the reason that a lot of these duels are successful, like you look at Chow's list, he has main deck copies of Flying Sea, Xyz Universe. Like, all these decks are geared for the mirror match.
Yeah.
And when they get to Top Cut, you expect a lot of mirror matches, but you run into, a couple too many Infernoids, a couple too many Paleozoics, and suddenly you're just out of it.
Yeah.
Definitely rough.
And obviously, these Paleozoic decks, Paleozoic Frog decks, are teched out to try to beat Zodiac decks.
Yes. Yep, they do not have to worry about the mirror match nearly as much as Zodiac does, so they can specifically target Zodiac and just... They obviously win that transaction. You have a Zodiac deck targeted against Zodiacs versus a Paleozoic deck targeted against Zodiacs. Paleozoic's typically going to come out on top.
Right, and that's what we're seeing. That's what we've been seeing, and that's what we may see this weekend as Denklefson is up 1 duel.
Yep. Yep, as duels shuffle up, I'm sure both are eager to get down. Made a little bit of face there. Anything interesting on this list?
I just noticed Denklefson runs Gachi Gentetsu. Is that common?
I mean, it's another rank 2. I don't think it's super common, but I think they usually put a plethora of different rank 2 options because they can make so many.
That's just one I haven't seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, let's say time is called. You need to make a rank 2. Gachi Gentetsu can survive a few attacks.
That's
also
true.
pumps your team.
Yep, by 200 per Xyz material.
Yep. Now Chow's going to have initiative this time around because he'll be going first. But Denkelson already has Max C. This is going to be a rough one once again. Max C, Pot of Desires, and Card of Demise all in Denkelson's hand. Chow's hand not too weak. Fire Formation Tenki, Dimensional Barrier, Zodiac Combo, Zodiac Whiptail, and Twin Twisters. He can at least start his combo, but whether or not this is enough, it's up in the air. Maxi's definitely going to stifle him substantially.
Chow uses Fire Formation Tenki to start things off.
Yep. Oh, he kept in his Xyz Universes.
That's interesting.
He can take 2 rank 2s and make Totem Bird. right?
He can theoretically do that, but
And
I
then
can't
2
imagine he'd be able to, given that Totally Awesome would negate it.
Yeah, well, it's another card that can force out a Totally Awesome negation, right? Or something
And
that...
then steal an Xyz Universe to use against the
Well, you're likely
going
to do something. It's usually a 1-2
Yeah.
punch where you get through it, but yeah, I see what
Maybe.
you're saying.
So Tenki gets Rapier. Rapier. Wait, is that what happened? Tenki
Yeah,
got Rapier,
so-
and the Rapier kicked a Barrage to the grave?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess he has his combo in his hand.
Yes, he did have combo in
does,
his hand.
yeah.
Yep, he detaches Borbo to special summon Zodiac Rapier, which prompts the Maxi from Dangleson, and then Chao is going to follow up by detaching the Rapier off of Broadbull to search Zodiac Thoroughblade.
Danglerson's hand now consists of Ronin Toning, Card of Demise, Pod of Desires, Paleozoic Canadia, and Wabaku.
Yep.
Pretty powerful.
Chao chooses not to press a little further and exceed summon Zodiac Dryden, doesn't want to give his opponent more cards, and doesn't value the disruption because turn 1 is usually not when Totally Awesome comes down. So he shouldn't be needing to disrupt too much.
Chao has Twin Twisters and Dimensional Barrier face down. Dangleson starts off his turn with Pot of Desires.
Yeah, finds Forbidden Apocrypha and another trap card.
Can't see all 10 cards, but I saw that one Ronin Toning got
Duke
banished.
Frog was the other draw.
It looks Duke Frog and Apocrypha.
Yep.
Yep. Certainly not bad.
Yep, he can normal summon the Duke Frog and try to crash into that Broad Bull. But with Zodiac Whiptail in hand, probably not the strongest move he could make.
Ooh, he's going for it.
Yeah, you're good.
Didn't he see him? Oh, no, because he searched the Thoroughblade.
Ah.
Yeah, that is big blow. I don't know. That seemed like a little bit of a risk to take there. He could have just made an attack over
Definitely.
Rapier.
That was definitely, yeah, that was...
It's greedy, definitely. He was
Yeah.
trying to find Swap Frog as
That's-
soon as he can.
That's the word.
Yep.
It was greedy. Especially since the odds were very high that Chao had a Whiptail in his hand, because if he didn't, he probably would have taken it with Broad Bull, don't you think?
Yes, for sure.
So Dangleson sets
Twin
5
Twisters.
and then loses 2 to Twin Twisters.
Loses Card of Demise. That's a big one. And
wow.
Paleozoic Morella.
Things are looking better for Chao now.
Yeah, Fire Formation Tanky the draw.
That turned around very quickly.
The detached material search with Broad Bull. Might just search another Whiptail. Just wants to get names in the graveyard for that Zodiac combo.
Broad Bull upgrades into Tiger Mortar.
Yep, Tiger Mortar launches away that Broad Bull. Resolves, loads in Zodiac Rapier, and then detaches that Rapier to special summon another copy from the deck. Chao's considering his options here. His defining moments. Both duelists has fought very hard to get here. Chooses Augusto Emerald. Gonna get hit with Forbidden Apocrypha.
That's pretty good there.
Yeah. Maybe could have avoided that if he exceeds summoned Zodiac Dryden over his Tiger Mortar.
Yes, he could have avoided that. He could have used Dryden's effect and then destroy one of the 2 Xyz monsters. And by doing so, could have prevented Forbidden Apocrypha from resolving.
Yep.
But now has Chao normal summoned this turn? I don't believe he has, right?
No, he is not. So he can still press forward, but it's rough. That's for certain.
Why does he combo now instead of after?
No, so draw a card first.
Yeah, you'll draw and then.
He chose to combo then so that he couldn't respond with a Paleozoic to the Forbidden Apocrypha.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I forgot he still has a Morella in the graveyard.
Drew
So
Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, so he kept that in.
that's odd. I would have expected that to be sided out.
Yeah. It's not the worst card against Swap Frog.
Yeah.
It trades for it, albeit, they still get to send a card, so by sending Rodent Totem, they'll banish the Swap Frog and get out Rodent Totem, but getting rid of the Swap Frog is usually a pretty big deal.
I just think there's probably better stuff in the side deck.
That might be true.
But in any case, Chow uses Thoroughblade, discards a Whiptail to draw a card.
Yep, finds
and takes
Raigeki.
Raigeki.
Battle phase.
Just going to go about and try to get in for 1,800 thanks to those Fire Formation Tenki buffs.
Yeah, not too bad. Dankelson takes the 1,800 points of damage.
Yep, goes down to 5,000.
In main phase 2, we'll see Chow upgrade his Thoroughblade into Borbo, and then upgrade Borbo probably into Trident. Oh, Broadbull he hasn't summoned yet this turn.
Nope.
Dankelson uses Canadia to put the Broadbull face down before Chow can use its effect.
Yep. Let's see if this prompts a Raigeki.
It could, because now Morella's chained effect, special summoning to the field, means that it will destroy that face-down Broadbull.
Yep.
Ronin Tonin hits the field. I think Chow has no choice but to flip his dimensional barrier.
Yep. Oh, this is the bait. Oh, you have a trap engrave, right? Dimensional barrier.
He wanted Dankelson to chain the Canadia so that when he Raigekis, it's all the more devastating.
Yeah.
Dankelson does not fall for it.
Yeah.
And he does not chain Canadia. Chow summons Whiptail.
That was a good one. I just got tingles realizing what he did. Ooh.
It didn't work though. Maybe he tried too hard.
I don't think that was too hard of one, but I respect it regardless. I think maybe he could have said it after he flipped the dimensional barrier. Maybe that would have been a little better, but regardless, he's not in the worst spot now.
He's not.
Attack Declaration, Wabaku. Oh, but this is still going to do it. Because now the Whiptail survives thanks to the Fire Formation Tenkis, and he'll still be able to Raigeki to clear everything out, banish both Paleozoics. Chow might still have this one.
I think he probably does.
Yeah, at first when he drew that Raigeki, I thought it wasn't a great draw, but he's worked himself into a position where he's going to take full advantage of it.
I don't think Dankelson will have any more Paleozoics left in his graveyard once that Raigeki hits.
Nope, and with only a Dupe Frog in hand, that Whiptail will probably banish it away.
Tiger Mortar into Broadbull. Broadbull searches for Whiptail.
Yep.
Playing his cards slowly, slow rolling that Raigeki. Upgrades to Trident, and Dankelson is not thrilled.
Nope.
Dankelson draws his own Raigeki.
Much worse in this position.
Yeah, not quite as
still
good.
not too bad.
Uses it to strike Trident.
Yeah, but he still has a copy of Whiptail in hand, so he can summon that Whiptail and banish that Dupe Frog regardless. And there's Terror Top.
Ooh.
That means he can set up a Totem Burn too if he wants, or he can invoke her and possibly just win the duel this turn.
Yeah, I think this is over. We are going to
can't
be
help but agree.
We are going to be seeing a third and final duel.
Yeah. He special summons Speedroid Terror Top and activates its effect to find Speedroid Tiki Tomborg.
Now we just wait for this duel to come to its inevitable conclusion.
Yep.
Players, you have 40 minutes left in your round.
40 minutes left.
Wow.
Probably won't need that.
I would be very surprised if they went to
Special
time.
summons Tiki Tomborg. Normal summons Whiptail. Stacks Dryden on top of Whiptail. Overlays the other two into Totem Bird.
Trident
He's going
attacks.
to take 600 from this thanks to the Tenkis once again. Yep. Banish it away and then attack directly for 1,900.
So now Dankelson has no useful cards in his graveyard, no cards in his hand, no cards on his field, and Chow can destroy any face-up card during either player's turn and negate a spell or a trap card.
Yep. And if he doesn't draw a monster, this is just game on the table.
Oh, that's true too.
Yeah, go.
He draws a trap.
And that's it. They're going to game 3. 2 very quick games in succession right there.
What was that? It's a 1 hour round, right? So that was 20 minutes.
Yep, 20 minutes.
To finish 2 duels.
Yep.
That's pretty quick.
Definitely.
Especially at this level of competition where both players may really need to think through their plays and take as much time as necessary to do so.
Yeah, but playing the other side of that coin at this level of competition, both players have probably played this matchup a ton. Yeah. They know exactly how they want to be playing it, what angles they're trying to attack from, what cards they need to worry about. And now Chow has even more information that his opponent has Forbidden Apocrypha in his deck. So we probably won't see him walk into it again during the third duel. However, the fact that Dankelson will have initiative going first, being able to set his trap cards before Chow can do anything, that's what's really going to decide this game. How good of a turn 1 will Dankelson have?
We'll see. We'll see if he opens with Swap Frog again. We'll see if he gets some devastating trap cards again. We'll see if he starts with Max C.
Yep.
Or we'll see if Chow starts with Max C.
Well, Max C much worse on this end of the equation. I don't even know if Chow actually keeps it in. He might keep it in just as a chainable card to like a Paleozoic. Like any trap card they activate, you respond with Maxi so that they can't bring back a Paleozoic. You can also just respond to one of the Paleozoic special summons.
You don't think you'd keep it in even going second? Because it is possible for Dankelson to summon a first turn totally awesome. And drawing 2 cards
That's true. I think that
isn't bad. Or being able to to deter your opponent from summoning totally awesome isn't bad.
I see your point. I think all the other hand traps are probably better. Next to Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, but Flying Sea and DD Crow, I think, are both much stronger than Maxi in this matchup, for example.
Well, we saw that he kept Ghost Ogre in.
Yeah, which is interesting.
So I think that should be a given that Maxi stays in.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the case. I'm unsure.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, all we know for sure that's coming in is Denko Seka.
That's for sure.
Yeah, another way that can easily decide the game, regardless of how well Dankelson opens.
Yeah.
Chow can just have a Denko Seka, and that's it.
Yeah, if he draws Denko Seka, this might be a very quick finals.
Yep.
Although, Dankelson does have plenty of answers to it. He does use Dark Hole and Raigeki in his side deck.
That's true.
Maybe he'll put them in, even though he's going first.
Maybe just as potentially outs for Denko Seka. That could be the case.
Other than that, I guess he doesn't really have that many outs.
No, No. It's just up to his monsters and his spell removal cards.
Yeah, he would need to Ixie summon a more powerful monster than Denko Seka and just attack over it.
Yeah, the one thing about Denko Seka, though, is your hand has to be good alongside that Denko Seka. Unless your opponent opens super subpar where you can summon Denko Seka and they actually can't do anything, you need to have either Speed Roar, Terror Top, or Zodiac Barrage for your Denko Seka to be strong.
That's true, but that's not too hard to draw.
You're right. 6 total copies, not the worst. Abdul's just making sure everything's in order. About to play the final game of the tournament. Who will it be?
Who will become the ultimate duelist?
Yeah. Joseph Chow, Alfred Dankelson. We've seen Paleozoic take everyone by surprise at multiple events up until this point. However, by the numbers, Zodiac's still way ahead.
I think if Paleozoics win this weekend, we can no longer say the deck is taking people by surprise.
That's definitely true.
It should no longer be surprising when they win.
Yes.
So you're going first, right? Yep. Sounds good.
All right. Dankelson confirms that he will be going first.
Chow opens with Maxi, Danko Sega, Zodiac Rapier, and Speedroid Terror Top. Oh my goodness. This is crazy.
But Dankelson's hand is incredible also.
Yeah, but not nearly as good. He also started by normal summoning a Swamp Frog, which means he's probably not going to try to special summon it and make a turn 1 totally awesome. Because he has the Water Monster too, he could discard the Torrent statue, send and do that, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's just going to set these trap cards and hope it's enough. Oh, no, he is. But he has Maxi, too, so that'll stifle it. This is crazy.
There's the good first turn Maxi.
Yeah.
What do you think of maybe summoning the statue instead of Swap Frog turn 1? Is that crazy?
I don't know. I think it gets threatened by too many cards where you'll have to use one of your trap cards to try to beat it.
Could be. So, Dankelson summons
Crow.
Totally Awesome, sets 3 cards to his back row. Chow drew enough cards to now have 7 cards in his hand after drawing for his draw phase, but Dankelson does get to use Totally Awesome's effect in the standby phase to special summon Dupe Frog.
Yeah.
So I'm actually not sure who's really ahead.
I think Chow is because he's going to start with Speed Roar Terror Top. If that doesn't get responded to, then he has My Body to stop the negate of Totally Awesome. And then, see, now he's going to resolve this search. He's going to find Denko Sekka, or he's going to normal summon Denko Sekka. That's going to cut him off from all the cards. And then he won't be able to negate the monster because of My Body Shield will stop it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the Denko Sekka My Body as a Shield combo will just be too strong.
There's it. And there it comes down. Danko Sekka hitting the table. Dankelson can't even do anything but let out a huge sigh.
He desperately looks at his 3 face-down cards. None of them are Solemn Warning. None of them can
Teki
stop
Tom board next. Stacked
Sekka.
on top. We're going to see MX Saber Invoker. This could be it. Is going to activate its effect, and Dankelson can't help but...
Totally Awesome tries to negate it, but My Body is a shield. Negates the effect of Totally Awesome.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. If your hand's good with Denko Sekka, it's done. And that's exactly what... Not only did he have Speed Warrior Terror Top, he had Maxium My Body's Shield to gain additional advantage off of the turn 1 Totally Awesome and stop its effect. This is unreal.
Dankelson had a very good hand, but it was nothing compared to Chow's.
Definitely not. It's that Swamp Frog back, but I doubt that's going to be enough here. Chow has DD Crow at the ready for the following turn along with Zodiac Dryden. There's no way Dankelson's getting out of this unless he's lucky enough to top deck something like Raigeki.
Oh, Chow just drew Raigeki.
Oh, now he actually probably has game now because of that Raigeki. Because he has Fire Formation Tenki 2 to search for a Whiptail. So he can get 2 Whiptails to his hand.
I think
plus
you're right.
the Gagaga Samurai, that's 3,800, 2,400. That's 62. This is it. I think it's done. I think Chow realizes it's done too.
Thoroughblade upgrades into Borbo, Borbo into Tiger Mortar. Tiger Mortar uses its effect to get a rat, trade in the Thoroughblade for Rapier.
Zodiac Rapier hits the table. He's going to overlay Broad Bull on top of that Tiger Mortar. Detach Rapier once again to get this last copy out of his deck and onto the field. We'll know right now what Chow's plan is if we see Gagaga Samurai coming up. He's going to search a Whiptail.
I'm very confident he's going to do that play because we can see from the way he's using his cards and how quickly
he knows he's got it. He knows it.
Gagaga Samurai hits the field. Raigeki destroys Dupe Frog, and then a Whiptail from his hand onto the Broad Bull will end the duel.
Yeah.
Here it comes. Raigeki destroys
takes it
Dupe
down.
Frog.
Yeah, he's going to activate Gagaga Samurai, and that's it. Dankelson
It's
concedes. Joseph Chow is your ultimate Duelist Series Invitational Las Vegas champion.
Wow, that was an extraordinarily fast finals.
Yep, lightning fast, just like Denko Sekka and Raigeki. That's what it took to take it down, and Joseph Chow had it all.
It was a totally awesome match, too.
I don't even know how to respond to that one this time.
You thought I wasn't going to make the pun this match.
Nope, I was hoping not, but I'll agree with you this time. It was totally awesome, Michael.
It really was.
Yep.
It was very exciting. We saw some very good hands.
Yeah, fast-paced.
And we saw the way they interacted, which was very exciting.
Yeah. That's unreal. I can't even... Ooh, that was exciting. We had 3 lightning-fast games. Both was Dankelson's hand game 1, insane. Chow's hand game 2, insane. Game 3, both their hands about as ideal as you can imagine. If you told someone, oh yeah, game 3 in the finals, I went first, I had totally awesome in 3 back row.
Yeah.
What was my opponent going to do? Well, he's going to Danko Sekka, Speedroid, Terror Top, Raigeki, My Body's a Shield me into oblivion.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Well, that's all we have for you. We're going to cut to a quick break, and then we'll get an interview with Joseph Chow. Make sure to stay around for that, and we'll see you soon.
It's time to duel! Duel!
duelists around the world. Thanks to cutting-edge Kaiba Corp technology, you can now duel on your smartphone. Ready? Check this out, everyone! Write the next chapter in dueling history. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Here I go. It's my turn. My turn!
It's my turn.
Play as your favorite character and win your duels. Not a single card can stand up to this. Build your strongest deck and summon your legendary monsters. I call on Blue Eyes White Dragon. White Lightning! Duels are now in the palm of your hand. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Make your move because it's time to duel.
It all came down. One final match. Zodiac against Paleozoic. We have seen Paleozoic take down that finals 2 weeks ago, YCS Atlanta, even today, YCS Prague. But you, Joseph Chow, you managed to do it. How does it feel to be the ultimate duelist?
I mean, it feels great, but I have to give credit to my opponent. He played really well, and I just drew really, really good all 3 games, honestly.
So you're telling me you are a champion and you're humble? That's beyond me. Congratulations here. You can take your pin, take your belt from me.
Cool. Thanks, Robbie.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. I'm excited. Congratulations, man. What perk of being an ultimate duelist do you think is the most exciting?
Most likely probably the either the free entry into any YCS or regional, or the 2-round buy that comes with it also.
Yeah, we know you're a constant YCS grinder. Those 2 buys are going to come in super useful.
Oh, absolutely, Robbie.
All right, I'm glad to hear that, Joey. Thanks for sticking with us all weekend. Joseph Chow, congratulations once again. Make sure to tune in 3 weeks from now, YCS Denver. It will be live streamed, so we will be there. See you then.